Hey, what's up, everyone? My headphones aren't working. Give me a second. See what's going on here. That's no good, is it? All right, never mind. Okay. No American show host Rob Noir. For some reason, it wasn't playing the music on my end. Oh my gosh. Today's show brought to you by Cough Drops. Great to be here. So I have a full slate of shows, plural, for you today. At 6 p.m., I will be debating on Viva Frei's channel against someone called Bobby Sauce. At 8 p.m., I will be getting interviewed by Paramount Tactical for his channel. And then at 10 p.m., I will be on MilkBarTv show. All of it will be viewable here, so we'll just transition from one show to the other in real time. Of course, it's a weird thing, right? It's a weird thing. Everybody wants to talk about the Candace Owens things. I think I have so many other interesting things to talk about. Like stupid Candace Owens supporters. You know? It's always fun. I've streamed probably 20-something hours since the debate, Andrew and Candace debate. I've yet to have one Candace Owens supporter provide me one piece of positive evidence that she provided to her claim that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was set up as a patsy. So they'll come in and they'll say, "You're coping, you're fat, your voice sucks, you were in her kid's room, you're the worst person ever, Andrew's the worst ever." But what you'll notice they won't do is show any of that evidence. They won't. They can't. And they don't care. They do not care. They know that there is no evidence for their claims, but they don't care because they feel a certain way. They have vibes. Maybe like Candace, they had a dream, and they were told in their dream. So they don't need evidence. That's one thing they're not concerned with. And if you don't need evidence, well then, you never have to worry about losing a debate because you feel that you won. You don't need to provide evidence. Anyways, we'll get into it. We've set the standard modest goal of $300,000. I believe that's the going rate now for a few hours of work and debates. So let's see if we get to that goal today. We're already at $10. Now, I've gone 5 minutes, $10. Now, I'm not a math whiz, but I think we're on pace to hit the 300,000. That's what it sounds like to me. So you have me for about an hour. Probably at about 10 till I'll duck out. I'll leave the stream up, but I'll just put up my entrance card, and I'll talk to the production team at Viva Frei there. But how's everyone doing? I hope you're all doing great. First off, before we begin, I heard that, did I get this name right? Frank Beard passed away of ZZ Top. I was a big ZZ Top fan. So, God bless Frank Beard and his family. Is it Viva Frei or Viva Fry? I called him Viva Frei when I was debating him. So, I don't know. I also thought it was Brandon Straka, but it's Brandon Strock. So, what do I know? But, yeah, man. Some ZZ Top. I started to sound like ZZ Top, and I lost my voice there the other day. It must be wild, that Texas town. But I might be mistaken. They got a nice girls out there. It's great, man. I think that's from LaGrange. I think that's iconic, that drum beat. And then the guitar riff comes in. It's fucking iconic, man. One of the most badass instrumental parts in any song I've ever heard. I love it. Oh, man. Yeah, Frank Beard passed. It's pronounced Frei. Good to know. So, any comments, questions people have before we get going? Uh, Look, I'll address some criticisms of me while we're waiting. First, I'll read this excellent super chat. Joseph Romano, $10 says, "Blessings, Rob. Blessings upon you." I think I saw this, the comedy sketch I was in. Yeah, I saw that. Where is the Noor Viva debate that he's been talking about? It hasn't occurred. It'll be at 6 o'clock. Oh, my mistake. Yeah, when I debated Viva Frei, that was for Brandon Strzok's Walkaway channel, and it wasn't live. So it's recorded, and they're editing it, and they told me it would probably take a month to get up. So I think probably in about 2 more weeks, you'll see the Alex Jones, Joe Kent versus Andrew Wilson, Gerald Morgan. There were more people than that. That debate was supposed to go up first, so I think that'll probably be in about 2 or 3 more weeks. And then they said probably a week after that, they'll put up the debate I had with against Viva Frei and Harrison Smith and Chase Geiser and Alex Stein. So it's fun. I enjoyed it. It was a heated debate, but we were all chums afterwards. It wasn't a big deal. Horace says, what are you referencing when you say this? I'm curious. I'd love to talk to some people that disagree. Dehumanizing people just because they have a different opinion is so stupid. Who's dehumanizing? Let me know what you're referencing, and I'll see if I can address it. But that debate was like 9 days ago. So that my time, I mentioned this, but I went, not last week, but the week before, I went down on Friday to do this debate. It was in Dallas. And then I ended up staying and hanging out for a week and helping Andrew with the debate. So, but I want to see what Horace said. I'm interested to see, because I don't know what people mean when they say this. I'm gonna try to be calmer today. So I am. So I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. I think the most depressing thing about all of this is still that easily, far and away, is that, as I've talked about, that really hit me. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be like Candace, like I knew Charlie Kirk. I was best friends with Charlie Kirk. Never met him. Never saw him speak in person. Didn't talk about him much. I always looked at him as someone who was effective, but was geared more towards younger college students, which is good, but it wasn't my cup of tea. I would see his clips on social media, but I never sat down and watched a full pick up the mic thing. I just didn't. I never went to a Turning Point event. But I wasn't a big hater either. I'd probably mentioned Charlie Kirk a dozen times on my show previous to his assassination. Probably overwhelming them were positive, like, oh, check out this clip. Charlie does very good here. I think at one point I made fun of, not make fun of, but I think I commented on how he looked in South Park. He used to have these pictures where you could see like a lot of his teeth. I think I made a joke about that. And then I did, I think, comment one time about the women's leadership. And I was like, I'm confused. It wasn't like super hard in the paint, but I was confused at like some of the people that they would invite to this, like former porn stars and stuff. It's like, I don't know. Again, anyone who knows me, I'm not big into that. I never went on whatever. I never argued with the OnlyFans girls. I don't mind the people that do, but it's just not my cup of tea. You know, and so when it comes to that question, I do believe as a Christian that everyone could turn their life around. But it's a bit frustrating to see people that are like living antithetically, making a living antithetically to Christian principles. And then all of a sudden they turn a new leaf. And it's not that I don't believe they could become Christian. That's not the point. But they become like spokesmen for Christianity. Oh, now tune into me while I preach a Christian message to you. And for me, it's like, I would think I would have a little more humility and say, well, maybe it's time for me to be silent and learn as opposed to preach to other people, you know? So, you know, that's That was it, though. That's all I mentioned. Really, Charlie. Or Turning Point. So I didn't have any connection. And I don't know. I guess maybe there's different people watching me now that maybe haven't seen me before. So it's worth saying. Holy moly. Like, I swear to God, I don't know if the Candace people are all bots. Wow, holy cope-tastic. I'm literally like, I didn't really know Charlie. Cope. Where's the cope in what I'm saying? How's this cope? It's like they don't even want to listen. By the way, they are exactly what they accuse others of. They're like, you won't hear us out. Completely untrue. I've opened up my channel for a long time now to people that want to talk about these theories. The past week, I've opened it up 20-something hours. I've opened it up to debate people. No one wants to talk. But all they want to do is like, I'm not even saying anything pissy about Candace or anything or about theories of the case. I'm just like, I didn't really know Charlie. And, you're coping. They don't listen. They don't give a shit. All of those people you see that are typing right now, like cope to me saying this, you see how that doesn't make sense? It's like, what is cope about that? Consider that when you're listening to their opinion of who won the debate. Yeah, I'm not going to be like Candace, and I'm not pretending I know Charlie. Candace did know Charlie. That's what I'm saying. There are all these people, all the people at Turning Point, Candace Owens. I would assume people like Ben Shapiro or, bigger names. I would assume they knew Charlie. They probably interviewed him. I'm not going to pretend to be that. What's wrong with saying that? That'd be stupid for me to pretend that I had somehow some close connection to him. Anyways, I'm just going to keep moving. One of the things that is sort of selfish in the wake of the assassination, I'll never forget. It's a weird thing. I wonder if people are like this. Yeah, I've heard older people like my grandparents talk about they knew where they were. They remembered where they were when JFK got assassinated. It's like that, I think, for our generation. I was at my son's school. He goes to a Catholic school. And I was in the parking lot and waiting to pick him up. And I'm scrolling through X as I'm sitting in the car. I'm like 10 minutes early, and I see the footage. And then, I show it to my wife, and I'm like, I don't think he's gonna make it. It looked that bad. It just looked really bad. And then Andrew Wilson called me. We had been planning this debate thing called Word War in Atlantic City. And so he called and he's like, he ain't going to survive that. And we were talking about it. And so we talked about Charlie for like 30 minutes or so. And then selfishly, we were like, look, the world's getting crazier. How do you have security for events like this anymore? How can you ensure that not only are the speakers safe, but the audience is safe? Because we're putting on this event. It's horrible to think. It's selfish to think that you think about that in the moment. But then even more selfish than that, I'll never achieve what Charlie did. I am a conservative speaker. That's about the end of the comparisons to me and Charlie. I'm way down here, and Charlie was arguably one of the most important voices in the conservative movement. Probably had a chance to be president someday. That ain't ever going to be me. I'm never going to have a chance to be president. That's fine, though. But I at least can look at Charlie and see the slightest amount of similarities, and one of which is both of us go in public and we speak on conservative ideas. And you can't help but in that instance, I imagine what it'd be like if maybe you play college football and you're at a small school and you're watching an NFL game and you're never going to be in the NFL. But when you see the player break his neck, you're probably like, shit, that could be me. That's sort of how I felt. And I have a 5-year-old. I guess he would have been 4 at the time. And the clip that always gets me is watching Charlie's kid run to him. And I have this outro. It was largely put together by the White House but my editor edited it. And I tried to not forget that, that it's so easy to think of the political ramifications of Charlie Kirk being assassinated. And we should remember that. And we should remember all the people that celebrated it. And we shouldn't forget the stakes, but that it was a human. It was a husband. It was a dad. It was someone's loved one that was killed. And so I'll show you I'll play the video, but around halfway through this video, you'll see his daughter running towards him.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.
So for me, it's still hard to watch. It really is. You just can't help but think, like I said, it's selfish, but you put yourself in that shoes and like, what if that happened to me? What would my son do? So it's really horrific, to just think. And it's a really weird thing. I have this smallest, most minuscule, worthless, wouldn't even be a footnote in history. I was a fact checker on a debate from the most prolific person that's presenting alternate theories into this. But you meet Candace Owens and you meet her team. And I went down to Turning Point and I met for 5 seconds Erica Kirk, and I met Andrew Colvett, and I met some of the other people in Turning Point's team when I was down there coaching. And it's a weird feeling because I'm a fucking nobody. I'm just some redneck. I have no connections to anyone at all. And I was brought down there because I was a debate coach in college. Okay, sure, I could do debate. And you can't help but sit back and go, it's so weird that in one hand, this is the biggest assassination in my lifetime. As a 42-year-old, at least in my adult lifetime, that I paid attention to. But there are real people involved with this. Real people. Charlie was he was a political figure. He was a cultural figure. There are huge political ramifications to him being killed. Right? But he was a guy. He probably had neighbors that liked him and friends, and he had a wife and he had kids. And it's so fucking weird to think about it. That you're sitting there and you're like, all these people had some sort of connection. Even Candace, They all had a connection. I didn't. I don't know, from nobody. He's just the guy on TV, And so it's a surreal thing. It's surreal to be just in a room while Candace Owens is debating this with Andrew Wilson. Or to be at Turning Point, to see these people that are affected by this. And whatever happens going forward, to see and realize when shit like this happens, when you read the history books and you're like, MLK assassinated, or JFK assassinated, or RFK assassinated, a lot of K's being assassinated. Crazy, right? You read about these figures, but if you were there, if you were the neighbor or something, that's a real person, that's grieving. That's a real person that lost their life. So for me, that's why I think that for the reasons of the Republican Party being fractured, for reasons of just standing up for truth and wanting evidence-based discussion, for the credibility of the online right-wing space, but also because real people have real lives that are being affected by this. And I think all of those are reasons to give a shit about this case. So I know there are a lot of people that are like, why do you give a shit? So I just wanted to say that. Andrew did not pay me to say this. Holy moly donut shop. What else did you have to say here? Let's talk about that. I'm talking to you, Tubby. I'm listening. What else did you have to say? When is Andrew going to drop those text messages? I don't know. I haven't talked to him one time since I've been home. I thought he said on his channel Friday. And what else did you have to say? That's it? That's all you had to say? That was the big... Would you like to call in, holy moly? What do you say? Did Andrew claim to be an investigative journalist, or did he claim that he called up Turning Point and treated them nicely and they offered to give him some of this stuff? The Candace crew is hilarious, though. Why would Andrew wait a week to drop the text messages, says the crew from the lady that says, stay tuned, and leaves every episode on a cliffhanger. Candace had nothing to say but good things about me, and yet you bash her. It shows what kind of man you are. First off, that's not true. Candace accused me of violating her kid's space with Gerald. Secondly, she said that the entire team was down there to be pranksters, and she could tell by the opening statement and the videos they were playing. So no, she didn't have any good things to say. Secondly, I only had good things to say about Candace's team, so why did she say anything negative to me or about me? And your answer would be, well, just because you said nice things, if you yourself did something negative, doesn't mean she's precluded from saying that negative thing. The same is true here. Just because Candace's team was affable and accommodating when I went there, doesn't mean that I can't say I dislike what Candace is doing with this case. That's bullshit. She did say the prankster part about the team, specifically talking about the opening statement and evidence that was presented, which I had a hand in, presenting the evidence and shit. So don't, please, spare me your pearl clutching. You fucking tone police, feminine fuckfaces. Oh my God, she said something nice about you. How could you criticize Queen Bee? I get it. I would assume this isn't your actual picture, because you seem like someone who's too much of a pussy not to be an anonymous fucking coward online. In fact, even as an anonymous fucking coward, you'll be a coward on top of that by not even calling in or trying to make claims. But I understand the small dick energy people like you that look to a girl boss like Candace. You don't have any testosterone and you're filled with that feminine rage. And so to you, it's a real big deal if someone says, I don't like the fact that Candace is putting all these theories out without evidence. And you're like, how could you say that? Oh, she's a mother, for God's sake. She said nice things about you. How could you? How could you, Tubby? Yeah, I guess I don't give a shit about your pearl clutching. I give a shit about evidence and actually being able to make claims. You know, that thing that she can't do? I give a shit about anonymous cowards like you that want to talk shit but would be unwilling to call in. I give a shit about a rabid Candace fan base that wants to ruin people's lives and clutch their pearls and drink their fucking wine and live life through their vibes and feels as they accuse people without evidence of being complicit in covering up murders. I give a shit about that sort of stuff. You know, the type of shit that small dick dudes like you do. You know, that you co-sign on, Holy Donut Shop. Now, holy moly donut shop, is that what you call when you're like getting piped out? You're holy moly? Is that what you call your boyfriend, donut shop, as he's piping you out there? Going into your holy moly, Well, you know, nonetheless, we don't really dig with that here. So I'll tell you what I'll do, holy moly. We'll give you a chance if you'd like to call in and talk to me for 5-10 minutes before I actually go wreck one of these follow fucking Candace supporters into debate, to call in and actually give your hot take that you have. Now, I know you're too much of a fucking coward to do so you might as well just say it. But instead, what you'll do is say a couple more insults and jabs in the fucking chat and act like a tough guy, and then you'll get banned. So go ahead, let's see what your last insult is. Now, I did say I was trying to be nicer. If the guy wasn't being like, hey, Tubby, blah, 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 and going off with all this shit, I wouldn't say it. I have no problem if someone wants to say, I think Candace won the debate. I believe this about the case. No problem. But this small dick energy feminist bullshit, I'm not going to put up with that. And there you have it. Well, hey, holy moly, thanks for playing. The rest of you people, even if you dislike me, are welcome to stay, no problem. Now he gets to run and get his new new account and come on. Now, to continue. One criticism of me I've heard is, excuse me, wow, how long are you going to talk about this? Well, look, I have to be honest with you. I'm just going to be straight up. I'm going to say something that will give ammunition to the crowd that dislikes me. It is absolutely true that I am using the fact that I was the fact checker to get more exposure. Guilty. That's true. A lot of people reached out to me and said, hey, you were the fact checker. Will you come on and do an interview? And I said yes. And those people last week, before I was the fact checker, probably wouldn't have asked me on. Though Viva Frei would have, because he said at the Brandon Strzok debate before all this happened, he would have me on his channel. But yeah, guilty. I'll only say if you're a mutual, or if you're a neutral party and you have this criticism, fair enough. If you're a Candace supporter and you want to make some sort of criticism of me dragging out talking about this debate or this case, I mean, your lady's kind of been doing that for 11 months. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. Pot calling kettle black. But whatever. I guess I just don't give a shit. Let's see. What other criticisms? I don't have to restate, though. I'm getting a lot of shit because I violated her kid's space. I talked about it yesterday, but I only say that was the space that I was brought into, that security checked me for weapons, where everyone was hanging out, her security team. That's where people were eating, basically that room and the room adjacent to it, pastries and shit. So, I don't know. To me, it just sounds like bullshit. I didn't say anything negative about her team. I thought they were very nice. They seemed to give us the go-ahead to be sitting there talking on the phone and shit to people there. Didn't have a problem, so I don't know. Gerald claims, the one security guy said, yeah, it's cool. You could film there. It was just a wall. And I don't understand the rush to victimhood. I don't understand it. If Candace did so well, why wouldn't she just say, yeah, I crushed him in the debate. There were a bunch of dickheads beforehand. The team seemed pretty affable when they got here, but yeah, I crushed them. Haha, let's talk about that. Instead, it's got to be this whole, they were creepy. Oh, and they came into my child space. And it's like, it's this whole victimhood bullshit. Just, like, I don't get it. I just don't. To me, I think it's a telltale sign that she knows she didn't do well. So and I can only say I half suspected that I more than half suspected something like this would happen, which is why it was very awkward. For from the bottom of my heart, I didn't want to know where Candace Owens fucking lived. I didn't want to know. I didn't ever want to set foot in her house. I didn't. And it's not just because I don't particularly like Candace, which I don't, based on the things she's been doing. But I don't particularly want to be in any streamer's house, even ones I like. I'm happy to do it online, or I'm happy to go to a neutral site. That's all good. The less I know about people, the better. I don't really want to get involved that much in people's personal life, including being on their personal property. Now, I'm friends with Andrew, so I've been to his home. Other than that, my friend Jungle, who's a supporter of the channel, he let me in his home once, and that's it, if I remember. Everyone else, it's just either meet at some event like DebateCon, where it's like at a hotel lobby or something. But it's a weird thing because I'm a huge prick. My voice is the fucking worst. I'm very aggressive sometimes when I'm debating. But I don't particularly think I'm a bad guy in that way. That I'm like a bad guy and like wishing personal harm on people or wanting to harm their property or dox people. I don't think I've ever done anything remotely close to that. Even the people that fucking despise me would probably agree to that. Like, you could ask Destiny, for example, who probably fucking hates me. I've debated him so many times, we fucking yell and scream. He'd probably say, Rob doesn't seem like that kind of guy to me. So it's just so weird to now see this big audience that's like, fuck you, you piece of shit, violating her kid's space. And I'm just like, I mean, of all the things to say about me, I'm like, I mean, fuck off. You know? It's just stupid. It's bullshit. You know? It's just laughable bullshit. Again, I can only say my interpretation of you can only be in the studio and around the studio and filming in the studio was that the 3 or so rooms we were in was the studio. That's what I thought. I thought they were like, we don't want you outside the house where there's shit that's visible. We don't want you crawling into other rooms that we didn't invite you in. And it's all reasonable. It's like, sure, absolutely, I get that. I didn't think it meant the room where we're all gathered, you couldn't take a selfie. I didn't think that was the fucking issue. And I didn't. I didn't call anyone or touch my phone the whole time, other than I did text Patrick Bet David's team and the fact checkers and shit. But other than that, and it was even funny because, like, I don't know about this, just to let you know how technologically illiterate I am. Maybe it's because there's a bunch of people on the Wi-Fi there and shit. But the regular cell signal shit that you normally get wasn't working for me. So I actually had to sign on to the Wi-Fi just to be able to text and do it through the Wi-Fi. So I wasn't trying to call out or fucking stream or any of that shit. And then as far as the video Gerald did, I didn't think that was streamed. I thought that was just him recording for posterity. Hey, Rob, how do you think they did in the debate? Here's my thoughts. It was like 60 seconds. We're standing in front of a wall in the room where they did the security check on us. If Candace decides that it's like, well, that if you would have read the fine print, that's not included in part of the studio, and I didn't want that to occur. I don't know. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. Seeing the security didn't have a problem with it. It never even crossed my fucking mind. So the idea that that was violating her children's space, whatever. So, but I don't have much more to say about that. I do not particularly like Candace Owens and what she's doing in this case. I wish nothing but the best for her children and her as a mom. I didn't want to violate their space. The fact, if this was a sanctum for the kids and a space they played, I would have preferred that wasn't the room that I was patted down in. I would prefer that wasn't the room that I was immediately taken to and where most of the conversation with her team originally occurred. I would have rather it been not in the child's safe space. But I didn't have a choice. That's where I was told to go by Candace's security. So I don't know what to say, but that was I supposed to protest? Wait a minute. Are you sure that this isn't a space that the child's in? Because I would feel very uncomfortable. Yeah, it was a garage. All they had to say was, hey, the family plays in here sometime. Can we go back in this room? I'd be like, sure, of course. Absolutely. Hey, we know you had to walk through here to get where we're going, but if you could please stay out of that area as much as possible. Of course. Wouldn't have even batted an eye. I said, yeah, sure, no problem. What did Gerald do that was so wrong? Someone tell me. Gerald's this evil monster. What did he do? I'm open for it. I believe there are two things that are being accused. He snuck in. I was unprivy to any conversation about announcing who was coming. I was told, I know that the contract said you could bring a team of 3 fact checkers and a cameraman. They claimed that they reached out and asked specifically who's coming. That may be true. I was unprivy to that conversation. I don't know. As far as I knew, it wasn't a secret. Fuck, I did a live stream and said, I'm going as a fact checker. So I wasn't trying to hide my presence. You know? I could have told you that I thought there was bad blood between her and Steven Crowder. I thought I knew that from Word War, but I don't know the nature of it. And I didn't know that it extended to Gerald. So if the criticism is Gerald should have announced that he was coming, I don't know. I guess take that for what you were. Live streaming in a room other than her studio. The security told him he could live stream there, is his claim. You couldn't get in the studio because, well, first off, I assumed that's what I don't know. Like, I wanted to get a big shed, like almost like a big garage. And the purpose of that garage was I was going to put a partition. So when you walk in, my lawnmower would be there. And then there would be a door, and that's where my studio would be. I would call that garage my studio. I wouldn't say the part with the mower is not my studio, just in that door is my studio. That's how I would look at it. So when they said you can only like have cameras and film and stuff in the studio, I interpreted that as the studio's this area we're in. These 3 rooms. That's how I interpreted it. Now, I don't know. I did sign a little thing. Could it have said the studio is defined as just this wall to wall to wall to wall? It may have said that. I'm not going to bullshit you. I don't know. I don't really know. For Debate Bro, you should have known to clarify the terms. I mean, there you have it. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I just think it's fucking whiny-ass bullshit. Is what I think. It was a wall. Everybody was hanging out there. Everybody was talking. Gerald claimed, I don't know, I didn't hear this, but Gerald claims the security guy was like, yeah, you could film here. I mean, if the security guy if Gerald said, hey, can I film here? And the security guy was like, yeah, I don't see what the problem at all is. Maybe then Candace should be upset at the security man she should have said, hey, you know, that's my child's safe space. I didn't want them filming in front of that wall. I guess, or I suppose maybe she'll claim a security man never said that. I don't know. But this is why I didn't want to go into the house. And it was funny because in the lead up to this, as I said, you had a bunch of Candace supporters like, they're going to do weird shit to your house. Why would you leave them into your house? We didn't want to go to the house. We wanted to do the debate anywhere else. She insisted it must be at her house. She tried to claim I don't want to travel because I'm pregnant, but then backtracked. And when she put out her communication with Joe Rogan, she said I would have traveled to debate someone else. And then I think I heard someone say in her video yesterday, she was admitted she travels pregnant. But it didn't even have to be that. It could have been 5 minutes away. It could have been the local hotel in the town she lives in. Great. Surely she could travel in a car 5 minutes. That's what I would have done. If I was setting up the debate, if they were like, it has to be in the town you live in, Rob, I'd be like, well, I don't particularly want a bunch of people in my house. How about I rent out the local Holiday Inn? Sound good? Especially if someone's handing me $300,000. Like, I think I could pony up a couple grand. So it was like, I already could see this huge mob of Candace people. They might not have known me, but they were like, his team will be weird. His team will do things. And I'm just a regular guy that's part of that team. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? What are we talking about? It's a debate. And for me, there did seem to be a little of, I won't be surprised if there's some accusation, something came up missing, a fucking, I had a picture on the wall that's missing now. They must have taken it. We found a recording device. They must have left it. Someone tracked mud on the floor. It must have been them. Or some bullshit that all of a sudden it's like a bunch of people are like, fuck you guys. And of course, that's exactly what happened. It's just predictable. No, Steven's team was not there. Gerald was there. Gerald, I'm very happy. First off, Gerald's a great guy. Love talking to him. He's awesome. Secondly, he was like the dude that was helping us get like a car service, a security guy for ourselves. Great dude. Well, I didn't know it would be problematic. I did know that Steven and Candace have some beef, but I didn't think it'd be a problem for Gerald to come, and I don't think it mattered anyways. Like I said, I'd have thought it would have been funny if we showed up with Nick Fuentes. But the way the contract was written out, and it was an arduous process to get to this contract, and it was like, no, this stuff needs to be written specifically. Okay, if it's going to be like that, and you're not going to put the terms of who's allowed to be part of the team, Well, should have gave her a pager. I shit you not. We thought that we could live stream there. We ended up getting their stream key, but I don't know much about this. I was like, live stream, you set up a camera. But apparently, no. If you're going to have your feed, you got to have your own mics. You can't just tap into their mics, I guess. And so Mr. E was like, yeah, we'll just put these clip-on mics. And I shit you not, they were Rode microphones. And I was like, I will bet $1 million that Candace Owens is not going to let you put a Rode microphone on her fucking shirt. I'd bet anything in the world that shit ain't happening, I would bet. So let me check and see if we are ready to go. What? Rumble Studio. Fuck, I don't know how this works. Tag you in stream link. What does that even mean? Oh, never mind. Now I think it's working. So give me a minute. We're trying to... So I'm debating someone named Bobby Sauce, I believe. Permission denied. Access browsers. PC look. God. Check. What does that mean? Permission denied. Please enable camera access in your browser settings. Oh boy, here we go. Browser settings. Camera. Okay, it says allow. What's the issue? For crying out loud. What a nightmare. May have to end the stream if I can't. Can you guys help me? What if I show you what I'm looking at? Wait, I don't know. Maybe I don't want to do that. Or request to join and see what happens. Anyways, welcome to the Boomer Hour, where I muddle through tech. Apparently he's not in the studio yet. Let's do this. Now, there's going to be a lot of this today because I got 3 different shows I'm going on, and they're all probably going to... One will use Zoom, one will use StreamYard, one will use Rumble, I'm assuming. Okay. Just can't figure this out. All right, let's try this again. Okay, let's try something else. Maybe it's my browser. One of my favorite jokes ever in a movie is, it's the stupidest joke. It's the movie, what's it called? Easy Money. I think it was Rodney Dangerfield's first movie. And he goes in this department store, and it's like super expensive. And they're like, "Excuse me, sir, why are you here?" Or he hears someone in front of him. And they're like, "What are you doing?" And the woman's like, "I'm just browsing." And so when they come up to him, he's like, "I'm browsing. I'm just a browser." I always thought it was funny. All right. Permission denied. Please enable camera access in your browser setting. Is it because I'm streaming to Rumble?
Rob, I think it's because you're streaming in this StreamYard, and now you're trying to enter another StreamYard. That's why, like, I can't use my camera.
It's Rumble Studio. It's Rumble Studio, not StreamYard.
That's what I'm trying to say. You're trying to access Rumble Studio while your camera is running in this StreamYard.
But what happens is I have a virtual camera set up on OBS. So when I stream to StreamYard and then another StreamYard, it works, or stream to StreamYard and then to Zoom, it works. So is there something about Rumble Studio that you can't?
I think that maybe that's shutting it down. So why don't you? I'm trying to think about what the option would be. Let me try to put that in. Just give me.
I guess I could, like, what if I take the camera off here? So if we just do this? No. Let me check settings. I may have to end my stream, I guess, which is a real bummer. But I don't want to screw up Viva's show.
Okay, so to fix the camera access issue between Rumble Studios and StreamYard, check your browser and operating system permissions. A camera can usually only be actively used by one web app or tab at a time.
Yeah, but I thought that was the point of the virtual camera.
Usually is.
Okay, let me check this. It says Rumble Studio allowed camera. Camera, allow. Microphone, allow. The microphone's working. Reset permissions. Okay, let's try that. Microphone allows.
Now, can you select the virtual camera to the Rumble Studio?
We're going to try. All right, I think I'm good. I think I got it. It was a stupid fix. I'll explain later. All right, thanks, man. No, we don't want the pre. We want the virtual camera. Check. All right. I promise I'll get to all super chats as well when we're done here. Sorry about that. Boomer Rob. Water. What do you guys think about water? Pretty good, right? Prompt? I don't know. The debate? Did I get the time right? 6 o'clock. I'll send the link soon. Me, you, Robbie Saul. 6 o'clock. I assume Eastern. I hope. Was it today? Yeah. Okay. Anyways, we'll wait to get on. I'll read some super chats. We're not very close to our goal, folks. We're at 0% of our modest goal. Zach Real, $5 says the obvious issue here. These people seem to think questions and incredulity are evidence. Yeah. Justin Ware, $5 says the amount of people standing by Candace, including Alex and Dave, is disheartening. I agree. Crisco, $5 says you're overweight. Watch your blood pressure. Repeal the 19th. It's the J. For real, not a joke. Stop gip gallishing. 1v1 me on Master Duel. Bastard. Lieutenant Silverback, 20 pounds, says, keep up the good work, brother. Much love from the UK. Thank you. Joseph Romano, $10, says, Rob, we both know Holy Moly's only position is on all fours with the man behind him, allegedly. I'm just asking questions. Dartho Moss, $10, says, to those of us new to the Noor Arena, my best advice is to make sure you put on your headgear and pop in your mouthpiece before stepping into the ring. Thank you. Aquatic, 20 gifted subs. Man, thank you. Beaten Cheeks, $5 says, Black Rob, the Twitter debate the other night with Dan Blazarian and Jake et al., bro. You had me dying. Glad you're doing well after the Shapidler. Thank you. Yeah, I had a good time with it. It's too bad my voice was going. Love for Lobster, 14 months says, you are my rage, Rob. Please don't stop. I will continue to rage. Shazzy, 13 months says, lovable pick. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jake's Games Net, $5 says, Candace 0% sure Tyler did it, yet calls Erica's alleged 100% certainty suspicious. People are missing the inconsistency here. Erica never said 100%, by the way. Correct. Wood, $2 says, I think it's just her casting doubt before Friday. Yeah. Colmark Talks, $5 says, it's just a way to spin up the emotions of her wine mom audience. Yeah. Emil J. Bird, thank you for the 20. And then Aquanote, $5 says, not one step back. Thank you. So I probably won't read super chats during the discussion with Viva Frei and Bobby Saws, I believe is his name. But I will read them afterwards. And then this will run, I don't know how long this will run, but in 2 hours, I have an interview with Paramount Tactical. And then 2 hours after that, I have an interview with MilkBarTv. So, Truth Revolt, thanks for the $5. As always, Angry Rob's our favorite Rob. Yeah, but I got to try to save my voice. Too much Angry Rob, and I'll sound like RFK Jr. You know. What did Rachel tweet? John Truitt, thanks, man. $15 says, I have evidence Candace is a patsy for the Muslim Brotherhood. A source has told you? Allegedly. I'm just asking questions. All right. I'm sure Viva will bring me on any minute. When he does, I'm going to go quiet for a minute. Yeah, my cough, my eucalyptus cough drop. Okay, we got the mic. Yep. I gotta bring something up. I have notes. My man Sean, a comedy. I think I got that right. Thanks, Sean. $10 says I like wine. You're pretty good too. Thank you. I don't want to insult all wine moms. I think you could be a pretty cool wine mom. It is depressing though, man. That it's sort of it's all I will never black pill. So but man, it's hard, man. If you've watched my show the past couple nights and you hear these people calling in with these theories, and it's depressing because like it's everyone could believe or disbelieve something, but it's the linear process of like an argument or a theory and just how bad people are at it. Like conflating possible with equal chance. Like I could flip this coin and say heads or tails, right? I could flip it. And you could say, well, it's likely to be heads or tails or land on its side. And it's like, that's true. Hypothetically, if I flip that coin a million times, it may at one point land on the edge and stay on its side, but that's not a serious possibility. But it is a possibility. So therefore, we can't say that it'll be heads or tails. And you're like, and then you can be like, or, check this out. The core of the earth explodes before the coin hits. And so it just never lands again. It just floats out into the ether of space. That's a possibility. So we can't say heads or tails. And it's like, but then when you're like, okay, well, what's your theory? And then it's the exact opposite. When you're like, well, wait a minute, aren't there other possible things that could explain it? No, this is it. A source told me. That's it. It's definitive. There's no questioning it now. Okay. I think Viva's about ready for me. I'm going to head to the restroom real quick, in fact. I'll be right back. I'll play a commercial for you guys. Please check out our sponsor. I'll be right back. Hi, everyone. As you know, my alleged friend has passed away, and I've spent the last months trying my best to honor his memory by monetizing at every moment that I can, to the tune of me making millions of dollars. Yes, that's mean that I've spread wild theories about how his organization and closest loved ones actually murdered him or helped cover it up. But today, it's time to really support the true victims of this terrible tragedy. And that's me and the people around me. The millions of dollars I've made just aren't enough to pay for my livelihood. That's why I'll be charging people hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend the wild theories that I've made. But that's not enough. How can we be expected to exist on this meager subsistence? That's why I'm encouraging you via these ad breaks through the conversation to buy whatever product it is that I'm shilling. The mere $300,000 I'm making for 3 hours of work just can't cut it. What are we, living in some third world hellhole? So please, whatever product it is I'm shilling, please continue to buy it, but only after you send me your hard-earned money so that the real victims of this terrible tragedy can actually be recompensed. And that's me. Thank you so much. Very good. Very good. Some crazy stuff going on here in the background.
Is this going to be on YouTube? Is this going to be on YouTube?
It will be. Can I add it right now?
Sometimes my people get squirrely with Rumble. They're like, I don't know how to use it.
Are you sure you want to update? I'm gonna. Okay, I'll do it here. And then I got to go. Hold on. And then I got to go modify this on YouTube. What was I just about to do? Copy this and then send this to Tim. Okay. Yeah, but Alex goes after Tim. Tim defends. Barnes gets anybody who goes after Alex. He goes after them. And I'm friends with everybody involved in this. Okay, so there's this. Let me just do one thing before. I'm going to take you guys out. I'm going to go live. I'll do the ad read and I'll bring you in like 5 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Got it.
See you in a bit. Have you guys ever met before, Robin?
No, Bobby, nice to meet you, man.
Oh,
Likewise. How are you?
Very good, very good.
Awesome.
okay. This is going to be fun. I'll see you in 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here. Go to YouTube. Right.
I don't know how to full screen this. There's got to be a way, right?
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, well. It shouldn't matter. Just don't type any slurs in the chat there. It'll show up on my screen. So. You got some. Look at that, man.
What is this frame?
You're getting to see.
Okay, like this. Like this.
How the sausage is made here a little, huh? Well, let me just do this just in case something crazy comes up.
Okay, no.
I guess while we wait. Don't blame me. Why are people yelling at me? What are you guys' prediction for the debate here between me and Bobby Sauce? There's not really a formal topic. It's just, I think, talking about the Tyler Robinson case in general and the Candace debate. I don't know how to zoom in. I could whistle too. I just don't. He's a moron, slam dunk. I don't know about that. I don't think I've ever met him. But I'm confident in my position, so.
Why should your messages need to, what the heck? Why should your messaging app need to know everything about you? Most of us already have that technology and know that companies are collecting enormous amounts of data and information, what we click, where we go, what we buy. and who we interact with. The best is getting those, ads for conversations that you've had, even though you've never actually searched for the items. Our information is extremely valuable. That's why companies collect it, steal it, and then resell it. Keat has a radically different approach. Keat is a free messaging, file sharing, and video capturing app built peer-to-peer. There's no centralized company database holding your conversations, no metadata tracking, and no phone number or email required. Your messages are end-to-end encrypted and move between the people in the conversation. Your private life shouldn't be another crop in somebody else's data harvesting farm. Visit Keat, that is Keet, Kilo Echo Echo Tango.io/Viva. That is Keat.io/Viva. Download it for free. Invite one person you trust and start the conversation. The website is here. Scan that QR code. Let me leave that up here for a few seconds while everyone trickles in. I'd like to thank our sponsor for tonight's show, Keat.io. Scan the QR code. Download Keat if you're into messaging. And if anything has taught us anything in real life, this end-to-end encrypted messaging, it's useful. I don't know if Keat.io notifies you if the person on the other end takes a screenshot of your text, because end-to-end encrypted is one thing. But when people take screenshots, look, everybody, messaging is a lot like relationships. Let me just take this out for 1 second. I'm not giving you life advice or marriage advice or relationship advice, but messaging is a lot like a relationship. You got to know who you're messaging on the other end. And if you don't or can't trust them, it's still better to have a good messaging app. But, govern yourselves accordingly. People, how goes the battle? First of all, sorry about not being live at 3 o'clock. I did a podcast, which I will put on blast, pre-recorded once it goes, and we'll talk about that one then. And I thought it might be done by 3 o'clock, and then ultimately, the two guests that I have for tonight were not easily available during the day, and I said, let's just do this at 6 o'clock. And let me see if I'm still glowing. If it looks like I'm still glowing, it's because I'm still sweating from my exercise, my jog. In the heat of Florida, you go at 5 o'clock in the afternoon or 4:30, and it's like jogging in not even a dry sauna, like jogging in a steam sauna. People, I am Viva Frei, David Frei, former Montreal litigator turned current Florida Rumbler. My daily live stream hour is typically on Rumble at 3 o'clock. This one we're doing a cross-platform because I've got two guests, and some of their audience might not be on as much on Rumble, although they should be, and I'm going to use the opportunity to do what's called funneling. Bitches at CommieTube. Everyone should go watch on Rumble and should join at vivabarneslaw.locals.com if you want the best above average law community out there. We're live across all platforms. Now, Bobby Sauce, or as I like to say, Bobby Sauce, which is short for Bobby Sausalito, and I remember that, has been on the channel before. I like to say he's one of the few men on the, I won't say the other side because I don't play these stupid team sports, but he's on definitely team Candace adjacent, and I don't say Team Candace. For a second, I'll qualify that. He's a man who's welcome and welcomes public discussion, and I like that. The only problem is when I say, I've invited Ian on the channel, Ian Carroll, Candace Owens, Rob O'Neill, and others, and I say they've never accepted, and he says, well, I've accepted. It's like, yeah, you've accepted, but you're not the one making outlandish claims that Candace and Ian are making. So it's nice to have a reasonable discussion with a reasonable person. What makes him reasonable is that he doesn't make the unreasonable, outlandish, unsubstantiated theorizing or the baseless accusations. And he is, mildly reasonable and I think of good faith. The other person is robnoerr, who you may or may not know as the fact checker who was behind the Andrew Wilson debate, fact checking in real time. And I met Rob in Texas when I was there with Brandon Strzok for the #walkaway Team MAGA versus Team America First debate, which I think we kicked ass. I was obviously on the Team America First, and I think we mopped the ground with Rob. I'm going to bring him in.
Please. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait to see for, I think, a month, they said, until that video comes out. But it was fun, though, either way.
It was great. I just brought you on because I was actually speaking badly of you, and I had to give you the opportunity to we crushed you. Okay, hold on. Now I'm going to bring in Bobby Sauce. And I'm going to change the layout like this. Bobby Sausalito, sir, how goes the battle?
Goes well. Thanks for having me back.
It's going to be a free form. It's probably going to be heated to some extent. It's going to be fun. We can make, crude, crass jokes and whatnot. I guess I'll let you guys introduce yourselves before we get into it. Bobby Sauce, starting from the top left on my side. Tell everybody who you are.
Political comedian, I guess you could say, video maker of sorts, political commentator, I suppose. I make a lot of Instagram, YouTube, Facebook videos about political commentary, just making fun of the politicians and how stupid everything is. And I happened to weigh in on this particular Charlie Kirk case, which is kind of the hot topic of the moment. And I'm just a joke maker, internet entrepreneur turned joke maker.
That is Bobby Sauce. Rob, it is Noor, right?
Yeah. Like the conjunction. Yes. Rob Noerr, a populist conservative, ran for Congress here in Pennsylvania in 2019, debated in college. I did policy NDTC debate and then was a coach for some years afterwards. I am on the right, as you see here, both politically and factually, unlike my left opponent here. And I can tell you're a comedian if you believe the Candace Owens theory. So it's already starting off with good jokes based on where you're going. But I was the fact checker that was putting up, you heard PBD. I can't do a good impression, but he's like, Rob, throw that clip up. Like, that was me. I was Rob. I was the person throwing the clips up. So I was at the debate, and it was an experience. So.
I want to bring this one up right away, by the way, that reads, no one can honestly say Candace lost that debate. She made an absolute fool of Andrew. Andrew doesn't even know the charges and showed he is not on the side of truth, but manipulation. I don't even know where to start. I could spend an entire evening not fighting with the chat, but rather having an argument with the chat. Like I said, I don't care that Andrew didn't know the charges, in detail, or even if he didn't know them. We weren't trying the case at that point in time. And I think it was a bit of a misguided attempt of the debate to have that discussion at that time, because that's what a trial is for, not adjudicating on overwhelming evidence at the stage of a preliminary hearing. I guess you're both, I'm going to go Bobby and Rob. Rob, question about the earpiece. Everybody was going after, what's his face? Andrew saying he had an earpiece. My understanding is that was an earpiece at the request of or for Candace's team, so that you guys, was it so that you could hear the video as it was playing, or so that it could feed information to both people at the same time?
It was so that they could hear the videos, I think, primarily. So full disclosure, I didn't even know he had it in. We could do 5 shows on the lead up to negotiation for this debate, but part of it, just to be quick, was fact checkers. Part of my weakness was I assumed what that meant was we would have access, for Andrew to have access to a computer, a tablet, or something that we would be able to have our sources up, and he would be able to bring them up. So for example, hypothetically, if I'm Bobby's fact checker right now and you are arguing about the charges, I could send Bobby on a screen where he could see actually the charges were X, Y, and Z. When we had the tablet in front of him before the debate, she was like, no, what's that? We weren't using that. So we didn't have that. Instead, the fact checks went straight through Patrick Bet David, and I would just give them to Candace's team that would then put them on a computer. Then I would text Patrick, and he would bring them up at his leisure. We had no access. There were 3 of us in the fact check team. That was me, Ryan Mullally, and Gerald Morgan. We had no access to communicate through that earpiece or any other way to Andrew during the debate. My assumption is with Candace, it was the same with them. At least in the little control room I was in, Candace's team was perfectly accommodating, perfectly friendly, and I would have heard if they were like, okay, Candace saying this. Now, hypothetically, could there be someone in some other room that was talking in her earpiece that wasn't going through Andrew's? Could be, but I have no reason to suspect that, nor would I make that accusation. So as far as I know, it was just so they could hear the videos that we were playing.
Robbie, no, hold on a second. Bobby. That's going to confuse everybody. You and I have been going back and forth on X. I guess I'll ask your assessment. And I don't know why it needs to be like a question of teams. I don't think anybody who is a Candace fan, maybe 10% of Candace fans, might concede or acknowledge that maybe she failed to substantiate some of her bolder claims. What was your assessment of the debate at large?
Well, I thought that she clearly had a greater grip on the case itself, and I believe it's pretty clear and came across quite clear that it has a very deep and significant meaning to her. I don't really think that the case really matters one way or the other to Andrew, to be honest with you. And I think if I paid $300,000 to debate a person about the guilt of an American citizen, a human being that could be potentially sentenced to death, you'd think you'd have a pretty good idea of what the charges were being levied against that person. So I think that her care and her deep concern for the details of the case shone through quite clearly. And I think that was really her only objective. I don't really know that Candace really has all that much to prove. That the people who've been paying attention to what she said, I don't think it's not clear to them. I think that the idea of this was, I'm going to pay $300,000 and I'm going to come in and I'm going to mop the floor with her. And I don't think that he achieved that.
Hey, Bobby, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
I can't claim to be very familiar with you, but I think that I've heard you be pretty critical of Israel. Is that true?
I have been critical of Israel, yes,
But
really, it's not isolated to just Israel. It's not like I just make
no,
content on Israel.
no, please, I'm not saying that. But you think that like that's a big issue right now, given the Iran war and stuff, correct?
I do believe that it is a.
How many people live in Israel?
Yes. How many people?
Yeah, how many people live in Israel?
I don't know. 9
Wow,
million.
it sounds like you don't really care about that issue then. I can't believe I know that 10.2 million people live there, so I must care about it more than you, right?
Well, I'm not here to debate Israel, dude.
But you'll acknowledge that this proves you don't care about Israel at all.
No, it doesn't.
So when you talk about the issue,
brother,
if I were you and I cared about the issue,
you're just gonna come in super hot like that.
Well,
It's not even about
right.
Israel, bro. And you know,
no, but hold on. I'll illustrate the point that Rob. It's an interesting tactic. Rob is highlighting the point that one can have opinions on things and strong opinions and lack certain essential details. And if that's going to be the metric of determining that they shouldn't have an opinion or speak on an issue,
I didn't say he shouldn't speak on it, and I'm just saying if you're going to a debate that you're paying $300,000 to prove that there is overwhelming evidence of a person's guilt, then you should probably have a better idea and a better grip of that case.
Well, if I can speak on this just for a
moment. We're not here debating Israel.
No.
Just told
I'm merely illustrating. I'm not trying to attack you. I was merely just trying to illustrate a point that you could have deep opinions about something and think it's very important, but not know trivial things that aren't that important to the issue you're concerned with.
But that's not why I don't think he cares about it. That's not why I don't think he deeply cares about it.
That's a key piece of evidence you gave. And if I can, do you even know what the topic of this debate was?
Of the topic of what debate was?
The Candace Andrew debate.
Do I know what the topic was?
Correct. What was the topic?
What do you mean? What was the topic?
Well, the topic that was agreed upon that they were debating.
This is a fair question because I don't even know. Actually, I'll let you answer, Bobby, if you know, because I didn't know. I'm still not sure I do understand what the topic was. I know they broke it down into 3 sections.
Well, I believe that they debated 2 separate positions, which was they were debating the overwhelming guilt, or Andrew believed that there was overwhelming guilt of Tyler Robinson, and Candace was debating. I don't remember exactly what her position was, but I believe that it was the opposite of that.
The topic was, I thought
hers was that it was a patsy. She was debating that it is likely that he is a patsy.
It's interesting you don't know that part of the topic. I would suspect that's because she did not make one piece of evidence to defend that part of the topic.
I just said them both. So what do you mean I don't know?
Please, but you were like, you had to think about it, and it's because she ran from that. Now, I'm not going to get into too much details about the negotiation of the topic. Right. I'll just say this. Andrew believes, like I believe, that Tyler Robinson deserves his day in court. I think that in this stage, which most of the time we wouldn't have a preliminary hearing like this, we would just have a grand jury. But in Utah, they have these probable cause hearings. At this stage in the trial, we have more evidence against Tyler Robinson than almost any other capital murder charge. And so when he's saying overwhelming, that's what he's saying. Right now, it's like, wow, it looks really bad. But he also thinks that he hasn't had a chance to offer his defense, and the state has not tried to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. They just proved overwhelmingly that there was probable cause. But he doesn't really... Okay.
It's good. This is not a fault against Andrew or even Patrick for how they fleshed out or phrased the debate questions. Having a debate about the overwhelming nature of the evidence at a preliminary hearing is a misguided debate, and it's a bad framing, because if what the argument is overwhelming evidence of probable cause, that's not even, it's not even the threshold for the probable cause. And so having that debate sounds like a substantive debate before the adversarial process has occurred. And I think it shouldn't have been had in the first place. I'm not sure if it was a precondition to get Candace to sit down.
So what happened was Candace, I'll try to be brief with this. Andrew and me, and I believe Viva and a bunch of other people have heard these bold claims from people like Candace or Baron Coleman or Ian Carroll. And they're saying everything from Erica Kirk's complicit to Turning Point's complicit to Israel, etc. And so people like us have been like, would you like to come on so we could hear these claims and you could provide evidence and we could have a debate? They won't do it. And when you do get one of them, all they want to do is say, that's not our burden. The state has to prove their burden. That's all we care about. Andrew's position was, we'll see. So far, the state's done pretty good, but certainly they're still qualified for reasonable doubt because the state hasn't even tried to provide it. But Candace demanded that be a precondition for the debate, and demanded, because Andrew said in one video, there's overwhelming evidence, that he must defend that it was overwhelming. Andrew was uninterested in that portion of the debate because he thinks that a lot of people have talked about the case. He wanted to talk about Candace's claims. But if it's a precondition to getting in, fine. He'll defend that. She originally said, I'll define my theory that he's a patsy is viable. So we then had to provide evidence that she said that the fact he's a patsy is overwhelming, that he's a patsy by the state. So that became the topic. He was supposed to provide evidence that's overwhelming that Tyler Robinson's guilty for half of the debate. And the second half of the debate was her providing evidence overwhelming that he was a patsy set up and was actually innocent. I will ask you this straight up, Bobby. Can you name me one argument she made, one piece of evidence that suggested that Tyler Robinson was a patsy, let alone overwhelming evidence?
You mean in the specific debate or
Correct.
that she's ever presented?
In the debate.
And was the question overwhelming evidence that he's a patsy? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Well,
that was what the
question-
contract was negotiated.
I didn't see any. I didn't see any declaration that her claim is that there was overwhelming evidence.
That was the topic. So if
Well,
given,
not even that. Not even that. During the
I don't
debate,
know that that's true, but
no, but to reduce it, because during the debate, it was any evidence whatsoever to substantiate any of her claims.
Yeah.
and
Correct.
all of the claims were walked back. But I want to, before we get too far, because Bobby, you said like, oh, Andrew didn't know the charges. First of all, and again, it's splitting hairs. All aggravated murder is murder.
Yep.
Not all murder is aggravated murder. Period. The fact that he didn't know there were witness tampering or obstruction of investigations, but this is Barnes, and it's not because I'm biased. It's because I didn't want to. I'm not an American attorney. I'm not making these statements, even though I was drafting an email a post to this effect yesterday. If we're going to rail against Andrew for saying he doesn't know basic things about the case,
I didn't rail against him. You asked
no,
me.
sorry. But you're saying he should at least have a basic knowledge. Candace, understands things more. If this is the threshold,
do you disagree with that? I mean,
Yes.
you disagree that if I tell somebody that I'm going to pay $300,000 to debate them on the guilt of a person, that I shouldn't have an idea of what those things are.
well, no, but I disagree that he
You
didn't.
can't
have an
name
idea.
one of the charges.
He did.
I disagree that he didn't have an idea. Murder.
Okay.
I mean, that's the bottom line. Murder and its death penalty potential. But
Okay.
at the end of the day,
It's not my hill to die on. I'm just saying. You asked me what was my overview. That was the first thing I said.
no,
I'm not here to.
would-
I don't have a bullet point list of things to
no, but
defend.
would it have been better if he listed off all 7 like that? Yeah, it would have. But the bottom line is this:
Or
set that
one.
aside.
He
No,
did
He
list
got
one.
one. He got one. The murder. I mean, that's all that anybody cares about.
Well,
Nobody cares about the witness tampering. Like, if we're being realistic about it. But
It's a
Barnes
big
points this out,
difference.
he says just
Death
a
penalty
few,
versus not. It's kind
well,
of
no, because I think
different.
even with the murder, the operating premise is that it's death penalty eligible. But but if this is the threshold now, live
Okay.
by the sword, die by the sword. Barnes says just a few mistakes Candace made. She didn't know that most of the evidence admitting at the hearing would be admitted at trial. She didn't know Robinson is also charged with murder, not just aggravated murder, lesser included. She didn't know the difference between DNA and fingerprints. She didn't know that degraded DNA has nothing to do with timing of the DNA's presence on the gun. She didn't know that dirt being inside the rifle does not prove anything about the rifle being used. She didn't know that Tyler confessed to being the person in the surveillance footage. That's going to be a disputed fact, but whatever. She didn't know that Twiggs identified Tyler as the person in the surveillance footage. That was a big one that she actually questioned during the debate, and I couldn't believe it, because I think that means that the people in the silo are listening to the same people in the silo. When Twiggs,
that.
no, she did not know that he said the last two. What did he say? Very much look like him, or almost.
Yes.
Almost.
Yeah. She said it. He said it looks like him based on his clothes.
She said it.
That's what he said.
No,
She said she had doubt.
What?
Didn't
So-
she
so
say
the-
that Twiggs said he had doubt about his appearance?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
he
all-
did.
But
was
in the
like-
last 2 clips, he said, yeah, that's him.
He said I can't be 100% certain, but it looks like him because of his clothes.
The point is
Well,
with these charges things, right? Again, I just real quick, if I can explain.
Wait, so you're just gonna move on from that?
Well, it's not my argument. If you're talking, to
Okay,
me,
but I'm just saying you just had a point. You made your point.
my point. I
told
made
you
my
I'm
point.
just saying I answered the question and then
did
you
I
just
make
moved
that?
on from it.
Did I make that point?
You asked me the
well,
question.
I think,
No,
I
no.
think. Hold on. I think if it's going to be a
Oh.
question of mocking Andrew for not instantly.
I didn't
listing
mock.
the
What are you doing? You're just injecting
Oh,
all
fine.
these terms.
Let me
I'm
rephrase.
mocking him.
For
What do you mean? dude?
using it as an excuse to claim that he underperformed. I mean, we're trying to.
Don't run. You sound like
I didn't
Candace
say he
here.
underperformed either.
Come on, you're splitting hairs here, talking about splitting hairs. You literally said something almost verbatim was, if I paid $300,000, I would know the charges, right?
Yes.
And then now you're like, it's not that important that he didn't know the exact charges. The point is, Andrew, as I already, two things, I already explained that Andrew didn't even really care as much about the state charges. He's more interested when the state tries to make their case, and he may, just like myself, we may say there's reasonable doubt. That's possible. It could happen. The defense has not had a chance to hear the state's full case and provide their defense yet. That's reasonable. What he wanted was over and over and over, we hear these people make these claims, and he wanted her to have to give the evidence for her claims, which she was unable to do. I would turn the question to you. If Candace has spent 11 months on this case, right, and she's deeply invested in it, as you and others have said, why couldn't she list all 7 charges? Why did she let me finish. She inaccurately listed one of the charges, felony discharge of a firearm. That was not the charge. That is wrong. So how do you defend the fact that she was wrong about that charge?
I mean, they pulled the charges up on the screen. Why should
she didn't read the part that said that the actual crime wasn't felony discharge of a firearm. It was felony discharge of a firearm that caused serious bodily injury. She was incorrect.
Okay.
So what do you say? Don't you think that's pathetic that Candace talked about this case for 11 months and doesn't even know the basic charges?
Well,
I don't think it's pathetic.
Then why did you say it about Andrew?
I didn't say it was pathetic.
Yes, you did. You said that you seem to impugn him in some way.
What are you talking about,
in the same way? Okay, how about this? In whatever the exact language you were to it.
If you're just going to insert words that you're claiming that I'm saying,
then
what the hell are we even talking about? I didn't say pathetic. That word hasn't come out of my mouth.
Okay, in the exact same way that
yelling?
In the exact same way that you impugned Andrew Wilson for not knowing the charges, will you admit that that same impugning comes to Candace for also not knowing the charges?
I impugned him.
What did you do to him?
Well, you did say that was the basis of him losing the debate.
No, I did not say it was the basis of him losing the debate. What are you talking about?
What did you say? Can you tell us what you said? Can you restate it?
Dude, is this what we're going to do? We're going to go back?
Well, you keep quibbling about it, so just tell us what you really meant.
No, because you definitely you held it against him. So in whatever capacity,
yes,
you held it.
I used it as a justification for explaining my position that I believe he doesn't care as much about the case.
Since she misstated the charges, do you use this as justification to say she doesn't care that much about the case?
No.
Why is it different standard for her than him?
Because a different word out of 7 charges that were literally listed in chronological order and were all correct except for a single word, which is what you're talking about, versus the other side not knowing a single charge, or you could say knowing a single charge but getting it wrong.
How did he get it wrong? Dude, he missed one word, just like you're saying she missed words, and it doesn't matter that she missed words.
No, but I think we don't need to belabor the point. I think there's but I think there's clearly there's something of a double standard only because you're saying, well, she really cares about the case, so her mistake is innocent. But let me
that's how you want to frame it. Then fine.
Let's just bring this up. This is what she wrote. I mean, this is where I probably wouldn't have been suitable for this debate because I probably would have handled it like a cross-examination in law, where she wrote in December, I received information last night that put the final pieces together for me. I now can say with full confidence that I believe. How do you say with full confidence that I believe? These are like a qualifier of a qualifier. I can now say with full confidence, I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA and some of the very people who eulogized him on stage.
Yeah.
Yes, I will be naming names and providing evidence for my claims. And I am making a personal plea to every well-meaning person who donated to this godforsaken organization to request a refund. So, by the way, not to get litigious, this is if I'm her attorney, this is dangerously close to tortious interference. She's imploring third parties, getting in between contracts between 2 third parties on the basis of what some might claim to be defamatory or at least defamatory per quad. What does this possibly mean? And this is why, like, Bobby, you're good. You come down, you have the discussion. You're not the person who drafted this.
Yeah.
What in the name of sweet holy hell does this mean? She tried to walk it back during the debate and say, all I was suggesting is that Erica Kirk was promoting a fake narrative that Tyler Robinson was the lone gunman. And that's all I meant when I say betrayed and that she was complicit. What the hell does this possibly mean?
Well, let's look through it line by line. I received information that put the final pieces together for me. We have to remember that Candace has a unique connection to Turning Point USA, as well as a unique connection to Charlie Kirk that basically no other person in the world actually has. So she received information because she has a lot of people that not only were in Turning Point USA, but are still in Turning Point
You
USA.
don't know that. You're assuming that.
Brother, if you're just going to cut me off when I'm saying something and I'm not even doing that to you, then this is a waste of my time. So you want to just let me finish what I'm saying, or are you just going to rip into it every single time?
You have to take notes,
Thank you.
Rob.
That's awesome. Okay, cool. Anyhow, so she says with full confidence that she believes that Charlie was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA. There's a multitude of reasons why she could believe that, from the people that they decide to put on stage, to the changes in the behavior and the organization as a whole, to the people that they're allowing to speak on their behalf, to people that may or may not have had a good connection to Charlie that were able to speak on his show, to people that were able to speak at his funeral or at his memorial that did not really have much of a connection to him. So she has the confidence and she believes that people were betrayed. There could be any multitude of reasons for that. So I don't really understand what is so confusing about this.
I will be naming names. Charlie was betrayed. So you're saying, well, I potentially read this as in he was betrayed after he was murdered and not before.
Okay, yeah, perhaps. I mean, she doesn't explicitly state that. So yeah, probably before, probably after as well. I would imagine it was before as well.
You were lied to and leadership knew. I mean,
okay, so yeah, I believe that that's probably true.
Did she at any point in the debate substantiate this rather hyperbolic affirmation?
It's not what the debate is about.
So is the answer no, she didn't, but she didn't have to, or she didn't have to, but she did anyhow?
I don't believe that the debate was about. I don't believe that the debate subject matter was about this.
She did not substantiate this in the debate, but you didn't think she had to. Is the answer? No, she didn't, but she didn't have to.
I mean, this is extremely vague. The word betrayed. Did she allude to the fact that they were betrayed? I suppose, but that's not what the debate was about.
Rob, you were doing the fact checking. Yeah, well, pull up, because you can pull up probably more quickly than me some of the concrete examples where she said Israel was involved, or
she said that she had full confidence that the French Foreign Legion in Israel was involved. She said Erica Kirk was complicit. She said Erica Kirk talked to Terrell, and Terrell panicked when the charged microphone didn't kill him in the way that was expected, and so then panicked and called Erica because their plan ran afoul. She's called Erica Kirk a black widow. She said Erica Kirk should go straight to jail. All of these are claims she made. I pushed back on the claim that this wasn't the topic of the debate. Again, yes, it was. The topic of the debate was Andrew having to defend overwhelming, which was Candace demanded that word be put there, the overwhelming evidence against Tyler Robinson, to her defending the overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and was actually innocent. So the parts about her claiming, here are the real people that killed Charlie, that would be her evidence, part of her evidence as to why Tyler Robinson was a patsy. I ask again, given that, well, two questions on this. One, don't you find it disturbing that she's implied to millions of viewers that all of these people are either complicit in the cover-up of the murder or participated in the murder? Some of them nations like Israel or the Trump team covering it up, or the French Foreign Legion, or Mormon beekeepers, or a Masonic cult, or specific people at Turning Point, or Andrew Colvett that in a dream Charlie told her that Andrew Colvett betrayed him, or Erica Kirk. Don't you think the fact that she's impugned these specific people as that and then ran from any of evidence or any of those claims in the debate is troubling? And second, can you name me one piece of evidence she put forth defending the claim that Tyler Robinson was a patsy?
So I think that Candace's position is often mischaracterized, where it is laid down to believe that there is absolute 100% certainty about everything, as opposed to a thing that she believes based on the collection of information and evidence that she has collected, some that she's been able to display and some that she has not been able to display. So if she feels that those people are implicit or that those people are somehow connected to the case, that's her feeling. That's what she believes to be true. So in the event that, and here's the other thing, I'll finish it. So, and the other thing is this, is that in the event that Tyler Robinson is not guilty, let's just presume that that was the case. In the event that Tyler Robinson was not guilty, it would suggest or would be highly probable or likely that he was the opposite, that he was in fact a patsy. In the event that he was not guilty, then that would likely be true. And I think that that's what she's suggesting.
That's not true at all. Like, real quick, if I can, Viva, like,
Yeah.
we see many times where people are charged with heinous crimes and they're found not guilty. That doesn't mean, then the next logical explanation is the state intentionally set them up as a fall guy. Sometimes the state's just wrong. Sometimes someone's guilty, but they're able to make the case that it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. To jump to the conclusion that that means that they were set up by the feds seems to be quite the stretch.
Well, I don't think that she's jumping to that conclusion. I think that the collection of all of the other information and evidence and conversations that she's had, some that are public and some that are likely not, has led her to that conclusion.
But then what I'm saying is she didn't make any of those arguments in the debate. You just said, you seem to imply, well, the fact she's saying he's not guilty is making that argument. I'm like, no, that doesn't make that argument. So what was the argument she made in the debate that he was a patsy?
I mean, we all watched the debate. Am I supposed to go back and recite back?
No, just one argument. That's all.
Ask the question again. What was the specific evidence that she made?
Yeah, give me
suggested that he was a patsy?
The positive evidence she gave that suggested he was a patsy set up by the feds.
Well, in the event that the information that she believes to not be accurate, then that would be the only likely conclusion to draw. So for example, in the event that Tyler Robinson was not actually on the rooftop, of which there's really no concrete evidence to prove that he necessarily was. The only thing that proves that Tyler Robinson was on the rooftop, which is shaky at best, is the screwdriver. The screwdriver was originally reported to be found across the street near the gun. There's no evidence that ties Tyler Robinson to this roof other than that. And that one piece of hard evidence is pretty suspicious in and of itself, in the fact that the police officer that supposedly discovered this on the rooftop, not only did he not say on his radio while he was communicating with the other police officers on board that he found a screwdriver, he didn't say that didn't appear anywhere on the airwaves. And then his body cam mysteriously cut out at the most opportune time when this piece of hard evidence would have been discovered. Okay. So in the event that those two things are extremely sketchy and extremely shady,
that does not prove, if he was not on the roof, that does not prove that he's a patsy set up by the feds.
Okay. It's not just that. These are all, first of all, it's not unheard of. Like it was not a police officer. It was Utah University or
security or whatever.
Yeah, Utah. The idea that like these things that occur pretty much daily because people are idiots, you know, like, and I keep making the reference, you know, Ashley Babbitt's killer, Michael Bird, left his gun in a bathroom. So like cops do stupid things. Not charging your camera is not the stupidest thing ever. This is all evidence that you'll challenge it and you'll use it to try to raise reasonable doubt that Tyler was the one on the roof. To say that there's no evidence when, you know, at least the preliminary hearing showed that the man identified in the hat with the shirt and the jeans, even his boyfriend says looks like him. They follow that guy. They say, here's a video of what appears to be the same person on the roof. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's Lance Twiggs himself. But she provided zero evidence to substantiate her claim that it's 0% possibility that it's Lance Tyler Robinson and that he's a patsy. And I would add, without even describing or defining what the term patsy means. Bobby, you used the term. What do you mean by a patsy? Because I can think of at least 4 different definitions, all on a certain spectrum of what patsy can mean.
Well, a patsy would be just a synonym for a fall guy, a person that's framed in such a way that they are to take the blame.
Well, in fact, involved or not involved? No involvement or
she said that she believes that he was involved somehow. I think that that's highly likely as well.
Okay, so it's highly involved in aggravated murder. And then to say that
I didn't say highly involved. I said it's highly likely that he's involved as well.
Sorry, and I didn't mean to misphrase it. So highly likely that he's involved in a plot that ends in aggravated murder.
Yeah,
that's right. And then to suggest that Israel or the French Legion is behind it in the absence of any other concrete evidence.
Can I play my clip? It actually speaks to this.
Let me bring this one up.
Yeah, because you had said, oh, she's just conjecturing. She hasn't said definitively she believes it. So here we go.
I think.
Shh. Oh, I think I have full confidence. Now, your argument is that's not her saying she actually has full confidence. That's her somehow implying, I'm just conjecturing this isn't what I really believe. What does full confidence mean?
That France and the French Legion were involved.
French Legion and Israel were involved.
If I wanted to steelman it for her, let me take this out. I would say, well, how do I get out of here? I don't know. Israel might be up behind some technology of, this is not what I want to do.
There we go.
No, hold on this way. Israel might be behind some technology involved in it. So I guess, Israel has a patent on a cell phone video. I'm being glib. What does it possibly mean, Bobby? And you make a statement like that and then come up and say, I've got nothing to substantiate it. I feel
like this is the thing is like, first and foremost, I'm not Candace Owens.
But that's why when you offer to come up here and have the discussion, and I'm pointing out that the people making the claims refuse to systematically, and then you say, what about me? You're not making the claim. So you can't say, pick me, and I'll answer the questions, but it's not me making the statements. Why doesn't Rob O'Neill come on an
I said, pick
podcast?
me. Dude, what I believed that we were coming on to discuss, which you don't have to agree that I didn't realize that it was this. That's fine. I'm happy to talk about it. I have no problem with that. But what I think is happening, not only with most people that are going against Candace, but also you as well, is that I think that a lot of people are mischaracterizing the position of people that don't believe that Tyler Robinson is guilty, of which Candace Owens falls underneath that umbrella. And I think that there's
literally said that she's high confidence that Israel and the French Legion were
total
involved.
confidence.
So she's saying that. Okay, yeah, I'm not her. She's saying that. She also has information that I probably do not have.
Okay, two things on this.
Hold on, one second, Rob. Sorry, not to.
That's sorry.
When I said they never come on and I listed the names and then you said I'll come on, and then the implication is I'm not having the discussion with you because I only want to pretend that people are not discussing with me. This is exactly why I like that you come on, but you're not the one making outlandish statements that discredit the people who I believe are the true truth seekers. And so it's very easy. You come on and say, I think Candace is of good faith. I think she's personally invested, whatever. I think the opposite, but whatever. And then you say, well, but I don't make those statements, so don't hold me to that standard. I want the Ian Carrolls of the world who came out the next day and said Israel just shot Charlie Kirk in front of his family to defend that. And I got Ian online to say, yeah, I look, they in a book, they might, fit the culprit. Basically he's saying, yeah, I made a very hyperbolic statement. And it's not that I'm trying to protect Israel. If there were the slightest shred of evidence, I would be as much as anybody else saying full force of the law. But neither Candace nor Rob O'Neill, nor I've got questions for Coleman if he'll do it publicly as well in terms of some of the evidence and statements that they've made and arguments that convince millions based on what was now an unverified receipt. They don't accept these invitations. They just go do their own happy silos where nobody asks them these questions. Hey, Rob, when you killed someone from up close, what kind of gun did you use? Do you think killing someone makes you an authority on how bullets behave or how bodies behave when they get shot? Does Jeffrey Dahmer become an authority on cooking because he ate other humans? Like that experience is meaningless. Then he relies on the Candace talking points, but he doesn't do any adversarial or even challenging interviews. And I appreciate that you come on, but you can't be held to their statements, and that's going to be ultimately, your saving grace.
Okay.
If I can jump in real quick, Andrew said in the debate, and I think it's the same way I feel, and I don't want to speak for Viva, but you tell me if you feel this way as well. I have no problem with people being like, I have doubts about the state's case. That's entirely reasonable considering at this part in the process, the state hasn't even attempted to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's completely honest and fair to be like, I have questions. Maybe the state will answer them, maybe they won't, and maybe you'll still have questions after the trial. The problem is when people are attacking groups or specific individuals as being horrible people complicit in murder or covering up a murder, and then they're unwilling to defend those claims. One of the things you've said here is that somehow Candace should be given some extra leeway because perhaps she has sources that are connected. Why should we trust those sources? How do we know that those sources exist or that they're accurate? How does Candace know that these sources are accurate?
If I may actually, and Bobby, this is where you say like she might have sources like what Rob is saying. Mitch Snow being one of her sources, Ford Hachuka or Hachu, like she's had sources that have been wrong, that have been unreliable, to put it mildly. And then we're just told, well,
wrong. Well, here's the other.
Mitch Snow for one.
Okay, has he been wrong? Is that proof that he was wrong?
Uh,
He's in. There's a defamation case right now, which he's defending himself pro se because Candace apparently isn't going in it with him, so she doesn't want to attach herself to him legally thus far.
Does that prove he's wrong?
Well, no, it doesn't. But there's no evidence.
Well, then he's not wrong.
There may be evidence. There may be
evidence to prove that.
No, but Bobby, but that's not how it works. He made a positive statement that there was a meeting involving Erica Kirk at Fort Huachuca the day before. How do you want to prove wrong something that never happened?
Well, how do you know it didn't happen?
Well, we'll see.
There's been no evidence.
But bro, you don't.
His source is highly problematic.
You don't. Okay, just because
there's been no evidence of it.
Okay, everything. This really lies to the crux of the problem, which is like you don't believe that anything that's presented counts as evidence.
No,
I don't believe that a liar. Okay. Hold on. I don't believe that a proven liar with a questionable history at best that says something that has not been substantiated is to be believed. What happened to you just asking questions? Where's the evidence of what he said?
Well, where's the evidence that he's wrong?
Well, Erica has claimed she was at a hospital. She claimed that she was at a hospital and released a picture, I believe, with her children that said, "Here was me on the day I was supposed to be." Well, no, it was her children.
It wasn't.
A woman said it wasn't her children. Their faces were blurred out, and then later said, "Oh, I think I was mistaken." But let's, for the sake of record, say that Mitch.
Did the pictures
please,
get taken?
Let's say this.
How
It's
does that
not
prove
my
anything?
please. It's not my argument. So, for the sake of argument, let's say this is true. So then we have to accept that Candace's sources may be telling the truth. Which ones? What happens when the sources contradict each other? Now, which one do we accept?
What I will say about evidence, for example. So like I'll use let's just for the sake of the preface to what we're saying here, or the foundation of it, is like you guys don't believe that, for example, the receipt that was presented from the restaurant in Panguitch, you don't consider that to be evidence. Like Andrew didn't consider that to be evidence, right?
You know why? Because she admitted during
that
debate that it was never tied to Tyler Robinson.
Right.
It's evidence of nothing other than it's a receipt.
Okay, so
reprinted, by the way, reprinted.
Okay, so can Candace call the credit card company, for example, to get the information as to whether or not that was Tyler Robinson's credit card?
I'll entertain your argument. No, she can't.
Okay, great. So she can't. What she said was she was just like, I called the owner of the restaurant. Other people have gone there and interviewed people that were at the restaurant at that day, the wait staff, for example. They've presented a receipt. Another person, you had an eyewitness testimony that says he saw him, that he verified that it was him. You have eyewitness testimony. You have a hard piece of evidence. She's seen the unredacted receipt.
You just repeated the conclusion. You don't have a hard piece of evidence.
Okay, fine.
You have a receipt that's tied to nobody.
Fine. Okay, fine. You have a receipt. You have an eyewitness testimony. That's what she has. She can't call a credit card company and validate that.
If I may,
hold on a second.
What you guys are saying that that's not evidence, but like
it's not.
Okay, fine. But the evidence that's presented.
Here's my evidence. It's signed. It says that Tyler was at UVU. There you go.
But the
there
standard
it is. It's signed.
Bobby, what you're saying, Bobby, is that she has said something with no evidentiary basis to say it,
right?
But then says, "Well, I can't prove it, therefore it's true." She made a statement that she can't substantiate.
But I'm just saying that the level of scrutiny that was applied to the evidence that was presented in the preliminary trial was less than that.
Well,
that's untrue.
It's untrue. It's a preliminary hearing for probable cause.
Is it?
She when she says, "I saw the receipt. Tyler Robinson ate at the restaurant." And by the way, I said it at the time.
She believes that he did.
No. First of all, she didn't even say believe. Okay, she didn't. And what she did also say is she didn't say the receipt shows it. What she did was quite, cunning.
She said, "I've seen the receipt.
I saw a receipt. Tyler Robinson ate at the restaurant." The implication that everybody's going to say is, "Well, the receipt proves it." Then I said, "Can you provide the unredacted receipt?" To which she said, "Stay tuned." And then during that debate, she pretends that the "stay tuned" was in response to following the story from the journalist Diligent Denizen. And not, "I'll provide the unredacted receipt." They redacted the receipt without having tied it to Tyler Robinson. The redaction serving as the basis that they had to protect the information that it linked to Tyler Robinson. If that is not a lie or egregiously dishonest to you, you are living in a world of double standards where you're blinded by some form of love or loyalty that you are willing to be lied to and say, "Thank you very much." "Oh, you didn't say it. You just said I believe," even though you didn't say I believe. She positively asserted she had a receipt redacted to protect information that tied Tyler Robinson to the steakhouse so that she Baron Coleman can come out and say, impossible that he could have been there. She puts it in her timeline, and then she says, well, I never tied it to him. And if someone debunks it, how are they going to debunk it if she can't prove it?
If I may,
well, then I'll update my timeline.
If I may. So a couple things to say about this. There's two things I want to say. First, about the steakhouse. She does something that's a very interesting tactic, and it reminds me of FISA-gate, right? You remember in FISA-gate where the FBI goes after 2 warrants, and they go to the primary subsource, this Russian guy named Igor Dushenko, and they go to him and they say, hey, these claims in the Steele dossier that you're talking about, what do you have to say about them? And he sort of laughs and goes, these were just bar rumors. I really can't believe that you're using those. The FBI goes back to the FISA court and says, we talked to the primary subsource. We think he's telling the truth. And the court says, oh, okay, and rubber stamps the warrant. What they didn't say was what he was telling the truth about was that he said that it's all bullshit. Candace says over and over here, I called and talked to the owner. Can you bring up my screen share? Here's what the owner actually said. I'm sure she did call and talk to the owner. The owner says, based on the information currently available to us, we have no evidence establishing whether Tyler Robinson was at our restaurant on September 10th, 2025. We have responded.
What date was this post?
This was in July, I believe. I don't know. This was someone reposting it. So this was July 18th. It says, we have responded truthfully to those who have questioned us. That would include the people like Candace and them they're calling. Based on information we have, we've cooperated fully. We'll continue to cooperate with authorities. So she makes it seem like, it sounds like she called the owner and he said, we have no evidence this was Tyler Robinson. But she leaves that part out. She says, oh, here's the receipt. It's blurred out, but I called the owner. But notice she never says what the owner said. This is a form of sort of duplicity because it's just like everything else she says. She says something, and then as soon as you push back and get into the details, she leaves it ambiguous enough so her audience draws conclusions, but she's never on record actually saying it. So I'll give you a chance to respond. Then I have another point if you don't mind.
Hold on, before we do that, I got to ring the bell. Brady L has just subscribed to vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Welcome. Respond to that, Bobby, because I mean, I think I know what you're going to say, but I don't want to say it for you.
Okay, why? What do you think I'm going to say?
Well, you're going to say that she's just stating her opinion and putting out the dots, and it's up to us to connect them.
Well, first off, I don't know that screenshot is real or not real. Maybe
it is real. But the Cowboys Steakhouse put that statement out. I think they put it out a little bit later in the timeline, so somebody can say, well, when they put that statement out, it was to respond to the backlash, and they were coerced or threatened or whatever. That's how they can get out of it there. But
okay, yeah, could be the legal team suggested that they don't declare that outright because it would blow the entire case apart. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? But don't you think that if this was such a salient piece of information that Andrew would have said this in the debate?
Well, no, she didn't say. He did say basically that you don't know about the receipt. I suppose he could have said in the steakhouse owner. No, right? Wait, don't interrupt me. Did you just interrupt me?
No,
Not you, Viva. Not you. Bobby
to.
interrupted. Bobby interrupted there. For shame. I'll storm out of here all pissed off. Come on, Bobby. Don't interrupt. How you like a little taste of that medicine? Anyways, no, he could have brought up
Nobody
more.
found that impressive.
That's okay. You're a comedian. You're not being that funny except for your arguments anyways. Nonetheless, point I'm trying to make is that he actually did make the argument, and you and other Candace supporters seem to be infinitely charitable on any number of possible explanations of why her exact words don't matter and why her providing no evidence matters. But you're not charitable at all when it comes to anyone else.
She admitted that they have never tied the receipt to Tyler Robinson. Do you concede that?
Do I concede that they have not definitively tied it to Tyler Robinson?
No, that she admitted that they haven't tied it to Tyler Robinson.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you not think then the statements that she made, I'm going to pull it up, suggesting that she's seen the receipt Tyler Robinson ate there, would not be mildly misleading to people who lack certain critical thinking skills when interpreting language?
No, perhaps, but that's what she feels is credible based on the information that she's gathered and collected.
No,
it's not her.
Do you think it's kind of misleading to suggest that I've seen the receipt, which I know that I haven't tied to Tyler, but I didn't mention that Tyler ate at the restaurant? Do you not think that that's a little bit misleading?
I don't know that she said that it's an absolute certainty. I guess you could say it's misleading, I suppose, but I don't interpret it that way.
Can I ask you real quick? One important part of this debate, I think, is there's a litany of evidence. If you want to give me 3 minutes, I could run through the state's case. But if do you need to interrupt again? Go ahead.
Just give me 1 second. Mm-hmm. Let's just so everybody understands what's occurring here. Number one, nobody ever told me that this was a debate. That's the first thing. Number two, you literally have clips and stuff. I just thought I was coming on here to talk to Viva and you were going to be a guest. So just so everybody understands that that's where we're at.
I said this was.
You didn't say come on to debate this guy about Candace Owens' claims. You didn't say that.
No. The whole thing was we were going to debate. Dude, I would be doing what Rob's doing without him. The whole thing was to debate the debate.
Okay, you didn't say that, but nobody ever.
You responded to. I'll come on when I said none of Rob, Baron, Candace, Ian ever come on to talk about it. You said I'll come on.
Yeah, I'll come in and talk about it. Yeah, and I'm happy to keep talking about it. I'm not going to log off. I'm just saying, just so we understand, I didn't come up here with clips and evidence to go back and forth in a specific debate, and I'm happy to do so. Just so the audience understands.
Okay. Well, much like when when Andrew tries to finally get to the point where he could ask questions and she has to have the meta conversation explaining to her audience why she doesn't have any answers. I'm glad you gave the meta conversation why you're going to look so bad here. Great. I don't really give a shit. I don't think anyone does. Now, the important part of the debate was the idea of one of the identifications was from Tyler Robinson's parents himself. They say they recognized him. They called him. He said, I'm thinking of ending my life. They talked to him. He implied he did it. And then they contacted a family friend. You acknowledge that her argument was that she has a source that says, actually, that wasn't the parent. That was the family friend that said all that. And we have no evidence the parent said that. Correct? That was the argument she made?
I believe so, but I think that also is true.
Okay. You bring up my source real quick, Viva?
Yeah, hold on.
No, the audience couldn't hear the video next time, so allow me to briefly explain it after I play the 30-second.
The audience did not hear the last video you played.
That's what my Rumble audience was saying. So
press play here. Let me see. I'm going to go to my locals and see because I'll have to tell the people at Rumble Studio that there's a bug.
Okay,
play it, and I'm going to see if it. I have a source. Everything the source told me happened has proven to be correct. Put it on pause for a second, Rob.
Yeah.
I'm just going to look at the chat in locals. Do you guys hear that or do you not hear the audio of Candace on that video? Let me just see here. C-Tune is typing. No, C-Tune just posted a cat meme. We are hearing. Okay,
they can hear it.
Audio.
Okay.
They can hear it. Do it again.
My audience can't hear it. My audience can't hear it. That's all right. I'll explain it to them later. So listen, it's only 30 seconds. Here we go. Now, here's a source that's saying, and what she just said, if you couldn't hear the audio was, my source that's been right, that's connected to Tyler's family said that what happened was Tyler's mom saw the picture, thought it looked like him, they contacted him. Then, in other words, what's in the actual prosecution order is correct. But then now Candace is saying, I have a different source that's telling me, no, that's not what happened. So my question to you, Bobby, is if we have to accept that Candace is super connected and has these sources, what do we do when the sources directly contradict each other?
What do we do when the sources contradict each other?
Yeah, when one source says Tyler confessed and the other one says Tyler didn't confess.
I don't know.
Dude, but
this is the thing. It's like, this is the thing is that I have stated my position about the Tyler Robinson case very clearly. And I articulated it very, very clearly to you in the last time that we spoke. And it's been more than obvious to any person that's been following anything that I've ever posted online, what my positions are, what my belief is, and what my understanding of it is. But like, again, I'm not Candace. I can't speak to the specific details of every single thing that Candace has said. I haven't watched every single episode. So if we go back and meticulously go through, of which you've like prepared these clips to quiz me on.
No, he was
I don't
know.
know.
I had these clips for Candace to quiz Candace on.
Okay, fine. But I didn't see them presented at the thing. But either way,
I mean, PBD, not me.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, if we're going to go back through every single thing that Candace has ever said and speak to my understanding of what Candace meant, or as if it is,
you appreciate. That's why. Like, I know. First of all, Bobby, you're a reasonable person, and you're not making.
I'd like to believe so.
No, but you are. I don't know. Understand what your what's the word? Not obsession, but rather you give a benefit of the doubt to Candace when I think I gave her the benefit of the doubt for a long time and now no longer, because when you make a 1 year industry off spreading gossip, innuendo, and then just hiding behind the I feel that's just my opinion, man.
I give the benefit of the doubt to my uncertainty of Tyler Robinson's guilt.
No, but that's true. But that's
Candace so happens to be one person that is further deepening that understanding based on the evidence that she's presented. But she's not the only person that's talked about this that I formulate all of my positions from. She's just one of a multitude of people that are talking about this case that have sowed a lot of doubt into my mind and many other people's.
Well, I don't know how she could sow doubt by spreading innuendo and unsubstantiated claims of receipts. If that's how she does it, then like I said from the beginning, she's doing more harm than good to getting to the actual conspiracy. But I want to remind everybody, I said, I've invited real Candace on for a discussion multiple times. She's not accepted. Guess why? This is a response to study. I invited Ian Carroll. He is not accepted, even though he's been on the channel. I invited Baron Coleman, MC Huya, Lionel Media. None of them accepted. Guess why? The people just asking questions don't like just answering questions, but your next pivot will just be accusing me of being a grifter by asking them on for a discussion. To which you said, I accepted, and you get a lot of traction, which people think, well, why don't you have Bobby on? This is why, Bobby. I don't expect you to answer for the claims that Israel did it, because you didn't make that claim. Yes. I don't expect you to answer for the claim as to how you go for a 3-hour podcast saying it's been demonstrably proven now that it couldn't have been Tyler because he was at a restaurant in Panguitch because of a receipt that Candace says she saw, posts a redacted version of through diligent denizen, and then finally has to concede a year later, how many 3 months later after this, that she never tied it to Tyler before positively asserting it proved, which is why she put it on her timeline that he couldn't have been there. I mean, this is irresponsible at best if you're giving the benefit of the doubt.
Well, again, if you look at what that tweet actually said, you just said the people asking questions don't want to answer questions. So I came on as a person who's asking questions to answer questions, but he's going back and saying, well, look what Candace said on this obscure clip from the show from 4 months ago that I prepared.
It was clear from that tweet. The questions I have questions about is that it was an exploding microphone when O'Neill comes out and makes his now viral video. It was I have questions about the receipt,
but it's not asking. But just so we're clear, the questions haven't been, what do you think about this? What do you think that Candace meant, or what do you think that Candace is saying here?
If I may, real quick. But for me, I think that a step that you're making a fair point here. That's fair. No one would expect you. I understand what Viva's saying. Look, he wants to talk to these people and thought that you were sort of a stand-in to at least try to explain maybe what they're thinking. But I think what we're saying is relevant to you is you keep being what I would consider overly charitable to Candace. You're like, in fact, when you I don't give a shit, we're having fun here. I'm having fun anyway. When you kind of jumped on me about interrupting you, what I was saying was, you're like, well, she has all these connected sources. And I was like, but you don't know that. And so when real quick. So when you're defending these sources and I'm like, okay, then what do we do when these sources contradict? And you're like, I don't know, I'm not Candace. Do you understand why it's relevant to bring this up? Because you believe that she has these truthful sources that are giving some sort of facts of the case. And now for the first time you're seeing, wait a minute, these sources contradict. There's no proof to these sources, etc. And so I hope that it's a little illuminating for you and people that are following Candace thinking they're getting truth. Even if you don't believe everything she's saying, she can't defend any of these claims. It took $300,000 to get her in a room to try to get her to defend these claims, and she ran. She did not present one piece of evidence for any of the claims that he was a patsy or that Israel, France, or whatever did it.
Okay. Well, let me just get back, just to finish the receipt one. The steakhouse is 200 miles away. He was allegedly spotted at the steakhouse at 8:45. Described to you quickly. He allegedly sent a text message. If they are off by, this was me saying, the 2.5 hours leaves enough room. She says he paid his bill at 9:47 p.m. in Panguitch with a credit card. Not, I think he did. Not the witnesses, the persons say they saw someone who they thought was him pay. He paid his bill. And I say, do you have a receipt? And she says, stay tuned, 9:47 p.m. Feel free to save this tweet. It will age well. Yeah. Then she gets up with Andrew and says, well, I was just saying stay tuned for the follow-up report from Diligent Denizen, who she didn't report on because it was his story, and I've never actually tied the receipt. Give me an effing break, Bobby.
Okay, so as it relates to Candace having sources or her being reliable, would you concede that would you concede that Candace Owens had a very long-term, intimate friendship with Charlie Kirk?
I don't.
It was a long term. I'm not sure if it was intimate or a friendship, from what I've been told. But
She was friends at one point, whether or not there was acrimony towards the end. But yeah, she had a relationship with him. Sure.
A long-term relationship
Sure.
with him.
Yep.
Okay. Would you agree that she worked at Turning Point for a number of years?
I would say that more than that, she built it up.
Correct.
Sure.
She built it up with Charlie Kirk.
Okay, great. Okay, so she had an intimate relationship with Charlie Kirk in the sense that she was friends with him for a number of years, at the very least colleagues. And she worked at Turning Point USA and helped and was there in the building blocks of that organization being assembled, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
I think she would have even been in love with Charlie Kirk, and a lot of this is motivated by spite and anger at Eric.
You could think that, but
that's my belief,
fair.
which is just a theory.
You're entitled to that belief. So now would you agree that a lot of the people that worked at Turning Point USA with Candace, that she likely, or perhaps it's even probable, or at least a chance, that she would continue to have a relationship with those people as friends or as colleagues, the people that she helped to build that organization with that still work there?
Perhaps. I would assume she was in communication with some people that were still at Turning Point. I fully concede that. Yep.
Okay.
I might hypothesize another angle. To the extent that she has gotten into bitter wars with everyone and anyone she's ever had a professional relationship with, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone at Turning Point says, stay the hell away from her. Clearly, she can't be trusted. And
that is what they were saying.
Obviously,
But there
not.
were still, but real quick,
not if they're
Bobby,
feeding her information.
can I help make your case for you, Bobby? There were certainly, even if that was the official party line at Turning Point, that doesn't mean that everyone was following that. And I fully believe there were people at Turning Point communicating with Candace. I completely concede that.
Right. Hold on. We're speaking to the credibility of the sources, because you guys are kind of making it seem like she has no sources. She's just a random gal on the internet.
She has only unnamed anonymous sources.
Fine. Okay. But
until they're named Mitch Snow.
Viva, can I take this when he's done? I have something to say.
Okay. So she knows Charlie Kirk for a long period of time, knows all of his friends, knows the people around him, knows his wife, knows all the people that are connected to him. She worked at the organization that she's now leading, that Charlie was a part of, and helped build it from the ground up, built relationships with all those associated people that work there, all of the vendors, the people that came in and out of there. So she has relationships with all of these people. After the fact, after she's out of Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk is assassinated, a lot of the people, you have to also understand that she's conducting an open source, crowdsourced investigation, of which many people believe that her connection to the case is deep and meaningful. It's not just Baron Coleman. It's a person that's connected. Maybe they're in Turning Point USA or adjacent around it. It would be highly likely that those types of people would know information or know things from the inside that would be able to pass that information on to her that she was unable to verify or unable to say or unable to share. And the other thing that's important to understand about this is that there are a lot of things that people could have said to her that she cannot share. So, for example, and I'll just use this as an example. It's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical, but then you can go. In the event that Charlie Kirk told her something over the phone a week before he died in a conversation, they had a personal relationship. In the event he said, "I'm worried about this thing, but she can't prove it." There's no evidence to prove it. There's no text message to prove it. She can't prove it.
If I may,
she knows it. She knows it. She can't prove it to you. So that may be in furtherance of her
please, Viva,
beliefs.
Please, let me. I really want to address this. I have two things to say. I feel this is all in the feeling of feelings and vibes, which just isn't evidence. And if I could say, the 2 points I have is this. The first is, many of the sources that she's talking that are relevant about, like, whether or not Tyler Robinson did this has nothing to do with Turning Point. Like, I have a source that knows Tyler Robinson's family. Just getting rumors and gossip at Turning Point about whether or not Charlie and Erica were having arguments or what donors thought, that's not evidence to a murder whatsoever. But if I can't convince you of that, can I ask, I was good faith in answering your points there about her connections, correct? Will you please, I let you go for a while. I was good faith. You could just nod if you think. Will you concede that Andrew Colvett had a friendship and intimate relationship with Charlie Kirk?
Sure.
Will you concede that Erica Kirk had an even more intimate relationship with Charlie Kirk?
Sure.
Would you concede that they still have a lot of connections to the organization they still run, Turning Point?
Yes.
So when they're talking about how Candace is full of shit, shouldn't we accept their even more intimate relationship
No, 'cause
as
the
evidence
assumption-
they're telling the truth?
Not if they had a part in it.
Oh, well, but they think Candace is part of it. They think
Okay.
Candace is problem. So how do we,
I
now
haven't
that we're
heard
just,
anyone
last
make
thing
that
I'll say,
assertion.
now that we're just talking about feelings and vibes about who we think had more of an intimate relationship and more access to pertinent information, can we get to evidence instead of just
That's
our
not-
feelings and
But
vibes?
That's not what I said, dude. That's not what I said.
It's the implication.
Okay, that is a great way to just jump over all of the other substance of it. You were talking about how she doesn't have sources or we can't validate these sources. And
No,
I was
no,
just
he was
and I
talking,
was
he was talking about how you can't validate them, and all you said was trust her, bro. Like,
No,
you know,
what I'm
she's
saying-
got connections, trust her.
I'm
When she
not
says
saying
anonymous
tr-
sources.
I'm just saying to pretend that she has that she would not have any source that
No
would be
one's
credible.
saying that. No one's saying,
I
we're
didn't-
saying that, just saying I have a
You
source.
implied it. It was
No,
implicated.
no. What we're saying
Okay.
is
Well,
just
you-
her saying that her potentially knowing people at Turning Point doesn't mean that we should just accept when she says, "Here's a receipt. I can't verify it, but a source told me it may be Tyler
But
Robinson." And you're like, "Well, she would
but
know
Rob,
people,
Rob.
so we have to validate that."
Rob,
That's absurd.
If she had said, I can't verify it, that would have been better already. She didn't even say that. I want to bring this one up because it's pissing me off. It caught my eye and I'm going to bring it up now. Viva is jealous Candace pocketed $300,000 and has a huge audience. I don't know if this is sarcastic. I could pocket $300,000 also by spreading this type of bullshit and jumping on the bandwagon and telling the people who are super chatting hundreds of thousands of dollars exactly what they want to hear. She got $21,000 in super chat from that debate. If I wanted to make the money, I could do the exact same thing. And it's pretty much what you know, entertain stuff that I think is fundamentally untenable. I don't care about the size of an audience, never have. But if you think the size of the mob dictates the rightness of the mob, you're an idiot. And by the way, I would suggest this is more confession through projection than anything. What is all the gold of the world for he who has sold their soul? So I don't care about it. What pisses me off is a lot of people who are being misled by this to their own destruction. And there's a lot of people making a shit ton of money off of this by purportedly, you know, benevolently pursuing the truth when all that they're doing is peddling in rumors. Trust me, bro, on my anonymous source for the French Legion that wanted to kill me. And why didn't the FBI follow up on it? Maybe they did and found out that the French Legion wasn't there the day of, or maybe for another reason they said this is all a load of crap. An anonymous source for the French Legion, an anonymous source for what were the others? Rob, what were the other things that she had anonymous sources for?
The family of Tyler Robinson, the connection,
Oh, that's right.
which, by the way, actually could put her in jeopardy of getting a gag order. When she says, because her argument is Tyler Robinson, just think about this for a second, Bobby. Are you a parent? Do you mind me asking? I know Viva is. I'm a parent. Are you a parent, Bobby?
No.
But you can imagine you have loved ones, a nephew, a brother, sister. Imagine that your loved one is facing the death penalty, and part of the prosecution document is that you said a bunch of stuff. You said, yeah, that looks like him. He admitted to me it was him, and you never did that. Is there anything that could keep you from speaking up to the heavens and saying, this is bullshit. This never occurred?
Let me interrupt you because I'll defend, I won't defend Bobby here, but I'll raise the proper argument to this is that there might be good reasons why they wouldn't say it in the court of public opinion and even outside of court, and you can raise that argument. Where, and Bobby, this is going to be to you, this is going to be to Baron Coleman, to Candace Owens, who misunderstood a lot of things in law. When they say they could not, the family was not allowed to raise these defenses at the preliminary hearing, that's wrong.
That's correct.
It's flat out legally wrong. So I could make some arguments as to why they wouldn't go say it extrajudicially. It's flat out wrong to suggest that if the parents wanted to testify and say, no, I didn't turn him in, no, I didn't identify him, that they were precluded from doing so at the preliminary hearing. It's wrong, which means, you know, if I borrow somebody's language, they're either ignorant or a liar. It's wrong. And so people were saying that, and it is legally wrong. Now, would they hold on to that argument for the trial? That's what some people want you to believe. Other people want you to believe that had the parents testified, they would have been asked if Tyler Robinson confessed to other crimes, and he would have had to say yes, and that would be damn bullshit, as if they would get away with such a fishing expedition of irrelevant questions. But that's where I say they're misleading people.
And if I can real quick, like, and Bobby, I don't know if you understand this, because it's something I had to learn through this process. Yes, these probable cause hearings, they're sort of rare, right? And so it's like, wow, geez, what's allowed to be raised? The defense is allowed to raise objections to what the prosecution has said. Now, it is true that they're not necessarily incentivized to put all of their cards on the table. For example, if they have a competing theory, they might say, this competing theory might be enough to cast reasonable doubt, but wouldn't be enough to eliminate probable cause. So we'll keep it in our back pocket. But what they would do is point to prosecutorial misconduct. And if they know the police and the prosecutors are intentionally lying about statements that the parents said that are very crucial to understanding how the timeline came about of him turning himself in, there is no chance the defense would not raise these objections. For example, the defense objected to the smallest thing. When the prosecution put a circle on a picture, they were like, no, you can't do that. That's sort of prejudicing the evidence. So why wouldn't they say, and oh, by the way, the police has claimed that the parents said this? That's all bullshit. The parents are right here to testify. We never said any of that.
Well, but
why wouldn't they do that?
Bobby, your understanding of the case, did the defense have the cell phone information at the time of the preliminary hearing?
Just to be clear, like, I'm not a legal scholar. I don't purport to be. I don't know the details of how the law works. My understanding of the preliminary hearing is that it's their job to react to the information, to the evidence that is presented by the prosecution.
Like the parents' claims, right?
Well, were they part of it? The parents' claims?
They were the prosecutorial. What's the exact term of it? They were part of the prosecution memorandum, but yes, the initial prosecution filing.
But was it that did they give a direct statement to police that happened, or did the other person say that they said that?
That's exactly the point. That Candace's claim is she has a source.
Well, what did they say? What did the prosecution say?
I believe it was in the write up of the evening, which said that Tyler's parents identified him, facilitated him coming in, and they say, well, that's
through someone else, right?
No, that's not what the filing said. I don't believe the filing said this other guy told us that the parents.
No. They're just saying it was the filing from the other guy. I forget his name. He's the guy that.
Yes. So just to be clear, this is what their filing said that the parents said. They would absolutely be allowed to object to that and say that's never. Now, Candace's claim is, I have a source that told me that the parents never said that. That was just this family friend that made that all up. But then I just played you a source from Candace saying, I have a source that knows their family and said their family said that, yes, they had this conversation. So she's provided at different times two different sources, one saying, yes, the parents of Tyler did have this conversation, the other saying, no, this never occurred. Either way, if that never occurred, there is no reason I could think of why the defense wouldn't stand up and say, Your Honor, this never happened. This family friend made it all up. And the police interviewed the parents and know that this never happened. And yet they're lying to you and implying that the parents said this. Why wouldn't the defense make that objection?
I don't know that they can legally. I don't know.
They could have, if there was falsified documents or any evidence of prosecutorial misconduct. That's where you'd want to get two kicks if they can. And like Andrea Burkhart said, they didn't raise it in their filing, the one that we were covering last week, because they didn't elicit any facts to challenge it at the preliminary hearing. And so it's not to say, I've been saying this, it's kind of an important distinction. They didn't do it because they couldn't at the time. They can't now because they didn't at the time. And then the question is only going to be, why didn't they at the time? And I say more likely than not, it's because they know that what the people who are just asking questions, who are really just, there's nothing wrong with being an advocate for a party. But the people who are just asking questions by contacting the defense, raising they're activists for Tyler Robinson. There's nothing wrong with that. But you might want to start asking yourself some questions when the actual counsel for Tyler Robinson doesn't incorporate your cut and dry evidence that he couldn't have been at Orem when he sent that text message, and that his parents didn't actually identify him and turn him in, and that all those messages were falsified, and they can prove it. They had the cell phone information. It was communicated to them as of March. And so when people say they couldn't challenge that evidence because they didn't have it because it hadn't been communicated to them, not true. Period.
Okay.
And the fact that they have big audiences, that they're wildly misleading into this derangement syndrome at a mass scale. I don't care about the money. I don't care about anything. I care about the accuracy. And I also care about the fact that not only do I have questions, I have a better alternative theory as to the actual conspiracy here. And nobody's going to feel compelled to even address these issues because everyone's going to get lumped into the dishonesty and the misrepresentations.
Well, in the event that the information that was brought up at the preliminary hearing, in the event that hearsay was admissible, then them saying the parents didn't say that and the other guy saying they did, what good would that do them?
No. But they could have actually, hearsay means like out of court comments, right? that speak to the truth of something, but they had the ability to actually bring the parents in, which would have superseded the hearsay. If I say Viva told me this, and you're like, okay, I'm going to directly ask Viva, and Viva says, no, I didn't, then that would supersede my claim of what Viva, they could have brought the parents up. They chose not to.
So
Okay,
Nate the lawyer.
There could be any multitude of reasons as to why they didn't do that. I don't know why.
And one of which is because it wouldn't have been true because the mother did.
Oh.
So, but now,
You don't know that.
Well, no, but I know that they didn't even raise an argument to suggest that, so I have no reason to believe that anything other than the fact that it's true is the case.
Oh, interesting. That's a very interesting level. Do you see what you just did there? You drew a conclusion based on what you believed was what you believed to be clear.
With evidence.
But you just said it's false. You said that means that it's a lie.
Bobby, let me clarify the distinction, which I'm not. You missed it. The defense didn't raise it, so I'm not saying what I believe. I'm saying what I know is that the defense didn't raise it, and so you're going to say, "Well, I still choose to believe the fact that the defense."
But you said they didn't raise it because would be a lie. That's what you said.
No. Well, sorry, I said
that is the most logical inference to draw.
Yeah,
what we
logical inference.
No.
That's what everybody's been doing.
No, Bobby.
But you're like, what evidence do you have?
No. May I, Bobby? The difference is
Rob, the evidence is that the defense didn't raise the argument that you're raising.
Just because they didn't raise it doesn't mean it's not true.
Bobby,
doesn't mean that they're not saving it for some other reason.
But here's the deal, Bobby.
Just because I'm just saying you can't state that it is that.
What we do is we draw inferences from the best available evidence to make the best conclusion. Let me finish.
Like Candace is doing.
No, that's not what Candace is doing.
Candace is not their defense. But Bobby, there is no comparison between what the defense of the defendant has and has not done versus what some pontificating true crime theorist has been putting out for a year. The defense did not raise the argument that you're saying is true. And now you're going to say, I still choose to believe it's true because I'm hoping they're going to raise it later and they made a decision.
If I could jump in here real quick, right? Because no one's suggesting that you can't draw conclusions without 100% knowing something. Of course, what we all do in life, whether it be through, trying to analyze something like this or any litany of things, is we oftentimes don't have 100% of the facts, but draw the most reasonable conclusion. That's not what's occurring here. Instead, what they're doing is saying, is there something plausible? Therefore, I infer that's what happened. Let me give you an example. When we have the confessions of Tyler Robinson in the messages to Lance Twiggs, in the debate, what did she say? She just said, well, Lance Twiggs could have wrote those. And so therefore, she has 0% likelihood that Tyler Robinson did it. In other words, because it is a possibility, but there's no evidence that he did it, but it's just hypothetically a possibility that Lance Twiggs wrote that confession and pretended to be Tyler Robinson. That allows her to conclude there is a 0% chance. If you look at Candace's theory and her inferences in totality, I call it the maximal theory. Here's a brief list of people that would need to be involved. Security at UVU, the medical examiners, the ballistics experts, the FBI, the Trump administration, Israel, the French Foreign Legion, Mormon beekeepers, Masonic cults, Egyptian planes. We would have to have involved Tyler Robinson's parents that know that they're being lied about, but staying silent and not bringing it up. An entire hospital staff, that a hospital was emptied out. That means not just doctors and nurses, but janitors, maintenance staff, every person that was in that hospital as a patient, all of the families of the patient, all of these people, and that's just a small list. And you're like, well, it's hypothetically possible, and so they're just drawing inferences.
One of it's funny that you mentioned that they cleared out the hospital while simultaneously one of the critiques is that they didn't administer first aid to him on the scene. So they cleared out the hospital and then rushed him there, but they fault them for rushing him there, but they cleared out the hospital. But all that to say, I forgot what I was about to. Oh, and hold on. What I want to say is we might have another lawyer joining us. But let me read the super chats.
There would have been a lot of people that knew about 9/11 too, but somehow they managed to pull that.
But this is why, like, there's 9/11. You have
had to have the whole city of New York involved.
No, that's not true.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, you listed off a bunch of people.
Real quick.
You just like rattled off a bunch of people that have to know
Nate
everything.
Nate the lawyer,
So
who everybody
untrue.
knows is great. By the way, and I encourage everybody to go follow you guys. Respective handles now. Rob NOERR at X and Bobby. No, yours is takes naps, right, Bobby?
Take naps. Yeah.
Take naps.
You need one after this.
The links are in the description. The cop said the parents told him X. That is hearsay, but allowed since the cop is under oath with risk of perjury.
Correct.
Not allowed at trial because of Sixth Amendment. It was the charging documents, says Chuping. Thank you. That was where we were looking for, charging documents.
And just to be clear, when Candace says this is all hearsay, the evidence of 801D2 that we put up on the screen, it's actually not hearsay. A confession isn't hearsay. It's called like I forget the exact
statement made contrary to interest.
Correct.
Is the rough terminology.
So that's not hearsay. She was mistaken about that.
Exile Knights of Malta now. Jesuit money laundering Operation Bubba. She's going to give it to Macron, and you know what they're going to do with it. What kind of friend isn't invited to his wedding? Bobby, was she not invited to his wedding?
I don't think she was at his wedding. No.
Was she invited to his wedding?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I didn't say if she was at the wedding. Would be implied potentially she was invited and couldn't go. Let's see if she was invited to his wedding.
I don't know. Maybe she wasn't. Maybe she wasn't. I don't know.
That's not much of a friend. What a bunch of gossip! What a bunch of gossipy chick shit. That's from Lord of the Nerds. But what is the evidence? People say that they never provide a shred of evidence that Candace Owens has proved, but she states evidence is fed slop, maddening. The bottom line is she didn't provide.
She didn't present any.
May I call in? I have a different perspective, says Andrew Starr. I don't do the call-ins yet. I kind of want to. Heretic crooks of the Jesuit of the biscuit is Jesuit candy boils down to a toxic nationalist. It's worth re-up. Okay, super chats are highlighted. Okay, with the Jesuit, I don't know what the Jesuit angle is here. Phone of Alex says Andrew is only qualified to be a spokesman for pickle jar openers. That's funny.
It was an olive jar, not a pickle jar. It was olives.
Well, at least if he's going to put it in a martini, that's the only good excuse.
Yeah.
People even haven't even watched the full show. Says she has no evidence. This is what drives me nuts. I'll get there in a second. I don't know why everyone trusts the government so much. Nobody trusts the government. They won't even admit that there are things that should be at least explored. We have admitted there are tons of things that need to be explored. I don't need to watch every episode and then be accused of like, it's so stupid. You have to watch every episode. No, you don't. Oh, Nate's there.
Hey,
Nate,
what's going on?
Okay, I don't know. Nate, are you gonna come to Bobby's assistance here?
For what?
I don't know. In general, do I put you on this
just
side?
life.
Who knows Nate the lawyer?
I know Nate.
Oh, nice to meet you.
I've watched Nate. I've never talked to Nate, but I know him. I've watched the show. So.
Nate, tell everybody who you are.
I'm Nate the lawyer. I'm just Google me on YouTube. I'm the one of the most hated YouTube lawyers out there. So that's what I'll say.
Nate, what were you? So, what have we said legally that might require clarification or that might be contradictable?
Well, I just it's not contradictable. I think there's a lot of confusion on the process here. The process of what happened, what the preliminary hearing was for, if hearsay is allowed or not, what exactly is hearsay. So I wanted to just kind of see, it seemed like you guys were trying to get through it. So I just want to just clarify any of those questions you may have had.
The hearsay, I think we understand the hearsay. We understand hearsay is allowed at the preliminary hearing. The question I had was when people were suggesting that they could not raise certain arguments at the preliminary hearing. If they thought that the text message, if they had the slightest commencement of evidence that the text messages that everyone says were written like that's not how murderers write, like anybody knows, that they couldn't have challenged the authenticity of those text messages at that time, and if they had a commencement of evidence that they wouldn't have for any strategic reason. Do you have any insights on those two options?
Well, generally, the defense can challenge the evidence, but we're talking about a low. This is not beyond a reasonable doubt. So we're talking about a preponderance of the evidence. So even if you get one piece of evidence thrown out, the judge can still look at everything else and say, you know what, even though that bullet's not 100% on point, the fact that we got DNA and all this other stuff gives us probable cause to move forward.
Yeah, but hold on,
but have a trial.
Thrown out is different than fabricated by the prosecution. If they could prove,
yes, if they can prove something is fabricated, obviously that would be remote. And but again, like I said, even if you get that one piece of evidence thrown out, there's a presentation of everything. Now, a lot of people also don't understand this. Generally, in probable cause determinations, let's say for like a grand jury, the defense attorney's not there. It's only the prosecutor telling the grand jury everything. So in that case, the defense attorney is not there challenging any evidence. The prosecutor presents it, and then the person gets indicted. So in this particular case, it's really the prosecution show. Here's what we have. I hate saying probable cause because it's a lot of people. It's like you know it, but you really don't know what it means. Mm-hmm. What probable cause actually means is, has there been a crime? Is there evidence that a crime has been committed? And is it likely the person you're about to seize or take the trial is the person that committed that crime? So do you have evidence of that? And it's a very low standard. So if you have evidence of those two things, then you have probable cause. And that was what they were trying to determine in that courtroom. Now, how does that play in with something like hearsay? Well, hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And a lot of people forget that last part. For instance, if I say, hey, if I'm at court on the stand, given the testimony, and I say Viva told me it was raining outside, but the question is, Nate, was it raining outside? The attorney says, Nate, was it raining outside? I said, I said, well, Viva told me it was raining outside. That's hearsay. Why? Because I actually don't know if it was raining outside. Viva knows, but Viva's not in the stand to say. So that's unreliable. But if the question's asked, Nate, why did you have an umbrella with you? And then I say, because Viva told me it was raining outside, I'm still telling you what Viva said, but it's not to prove it was raining outside. It was to prove that why I had the umbrella. Does that make sense? I haven't taught this since I taught law school, but that's what we're talking about hearsay. So at the preliminary stages of a trial, hearsay is allowed because cops usually talk to witnesses. As a cop, you talk to witnesses, you get the interview. And just like in this case, the cop gets on the stand and says, under oath, I swear and under oath, and if I'm telling a lie, I get prosecuted, that I talked to this person, and this person told me this. And I swear to God, they told me. And I swear, and that's he talked to the mother, he talked to the guy.
And I go to jail.
And I go to jail if I'm lying. The difference with that hearsay, that's what they call it, reliable hearsay, versus the hearsay for Candace Owens, is that Candace Owens is saying, I have a source who I don't know who told me this. That would be unreliable hearsay. Reliable hearsay is that I can hold this person accountable if they're lying about. Now, you guys have said you had two accounts. One person saying the parents said X. Another person saying the parents haven't said anything. Well, the court will rely on the person coming to the stand, right, and saying, I swear under penalty of perjury that the parents did not, but we're not at that stage. So at trial, I would suspect that person would come and say that on the stand.
Yeah, but Nate,
with that.
If it was in fact the case that what's being said here is not that nobody's coming, but that the opposite is true, that the parents never identified him or the mother never identified him, and that the cop is perjuring himself. I forget who it was now. I saw the name. If they would come in and show that the cop is perjuring himself to make a false statement from the parents to facilitate the arrest, first question, they would have and did in fact have the opportunity to raise that at the preliminary hearing, correct?
Yeah, they would have had.
If they could have come in at the preliminary hearing and show that officer lied under oath in his written statement, the charging document, or whatever it was that was with the charging document, saying that the parents identified him, do you think that they would not have tried to do that if it were true and they could prove it?
It'd be ridiculous not to.
Okay.
It would just be ridiculous not to, because again, you're going for determination. Is it likely my client did this? And if you can show
this is the whole point,
that it's not likely my client did this, and some of the underlying evidence, you can show. But again, I do want to make it clear, there are limitations on what the defense can do, because this is not the trial part. This is just
agreed. And they'll have an opportunity at the trial
rebut
to rebut it and create reasonable doubt. If they could undermine or prove fabricated evidence at the preliminary hearing to deny probable cause, they would obviously do it, take two kicks at the can, and not risk going to a trial that carries with it the death penalty.
And Nate, can I jump in real quick? Another piece of evidence that I would question like that we hear from like sort of the Candace crowd is that there was an intentional manipulation by the prosecution of the video evidence. They shrunk it, they manipulated it to make it look more like Tyler. Given that the defense actually objected when they were just marking it up with a red marker, wouldn't you suspect that the defense would have said, excuse me, Your Honor, that evidence has been manipulated by the FBI to intentionally manipulate this footage?
I would have said, if the defense has evidence, has reason to believe the evidence has been doctored, this or this or this, obviously, if you're presenting that evidence to determine if there's probable cause, any way that you can show that evidence has been doctored or anything, you would present that at that particular moment. Now, I do want to say, to the point that sometimes you may hold something back, because maybe you're saying, hey, you know what, they're going to win probable cause anyway. Why should I give up on this one thing, right? Why should I prove this one thing so they can be prepared for it, where I'll hold it back in that trial? Boom, I'm laying it out. It's like, oh my God, we didn't know that. So, because there are things here. So I don't want to give a blanket that they'd have showed all their cards there, because I think in this case, probable cause is it's the video is probable cause in of itself.
Well,
right?
No, it's probable cause if the evidence hasn't been falsified. So, and the issue, I can appreciate things to raise reasonable doubt, contradictory evidence, prove your case, fine. Maybe you save those for later on. Mm-hmm. When the allegation or the accusation is the prosecution fabricated text messages, manipulated videos, if that is true, and you can, you raise it at the preliminary hearing because nothing would deny or undermine probable cause more than prosecutorial misconduct, perjury, etc. But this is why it drives me crazy that they pretend that they couldn't do it. They could do it, and they chose not to, and then you can only surmise as to why.
But I want to be fair though. It's possible. Yes, what you're saying is obviously true, but there is strategy involved sometimes, and a strategy is the video is enough. The video and his DNA being there is enough, right? The fact that he went there is enough. So if I'm the defense and I know I'm going down that road anyway, and I have evidence that I know that they don't know that I have or something, I might want to hold it back and then hit them with it later on. Now, generally, the court doesn't allow surprises. But what I'm saying is I can see a world where you hold something back to shock the other side. Like what happened with the Mangione case today. Like he went inside there and pled guilty, and they were shocked that he pled guilty, but he did that so he could stop the life imprisonment on New York. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to get I don't want to say this is absolutely why they're doing it, because there could be some reason that I'm just not seeing.
But Nate,
just to be fair,
and I'll just say this real quick. I totally agree, and obviously I'm not an attorney, so if I'm completely wrong, one of you two can shut me down. But I think there's a difference between holding your cards, because my understanding would be this: if I could have a plausible and reasonable alternative theory, that would not cross the bar of proving there's not probable cause. For example, if there are two likely theories, that's still probable cause. But if there are two equally likely theories, it would not meet the bar of reasonable doubt. You would say, nope, that's other. So you might say, if we have an alternate theory, we'll hold that evidence back because it wouldn't be enough. But I think there's a difference to having evidence of prosecutorial misconduct. And given that we could see that it just the slightest thing, when the prosecution marked up the video, that they were like, objection, you're not allowed to mark up the video. If it's so obvious, as all of these people on Candace's side are saying, they intentionally scrunched the video. All of us internet sleuths would say, I can't see a world where the defense, particularly when you're saying the video enough's enough for probable cause, that the defense wouldn't be like, objection, they're intentionally manipulating the video. I can't see why they wouldn't do that.
It's obvious that the surveillance footage, although compressed because of the angle, was the original video.
Correct.
And that corrected one was the modified one.
Yes.
And my tweet will age well on that. If I may, guys, let me entertain the chat over on Locals.
Nice picture.
Some questions. Who's that? Oh, is that? Yeah. Hold on, let me see here.
Just so you know, Viva, I only got about 10 to 15 more minutes, and I gotta go.
Okay, cool. We'll wind it down then. Dapper Dave says it's hilarious that there's more down here. That is the exact point I made. Law enforcement job to subpoena the debit cards. You conveniently gloss over that. I don't gloss over anything, Dapper Dave. She made a statement, led people to believe the receipt proved something that she knows that it didn't when she made that statement. Dapper Dave says there's a huge difference of saying Tyler Robinson's in a patsy and that Tyler Robinson was not involved at all. I agree.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Viva Frei, it's hilarious that you act like Candace does not have a full team behind her that assists her in her journalism investigations, to include a legal team. Maybe she does. She's got a huge team. They didn't provide any evidence to substantiate any claims that she made over the last.
She got the law wrong all in that debate. Yep. She was all over the place with the law. So
Viva is offering his own Psychobabble podcaster slop here. Disappointing waste of time. Roostang and Dapper Dave, as you can see, even in our own community, are Team Candace. What's next? The Strait of Hormuz and part of Oman are now declared U.S. territory. Okay, Bobby, we haven't talked to you in a long time. Let me get this out of here. Here we go. Actually, no, hold on. There was one here that I want to bring up. It was in Rumble, where it says, one thing I got to fix here is when I bring this up on the screen, our face is covered. Let me bring this up here.
I'm not that handsome anyways. It's all right.
I can't even bring this up. It says, Viva, have you considered that for strategic purposes, prosecutors have decided to not indict co-conspirators into the murder until after a successful guilty finding? One of the frustrations that many people have raised is that it is clear, or it appears to be clear, that other people were involved. And one of the theories as to why they may have shut down the investigations and not pursued them, Joe Kent, his request being refused, is because maybe it might complicate things to the point where it would risk a conviction of Tyler Robinson, and they want to get one conviction out of this so that people can feel justice has been served. I can appreciate that, but that's not at all what has been the last 11 months of this true crime drama gossip fest of one lead after another. Tune in tomorrow, watch my show, and the aspersions that they've been casting on people because they've are operating on the basis that they were somehow involved. I wouldn't be surprised, but a lot of people were pissed and got the impression that they shut down the investigation just to focus it on Tyler Robinson, so as not to complicate or potentially endanger or risk the conviction of Tyler Robinson. Legit concern. Bobby, what's your biggest question in all of this? Like, you go to the screwdriver was described in a different location. Then the camera going off. Okay, fine. I don't know that many people have ever put this much granular focus on any investigation ever in the history of law enforcement. I bet you'd find a lot more anomalies and evidence of police incompetence in every single prosecution. But what's your biggest piece of substantiating evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy in any varying degree of the spectrum of the meaning?
This is the thing. It's like I have not declared, and like I told you before, it's like I have never declared that I think that I know that I am for certain, or that I have evidence to prove that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. This has never been my position. It's never been any single thing that I have stated. I've told you at the beginning, like, I'm not Candace Owens. I didn't know that I had to come on here to defend every statement that Candace Owens has ever made and debate whether or not that's legitimate or she has some source that leads her to believe that. But I just don't think that I don't even think we're even talking about the same thing. The things that she presents as evidence, as things that she's done as much as a human person that's not in law enforcement could research in order for it to be quantified as evidence, you say that's not evidence.
What's the best thing that Candace? What's the best piece of evidence that Candace broke?
What's the best piece of evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty?
You want me to go? If I may, I have a list. You ready?
No, hold on, stop. Don't entertain the question. He'll have his trial. What's the best piece of evidence that probable cause?
I never said he was a patsy. I never said I had evidence he's a patsy. These are not my positions. These have never been my dispositions at all. And I'm not Candace Owens.
Can I step in?
You do concede this has been Candace Owens' bread and butter and underlying theory for the last 11 months, that TPUSA was in on it. Like, you concede that, correct?
Do I think that she believes that they are implicit somehow?
No. Do you agree that she has specifically, overtly, and repeatedly said it or suggested it?
I think that she has suggested that she believes that. Yes.
Okay. How about this? Would this be fair, Bobby? We give you an opportunity, unfettered, to lay out the best case that maybe the state's case is wrong, and then I'll give you my evidence why the state's case is right. Is that fair? Can we do that?
Why don't you tell me why the state's case is right?
Yeah, I'm glad. If I can't,
Nate, go for it.
Just one
it's
thing.
Like, this is over.
I think I understand what you're saying. What he's saying, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that, hey, I'm just not convinced that everything that I'm being told by the prosecutor is correct. And Candace has pointed out some holes that hasn't convinced me to the point beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that what you're saying? That's what it sounds like you're saying to me.
Yes.
And you guys are saying that there has been enough evidence that would convince a reasonable person beyond a reasonable doubt.
No. That's not my claim at all.
I'm saying that's wrong. I know it's wrong, because I think that's what he's saying you're doing to him. He's saying that you guys are packing him into a corner where it's like, I actually have to take
if I can,
and that's why I tried to flip it on you to show that no, I'm not saying that.
That's not what we're doing.
You're not meaning on doing it, but I'm saying that's what's like happening.
What he might think. I just want to be clear. All I asked there was, you have problems with the case. Cool. Can we hear the problems? And he said, well, can you outline the case? I'd love to do that. Can I outline the case? Why I think that the evidence suggests strongly.
Bobby, that's a fair question.
Yeah.
Can I outline?
I think that's a fair question. What makes you unconvinced?
For your evidence,
I can do that.
30-06 doesn't do what it did.
I can do that.
So he's now gonna lay it out.
And then I'll outline my case. Go ahead, Bobby.
Exactly. That's fair.
Bobby. Okay, so I think that a lot of these things are things that just create suspicion for me. It's not things that I am absolutely certain of. They don't prove anything in and of themselves in totality. Just to leave out all of the strange anomalies that have happened at Turning Point USA before Charlie was killed, after he was killed, the messaging, and all of the other sketchy things that surround it. Let's completely leave Turning Point USA out of the conversation for just right this second. And let's specifically talk about the details of the case. And again, these are just things that I place together as things that I consider to be strange and or suspicious. First and foremost, Tyler Robinson was not an outwardly political guy. His boyfriend admitted to him that he never talked to him about Charlie Kirk, that he never one single time ever mentioned Charlie Kirk's name to him ever. He said that he was not a political person. They didn't talk about LGBTQ issues, and he was not a political person at all. He said he listened to some things. He mentioned Trump offhand that he heard on the radio on his way to work. So he wasn't a very political guy. That's the first thing.
Can I stop you there?
No, yeah, because if you go through the whole list, it's going to be hard to go.
Okay,
back.
sure.
I want to make sure I get through my list before I have to leave too, if I can. But
the man that everyone who may be involved in this is downplaying his potential involvement in this, and now we believe what Lance Twiggs said, even though it sort of contradicts what the parents said, that he had gotten radicalized over the last year. Like, now you believe Lance Twiggs?
No, I'm saying that you believe Lance Twiggs.
Well, no, I believe certain elements of Lance Twiggs.
Well, the whole case is predicated on his word, basically.
It's not like it's the probable cause. He's one of the witnesses, but you're seeing now
he's the most significant witness by a mile.
Let's leave Bobby outline the whole case, and then I'd like to outline mine, and then we could go piece by piece.
Okay, you got to leave. So go for it.
Yeah, I really want to get through it.
Okay, well, so you think you believe that Tyler Robinson was not political, but that's also not what Lance Twiggs said. But go ahead.
That is what Lance Twiggs said.
He said he was listening to radio. He did some other stuff.
Let him go through his list because the other guy has to go. So yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the first thing. I think the fact that the video evidence that was presented of supposedly allegedly Tyler Robinson on the roof or on the roof is certainly inconclusive. So we can't prove that footage of the person on the roof was Tyler Robinson. I believe that there was an eyewitness testimony that said that there was a guy on the roof wearing a face mask on that day. Where is that? On top of that, I think that the video evidence of Tyler Robinson in the stairwell, I don't know that that's definitively Tyler Robinson. In fact, I don't really know that it's definitively his car in the garage. You can't see a license plate. There was no eyewitness. The car doesn't even really look exactly like his car. You can see the comparisons that they made of that front bumper. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't really see much evidence that proves that he was actually there. The guy that was depicted in the images, I've seen a lot of holes be presented with that. You don't know who took that shot on the roof, or even if a shot was even made from the roof. So there's nothing that really places him there on that roof. On top of that, I think that the text messages are suspicious. I think that the supposed confession note is supposedly suspicious. I think the probability that it's possible that he could have been in Panguitch certainly blows a hole in their timeline. I think the methodology by which he writes a confession note and then his boyfriend takes a picture of the confession note, and then he texts an entire confession of that to him back, and then he comes home and theoretically somebody burns the note but doesn't burn all of the note. My point is not that my position has never been that I am absolutely certain. I'm saying that the evidence that has been presented has not proven him to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt or anywhere close to it. So of all of these sketchy things, it's like you could say, well, what's your evidence that he wasn't? I'm just saying that the totality of all of these things, which would take me 15 minutes to run through all of them, sow a lot of doubt. I don't know that the crucial pieces of evidence are very convincing.
Okay, if I may, I'll outline my case.
Floor is yours.
First off, no one's trying to prove beyond a reasonable doubt yet, so it would be completely understandable if you and all of us do not think he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't yet, because the state hasn't tried to prove it and the defense hasn't presented their defense. However, I will outline the case. I think that much of what you've said are just vibes of things that seem off to you. Any individual piece of evidence you might think seems weird, but it's the totality of everything pointing in the same direction. Let me begin. They have him on video in the garage moving across campus, coming back to campus in a hoodie with a stiff right leg with some rifle sized in his pant leg. Please. Something rifle size sees in his pant leg, climbing the stairs of the roof, moving across the roof, positioning 40 seconds before the shot, running off the roof, going to a wooded area where the rifle was found. Also have the video we haven't seen of him going to scope out the wooded area before the shooting. An officer ID'd from the footage, so did Twiggs, saying that it looked like Robinson, and he said it was him in the footage, and he turned himself in. Plus, his car is distinctive, and they ran the plates. It was on campus on the AM and the morning of September 11th when he was trying to get the rifle. Confessions. There's text messages, Discord, and a goodbye note. Also to the parents, even though the parents haven't been to court yet. And he turned himself in. Confessions contain key details in addition, such as what was on the rifle, the engravings and the exact things that were written, the location of the drop site, etc. Lance Riggs verified that Twiggs verified the messages and gave testimony saying that Tyler Robinson said he did it. DNA on the rifle, the towel, the screwdriver on the roof all belong to Tyler Robinson as the major contributor. The tool used to engrave the bullets belonged to Tyler Robinson, and he had the major contributing of the DNA. The test engraved round in Tyler Robinson's homes and the targets he was test firing at with those rounds. The 30.6 saw points are consistent with the ballistics report, 30 caliber bolt that killed Charlie, according to the medical examiner, and the medical examiner's report. In the extent we've seen it, the bullet fragmented in his neck, they actually have the parts of the bullets. Testimony of the officers, medical examiners, all which is consistent with the angle, the bullet location, and the yaw of the shot that went into his neck. This is more evidence at this stage of a trial than I have seen in any trial in history.
Oh, well, that must mean that it's all true. That must mean that he's guilty because it's more than you've ever seen. Who cares? We're reading through the evidence that all of us all have. We're not talking about the same thing.
Bobby, we're not.
And you just overlooked all of those things and just said a bunch of different details that this is what the state's presenting. Yeah, I could have told you what the state presented.
So what I'm presenting to you is the totality. I'm giving you the totality of the evidence.
Gentlemen, I would say this. Well, to Bobby, you would agree. Would you agree that there is enough evidence that a crime likely was committed and that Tyler Robinson is likely the person that could have committed this crime? I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm not saying it's beyond a reasonable doubt. It's likely the evidence that shows that he's likely the one to commit this crime and that there was a crime committed. Would that be reasonable to say?
Look, Charlie Kirk is dead, so clearly a crime was committed.
And then, based on what the prosecution laid out, not the rebuttal, but just based on the prosecution, would you agree that you could make the case that it's likely Tyler Robinson committed this crime? Saying he did. Not saying he actually did.
Do I think it's likely, or do I think it's likely that you could make the case that he did?
That the evidence. Now you could make a case that the evidence shows somebody else did, but is it likely the evidence as laid out? That's gentleman that you said would say it's likely he could have committed this crime.
I think that it's sure it's likely that he could have. Yeah, I believe. I don't believe that he did, but he could have. Yes.
But that's exactly where we should be at after probable cause. Right.
Right.
We don't know if he committed it, but it's based on the evidence that's presented.
And I do have to get going.
But all these people suggest that we're evil for not believing it beyond that. It's like, oh, you're evil. What do you have?
That's not true. That's not true. No one thinks you're evil for having a reasonable doubt. People are saying that it is bad to point to people like Erica Kirk and say, you're a murderer or you're complicit in murder.
Not Candace Owens.
Please, no one, we're not saying you're evil. Right? The objection that people are raising aren't the people saying, I don't know, I have some questions. I've not seen one person, not one, online, anonymous or anywhere, say anybody who says, wait a minute, I have some questions is evil. What I have seen people saying is people that are blaming and definitively saying it's Erica Kirk, it's Turning Point, it's Israel, without evidence are doing something very morally wrong.
I did had a similar discussion earlier today. It'll get published in a bit. That's the people that people are calling evil, saying Erica Kirk was in on it, that she's profiting off her husband's Charlie's death, that she's faking it, that they're fake tears. Look at her evil eyes. How dare she wear leather pants? Yeah, that's evil, period. Suggesting that misidentifying members of our community, by the way, a member of my locals community was identified by Candace because he has a prosthetic arm and he got called the killer because they thought it was Inspector fucking Gadget killing Charlie Kirk. That's evil. Sicking an internet mob on people based on rumor and innuendo is evil. Nobody asking questions, not evil. No. But everything you said, Bobby, that's reasonable doubt. You say, I'm not convinced beyond a reasonable, that's fine. Everything you just described is so far beyond the pale of what satisfies probable cause. You made the best case for probable cause better than Rob.
Yep.
And so that's where we're at. I'm not convinced either. I'm convinced other people were involved. I'm convinced that maybe the reason why Patel didn't look into a foreign nexus at Joe Kent's request is because it might have revealed a domestic nexus, which would be something to cover up, actually. But if Iran had a hand in killing Charlie Kirk, you wouldn't cover that up. Maybe Israel, but still.
Oh boy.
But don't you think that as you're stating it now is a lot different than you're portraying it online?
No, when anyone calls me a shill for Israel because I rightly point out that receipt never proved what they said it proved.
Okay, but
they're idiots, they're morons, they're liars, they're stupid, and I would call them that.
You often get very lost in the fringe element of somebody that throws some dumbass shit at you. I agree.
No. I've had people who have known me for years.
Okay, but
on that bandwagon.
But it sounds like you're not that certain that Tyler Robinson did it either.
Well, that he did it. If he did it, then he did it alone. I'm certain that he didn't, because when people are posting something big is going to happen a week before, celebrating it the day of. By the way,
Okay,
when Candace,
mostly in agreement.
Well, I know.
You guys are basically suggesting that like any person that would listen to the things that Candace says, of which it's TBD, a lot of this stuff, that this is like implicit in some type of bad thing.
Can I respond to that, Viva?
Yeah, go for it.
The reason why is that I think, as a former prosecutor and a former cop, when a case like this happens, obviously the defense wants to put holes in the case. But I always think about it as Candace is like holding up one puzzle piece and saying, look how funny it is. The shape of it is wrong. This is wrong. But then when you put the whole puzzle together, as I think it's your friend did, you have a lot of connecting dots. Why is it you have the fact you have to answer the question like, well, can you place him at the scene? DNA, camera, this, all that. But, so it's not just one thing that's bad. Well, his car is there. His DNA is there. His rifle is there. All this is there. So now you have a plausible thing that he was likely there, right? Even though you say, well, it's not HD 100%. Well, people have been convicted with a lot shittier cameras than what Kyler Robbins is convicted to. Let's just keep it real. So even with that, so what Candace I think has done is taking that one piece and saying this one piece proves the whole. But we all know that when you put a puzzle together, and even if you take out one piece, sometimes you can still see clearly what the puzzle is. And I think that's the true argument. The true argument is that you guys are saying there is no puzzle; it's still muddy. And I think the other side's saying, I think there's enough to show that this is not all nonsense.
I have
fair to say.
I have to go, and so can I just give a closing statement and go? I thank you all for your time, but I have another interview at 8:00. So I don't want to be unfair.
Give a closing statement. We'll wind up, and I'll read the super chat.
Oh, okay. So I just want to say, Bobby, I'm happy that you're here. I think it was fun. I do think that for all I can say is for me and no one else that I saw, I don't have a problem in the world with you saying, I don't know, this confession sounds weird to me. I don't think that's a good argument necessarily, but that doesn't make you a bad person at all. Like, I have a problem with people like what Candace Owens are doing. And I voiced my opinions as to why I think you were sort of giving her too much leeway than you should when it came to this. I think that that's what Andrew Wilson was doing too. He is like me, like Viva, like Nate, probably. I didn't hear Nate's opinion on this, but it's like, we're waiting for the trial. We are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt at this point. I think the evidence is overwhelming compared to most points, like which would normally be the grand jury phase here, that the public knows. We have way more evidence than almost any other capital murder trial at this point in the hearing as members of the public. And it's a very compelling story, but we need to wait for the trial to see. However, I want people like Candace, who have millions of followers, and Baron Coleman and Ian Carrickle, to answer for the outrageous claims they're making, attacking what would be, if they're wrong, an innocent grieving wife, a widow, and the friends of Charlie Kirk and his organization, and harming conservatives at this time where we're entering an election where Hassan Piker's out there going, go Candace, I think you're wrong, but thank you for dividing the right. And they're harming the online comment.
Even if I may,
Candace
even worse,
divided the right.
And thank you for diverting attention away from the focus on political violence.
Correct.
Thank you for changing the direction.
We had a chance to unify. We had a chance to unify of the violent culture of the left, and instead we're attacking each other. And it's also, as I said, going after potential innocent people. The thing to take away from this conversation, I'm undefeated in this. And one thing, I might not be the most handsome person in the world. I might have the most annoying voice in the world. But I have asked I'm hoarse in the throat. Please, someone, provide me one piece of positive evidence that Candace Owens submitted to suggest that Tyler Robinson is overwhelmingly a patsy. No one can do it. This is day 4 of me asking. No one can provide. And everything that Bobby said here was like, well, I didn't really want to debate the debate, which is all reasonable, but he couldn't do it. She ran from every position that she's made. She ran from Israel. She ran from Freemasons doing. She ran from the French Foreign Legion. She ran from Erica Kirk. She made laughable statements like, when I said go to jail, I meant go to jail in Monopoly. When I said that Erica's complicit, I meant she's complicit in saying it's Tyler Robinson. It's a joke. It took $300,000 to get in a room for her to finally try to give some answers to these questions, and she ran. And no one, no matter how strong of a supporter they are of Candace Owens, has been able to provide one effing piece of evidence that she made for her affirmative case that was the topic, half of the topic, that Tyler Robinson is overwhelmingly a patsy. That's what's to take away from this.
The number one piece
Have you watched her show? Have you watched all the episodes of her show?
That's not the debate.
Oh, wait. So you don't know what the evidence? So you don't know what evidence she's presenting?
Have you watched all my shows? I debunked all of her claims.
I didn't know. I don't know who you are.
Well,
no, but Bobby,
if
I'm not arguing about your positions.
If the
I'm just saying
response
you're
is-
like
if the
she's never produced the evidence. If you haven't watched it, then you
the
don't know.
debate speaks for itself. If I present evidence on my show and then someone says, I'd like to challenge that evidence, and I say, no, I won't leave someone challenge it, you don't then get to say, oh, she wins because she already answered everything on her show. That's a ludicrous position to have.
It's also you don't show up for a debate if that's going to be your answer.
Correct.
But the bottom line-
You just say, I'm not debating.
Let me steelman it, Rob. The best piece of evidence that she produced, and I think she's the one who can take credit for it, even though it was leaked to her for the purposes of being leaked, were the text messages that show that Charlie was complaining about Jewish influence, donors, etc. That's the best thing.
But Viva, if I can real quick, can I do this with you real quick? You're good faith, so I know you can do it fast.
It doesn't prove that Tyler's a patsy.
I'll present two pieces of evidence really quick. If the rifle was the killing weapon and his DNA's on it, if that is true, hypothetically, is that strong evidence that Tyler Robinson did it?
It's a strong evidence that there's an indicator that he's connected to it.
Right. If his confession is real and he wasn't coerced and it's actually his, is that strong evidence that Tyler Robinson did it?
It's certainly sufficient for probable.
But it's strong. You would acknowledge that strong evidence. Now, if Israel's donors were really pissed and they were pulling money, is that strong evidence that Tyler Robinson's a patsy?
No, I've been saying from the beginning. It's proof of intent, potential intent. It's not proof
motive.
Of
That's right. All it is proof of. I'll concede that Israel and Iran and the trans community and the Democrats and the DEI community and about 50 other communities had incentive to want Charlie Kirk taken out.
And not just.
But that doesn't prove anything, you know?
No, it doesn't.
So she didn't make any claims.
It's
well, you don't have to prove innocence either in America.
No, but that's what you go to trial for. But Bobby, you made the most compelling argument for probable cause that it's been met, and now they'll raise reasonable doubt if it's raisable.
Rob, I gotta go. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Take care.
Take care, everyone. All right, on to the next interview. This is with Paramount Tactical.
And here's what I found out today too. If you do it through Apple Pay, they take 30% as well. So literally the example they gave, if you get a $300 super chat, you only get 100 of it. So it's pretty crazy the way that it's freaking, they're all ran by Jews. It's the Jews. The Jews are doing it all. But anyways, we got a lot to talk about today. Actually, Rob just showed up. I'm going to have him jump in. But real quick, I do want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. We got Sergeant Will. We got 06 Chevy guy. He's sorry for calling me Jim. It's okay. I know as we talk over there's not really any delineation since we're talking from the same account. It's okay. I've been misgendered before. Jenga 33, Feisty Gimal, Patriot Lady. We love you guys, and many, many more. Lace, one of our amazing mods. I don't know if we got the obscure moderator in here tonight or not, but thank you, Lace, for everything that you do. She does some other things behind the scenes that really helps the channel as well. So does Ben as well. We got Juju B and many, many more. Folks, we really appreciate you guys. Let's see. Prospective guest, Wes Huff. Anyone from Answers in Genesis, Joel Kramer, Expedition Bible. We have had Wes Huff on the list for a long time. Big fan of his. I've never heard of Answers in Genesis and Joel Kramer. Not familiar with him, but I'm sure they are great folks. We will check them out. We got GMB 615 became a member. Thank you, buddy. We always appreciate your support. So without further ado, I want to bring on robnoerr. Rob, how you doing, man? Thanks for coming on the show, bud.
I'm doing very good. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. I was debating a Candace supporter over on Viva Frei's show. So it was fun. Went as well as you would have expected. So
you're gonna have to stop, drop, and roll and get the retard off of you.
Yeah. It's the stink is all over me. I think that's the most blackpilling. I mean, obviously the worst thing is, these accusations to Charlie's loved ones, like Erica Kirk. That's horrible. But outside of it, from a non-personal perspective, what's so devastating is just watching how many complete and total imbeciles are out there. Like that, not even that, like everybody has a reason to be skeptical. No problem. Skepticism's fine. But people that can't follow like a linear train of thought, that just can't. And it's surreal to me. You walk these people through it, you try to be polite, and like you're left feeling hollow, because it really feels like it doesn't matter how much logic you have and how you could like walk someone through something. There's no getting to a large number of people, and it's depressing. It really is.
No, it is. It's demoralizing, to say the least. It's like, how do you not understand this? I can explain this to you, but I can't understand it for you.
Let me give you an example. You were on that space the other night with me, right?
Oh, yeah.
So we're talking about, just for those of you that missed the space, get ready for this. I believe the first speaker of the opposition's name was Joa, and it was who won the debate, Andrew Wilson or Candace Owens, right? And Joa says within 3 sentences of his opening statement, and I'm quoting now, you ready? Candace presented no evidence. Now that seems pretty damning, right? But that didn't stop old Joa, because you see, Joa's watched Candace's show, and he knows the evidence and knows she's right. Therefore, she wins the debate, even though she didn't present the evidence, because he knows the evidence. Now, you may say, wasn't the whole point of this that people like Candace and those that make these outrageous theories never will answer for their claims, and it required Andrew Wilson paying $300,000 just in an attempt to get her to do so? Yes, that's true. Okay, so now's finally the chance for someone to say, I'd like to push back in the slightest way possible. And what did they do? Ran. That's what Candace did. But her audience says that just proves she's right, because the fact that she refused to give any evidence or make any claims proves that what she says on her show must be true. No one's been able to debunk what's on her show because she doesn't let anyone on her show. Do you see the brilliance of the whole strategy? And you're just left there like slack-jawed, like this is the guy that came on the space to debate dudes like me and you? And you're just like, I don't even know what to say to this. Like, to explain, like, but that's not how it works. That'd be like saying, like, the Patriots are playing the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, but I've seen Tom Brady in practice, so game over. I've seen him throw that pass in practice. That's all I need to see. It's just, it's so ludicrous,
No, and him and so many, like that guy Trillion, him, like they are so disingenuous, and they will intentionally omit elements, like, one of the things he said, like, freaking Lance Twiggs never identified him. He said something about his clothes, something about his shirt, and he completely left out that definitely looks like him. Like, he does this every time, and I'm just I just need to block him because he's so disingenuous. The same thing with Trillion. But before we get into all that, number one, I'll be honest with you. I've been following Andrew for a couple years now. I always enjoy his content. I don't agree with everything, and I don't agree with all his politics necessarily, but he's very good at what he does. And I've been studying him and his ability to communicate, as I do with everybody. And I find it very fascinating, especially his ability to debate. And I've talked to him a few times. He has my number. I've had his, and he is the right man for this job. And like I said, I don't care what you say about Andrew. All the Monday morning quarterbackers on the side saying he should have done this, he missed this opportunity, all of those things. The one thing that Andrew was able to accomplish that nobody else was able to accomplish is he got her to the table.
Yep.
Period. I don't care if you think you had a better you had a better handle on the facts, or I had a better handle on the facts, or whoever it is. The fact of the matter is he is good at what he does, and most importantly, he got her to the table. And I think that is a huge win, because I've been challenging her to this. A lot of other people we know, famously, Steven Crowder has been doing it for, multiple months. And, at the end of the day, Andrew made it happen. And there was, you got to see it on full display. There's a couple of things that was really interesting to me, like how she phrases things while she has somebody sitting in front of her versus how she phrases things when there's just a camera and she can say whatever the heck she wants is very different. It's very different. And folks, you've seen me talk to other people, sit here and talk to the camera and myself, just doing monologues and going through different things. I'm going to say the exact same things that I say here as I will with somebody getting ready to challenge me on anything I'm getting ready to say. But before we get into all that, Rob, the first time, I think I was holding a space the other night, right after the debate, and Mr. E jumped on, and then he's like, hey, man, robnoerr's down there. Pull him up. I was like, I don't know who robnoerr is, but okay, cool. So that was the first time I got to hear you talk, and I find you to be a fascinating person. So tell everybody a little bit about who you are. Did you follow Andrew down from Michigan? Is that where you're from originally?
No. So I've lived in the same 20-mile radius my entire life, about an hour and 45 minutes northeast of Pittsburgh. Maybe the closest I'm in the small town. The closest small town you would know is the town of Punxsutawney with the groundhog, Punxsutawney Phil. So that's kind of near me. I debated. I'm a redneck, but the worst redneck you've ever met. So I'm a terrible hunter.
You're a Rust Belt what redneck.
That's right. Terrible hunter. I'm a terrible shot. I can't fix a car, a house, or anything. My wife, my entire family, all better than me. But I was pretty good talker. And so I went to a local college and I joined the debate team, and I got to be one of the best debaters in the country. I qualified for what's called the National Debate Tournament, which is the top 72 teams in the country. But each school could send up to 3 teams. And I was, I believe, the first ever state school to ever make it, me and my partner. And it was an incredible achievement. I was one of the only people that didn't debate 4 years in high school that made it that particular year. So I got pretty good. And then I coached debate for several years and coached a national championship, novice national champion, so like a smaller league, but a national championship team. I ran for Congress in 2019. And I started to do a channel on YouTube, and it got almost no traction. And I ended up in what we called like the first maybe like 1.5 era of blood sports debate, where I was doing Twitch politics and YouTube politics, and it was all these lefties, and I'd be like the only right winger, and I'd be on there debating. And actually, the first time I met Andrew, I'll follow terms of service here. He called me basically a fake right winger and a bunch of names that I'm not allowed to repeat here. And so I called into the show and called him a bunch of names that I'm not allowed to repeat here. And we yelled at each other for 2 hours. And then he called me like a few days later on Discord. We've been friends ever since. So like men, you fight with each other. But yeah, so I've known Andrew since probably 2021. I worked home healthcare. So I worked about 80 hours a week with adults with autism, and I just streamed occasionally when I could. Andrew started doing it full time and blew up. And I was the kind of friend, I never wanted to use Andrew's name to help my career. So I just stayed quiet. And ultimately last year, I left my job and started streaming full time. So sometimes I help Andrew out with debate prep. I was the fact checker in this debate. Other times I help with I did voice in the latest Crucible cartoon. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's me. So.
No, that's awesome, man. No, yeah, like I said, you clearly when I heard you speaking the other night, at some point, the first time that we brought you up, at some point I was like, whoever is a content creator, just go ahead and clip that. That's like the greatest rant that I just about have ever heard. And I knew I wanted to get you on and talk to you a little bit more because I am fascinated at just the ability to communicate, right? I think there's some really good communicators out there. And quite frankly, Candace is one of them. I mean, you can't take that away from her. I think she's dishonest, and but she does understand the power of rhetoric. And that is something that as I've done more and more YouTube, that's something I've worked on and something I've studied other people and how I was just texting with Chevy, I almost said Chevy Chase, with Chase Hughes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Chase is awesome. But most importantly, if you ever watch any of his podcasts or guest appearances or whatever else, the guy's just there is no fat on the bone. You'll never hear a fill word. And I just sit there, and sometimes I'm not even listening to what he's saying. I'm just hearing him talk. And again, you have that gift as well. And I'm glad you're on our side. I'm glad you're not over there on the side of Sneeko and Hassan Piker. And yeah, I'm just glad that you're on our side.
Well, me too. I'm glad I'm on this side too.
I'm also glad that you're not on the weird right, that you're, defending Candace and sitting there saying, oh, she won, and, Israel and exploding microphones and unicorns with laser beams. I'm glad you're not on that side as well. So I do want to talk a little bit about, and folks, I'll do this a little bit differently. If you guys want to throw up super chats, I will try to address them and ask Rob as we go through this. But a lot of people, including myself, and you gave a pretty good detail of what was going on behind the scenes with that. But walk us through as much as you want to, or you feel is relevant, the preparation for this. You said you helped, you helped Andrew with debate prep. What did that look like? What did the negotiations look like? Obviously, what happened there on the ground? What did that look like? And of course, now we're in the post, the after actions of this. There's still a lot going on, and there's still a lot of smack being talked, thrown around everywhere. So kind of walk us through all of that.
So cut me off when you want. And let me preface this by saying these are my opinions and not Andrew's. And I wasn't involved at every level. So if I say something and it's like, well, Andrew said that the negotiations were slightly different, I would go with his account because he was directly involved at every step. I'll try
real quick. Is it true what you said the other night that really Andrew's entire success is because of you?
That is absolutely true. He's never done anything worth a load that wasn't because of me. That's absolutely true.
I want to get you in trouble with Andrew.
Of course.
He said it's because of him.
Yes, absolutely true. So not to get too in the weeds, but Andrew, this is a debate that he's wanted for a while. Andrew's goal and me, what we connected over in 2021 was we hate the left. We want the left to lose. We want them to lose politically. We want them to lose culturally. We want our firearm streamers to be better than their firearm streamers. We want our video game streamers to be better than their. We hate the left. Not individually. It doesn't mean I can't be friends with someone who's on the left, but I hate the movement. I hate the politics. I hate the ideology. As such, oftentimes what happens is sometimes the biggest allies of the left end up being on the right. And I think that's what we're seeing now, that there's a lot of fracturing on the right, that you even see Hassan coming out saying, yeah, great. Good job, Candace. So when we started to see this became a huge story, the Candace Owens thing, I think Andrew had been talking about how ridiculous she was for a long time. Me and Andrew went down and taught a debate course at Turning Point USA. Got to meet Erica and them. He talked a little longer than I did to them. But I think he came away from that saying that we needed to really have a vision going into the election. I've been focused on the left and trying to pack the courts and things like that. Andrew started to focus more on this, attacking the right that's helping the left.
Let me pause you right there. Let's go back to the TPUSA event. Mm-hmm. So with that, like, what did that look like? How many days was it? What was like in the military, we call it the POI, plan of instruction. Mm-hmm. Like, what were the learning objectives with that?
Okay, so it's very interesting. So Andrew contacts me and it's like, hey, would you be interested? Because I was a debate coach and I'm his friend. He goes, they're interested in having me come down to coach debate. Would you come? I said, yeah. So I got in contact with someone at Turning Point and they made me an offer. It wasn't a huge amount of money or anything, but sure, I'll go. Great. They sent me a list of common questions that their students get at Turning Point. So I answered them as I would. And then I called them and said, this is all worthless. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, I'm not here to teach them what I think. I'm here to teach them how to defend what they think. And that's different. So, for example, I might think we should kick every illegal out of this country. But perhaps this particular student at Turning Point says, no, the ones that are very, helping our economy, they should be allowed to stay. You see, those are different arguments, but I'm not there to say this is what you have to think. I'm there to say, let me help you put your argument in the best possible terms. So really the agenda, what we found out when we got down there and we had dinner with some of the people at Turning Point there, what they really were looking for was this particular style of debate, the pick up the mic style, where you're going to be talking to college students in rapid fire succession. What are some tips to help be good at that style of debate? And ultimately, the focus was on short length, right? Because me and you, if we have a debate on something, we may have 2 hours. But these styles of debate usually have 4 to 5 minutes with an interaction with the person. So how do you answer their question, go on offense, and ultimately have good clips that people will be interested in seeing what Turning Point's about? Because you could watch a 5-minute video and see the exchange, and you won that 5-minute exchange. That was what much of the focus was. And so that was really our agenda going in. Not to give away too many trade secrets, but a lot of it was, Andrew, we stood up and we're like, look, you guys think you're good? Yeah, okay. Rob's going to be a lefty. You're going to come up and tell him what your issue is, and he's going to destroy you. And then you're going to say, why did that happen? And that's what a lot of it was. So someone would say, my issue is abortion. And I didn't act like a rational debater. I acted like a lefty May on campus. How dare you control our bodies? How dare you? Shut up. We won't. Or maybe sometimes I would rationally make argument. The point is, it's not a formal debate like I used to. It's the Wild West. When you're talking about students waiting in line to come up and ask you questions, you only have 5 minutes. So that was primarily the focus, focusing particularly on that style of debate. It was a one-day event. We were there. We did it for like 4 hours. Like I said, we had dinner the night before, got down there. Me and Andrew went out for tacos with Rachel the second night by ourselves, bid them adieu. That was it. So like the idea that now, was I with Andrew 24/7? No. But I will say this, I didn't have some super secret planning session where I was sitting there with Turning Point and they handed me some big check and said, you must go after Candace Owens. Didn't happen. I just trained debaters. I left. That was it. So that's basically the extent of what happened there.
Yeah. So for now, until the end of eternity, you now work for TPUSA.
I took the shekels, baby. Yeah, I took
the shekels. Yeah. You gave them your brain. You replaced your brain with the one that they hand out, and now you're forever a Zionist.
My defense of this is Turning Point's attacking the left. I don't agree with everything they say. By the way, if you're a free-thinking human being, you will never find another free-thinking human being that completely agrees with you politically, which entails that you won't find a political party or a political organization that completely agrees with you. What you do is you say, if I want to make real-world practical change, I'm going to have to build some sort of coalition, which means I'm going to have to work with people to some degree that there's slight things I disagree with. I would happily teach anyone debate, as long as they're not too ridiculous. I would even go so far. The day after I did Turning Point, I would have went to the Daily Wire and helped them learn debate, and then I would have went to Nick Fuentes' crew and helped them. I don't care. As long as to me that they're primarily going after the left, I would accept it. I would not help Candace Owens and company because I do not feel they meet that criteria, nor for any amount of money whatsoever, and I mean any, would I help the left learn how to debate. I would not. I do not care. So, for the people that are like, well, you're a sellout, I'm like, well, Turning Point hated Nick Fuentes. If Nick called me the next day and said, Rob, you want to show up and help my Groypers debate? I'd say, I'll be there, man. So it wasn't about, I don't particularly agree with a lot of the positions Turning Point had, but I think they're a force for good. I think that they're helping destroy the left on college campuses, and I'm all for that. So I said, absolutely, I'd be willing to help.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest problems that we have on the right. Like, first of all, we have a bunch of petulant people. The other part of this, without going ad hom, is I do think on the right we are definitely much more independent thinkers than on the left, and we don't just fall in lockstep. And then we kind of do like our little niche, kind of nuance flavors of politicians and policies and things like that. So I think we are just naturally easily divided, and that's why we don't win elections a lot of times. People get so fight it out in the primaries. That's fine. But at the end of the day, we got to coalesce and we got to make sure that the left doesn't get in charge, which is the real problem that I have with what I see as a much bigger, you can say political movement, you can call it a psychological operation, whatever it is. But there's an element of the right that is trying to make sure their goal is to ensure that we lose the midterms. If we lose the midterms, we lose 2028. And then, I don't know what to say, because if the Democrats get to do what they say they're going to do, which is pack the Supreme Court, they're going to reopen the borders, they're going to legislate pathway to citizenship, they're going to be taking gun rights left and right, we're going to lose all those cases in the Supreme Court. It's going to be I don't see an outcome where Republicans can really ever win again, and it's just a bad place to be, and that's what's going on. But
Totally agree. And that actually, if you don't, that gets me to the point, right? Because so then where do we go from there? And some time passes. Andrew starts pretty heavily going after the Charlie Kirk case. I have a video at the end of my show. I try to remember the human face of Charlie. So this video includes his daughter running towards him. And I play it as my outro every day because I sit here at the end of my stream and watch that and never forget what the stakes are. That my cowardice now, because I'm afraid to be called a racist or I'm afraid to actually get involved in the political process, my cowardice is my son's burden when he's older. And so I can't do it. I have to stay active. And that's what that Charlie video reminds me. And it reminds me of the lefties that attacked him and made fun of him and made fun of his family when he was assassinated. And so I always use that every night to try to motivate me for the human cost and the political cost of inaction. And I try to tell my audience that. So I've been in this fight. I didn't particularly go after Candace Owens other than to say, well, what's the theory? This makes no sense. That was it. Andrew started going after her. All right. Now we get to the 8th. I live in Pennsylvania. I fly down to Texas to do Brandon Strzok's walkaway debates. And in that
I was there the day before.
Okay. I was Team MAGA, and I was debating Team America First in the first debate on the 8th. So I was supposed to go down the 8th. I flew down the 7th, debate the 8th, leave the 9th. That was the idea. And so the night Andrew had the second debate. So my debate, I was debating Viva Frei, Chase Geyser, Harrison Smith from InfoWars, and Alex Stein. And I was going to basically, my argument was we can't let the Democrats win, basically. So it fits right in with what you're saying there. So we argued. Andrew's in the second debate with Joe Kent, Alex Jones, and some other characters, right? So I wake up. I stayed at Andrew's place, and he's downstairs, and I have like 5 minutes till I have to get an Uber, and he's like, holy shit, Candace took the debate. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, she said she'll do the debate. And I was like, you're kidding. But I didn't get to talk to him because I had to out the door, do the debate all day. Then he does the debate. Then we get home, go to bed, basically. And then the next day we started to hash it out. Without getting too painstaking, the negotiations were brutal. Basically, some of it started on public. Here's basically, I'll try to make this as succinct as possible. Andrew, the timeline of this is this. Andrew wanted to debate her. Brian Atlas from Whatever said, Candace, I'll pay you $50,000 to come debate Andrew on the Whatever podcast. No response. I'll pay you $100,000. No response. I'll pay you $150,000. Then Andrew says, I'll match that. Then Andrew gets on Joe Rogan's show and says, correctly, we offered $300,000. She didn't want to do it. Candace responds, fine, $500,000. And I know you're getting the money from Turning Point or implies it. So Turning Point has to claim that you're their boy. It gets negotiated down to $300,000. Andrew only wants the debate for one reason. Now, I guess you could talk to him and he can tell you different if I'm incorrect, but he wants her to defend her claims. I don't care, nor does Andrew care, if you're like, you know what? I have reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson did it. That's fine. The state hasn't even got to the point of trying to prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So if you're like, I have questions, great. They may be answered at trial. Maybe they won't. Maybe you'll walk away saying you have reasonable doubt. No problem. That doesn't make you a horrible person. What makes you a horrible person is profiting off of this by attacking the loved ones of Charlie Kirk with outrageous theories that you're refusing to provide evidence for, and fracturing the right at the time of this election in a way that's benefiting the left, and making the online right look stupid. That matters, right? And so that's what Andrew wanted her to answer for. Initially, she's like, oh, we'll come, but you have to just defend the state's case is overwhelming. And Andrew's like, fine, if it's a condition to defend that, to get in the debate with you, fine. He don't really give a shit about that. It's not that he doesn't care if Tyler Robinson's guilty. He thinks that that's going to be litigated in court. He thinks that we've had those debates over and over. But what he can't do is get a debate. Like, he talks to Stu Peters. Stu, can you defend these crazy claims? Refuses to do it. You go in these X spaces. Will you people defend these crazy claims? Refuse to do it. Candace, Ian Carroll, Baron Coleman, they refuse to debate. So if it takes $300,000, finally, we'll get him in there. She didn't want to debate her theories. She then said she'd debate her theories were viable, but Andrew had to defend his were overwhelming. Then she conceded because she said her theories were overwhelming. She would debate that. The whole thing was a nightmare. She demanded the money up front. And which Andrew's like, I'm not going to send you money up front because what if something happens? But to her defense, I wouldn't just take Andrew's word. I'd want to see money. So sure. Andrew offered, what if we put it in escrow? That wasn't good enough. She belittled, what is this, a real estate deal? Then Joe Rogan jumps in, says he would negotiate or he would do it. She calls Andrew a fanboy for wanting to do it. You're a Joe Rogan fanboy. It's just a condescending mess. Finally, we negotiate 3 fact checkers. We're allowed to go. The money gets delivered in whatever way. And that's how we ended up there then. There's a lot to say about that negotiation, but that's as quick as I could say. But the important takeaway is this. She demanded $300,000, demanded that Andrew have to defend that the state's case was overwhelming. And it was like pulling teeth to get what Andrew wanted. All Andrew wanted was one thing: defend your crazy theories. So the actual topic that was negotiated, which, to be fair, PPD messed up, was 1, and this is the worst written topic I've ever heard, but this is how they insisted it. 1, Andrew would defend there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty. 2nd, Candace would defend that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is innocent and a patsy. Now, if you take nothing away from this conversation today...
Let me ask you this real quick. Why do you feel like that was not a very well-written prompt?
A debate prompt, you don't want ambiguity. A prompt should be one single thing and not 2 parts. So hypothetically, if Andrew's saying Robinson's guilty, overwhelming, and Candace is saying Robinson's overwhelmingly innocent and a patsy, is it hypothetically possible for a person to come to a conclusion that they're both wrong? Of course there is. You could say, okay. I don't know, I feel that maybe he's guilty, but I don't think it's overwhelming. And I don't think it's overwhelming. He's a patsy. So that's a very poorly written topic because of that. Because and it fractures it, which it shouldn't be. An easy topic to speak to the same thing would be: is there more evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty than he is a patsy set up by the government? Simple. That would have been a much simpler topic, but Candace insisted that word overwhelming be there because her strategy to her audience was always the same thing. Keep harping on about the state's case and never talk about her outrageous conspiracy theories. The key is, though, and I can't stress this enough because there's probably people watching you and me that have reasonable doubts about the state's case. I want to be clear. That's perfectly fine. There is nothing that makes you a bad person for having that. Again, the state hasn't even attempted to provide it. What we're objecting to is when someone says, Erica Kirk's complicit. And I'm not even saying you can't say that. But it's like, that's a bold claim. You better have some evidence. What's your evidence? And it'd be like, no, I refuse to tell you. Sources told me. That's the problem. When you refuse to back up and you're helping the left and you're attacking Turning Point, which is a very effective conservative organization, and you're attacking a grieving widow, you should have to answer for that at some point. So it took $300,000. And if your audience doesn't come away from anything from this conversation other than this, here is the challenge I throw to anyone who watched that debate. Show me one piece of positive evidence that Candace Owens provided that Tyler Robinson was overwhelmingly set up as a patsy. One, I've been on space after space. Our opponent the other night, Joa, said, quote, Candace provided no evidence. And that's the truth. And so as far as I'm concerned, now a lot of people didn't even know what the topic was because PBD messed it up a little and Candace obfuscated. But if you know that the topic was half of it, Andrew at least defended the state's case. He said, I believe the confession. I believe the gun. I'll answer your objections to the gun. Dust in the barrel. Sometimes when you shoot, dust ends up getting in the barrel. The medical examiner said it could have came in this way, blah, blah, blah. You might sitting there and like you said earlier, you could Monday morning quarterback. You could say, now, wait a minute. I would have defended that better than Andrew. I know more about guns, or I know more about hearsay. I'm a lawyer. All true. But remember, Andrew's whole point was, I want to get to this part. His whole point was get to her theories. So he did what he was contractually obligated, which was, I'm going to defend the claims of the state for the first half of this debate. Okay, that's done. Now it's my turn to get you asked questions about your theory. And she refused to engage. She ran from her theories. She didn't provide any evidence. She had this bizarre meta conversation. You're not my dad. You don't get to demand that I answer questions, blah, blah, blah. And her girl boss audience thinks she did phenomenal. It's just a joke. She didn't provide any evidence. So at the end of the day, it's a clear victory for Andrew. It's not a 10 out of 10. Andrew himself said it was a 7 out of 10. I tend to agree. But it's a clear victory because he at least defended his prompt that, yeah, there's evidence that he's guilty. Candace didn't provide one shred of evidence that he was a patsy.
No, 100%. Hey, I want to play a quick video here. It's a short one that I went through and just kind of laid out some of the debunking because it wasn't just that she didn't defend. She didn't actually know the case. And by the way, she lied about several things, or you can say she just got it wrong. However you want to frame it. No, she lied.
Say she lied because that's what she would say about you. You know,
I'm with you 100% on that. So let's play this real quick. And by the way, folks, this is like, I've already titled this part
They
one.
do not have to have.
I've already titled this part 1 because I could get like 50. I literally did this in like 45 minutes. It might have been a little longer than that going through all the clips. But while I was on vacation, I just kind of threw this together very quickly to get it out. But I want you to watch this. And we're going to go through. I know some of you have seen it before, but it's worth sharing again to show you just how dishonest this woman is and the tactics that these people use.
Yeah. They do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay.
We put up, by the way, if you pause real quick, I know that people didn't understand, but we put up as the fact-checking team 801D2. And 801D2 talks about oppositional statements. A confession's not hearsay. Yeah, and as you're saying here, DNA, none of this is hearsay.
Yeah, I'll read it. I'll read it for people listening. So what is not hearsay in this, she tried to frame this entire hearing as hearsay. Much of it was not, by the way. Text messages, not hearsay. Discord messages, not hearsay. Physical evidence, the rifle, casing, fragment, Dremel tool, etc., not hearsay. Officer Bagley's testimony, not hearsay. Agent Hull's testimony, not hearsay. And we got another page of this as well. Not hearsay continues. Sergeant Falmina's testimony, not hearsay. Agent Davis's testimony, not hearsay. Amanda Baker's expert FBI forensic testimony on DNA, not hearsay. ATF DNA Section Chief Caitlin Oliver's expert testimony on DNA, not hearsay. So there's several elements of this.
Then we look at the filings, which came from
the most important parts, actually, were not hearsay. Now she lies about discovery.
The defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery.
Multiple times.
You're just making stuff up.
Yes, Your Honor. My report at the last hearing is the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI due to preparation for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
So 100% of all the evidence has been provided to the defense by June 18th. And probably the most important part of this, the Cellbrite data, all the cell phone data that the prosecution has, that the defense had back on March 18th. So they have had that data for months, and they're still out there saying the Candace cults out there are still saying, Joa's, the Uncle Tom's, still saying that the cell phone data has not been verified, and that's just not true.
So let me try to steelman her position here a little. She's claiming that Nestor, the defense attorney, and this is true, she played the clip, that Nestor says we didn't receive the cell phone yet. Now I need to look into this, but
quick, but that's not from this. I don't believe that was from the preliminary hearing.
No, I think it is. Maybe I'm wrong, but even still, let me see if I can parse this out. These are two separate claims. Having the data from the phone, all of the text, all of the photos, blah, 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 is different than having the physical phone. And so just saying we would like the physical phone, I don't know that the defense will ever be getting that or entitled to it. What they're entitled to is the information that was on the phone. Similarly, the defense isn't necessarily entitled to physically get the murder weapon. They would just get the ATF report on the weapon, the ballistics report on the weapon. So it sounds like to me what's likely happening is Candace is taking a true claim that they said we didn't get the phone, but ignoring, but you got all of the data on the phone that the prosecution is using and using that to confuse our audience. It's very similar to what she's doing with DNA degradation. She takes something that's a misunderstanding that as a lay person who's not paying attention, you're like, that sounds like a big deal. When in reality, it's not. What we know is the prosecution testified not just there, but they also, in their response to the opposition briefing, which we put this up on screen, they claimed that by April 1st, every single thing that they had, including multiple terabytes of data from the phone, was sent to the defense. That's what the prosecution and the defense never claimed that wasn't the case. So again, they're misleading you through something that's maybe technically true, but irrelevant to the grand scheme of the case.
So just to be clear too, and this is AI, so take it for what it is, but it says yes with clarification on that. She said on April 17th, 2026, that they haven't been able to get into my client's phone. So it was April 17th that they said that. So anyways, that's when it actually was.
So that's not the hearing.
Because I watched the entire preliminary hearing. I made lots of notes. I didn't think that was stated anywhere. I think that would have stood out to me. I didn't watch the April 17th hearing, but again, that was not at the April 17th hearing.
There you go.
But as we stated, as of March, they had all of the actual data from everything. Candace Owens lied about Lance Twiggs' DNA being on the rifle.
Very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Lance Twiggs' DNA was not found on the rifle. Lance was the major contributor to the DNA on the rifle. Tyler and Lance's DNA was found on the screwdriver. Tyler was the major contributor, 89% versus Twiggs' 11%. Tyler and Lance's DNA was found on the towel. Tyler was the major contributor, 95% versus Twiggs' 5%, which, they live together. They're just like everything I have. My wife's DNA is going to be on there. She's always sniffing my underwear and doing weird things.
What is she doing? Yeah, this was a key part.
Major contributor.
I'll just say real quick. Candace said, I think at least 5 episodes she would replete, because what she's saying is, and even if you think the rifle was a murder weapon, the fact that Twiggs's DNA was on it more than Tyler Robinson goes with her theory that Robinson set up and it must be Twiggs. The problem is, one, That's two lies, and I'll call them lies, and I'll explain why in a second here. The first lie is that someone had more DNA on the rifle. That's not true. That Tyler Robinson, 1 in a trillion, had the most DNA on the rifle. Just to be clear, 1 in a trillion. And when asked to expound on it, they said, well, we only go up to a trillion. So it may be much higher, but they
is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
Analyzed in this question in calculation number 3.
For this exhibit, the DNA profile was at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as the major component and 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated individuals.
You say at least 1 trillion times more likely. So it could be a much higher number than 1 trillion. Is that accurate?
It's possible.
Now, the reason that's important is, so that's lie 1. Lie 2 is that Twiggs's DNA was on the rifle. Now, when she's pinned on this is so duplicitous. She says it over and over. In fact, she said it August 7th. That's just 6 or 7 days before the debate. She says it, right? She says, and Twiggs's DNA is on the rifle more than his. Now, brief aside, the reason I call it a lie is because let's say, Gary, that you were like, Tyler Robinson's DNA was on the rifle. Well, did you know, according to Candace Owens, that makes you a liar? Because while it's technically true, that's a lie by omission because you didn't mention that the DNA was degraded. And therefore, you lied by omission. So if that's a lie, because it's a lie by omission, what is then furthering and saying, and Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there more, which is untrue, that's certainly a lie by her own criteria. So when she says Twiggs' DNA was on the rifle more, and Andrew points this out, that's the very first question when he finally, after the whole meta conversation, now it's my turn to ask you questions. You're not my dad. This is transcendent. This isn't important. Blah, 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 blah. Finally, he's like, it's just a simple question. Was Lance Twiggs' DNA on the rifle? And she says, we can't say for certain. And he's like, so was it on there? We can't say for certain. But they said it's not on there, right? We can't say for certain. That's what she just kept repeating. Even if that's true, she previously said for certain it was on there. And what she's relying on is, it is technically true that the prosecution didn't say Lance Twiggs' DNA is not on the rifle. Yeah. Instead, what they did was said, we ran the DNA test with everyone that was in the houses on all 3 items. And then we were able to determine if those people's DNA was on the objects. So when it came to the towel, they ran Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. They were able to determine, yes, Twiggs' DNA is on there. When it came to the screwdriver, yes, Twiggs' DNA. But they didn't say that Twiggs' DNA was on the gun, which heavily leads you to infer, if they're telling you they checked his DNA and all these things, and they told you it was on the towel and on the screwdriver.
And they gave percentages.
The fact that they're not saying it was on the gun puts beyond all reasonability that the prosecution's not saying that his DNA is on the gun. So either way, the fact that she still wants to try to hold on to some little sliver of that lie, well, we can't say for certain. I can't say for certain that Andrew debated Candace Owens and not 3 dwarfs in a trench coat. I guess I can't say for certain, but the point is that it's overwhelming that's not the case. And ask yourself this. If Andrew Wilson hadn't paid $300,000 to get in that room, and Candace did a video today talking about that gun, would she say that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on it?
Absolutely.
Of course she would. Just like she'd be saying that there were 12 Israeli cell phones when she had to backtrack and say, well, maybe they were students. That's the point. You have to get in the room and say, will you answer for these claims? And she backtracks every single one. Every single one she backtracks. And so the whole point of, but I've watched her show and I've heard her make these claims, she can't defend them. She can't. She runs from every single one.
And by the way, she's poisoning the well because she's putting that information out there. Everybody else is just repeating what she says. People like me, people like you, people like Andrew, and many other folks have debunked these things. I have stated and tagged her, and I know she watches everything that I do because I'm on her show like 50 times a week. So I know when I say, hey, Lance Twiggs' DNA is not in the gun, she's seen it, but she's going to pretend that it doesn't exist and continue to ignore it. One of the other things that really bugged me with this was her lies about Lance Twiggs' limited use immunity and how she characterized his ability to testify in this.
But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He can literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble.
That never happened. You're just making stuff up.
Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. Understand that? Yes. It potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice.
All right, Lance Twiggs' limited immunity only protected him from the prosecution during this testimony if what he said was true and accurate. If he lied, he would lose immunity and be charged with perjury and also potentially obstruction. This immunity also did not protect him from prosecution regarding any other involvement in the assassination of Charlie
That is not
Kirk.
compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check.
Look, he definitely wears jeans and stuff.
Definitely, especially the bottom, the last two definitely do look like him. They do look like Tyler Robinson. It definitely, especially the bottom, the last two definitely do look like him.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about Skylar. I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I see.
Good job, fact checker.
You're making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this. What the position is. I'm asking this.
That fact checker was on it. By the way, the fact checking was this was my mistake. I actually take the L on this. I'll just tell you, if I was to say to you, Gary, if you were involved in this and they were like, you could bring 3 fact checkers, what's that mean to you? All right, I'll follow you, obscure moderator.
We're going to get utilized.
Yeah, and so what we intuited what that would meant was whether it would be an earpiece or some sort of device, your phone, a tablet, there would be a device that we would have the ability to communicate. And so Andrew could see a list of, for example, the clips we had, hundreds of clips we have of the shit Candace has said, right? And he would be able to see that and say, all right, can we pull up clip 4? Or I'd be able to say, that's not true. She said this in this clip, Andrew. And he would be able to say, actually, you said this in this clip. We get there and Andrew's holding his tablet and she's like, well, what's that? And he's like, oh, my tablet for the fact checking. No, that's not what we're doing. Now, I don't know if she said you could do it, but I'm not. But it was clearly implied that that wasn't the expectation. Instead, what the fact checking was I had to be on a text chain with Patrick Bet David and his team and Candace's fact checking team. And then I would have to text them when I had something that I thought was pertinent. Then I had to get on my computer and send that pertinent information to Candace's fact checker through email, which he would then put on a third computer where it would be able to be brought up as access. Now, I want to be clear, and this is very important. I do not like Candace at all. Her team was incredibly accommodating. They were the nicest people in the world. They really were. And I was like, I'm such a tech boomer. I'm like, this is so fucking stupid. I have to text, then email, then put to another computer. The whole thing was a mess. This dude was remarkably accommodating to help me. So kudos to that gentleman. I have nothing bad to say about him. But the whole system was, what would happen would be this, like they're involved, blah, 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 mostly Candace, blah, 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 blah. And something would come up and I'd be like, okay, here's the fact check. And I'd send it to Patrick and he'd bring it up like 15 minutes later. So what am I supposed to do in the meanwhile, the 15 minutes? And here's 8 other fact checks. Because by the time we get to this fact check, we're 15 minutes beyond kind of where it was relevant. And so it became clear that I was going to have to pick and choose my spots. So for example, we had a big deal pulled up about DNA degradation. Never made it. Never made it on the fact check. And I had no ability to communicate to Andrew. Andrew, tell him that we have a fact check on the DNA degradation. We couldn't do that. So it is what it is. Everyone's been asking me this question, so I might as well address it. The earpiece. It's true. Andrew had an earpiece. I didn't know until after the debate, and I read about it on X, though. All the earpiece was Candace's team said, put this in, Andrew, so we could hear the clips. That's it. She had an earpiece, Patrick Bet David, and Andrew. I know 100% for certain that neither me nor the rest of the fact checkers had access to communicate to Andrew through that earpiece or a tablet or anything else. The people in the room on Candace's team also were not communicating with Candace. Could it be that she had someone in another room? It's possible, but I'm not making that claim. But I will say the people in the room with us were not communicating with her through that earpiece. So I'm willing to take at face value that that earpiece was as advertised. It was just to hear the audio. So to the people, the conspiracy folks that are like, oh, was Andrew getting fed information? No, he was not. I can't definitively say Candace wasn't, but I have no reason to suspect that. So,
no, that's fair. Was there any other big points where fact checks were an issue that you can think of?
Yeah, some of it was self-inflicted, if I'm honest. Like, for example, when we were playing the clips about Erica Kirk, the reason we played so many about Erica was because she was being duplicitous. It would have just been one clip about Erica. You said she's complicit in the murder. I didn't say in the murder. I said she's complicit in thinking that Tyler did it. So then you roll your eyes and you're like, okay, now we got to get another clip, right? So we played the clip of, okay, you say she should be in jail. I didn't mean jail for real. I meant jail in Monopoly. Okay.
That was the dumbest argument.
So the whole thing of like, why did you focus so much on Erica? It wasn't intentional. Now, it is true that I think the worst thing she's doing is impugning Erica as being involved in this murder or cover-up. That's particularly heinous.
Hold on. Actually, she's doing something worse. And I was a little sad that it didn't come up. And that is, she's not just saying that Erica Kirk is complicit in killing Charlie Kirk. She actually is saying that she's complicit in child sex trafficking as well, yes. Which I wish you guys could have brought that up, and I would like to have seen her feet held to the fire on that. I know she was a little bit more careful. You'd probably have to dig through a lot of clips to find something a little bit more direct.
That's what I had those clips, and the problem is what you're looking for. Like for me, the first clip that we wanted to play interrogating her was the Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle clip. That's unambiguous, right?
Yeah.
A lot of what she says is, well, my thoughts are, or allegedly, or I've heard, right? And then you know what her answer is going to be. Well, I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that some people think, right? And so you're looking for clips that you could really nail her down. So the Twiggs DNA being on the rifle, that's simple, easy peasy. You said it's on there more, right? So the clip I end up picking, and maybe I could have picked a better one, had to do with this guy, Terrell. And the clip is, Andrew has no idea what this clip is, but I put it up. So it's after the Erica Kirk should go to jail thing. Now I'm at Monopoly. And what this clip suggests is this guy, Terrell, right? He is being implied as creating the microphone that blew up. And that's Candace's theory.
Yeah.
And what happened was Charlie leaned forward or something when it exploded. So it entered in a different direction than they expected. So Terrell panics. So it doesn't make sense that Terrell would call Erica Kirk, but the reason was because, quote, they were panicking because it screwed up. The assassination screwed up. Now that's her saying Erica had foreknowledge of an explosive device from the guy that planted it who was calling her saying, we screwed up, our plan fell apart, right? That's different than saying go to jail, Monopoly, you're complicit in saying Tyler Robinson. But the problem is, when I play the clip, Andrew has no idea what the clip's going to say. And he's like, oh, yeah, what about that exploding microphone? And that's the direction that it went. So he never got to the point. It's like, wait a minute, did you just suggest that Erica was involved in planning an exploding microphone? Is that what that clip just said? Instead, he was just like, oh, yeah, exploding microphone. So again, that's a problem of communication. Other things with the fact checks, like the DNA degradation not being brought up was the big one. The big problem I had with them, though, was the delay in timing. But I want to be completely fair to Patrick Pat David. The debate was not Candace Owens versus Rob Noerr, the fact checker. And at some point, Candace's team's just sitting there like twiddling their thumbs. And I'm like, I still got the text chains. I'm like, play this, play this, play this, play this. At one point, Patrick's like, Rob, let's try to keep it a little even. I can't just keep playing your shit and not theirs. And so they're like, oh yeah, let's try to find something.
Well,
like,
I was DMing Mr. E the whole time, and I was sending him clips of like, there you go, man. He's like, but he's like, the problem is she's lying every freaking minute, and they're not playing the clips. And that's the thing. Like, that's exactly what should have been done. And I know you guys you only had so much control, but ultimately it's the facts that matter here. And, if it took 10 hours to get through and fact check everything that she said, I think we all wish that could have happened, and I know we can't. And again, hindsight's.
If I could explain this too,
yeah.
So I've already explained why Andrew wanted this debate, and again, for the millionth time, no one cares if you have reasonable doubt. Perfectly fine. That doesn't make you a horrible person. Andrew wanted to talk about her claims and make her defend them. That's what the whole contract negotiation was. That's why $300,000 was spent. That was Andrew's primary goal. We have this conversation after the second ad break. And basically, I'm like, okay, here's, more stuff you could bring up to defend the state's case. And Andrew says, nope, let's just move on to her claims. And he's like, here's the deal, Rob. He's like, we're only contractually obligated to be here at minimum 3.5 hours. He's like, what's going to happen is I'll defend the case for 5-6 hours. And then she's going to say, okay, I'm done. And that's it. And we never got what Andrew wanted. So he's like, I've defended the case. It's not perfect, but it is what it is. So let's move on to her claims. So yes, if you could see in a crystal ball and know that Candace would have been like, I'll stay here for 14 hours, then fine. It's like, good. Let's dive into each one of these meticulously. But you're worried that it's going to be like at any moment after the 3-hour mark, I'm done. So Andrew's like, we got to keep it short and sweet. Let's defend the case for an hour and a half. Let's move on to her claims for an hour and a half and get out and make it evident. The goal was, Andrew Wilson's goal was to expose that she has no evidence for these claims.
Well, the overall debate has been called definitively now. I don't know if you've seen this.
I did.
But it is definitive now because Najidamamama Aludagariri said Candace destroyed him for sure.
I think that was my Uber driver the other day. I think that was his name. A strong American name, I
think they just dumped out the Scrabble bag and they came up with a name. I did want to play have you seen this? Ami Kozak?
It's beautiful. The skit. I'm mentioned. I don't know if you knew this. I'm mentioned all over the place. I was mentioned on Joe Rogan. Petra Pet David mentioned me. I'm quite mentionable, so I'm also mentioned
Most importantly, you made it to the cream of the pie, which is Paramount Tactical.
That's right. It is the cream of the pie. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Okay, we're live. First of
all, I got to tell you, man,
this guy's hilarious.
Ami's been on the show. We're a big fan. But his impression of Patrick Bet David is better than Patrick Bet David.
Yeah.
It's freaking amazing.
It's very good.
I wanted to thank both of you for sitting down to have the conversation. I love that. I think it's really important to have these conversations. So, Andrew, thank you for taking the time to be here. And Candace, thank you for agreeing to accept the $300,000 it took you to be here. I love that. So, Andrew, let's start with you. What's your question for Candace?
Okay, so my question is, do you have any positive evidence that Israel or Erica Kirk or anyone at Turning Point USA was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk? I don't understand the question. I don't really know what you're asking, actually. If all you were disputing was that the evidence for the case against Tyler Robinson was not sufficient, I would be the last person to be challenging you. That's not why we're having this conversation. You have made claims asserting that you are 100% convinced that Erica Kirk is somehow complicit in Charlie Kirk's murder. I actually never said that. I have said what I feel, and I've said what I believe that I feel, that I know that I feel, and that's what I've said. And I'm not going to change what I believe and what I feel and what I know. But I've never actually said that. You're literally putting words in my mouth that I have not said. So what did you say? I look, I'm not going to play this like game with you where you just like demand that I say things a certain way. You didn't say that? Okay, I don't know what this game is that you're playing, but like I've literally never said that Erica Kirk or Israel is complicit or involved.
Israel, very good.
That they are certainly responsible in some way. I've said that they are definitely complicit, but I never said they're actually complicit. I've never said they're complicit. I've said they're definitely complicit, or that they might be, or that I feel that they may be, but I've never said they're complicit. Okay, so you didn't say she was complicit. You said she was definitely complicit? I literally never said that. Because what you're saying is actually making my point stronger, not weaker. It's just like you can do this whole routine, okay, of like asking me questions and interrogating me like we're in court, like I'm on the stand, like you're my daddy, like I'm your bitch. I'm not going to play that game, okay? But like I've never said those exact words, and I do.
I love that he's sitting up there manspreading like he's in the OBGYN office.
That's great. Yeah.
I've never said those exact words. And I do have full confidence, and I stand by that I have full confidence, that I have 100% certainty that I know that I feel that. But I've never said that. What I'm saying is that I find it very convincing that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And if you're saying you don't find that convincing, that's fine. But you're making other claims outside of that, claims that you have to back up. It's literally not a claim. That's my opinion. So your claims are baseless, basically. and you're just leading a cult. I mean, it's literally not baseless because it's based on what I think and what I feel and what I know, and you're not going to control that. You can't tell me I'm not allowed to think and feel and believe what I think and feel. So you think that Israel was involved? I've not said that they were involved. I've literally never said they were actually involved. I said they were probably connected and responsible in some way. Wait, hang on. You've literally said that thousands of times. I have not said 1,000 times that Israel was involved. You're just making up that number. You're just making up that number. Why don't you bring up my episodes? We can go back and count. You will not find 1,000. You're just making up numbers. This is how humans talk. It wasn't exactly 1,000. If you're going to say a number like 1,000, you should be able to back that up.
Hey, Rob, how many people we have watching this?
A couple 100,000 live.
Hundreds of thousands?
Yeah.
Great.
I'm not going to get into this whole back and forth game you're trying to play where you're just like asking me questions that you feel I have to answer. I don't have to do anything. I'm sorry. I'm not your slave. Okay. I'm not doing anything. This is a debate. And I'm using intuition and I'm inferring that things don't feel right. Things don't look right, and they never did look right. And I'm not going to just because you demand it that I give you answers. I'm not going to give you those answers and get myself into some legal trouble. It's obviously beyond what I'm capable of doing, and I've never made those kind of claims. And so I've said what I feel, and I feel what I said, and I said what I feel, and combine those two, and you get seal. Kiss from a rose on the grave. Which grave? Charlie Kirk's. What? And I'm sorry, there's just something that doesn't add up about this story. You have 12 Israeli cell phones that day. You have Fort Huachuca. You have the surveillance footage. You have Tyler Robinson escaping with a limp, hiding under a tree where his rifle is, under that tree, going to a steakhouse, leaving a receipt. My source has the receipt. Who is it? Joe Kent? Maybe. I don't know. And then maybe scat. Did you just scat? I'm a scat man. Skimmy-dim-dim dum dum dum. A dum dum dum. Skimmy-dim dum dum dum. Speed up 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 up. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Okay. I don't know what else I can say. So you're just not standing by anything you've said.
Okay, I want to get back to that, but before we do, can we take a quick break? I want to talk about shoes.
Okay, sure.
I love free speech.
So good. I was mentioned about it. Oh, it's very accurate. By the way, if you put that clip up and said, Candace fan does brutal impression of Andrew Wilson, they'd be like, yeah, that was great. She eviscerated him in that sketch. That's how stupid so many of them are.
Yeah.
And I just came from a debate on Viva Frei's channel. It was the same thing, man. This guy, he's just like, well, I'm not Candace. I'm not, and I'm like, we finally
Who are you debating?
Bobby Saws. And he's like, I'm like, what's your problem with the case? I just don't feel, there's something feels weird about the confession. Just feels weird. It's all well, right. It's all just vibes, man. The whole thing. It's just like, I don't know. I feel weird. I was sitting at home drinking my Merlot, and I was just like, this feels off. This couldn't have happened. And, I said this yesterday. I was talking to an attorney. I'm a big free speech fan, and I hate to even admit this anymore. I am kind of a true crime fan. I like watching Forensic Files back in the day. So I was always into the idea of watching courtroom footage. I'm starting to see why some courts are like, yeah, no cameras, because people are dumb and they just look at stuff like, oh my God, look, that surveillance footage played in court looks like it was manipulated. And then no one's there, no one in the court's thinking, oh, we have to explain to some random internet dweeb. No, that's how security cameras look. They're wide angle lenses, and we didn't want to adjust that. We just wanted to play the raw footage. So that's what we're playing. But no, because they don't say that, someone back home sees that and goes, aha, it's manipulated. And now 1 million people believe it. They're like, yep, manipulated,
look, I was a huge conspiracy nut. I loved conspiracies. Now, I'm just grossed out by them. I'm not going to lie. Because here's the thing that I realize now. It's like if I just tuned in once a week and I heard, I don't know, Candace Owens talk about this, and I didn't have the understanding that I do from the different court documents, watching different court cases, I can actually see how people could potentially be manipulated in this if you're just kind of tangentially watching this and not paying attention, and you happen to trust someone. It's like, oh, this is what's going on. And I look back at all the other conspiracies and I'm like, okay, whether it's JFK, MLK, RF, whatever it is, it's like, all right, what do I actually know about that case? Actually, what? Because I've seen too many of these things. And I know you've seen it too, where it's been said enough to where now people just believe it. Like, for instance, the DNA Lance Twiggs' DNA was on that rifle. Everybody knows this. That's just a fact now. Yep. And that's a fact that'll be promoted 5 years from now, regardless of what it was actually said in the debate. But because it's just been spread around. And like now I'm just like, you know what? I see how easily manipulated people can be, including myself. I'm susceptible to it. I think everybody is. And man, I also see like agendas behind this, and I'm just like put off by conspiracies in general. I see how easy it is to fall down this trap and to be manipulated. And there is always an agenda behind it, right? That's part of the big problem with this.
Go ahead.
What
are you talking about? Bagels, shekel, agenda? What are you talking about? Right? That's the big thing. It used to be that we would be distrusting our government. They would have a theory, and we'd be distrusting and say, okay, let's look to see it. Now, when something happens, we say, the Jews did it, prove they didn't. Now, I say that as someone who doesn't particularly like Israel. I don't like the Iran conflict. I don't think we should ever send another dime to Israel. Andrew Wilson just debated Dinesh D'Souza against Christian nationalism.
Sure.
Andrew Wilson's claim, he goes further than me. Andrew thinks that we should send tens of thousands of Christians to reclaim the holy sites in Jerusalem, and Christians now be in charge of the country. And yet, because he looks at Candace and says, Candace, do you have any proof that Israel murdered Charlie Kirk? People are like, Zionist. It doesn't matter. And like, you see this, like, here's another thing they do. Like, in that space we're in, this happens. You look at all of these things in a microcosm and you say, is there anything potentially that could be a problem? So you have a motivated reason. I think the case is wrong. I think Israel did it. So I'm motivated. Now I'll look at every single piece of evidence with a microscope and say, could there be something off with it? Could it be that someone else wrote the messages? That proves the messages aren't compelling. Could it be that another gun could have shot him? That proves the gun DNA is not compelling. Could it be that degraded DNA means he wasn't the last person to touch the gun? Then that proves the DNA is not compelling. That's what they do with everything. But if you step back and you say, no, just hold on 1 second. If we take what your new theory is, we compile what your theory is for must have happened, it is ludicrous on its face. It would require campus security being involved, Turning Point people being involved, Brian Harple being involved, Andrew Colvin being involved, Erica Kirk being involved, Israel being involved, Mormon beekeepers being involved, Egyptian planes being involved, the French Foreign Legions involved, a Masonic ritual killing, so Masons were involved in it. We also have the medics would have to be involved, the ballistics expert would have to be involved, the medical examiner, Judge Graff needs to be involved, the prosecutor needs to be involved, all of the police officers listed need to be involved, but it goes further. Because now a hospital was emptied out for Charlie Kirk to get in there. This means that the entire staff of the hospital has to be involved in this conspiracy. That means doctors are involved, nurses are involved, maintenance people are involved, janitors involved. But it also means that every patient in that hospital also has to be complicit and maintain silence. That means that everyone who also knew that their family was in that hospital and moved, which could potentially magnify that by 3 to 4 people per patient, they too have to be bought off or scared of. Now, all of this, these hundreds of people, and I can say, sure, maybe 40, 50 CIA agents could be involved in a conspiracy, but civilians, random janitors, random security guards, they're all involved in this. And why? Because Israel wanted to kill them. Why didn't Israel break into his house and make it look like a burglary without a bunch of cameras and something that wouldn't have required, 100 civilians to never spill the beans? It makes no sense. And the way it plays out in these debates is they'll say something like, I just don't feel that a shirt could move that way if there's a shot. And you could be like, look, bullets are complicated. There's a lot that goes into it. They could be very finicky. Sometimes they do things you don't expect.
Thousands of variables.
Right. And so it's like, yes, actually, and here's ballistics gel being shot and the shirt moves like that. And you start to go through it. And then, I'm not convinced. And then you come to this, you're like, okay. Well, then the ballistic expert and the medical examiner are lying then. Like, cut and dry. It has to be that. Because they're saying
well, here's the thing. They fabricated all that evidence, but the one thing that they didn't fabricate was a conclusive ballistic test.
Correct. That's a great point.
That's like the easiest thing that they could have. They just shot a bullet out of that gun, handed it over, and said, here you go. This is, look, it matches.
Open and shut. Yeah, exactly. Excellent point. That is absolutely an excellent point.
Rob.
Why wouldn't they make that? Why wouldn't you just fake that evidence if you're faking everything? But fine, the medical examiner and the ballistic person are involved in it, right? So I bring this up in that spaces we're doing. They're like, no, I'm not saying that. And you're like, okay, then who gives a rat's behind about the shirt moving? Right? Because you just acknowledged.
I got the proof. I got the proof that this whole thing's a conspiracy. They repaved the grassy area.
That's it.
That's it.
Well,
that's proof.
If you're watching and you're, if you're watching,
that Tyler's a patsy.
If you're watching and you're compelled by that, here's several things to say to that. What you need to do is look at potential evidence and say this. Hypothetically, if this evidence is true, does it make a strong case that my theory is correct? So the state has a theory, and that theory is that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. So let's look at some of the evidence. Now, if you're listening and you're a Candace supporter, I'm going to try to be nice. This is going to be hard, but I want you to view things hypothetically, okay? So I know that you have problems with all of the evidence in the chain, but let's do this. Let's say, hypothetically, if this gun with Tyler Robinson's DNA on it is the murder weapon, does that make strong evidence that Tyler Robinson committed this crime? And the answer is yes. It's not 100% proof, but it strongly indicates that. If the confessions of Tyler Robinson are actually his confessions and weren't coerced, does that make a strong case that he actually committed this crime? Yes. Great. Now, let's go to the alternative theory. Tyler's being set up as a patsy by insert Mormon beekeepers, Kosh Patel, Israel, Erica Kirk, whoever, right? If it's true that they paved over this quickly, is that proof that Tyler Robinson's being set up? If we hypothetically accept it was too fast, and the answer is no. If Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk had an argument the day before the shooting, is that proof that Erica Kirk's involved or that Tyler Robinson didn't kill? No. Every piece of evidence they raised.
Well, first of all, you have to go to the idea that because a picture was moved, that's proof that there was an argument to begin with.
I know. And then here's the other problem. And I've been trying to think the best way to deal with this. I had this happen last night. All right, now check this theory out. This is the first time I heard this last night. Guys like, no, I believe that gun or a gun of that caliber was used. But there was a handler. So Tyler Robinson may have did the shooting, maybe not, but there's a higher up guy that's a handler. Okay? And here's my evidence. Because there's other DNA on the rifle. And, you ready? Here's the kicker. It was dropped off in a wooded area owned by Palantir, one of the most evil corporations in the world. Now, at this point, hearing this, you have two choices. The first choice is to say, who gives a shit? That proves nothing. Even if that's 100% true, what does that matter? You're just saying the word Palantir to trigger reaction in people so people go, that must be nefarious. Your argument is, and then he was like, well, it wasn't owned by Palantir. It's owned by a property investor that has shares in Palantir. Okay? Property investor owns property. That's the big bombshell here. So you have that to try to make the argument. What does this matter? But the other thing that you should do is be like, can you prove that? Can you prove it? And it turns out, no, it was wrong. We went through and it turns out. But here's the problem. If you ask, can you prove it? And let's say they can. And then you're like, okay, interesting, but it's irrelevant. They'll go, the fact you asked to prove it proves you know that it's evidence of something. So now you're in this weird spot where people just throw bullshit out. They're like, Palantir was involved. Lance Twigg said this. He later recanted. The parents said we never said this. And you're like, wait, what? Is that true? And if they could prove that any little part of that's true, they act like, for example, in that debate we had, the gun holster. They find this holster. Now, the police testify that there was no gun in the holster, day one. Day two, the defense is like, yeah, but this one officer did write in the report there was a gun in the holster. Oh, bam, when I say, can you prove there was a second gun? Now, the official story is still there wasn't, but yes, there's discrepancy. The problem is the gun in the holster would have been a handgun, which would have been impossible to make that wound. So it's irrelevant anyways, right? Maybe you could say the .223 shell that they found could have possibly been more likely to, but the handgun's not going to. But it doesn't matter. To them, that's a victory. You said, can you prove it? And they showed something pointing to maybe that direction. Victory. So it's whack-a-mole with these conspiracies where it's like you try to always have to remind yourself, pause, take a step back. Let's start with this. Even if what you're saying is true, doesn't matter. Second, do you have any evidence that it's true? Third, if it is true and it would be compelling, what would this mean in the grand picture? What would this involve? For example, if it's true that Tyler Robinson's parents, as Candace was saying, a source told her that her parents never had these conversations with Tyler. Just to be clear, here's the alleged conversation from the prosecution.
I want to pause you real quick, just in case Trillion's out there listening, because Trillion was the one making the claim that there was indeed a gun in the holster. So I cut this clip just for his lioness.
As soon as we started pushing those guys out, my chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms, short bang, pop, bang, or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer. So that's when I recognized it.
Okay. Is a rifle sound, going back to when you heard this gunshot.
Anyways, so again, a empty holster. He actually goes on. He talks about it again a little bit later. But the fact is, it was a holster. And you know what was funny about that whole discussion is Trillion said, no, we know there was at least, we know they found 2 other guns on the property. Like, what are you talking about? Well, there was a holster, and then there was a bullet that was found.
Yeah, a bullet, not a gun.
And a .223, not 30 caliber.
It wasn't discharged, by the way, in case you're wondering. So that the bullet was still intact. Yeah, and so it's very much like you're playing whack-a-mole with this stuff, and it's so frustrating. And when you step and you're like, just look at the overarching theory, right? And again, there's a difference. They want to frame it this way. Like, you keep hearing this framing. We don't have to prove anything. We're not the ones on trial. The state has to prove. Yeah, but that's not the claim you all are making. Yeah. If you just said, yeah, for example, I think O.J. Simpson murdered, Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson. I believe that, right? However, that doesn't preclude that if I was on the jury, I could have said, I have reasonable doubt. Hypothetically, that could happen. That doesn't mean that I spend the rest of my life saying, the man was innocent. I'd just say he probably did it, but there was reasonable doubt. These people are making a different claim. Candace Owens puts the chance of Tyler Robinson pulling the trigger at, do you remember? 0%. Then, like an idiot, she goes on to say, but here's evidence that could convince me. Now, the entire Andrew hating crew says, I don't think overwhelming means 85%. That word means something different to me. Okay, overwhelming, like a word like substantial, could mean different things to different people. But fair enough. Judge how you want that word. But you know what's easy to understand? 0%. That's real easy to understand. That means nothing ever will change this. 0%. So when you say, I have 0% confidence, I know it's not him. And then someone says, well, what could get you to change your mind? Oh, well, if there's 4K footage. Okay, but then you would say 1% or 0.5% at best. You wouldn't say 0%. So again, this is another example of her audience thinking she's doing good by being hyperbolic. I suppose if Andrew would have said, I'm 200% confident, they'd have said, ooh, he wins the debate. 200%. Holy cow, that's really certain. So the whole thing's just, it's laughable. And again, I keep coming back to this. If you know that the debate topic was Andrew defending the state's claim is overwhelming and Candace defending that he's a patsy overwhelming, I just ask you this. You might say Andrew could have did a better job defending the state's case. I agree. Everyone agrees. Andrew agrees, right? But what was her defense of the patsy theory? I know there's Candace people watching on my channel right now. There's probably some watching here. Please, I swear, whatever you type when you're like, I'll bring it up. I've heard people say, like they said, Joe has said, well, Andrew conceded all of it. Well, what did he concede? He conceded it because it's true that the DNA was most degraded. Yeah, and he said it doesn't matter. It doesn't speak to anything, which it doesn't. If you're wondering, degraded DNA, when you find DNA in an object, it's not designed to tell you how recently the object was handled, right? Yeah. At all. It's not used for that. All that it's seeking to prove is, here's a pen. Is my DNA on the pen or not? So if this pen is implicated in a crime, you would run it for DNA. Now, it could be that my DNA, even after holding it now, would be the most degraded for whatever reason, because it's sweat, which is easy to degrade, even though I'm the last person to touch it. It's not speaking to the time. So even if it's true that it's the most degraded, all it's proving is he handled this rifle. The rifle's at the murder scene. He handled the screwdriver that was on the rooftop. He handled the towel that was adjacent to the rifle. Here's images that look like him that were on campus. The parents think that it looked like him. Tyler admits it was him. His friends in the Discord chat say it looked like him. Lance Twigg says it looked like him. A police officer thought it looked like him. His license plate is seen on the campus. A Turning Point USA employee said he came up and talked to me and positively identified him. A second police officer said at the scene of the gun, the car, a partial plate of the car was seen again. This is over and over and over. All the evidence pointing in the same direction. So the idea that the DNA is most degraded says absolutely dicko. But I had one person try to tell that Joe had tried to say that's her argument that he's a patsy. It is not. All that would prove would be that perhaps he's not guilty. But it's one thing for the cops to charge someone and that person to be not guilty. It's another thing for the cops to purposely set him up as a patsy. So what was the argument that he's a patsy? And the answer is none. She wouldn't defend anything. And it's sad because the Candace bots and the Candace fans have a very difficult task. They have to try to make some bullshit up that's compelling. They have to be like, well, the evidence, and they can't do it. So what it comes out as instead is this: Rob, you sound like you're yelling. You got tits. You're fat. Your boy got smoked. You're coping. Andrew couldn't name all 7 charges. Like that's it. And it's been 4 days of that now. And you're just
they've created this thing recently of saying that I'm short, I guess. I want to show you guys a picture. I'll put it up here in just a second. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna show you this guy. You guys look up Alex Stein. I mean, people that have seen me obviously know that I'm not short, but I do want to show you. I sent to the wrong thing. But it's hilarious what they just struggle bust their way into all of these weird ad homs that don't even make sense. But that's what they attack, and they got nothing. They got absolutely nothing. I'll throw this up there.
And just to be clear, so let's go some more of this. She named 7 charges. Andrew couldn't name 1. Untrue. Andrew named murder. So first off, again, this is another example of, do you attack it on the actual merits or do you attack it on the framework? Let's assume that's true. First off, it's irrelevant. I debated this. Oh, our boy Alex Stein.
So you've seen Alex Stein.
Yeah, he's tall.
6'3", 6'4".
The pimp
By
on
the
a
way,
blimp.
folks,
Yeah.
I'm 6'1", ish. So again, I'm over 6 foot, and it's hilarious that they're like, Gary's a ginger midget. He's like 5'2" or so, like, and I just started seeing this recently, and that's what's going around. So I don't know. It's hilarious to me.
I'm 5'8". You guys can pick on me. I don't care. But
it's okay. Not everybody gets to ride a roller coaster, Rob.
That's right. That's all right. When I was next to Gerald on the plane. He's really tall. His legs are all cramped. I was like, short man wins again. That's right. The old short legs on the plane. But so let's do okay, Andrew couldn't name the charges. So this dude Bobby that I just debated, Bobby Sauce, he says that. He's like, well, it's clear Candace is more invested. She knew the charges, and if I spent $300,000, I would have known the charges, because that would mean it's something you care about. I said, hey, Bobby, I've seen some of your posts, right? You care about Israel, right? Oh, yeah. And you don't like the Iran war. Yeah. You talk Israel? Yeah. How many people live in Israel? He's like, huh? I was like, how many people live in Israel? I was like, 10.2 million. I must care more. I know, right? And he's like, I don't understand. We're not here to debate Israel. And I'm like, no, I'm trying to make a point to you. Memorizing some pretty much irrelevant detail doesn't mean that all of a sudden that you know more and we have to trust your word on everything. So that's number one. If, for example, if Nicole Brown Simpson, or if O.J. Simpson was, if I said, well, do you have an opinion on if he was guilty or not? Yes. And your opinion might be like, I looked through all the evidence. I did this. It's meticulous. Did you know any of this, Rob? And I go, no. But did you know the exact charge? And you're like, just first degree murder of both of them? No. Actually, it was aggravated homicide. And actually, he was also charged with obstruction. And he was charged with intimidating a witness. Ha ha, I win. You'd be like, This is not serious.
The prompt had nothing to do with the charges themselves. Did he kill Charlie Kirk or not? Like, that's it. And or is he a patsy or not?
Yeah.
She didn't know. She didn't know that there wasn't, or she claimed she didn't know that Lance Twig's DNA wasn't on the gun. She didn't know that most of the evidence that was provided was not hearsay. She didn't know about the text message. Those seem a little bit more relevant to what we're actually discussing, as opposed to literally memorizing some abstract statements that the state uses to define exactly what took place.
That's right. And now, if you want to get technical about those statements, number one, technically, Andrew is right. Because when you're charged with aggravated murder, that's just murder with an enhancement, basically. And it is possible for you to then be found guilty of murder without the aggravated part. So in other words, if you're charged with aggravated murder, you are also charged with murder. So therefore, when he said murder, he is correct. Number two, she lists the second count as felony discharge of a firearm. That's not true. That's not what the second count is. The second count is felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury. There is no such crime as felony discharge of a firearm. There are crimes about discharging a firearm, but it becomes a felony when you actually seriously harm someone. That means that she misstated the case further than Andrew misstating from saying murder to aggravated murder. Now, I asked this Bobby guy, I said, if you believe, because Andrew misstated, that implies he didn't really know or care about this case, does that make you question Candace, who's been focused on it 11 months and couldn't accurately name it? And his answer was no, because she does care. You see, the evidence she could care is because she could name the charges and Andrew couldn't. But when you prove she couldn't name the charges, well, that's not evidence she doesn't care because she cares. You see how that works? And you're like, oh my gosh. And you're left there when you're someone like me that's like, I like debating. I love debating people I disagree with. I think it's fun. I get heated, but it's fun. But you all assume you're playing the same game of logic. And it's clear that's not what's happening. And it frustrates you because you're like, I assume, if I'm playing chess with someone, even if they're beating me, we understand the rules of the game. And it's like we're playing chess with these people and they're just taking crayons and drawing circles on the board. And we're like, but that's not a move. And they're like, I'm winning. Ha ha. And you're like, I don't know what to say to this. It's nonsense, you know?
She's just like, bibbidi bobbidi bobbidi boo.
Yes, the scat man, yeah.
I made this post earlier, and I think it's really relevant here at this point. It says, has anyone ever made more money by delivering less over a longer period of time than real Candace Owens? Tens of millions of dollars in 11 months, still not one piece of court admissible evidence. Not one single piece of court admissible evidence. 11 months, the largest crowdsourced, retard-fueled investigation in this nation and this Earth's history, and not one piece of evidence to back it any up.
And it requires $300,000 to even discuss it.
Yep. She thinks that a completely innocent man, I hope she's donating that money to his defense fund.
She claims she's donating it to a Catholic church, is what she said.
Oh, is she? Well, a man's life is on the line. He's a patsy. There's 0% chance. I would get him a couple of other lawyers.
Me too.
I'd donate to his legal team. That would just be the right Christian thing to do as far as I'm concerned. And I mean that seriously. Rod something or another. Freaking Russian, just joking. That's probably Ukrainian. How would you both define woke right? I know what my definition is. I'd like to hear yours, Rob.
I don't like the term, and here's why. Because woke was a great optic victory to go after the left, right? It really was. And so even if we look at people on the right that are equally or more heinous in some ways, I prefer to use a different term because to me, it belittles the effectiveness that this term had on that. We finally got a narrative win with woke. We're tired of woke. So then to apply it to the right, I don't like. But if I had to define it, I would say people with motivated reason to the point that they project things that are based on feelings and otherwise anyone that disagrees them as evil. And so my feelings show that Tyler didn't do it and you're a piece of shit if you disagree. You're complicit. That would be how I would look at it.
I would define it as the same way that we define where the woke left started, and that is grievance politics that are race-based. And that's kind of where this started, where it was like, hey, you know what? We as white people, Jews, this, that, or the other, Like we started taking on this grievance culture on the right, and then we started saying, you know what, the Jews are oppressing us. We have the liberals that are oppressing us, and what's left out. And I agree with some of this, but I don't like where it heads. And that is, you know, we as white cis male, especially cis male whites, you know, like we are what's the word I'm looking for? Anyways, you know, we have grievances and we have problems with what's going on. And this is where this kind of rose out of. I agree that it's not a very accurate term, but I think it's just kind of the term that we use now. You can use whatever you want. There's definitely it has morphed into that, into like the freaking manosphere stuff, and into like this anti-Semitic element that just doesn't make sense. It's just all kind of been combined. That's kind of how I see it.
It's really like, look, this is, I hate to say this, but I'm gonna, you know, I would trust Nick Fuentes's record on disliking Israel right up there with the top of anyone. When Nick Fuentes is looking at this and going, you people have lost your minds. You have absolutely lost your minds. You think Israel's behind everything. You're insane. Like, that ought to tell you that it's like, there's something crazy going on. And it's the easiest thing in the world, man. It's like anything, you know, and it's pathetic. I lost my job. Israel, you know, it rained. I didn't mow. My mower broke down. Israel, you know, and at some point you're just like, it's just pathetic. So
it really is. It really is.
By the way, are you sending me that 7,000 shekels? We're sending that by the
yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Hopefully you've looked at the exchange rate. That's $24.95.
Oh, nice.
USD. No big deal. Super sticker, Mad Dog. Mad Dog, we saw you in the chat the other night. Good times in the space. Melanie Francis, Rob, you're lying by omission. She's on your side. Don't worry.
I know.
She said, I can't say for certain. I can't say for certainty. I'll tell you what, like
certainty. Yes, that's it.
Going through Candace's, I don't know, mispronounced words, they will screw you up, man. Next thing you know, you can't say it the correct way. But for certainty, but he's definitely the cream of the pie. He is my favorite cream pie.
Yep.
Important distinction. You must get the incorrect grammar correct.
That's true. That is true. Unless she'll say I slandered her. Yeah. Or I don't know. Can she pronounce that one?
Owens made this debate in her house with her team and a mod that was on her side. Earpieces where we have zero clue if someone was in her ear. And I heard Andrew's earpiece broke during a break. I also heard that too. You know, one thing that really bugged me is how she kept looking at PBD for like affirmation. Like that really irritated me. But
I will say that. So I'll say this about, let's go the negatives first. I wish Patrick would have brought some of my fact checks up more timely. I think that it was a huge blunder that Patrick screwed up the topic wording at the beginning, seeing as how that was like 3 days worth of contract negotiation. So you would hope that he would get the actual topic wording correct. Because I remind you, the topic was both had to defend their claims were overwhelming. That's what was insisted in the contract, that Candace wanted that word there, right? And I do think that Patrick at points bailed her out or went in these bizarre, have you ever double dated? It's like, however, I will say this. If you think Andrew lost, I do not. I think that it's Cope to blame the moderator. I think that the moderation was fine enough that you go within the metrics of what you're given. I don't think Patrick was malicious. I don't think that he was intending to try to put the scale on Candace. That's just my opinion. Maybe Andrew disagrees, but I had no such feelings. And you're never going to have perfect moderation, so I thought it was fine for what we needed. So.
Rob has set the standard for speech tempo. Gary, you have to speed up. I already get yelled at in the comments now that I speak too fast. So no, I gotta be paying 100% attention to Rob for my brain to even. You want to know what he's saying?
What it is? Policy debate in college. We all talk like auctioneers. So like this is policy.
You guys at high pitch too. It's like these speed freaking debates.
Yeah, so it'd be like this. I'd be like, actually, I think that Candace Owens lost the debate because she didn't defend a topic whatsoever. She just went in and said a bunch of innuendo and things like that. She wouldn't pay attention to everything. She takes all these random things and would be able to say things like, well, you can memorize all the charges, but that's not actually going to do anything. When you actually get to the point where she has to defend her claims, she wouldn't be able to say anything. Andrew, on the other hand, was able to defend some of the state's claims and talked about how he thinks that the evidence would be overwhelming because of confessions, things like the gun. All she did was push back in defense of that. So that's how you talk. That's how you talk and debate. And then the problem is you do that for 6 years, and now you're having a conversation with your wife about what to have for dinner, and she's like, slow the heck down. What are you doing? So I know, I apologize. I do speak too fast, you know.
No, you're good. Gary and Andrew live at the same time. I don't like this. I feel like I'm being forced to choose between mommy and daddy. Well, you know what? Freaking split screen it, Rage. I don't want to hear you whine about it.
You sound like Candace calling Andrew, you're not my dad. You know.
Gary, you can add diminutive to your resume. Did Candace say that today? I don't doubt it. Rob, do you think Candace should return the cash because of her ad hom?
No, I think she did enough that she should be allowed to keep the cash. I think that, since the debate, something happened that I assumed would, which was like this scandal that Gerald was in the kids' sacred room and he recorded something. Did you hear about this?
No. Exclusive. Right here on Paramount,
So
the
Candace-
Dangerous Liberty podcast.
Candace said yesterday that, first off, she doesn't like Steven Crowder, so Gerald showing up from Crowder's show, we didn't give his name ahead of time. I don't know about that. I don't know what the negotiations was. The contract didn't say we had to name people. Whether or not there were further conversations, I don't know. What I do know is she's claiming that Gerald filmed in an area he wasn't allowed. And I was actually in like 60 seconds after the debate. He was like, what do you think? And I was just like, oh. What this was they said that we had to sign like certain paperwork that say there were certain things we could say or certain things we could do. And one of them said that you were only allowed to film in the studio. I thought the studio was the rooms that we were let into, right? So you come into room 1, which leads to room 2, which leads to where the filming or where the seats are. I was like, that's all the studio. This is her studio, right? Apparently, they just met in the little chairs. That was the only part filming was allowed to happen. Whatever, I don't care. Gerald claims that he asked security and they said, sure, you can film here. No big deal. But where it gets even spicier is Candace is like, and that's an area my children play. And these creepy guys were in where my children play. And it's basically, now I have people on my ex, they're like, how dare you and Gerald? We're violating her kids' like safe space for her. That's so creepy. So if we're going to play that game, allow me to present my rebuttal. I got to say, Gary, it was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Security leads us through into this room, and the very first room you walk into was her children's sanctum. Now, what kind of horrible mother would have the children's safe space as the entryway? That means if an intruder were to break in, they would have to get through the children first. That's horrific. And then even worse, I was patted down by strange men in this child's sanctum. Why would you do something that, like, that's just gratuitous, that you would do that in a child's safe sanctum? It's disgusting. I was disgusted by the whole thing. In this child's sanctum where these children play. Or we could call it a garage where there was a couple toys in. But now that doesn't sound good, does it? It doesn't sound good to say the entryway where they brought us in and then scanned us down was a garage. That's what it was. And now we're bad people because we were in the very area that they told us that we had to be. It's so ludicrous. And this was the whole point of, like, this is why it's a bad idea to do it.
I'm not going to lie. You have completely ruined the word sanctum.
There you go. Yeah.
No, it sounds very provocative.
But you knew that that's what would happen. You knew that eventually it'd be like, these guys came out, like anything could have happened. A picture could have came up missing and they'd have been like, oh, it must have been Andrew's team. So the whole way leading up to the debate, all these people on X were like, I wouldn't leave these strange guys in your house. Why are they insisting? We didn't insist. We wanted to go to a neutral platform. She insisted that it must be, the money had to be there by Wednesday. It had to be on Friday, that particular Friday. It had to be at her house. And Andrew had to defend overwhelmingly the state's case. Those were her 4 conditions. So we would have happily been like, let's do it at the Holiday Inn. Let's do it over the computer. Any number of things. Let's do it on Joe Rogan. She insisted at her house, and then who would have thought that immediately the criticism would be like, I don't like what they did in my house. Just like clockwork. It's always victimhood shit. So,
It's like when they claim it's a conspiracy because they redacted a lot of the evidence from the public there in the court. It's like the defense did that. The defense called for that. Like, what are you doing, dude? They wanted to give a lot more evidence. The prosecution. I don't know, man. It's wild to me. It's wild to me. So here's one of the biggest problems that I see when it comes to. Let me just see. I got some secret messages from Jen. Gary. That was earlier.
Tell this guy to stop shouting. He talks too loud.
Yeah, you can play that. Is that a new video, Jen? If you want to play that in a minute. Pull it. Have it pulled up, ready to go.
You already played. I thought you played it with the message that I sent you.
Gotcha.
Was it you that sent me? I have a clip that I think you sent me that I played in that debate I just had. Let me see. I think it was you that sent me. It was. Here, let me play this clip. Or the clip you sent me of Candace with her reliable source on our exchange. Why don't you play that for a second? Because I didn't have that one. That one's very interesting. So let me set the stage for all of you watching, right? Candace has these sources, and we just have to accept these sources must be telling the truth. But what do we do when the sources contradict each other, right? Now, Candace told us in that debate, you can't say that Tyler Robinson's parents identified him because her source tells her that actually it wasn't the parents. They never said that. It was just the family friend that claimed the parents said that, but they never said it. Okay. Well, that's definitive. Who could argue with Candace's sources? Well, there's only one person I know that can argue with Candace's sources, and that's Candace. So you showed me this clip, and I was like, it's so funny. Do you have it? I
got it right here.
Yeah.
I got it right here.
Here you go. Who could dispute Candace Owens' sources?
So everybody, just to give a little bit more clarity, like the whole narrative inside the charging documents, which is also carried over to the probable cause for arrest documents too, by the way, of the parents identifying Tyler, of the parents bringing him in, all those things. So this is what Candace said, and I got the date and the episode, so you guys can go watch it yourself.
He says closure. We got him. They already start in that he starts talking about the messages. He starts filling in the blanks. He said he had it. He put it in a towel. We have messages. It's all over. We found it on Discord. Discord is going to say that's not true.
Oh, you know what? That's the wrong one.
That is the
wrong one.
I can bring it up.
Same episode, but what is great about that is this is also where she lied. That was a clip that I pulled. I was going to put together some other clips where, again, what she's saying is the Discord said it wasn't true, that those messages didn't exist, when that's not what Discord said. What Discord said is we can't find any messages of him planning that. And then on top of that, she goes on to talk. This was prior to her interview with the CNN.
Governor Cox, by the way, Governor Cox, like, this is like the day that Robinson turns himself in. He gives his press conference and he basically misspeaks. You could say he didn't really say it. I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt that he implied that they had messages, including Discord messages, that showed the drop site, the planning, blah, blah, blah. Now, the truth is they had messages, but Cox misimplies when he says they were Discord messages. So the intrepid news media reaches out to Discord, and Discord's like, we don't have messages that they planned it here, but we do have all the other messages where he admits that it was him and his friends say that looks like you, and they have those. So they're like, of course, what the defense, because Governor Cox misspoke in the heat of the moment when this guy turned himself in.
And everything the source.
So this is perfect. Yeah.
I have a source, and everything the source has told me that has happened when we were lied to publicly has proven to be correct. So I am very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lantis' family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this. So they released the photo. And then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother who recognized Tyler and she phones him up. Tyler says, Mom, I'm sick. She doesn't believe it. She loops in Dad. Okay.
Wait, what? I thought she said in the debate that her source told her the parents never had that conversation. Now here's an example, by the way. Take a step back. And I want you to think, like all of the things, just this one little part of the theory. We have a charging document that says, Mom looked and saw what looked like her son and said, oh my goodness, calls her son. Son says, wasn't me, I was sick. Mom shows dad. Dad's like, that looks like him. Dad calls. He basically breaks down and says, I'm thinking of ending my life. Dad says, you better get over here. Then they have a conversation where the parents like, he basically admitted to us that it was him. They call the family friend, they turn him in. So their theory is, without any proof, that a source told them that actually the parents never had that conversation, that this family friend that was called made this entire story up, right? But for some reason, the parents not only are not taking this information to the defense to then provide evidence to the defense that they could have brought up in the hearing, hey, the prosecution is lying. They are making up statements about the parents and will bring in the parents to prove it. For some reason, they're not doing that, nor are they speaking up in public, saying, this is all a lie. Our son's innocent. We never said those things. But even if you could get beyond that, ask yourself this. Then how did he turn himself in? How did the conversation go? How would this hypothetically go? So according to their theory, Tyler Robinson didn't do it. The pictures don't look anything like him. No one would have recognized him from those pictures because they're all BS. Okay, so then Tyler Robinson, let's just say he shows up to his parents' house. And his parents are like, hey, son, what's up? And he's like, hey, Ma, what's for dinner? Beef stroganoff. Sounds great. Where's Dad? He's out in the garage. Hey, Dad, want to throw the old pigskin around? Sure. And then they're playing, and Dad's like, you know, it'd be fun. Let's call that old family friend I have. Give him a ring. Let's see what he's up to. He comes over, and family friend's like, couple of beers, guys. Hey, you know what we should do? Let's head down to the old police precinct and pretend to turn you in for a murder. Wouldn't that be fucking hilarious? And they're like, yeah, this is great. Let's do it. And then as soon as they get there, the family friend's like, gotcha. It turns out I'm working with the feds. I set it up. Now shut your mouth, Mom and Dad. I'm going to make up a conversation that you had with your son. And like, they never even thought through, how does he get to the police precinct if no one ever said he looked like the murderer, if he never had a conversation? How did he end up there? What happened? And they overlook it. They're just like, no.
Let's take this one step further. Speaking of sources, and she confirmed, like, this is the top level investigator of all time, Rob. So let's watch this video right here about her trusted sources, how she's vetted a lot of information, and this should just be the nail in the coffin.
Stop the bullet without question. Okay. And this is going to dispel a lot of theories that are out there. And I'm telling you this 100%. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front, and the bullet did not exit. And at least a fragment of the bullet was recovered from his neck. And I'm going to tell you exactly where it was recovered from. I have fact-checked this information from multiple sources now. I've actually been sitting on this for a little bit over a week.
Some good investigative work.
Right around here. So think about almost in line with your shoulder blade right in the center. Now, why is that helpful? Because it gives us a bullet trajectory, okay? We went in here where you saw that, and it was stopped, and a fragment was pulled.
Now, is that where the fragment was pulled from?
I don't know where the fragment was actually pulled from.
But it was a gun? I'm just now hearing this. Candace's sources
from the front. Multiple sources confirmed this, Rob. This is you can't question her.
My sources tell me, listen, I'm willing to break something right here. I have two sources. My first sources told me absolutely 100% certain has proof that Tyler Robinson did it. And my second sources told me absolutely 100% Tyler Robinson didn't do it. So you got to trust my sources, right? And I mean, I don't want to say, again, you bring this up, you can't believe this stuff that people say when you're like, well, why should we trust a source? Again, I just go back to the people I've talked to this week. This guy just earlier today, this is what he said. Okay. Won't you acknowledge that she had a relationship with people at Turning Point? Sure. And theoretically, she could still be talking to some people at Turning Point. Okay, I buy that. Well, and you're like, what? I'm sorry? So that proves she has a source that's talking about bullet trajectory? That proves that she has a source that's like, oh yeah, he was at the Pangooch
Which by the way, she got that information. So that video came from the day after she met with Erica Kirk. She got that information from Erica Kirk, and she said she confirmed it with multiple other sources. But her chat didn't like that. Her viewers didn't like that. So the next day she changed things up, and take it a few more weeks later, and now we're into exploding mic theory. So
it's just it's also tiresome. And like, I mean, you've been doing this longer than me, right? When we ended that space the other day, like someone clipped me on my channel. I'm just like, oh, what are we doing? I'm losing my voice. I spent 15 hours in one day taking call-ins, being on spaces, and you're just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And
it's like talking to the exact same retard over and over again. It's the exact same person that obfuscates, that just completely misrepresents what's going on, and then you got to go get the proof, and you show and here's the crazy thing: after you've done this a while, Rob, once you'll see that okay, they abandon these theories because they see that it's been completely debunked. But then 3 months from now, they resurrect and recycle those same theories, and you got to go we covered that 3 months ago. We all agreed that was horseshit, but yet here we are again.
It's just like the left. The left always did this. They would call it. This used to be my show, call-in show, every week. It'd be the same characters. They'd be like, Trump said to drink bleach. No, he didn't. Yeah, he did. So you go through the whole thing. Okay, but he said Nazis are good people. No, he didn't. Then you go through the whole thing. And then the next week they're like, yeah, but he said to drink bleach. And you're like, oh my goodness, we just went through this. No, they didn't say that,
you got to admit, the same tactics is it is just like arguing with the left. There is no difference it's the same lack of logic. It's the same disingenuous behavior. It's the same dishonesty. It's all the same. I did want to say, Lynn, I see your super chat and I appreciate that. I don't even want to talk about that because that'll get clipped and it'll be turned into something that it's not. It's security related, and I just don't want to touch that, Lynn. Rob, we all know you flooded the toilets. Shame on you. This was super chats on Andrew's live tonight. What you should have done was an upper decker. That's what should have been done.
Well, one of the comments, someone said that we were going to leave strange fluids. I did use the toilet. I washed my hands though, but I guess technically that could be considered a strange fluid that I left in the house. But yeah, I don't know, man. I felt like upper decking a Candace Owens home would probably put me on the #1 target for wine bombs for the next 2 decades. So I was nothing but a gentleman. The whole time, I promise. So.
And I'm sure. Blake Bednar's just surrendered on X Pity. I don't know what you mean by that, Patriot, but I'll check it out in a minute. And then, is Billy in trouble for trespassing at UVU? I don't know. I know there's a lot of there's some clear evidence that it probably was Billy that did that. I don't know if that's been established for sure. I don't want to throw out allegations. But what I can tell you is that there's plenty of surveillance footage. So if it was her, they're going to find out and she's going to get in trouble.
Can I ask you an unrelated question?
Sure, bud.
About this case? I was streaming all day. I think I heard Nate, the lawyer, tell me in the last stream, did Luigi Mangione plead guilty?
He did.
No kidding. I didn't see that. Yeah. Well, how about that? There's another one. Everyone was certain he didn't do it. What happened? By the way, I predicted day one of this. I was like, listen, here's the deal. As soon as Candace's and company's bizarre theories aren't used by the defense, which they won't be, you know what the next step is? Well, the defense is in on it. They're already starting it. The diligent denizens already thought, well, the reason the defense won't use our information, they're in on it. And so it's like, it'll never end. Tyler could come out tomorrow and be like, look.
The parents are in on it. I've already been hearing that. The parents are in on it.
He could come out tomorrow and say, it was me. It was me. And they'll say, they got to him. They did it. They got to him. There's no evidence. It'll just be forever. And if that means that, the jury will be on it. Oh, those jurists, they must be Jewish folks too. It's like at some point you just have to say, I don't know what to say. The one silver lining of this is I think it's exposing a lot of people. And so that if you have a memory, you could be like, oh, you're one of those people. I don't want to harm those people, the Candace people. I just want to do this. I want to take them in my mind and do this, put them over here, and then never take anything they say seriously ever again. And be like, you're good people. You just stay there. And yes, your little wine mom theories. Yes, keep at it. You guys are good. We're going to do stuff over here. We're going to move forward and try to help the country. You guys just stay over here. We don't care what you say anymore. And so at least that's a silver lining,
No, I agree. Well, listen, folks, I'm actually going to be running the space here in about 8 minutes, Rob. If you're so inclined, we'd love to have you on there as well. We always love arguing and talking and all the other stuff. But Rob, listen, man, I think we could talk about another 4 hours. Just one of the things that we didn't get into is I do think like the fabric of society, this country, truth, reason, logic has been completely undermined by all of this. And it's broken a lot of people's brains. And it's definitely like a residue from COVID, among other things. But I love that you are a very clear voice and all this, a very reasoned voice. And
loud and losing my voice. But yes,
a little bit of scratchy voice. Yes. But, you know, I love how you approach this. I love the way that you communicate. And we all aspire to be Rob. And he is finally here at the cream of the pie here on the Dangerous Liberty podcast. No, I look forward to doing more stuff with you. So yeah, let's stay in touch. Let's hang out, and we'll do this again soon.
It was my pleasure, and yes, I'm equally happy to be working with you, and can't wait to do another show. So thank you so much for having me today, and thank you to all of your audience for listening to me. So.
Yeah, man. And audience, we love you guys. Thank you for all your love and support. We appreciate you very much. Come jump on over here at X. We'll jump on a space for a couple hours. We'll see where that goes. But until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon. Rob, thanks, dude.
Hey,
that was fun.
Thank
You're a fun guy.
I had a blast. Thank you so much. Also very funny. You're very funny. I actually have an interview here in 6 minutes with, do you know MilkBarTv? He puts up all the hilarious. Yes, I'm going to talk to
I love Nate. He's been on the show. I've been on his show. Love Nate.
Good dude. So, hey, it was a pleasure. We'll talk soon, man. Good luck in your space.
Sounds
nice
good.
to meet you, Rob.
Nice to meet you too. Thanks so much. We'll see y'all. All right. How do I? Hey, consider sending in super chats. I promise after this next interview, I got to go to the bathroom real quick and fill up my water. What'd you guys think of that debate in Viva Fries? Man, did that guy get wrecked. Holy cow. I like the interviews. I do. But I love debating. Love it. Cheers on a generation. This shirt makes me look fat. Or maybe it's the fat that makes me look fat. I don't know. Gary was a good guy, though. That was fun. All right. Oh, that leaked more than I expected. All right. What are we at with super chats? Did we reach our modest goal of $300,000? Let me check real quick. What? 420? That's insulting in a litany of ways. All right, on to the next interview. Okay. Where are we at? We're moving here. We're going here. All right. I'm backstage. When he brings me up, I'll be ready to go. Oh, that Bobby guy, man. He didn't want the smoke, did he? What is this, a debate? Oh, no. I love that. When I was down at Brandon Strzok's event, I love when people underestimate me. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I also would have preferred the moderation to be less, but it's Viva's show. Sometimes that happens. But happy to debate these people. Line them up. I don't have the $300,000 for the entry fee, that some of these people want. Now, I'm very excited to talk to MilkBarTv because I think he's been doing tremendous work. I played one of his clips yesterday on the show. I'll play it for you. Where was the one? Yeah, this is the one I played. It's a great one. This dude's going to be busy for the next 10 years just clipping this. So the guy that put this together is who's I'm going to be talking
My belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim.
No, Tyler Robinson. They're going to convict him. Right? They found their patsy. They're going to make it work.
The alleged shooter. You think they're a patsy?
Of course, they're a patsy. A patsy, which is what Tyler Robinson is. Tyler is a patsy. I maintain that. What we've all suspected, that Tyler Robinson is indeed a patsy. I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy.
Was Lance Twiggs' DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
Prints which were found on the gun, which of course included Lance Twiggs. More evidence that Lance Twiggs simply took Tyler Robinson's family heirloom of a gun and helped the feds set him up as a patsy. More of his DNA than Tyler's on the gun, that there is objectively more overwhelming evidence that Lance Twiggs did this crime. Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle. What's Tyler's rifle, but Lance's DNA is more prominent? How does that happen?
Was Lance Twiggs' DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
No, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty. Right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow.
That Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. Let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being.
All right, we're going to get started soon. You get the picture. Hey, can you hear me? Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Let me check, 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 check. You got to bring me up stage. I don't know if you can hear me. Check, check, check. There's things in my ear. Give me a second. Oh, boy. It's been a long week of streaming, huh? You want me to start rapping? I'm quite the rapster. Yeah, you guys hear me fine, but I'm talking to... It's a psychic interview. Okay. I am getting mentioned. I've been mentioned. The great mentioning continues. Oh, wow. DebateCon returning to Dallas. Cenk Uygur debating Andrew Wilson. When is that? February 21st. Wow. That's a big event. Look at that shit. You guys see this? I'm just now hearing this. Wow. Maybe I'll go to that debate con in Dallas. Maybe I'll debate Anna. Oh. Cenk, bring Anna. I'll debate her. And I'll probably debate Rachel. Who else is there? Jimmy Dore. I'll debate Jimmy Dore. All right. Well, MilkBar was there. Now he's gone. Debate Michelle Obama. Nah. I'll debate any of these folks. I don't mind. Well, I could not, too. I don't mind that either. I could be behind the scenes guy. It don't bother me. Oh, I want to turn off my... that looks very unprofessional to have my dono bar up. So... Holy cow, am I tired. It's been a lot of streaming, man. We're 5 hours in today. This will be at least 2 hours. That'll put me at 7. I am debating Tim Gordon Monday. I would debate Nick. I don't have a problem with that. I don't know that I have anything planned for tomorrow yet, though it could happen. Oh, you want to see me debate Dean and Parker? Yeah, I think Tim's a smart guy. It'll be nice to talk to someone that I respect as intelligent on this topic. I know how the debate's going to go already, though. It's going to be a weird semantic debate because it has to do with whether or not it is compelling that Israel took part in or instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk. And so it's just going to be a lot of non-falsifiable, well, Israel was pissed, okay. And in the past, Israel's manipulated social media, okay. So we have good reason to believe they did it here. And I'm going to be like, but is there any evidence? No. You know what I'm saying? What's going on here? Am I missing something? Did I get the time right? I hope it's the right time zone. I probably screwed it up or something. Oh. Yeah, it's in a half an hour. What's up? Look at that. Oh, watch this. Word war debate. Watch this. Listen, I'm gonna pimp word war debate here for a minute. I kid you not. This is the most comfortable hat I own. My word war hat is wonderful. It's a wonderful hat. I don't know if they plan at their next event to have the same hats, but I recommend grabbing one. I enjoy it thoroughly. I saw there's some good debates going on at Word War. They're doing an event. Stefan Molyneux is going to be debating. Good shit, man. Good stuff. And I know they're online stuff. Some of the dudes I know. Ryan Mullally was moderating for them, I think. And some folks I know were participating. So good for them, man. I wish them all the best. It's a great idea, and what you want is people that are not complete insane wackos that are putting on debates and on the online space and in person. And, it's a crazy world, man. You just saw what we went through having to go to Candace Owens' house. Imagine if that was put on by a third party like Word War and it was in an independent venue the details of how the fact checking and the microphones and the tablets and all that would have been worked out. And I wouldn't be accused of going into some kid's space, you know? Sorry, Umbra Project. I know I've been streaming too much. Yeah, I would head down. I like Nashville. I would head down. I don't want to go to Candace's house, though. Well, let's read some super chats since I was a half hour off. Draco, $5 says, what is Viva Frei? Sounds French and gay. I think he's Canadian. I like Viva. He talks too much, though. And I'm allowed to say that because I talk too much. Wicked Wally, $5 says, showing all her prep wasn't a flex. Seen many women holding the stacks of papers with writing all over them in my lifetime. Their grades were terrible. Yeah. Big Daddy Pod, $5 says, call wine moms what they really are, Rob. Alcoholics. I was an alcoholic. I was fun. Bears Gams, thanks. $20 says, Candace is butthurt because she isn't in charge of TPUSA. I have it on good authority, but I can't disclose. Yeah. Thank you, man. Aquanote, $2 says, source, Campbell's Alphabet Soup. Birdman, $20 says, don't get black-pilled. I won't. I promise. You're asking for the wackadoo to engage. Look at how many are not engaging. There's a whole lot more of us than the Candaholics. I agree. Kristen, thanks for being a member. Really appreciate it. Jacqueline, $5 says, Rakita Law pulled up charging docs last night to show someone the state got warrants for Tyler Robinson's dash cam and has video from it plus listed a serial number. Yeah, they have I think I'd read that, and they also have Google Maps data. So there's a lot they haven't showed yet. Jake, £2 says, were you complicit in Dino Gate? I have no idea what you're talking about. Mr. Funzerker, $5 says, he said, I don't think the case really mattered one way or another to Andrew. And if I pay $300,000 to debate about a potential for death, he should know. Yeah. So he's like right out of the gate, right? Like, and it's funny because I looked at the comments on Viva Frei's X, and it's all just Candace. And they're like, Rob just came in so hostile and rude to Bobby Sauce. What are you talking about? Like, I was asking him to defend his claims, and he immediately started whining. It's just woman stuff. You know, what are you doing? It's feminine energy, man. Oh, it wasn't debate. Like, come on, man. I didn't say exactly that verbatim. You implied that Andrew pissed his money away and was spending that much money. He should have known the charging documents. And the fact he didn't means you don't think he knows that much about the case. So if Candace doesn't know the charging document, doesn't that mean the same? No, that's different. I didn't say those exact words. That's worthless. Jefferson, $2 says, a mention for interrupting is still a mention. Yeah, that's true. BB the Aussie, $10 says, the sad thing is that I see zero tributes to Charlie Kirk at the end of the streams, friend or foe. Ride the content wave. Zero tributes to Charlie Kirk at the end of the streams, friend or foe. I try to give a tribute to Charlie at the end of every show. I really do. Torque Doctor, $5 says, ask why she is still withholding evidence that could exonerate an innocent person. It's a great question. Aquanote, $5 says, Candace used Mott & Bailey debate tactic. Credit to Jay Dyer. Yeah, Jay knows. What's this? What do I got here? Kate Codence, $5 says, he's doing the same shit as Candace did. Yeah, that's what I saw. Quibbling over semantics and meta conversation about the debate. And yeah. BB again, $10 says, sit 10 children in a circle to pass on a piece of information anti-clockwise to each other. Was the information correct at the end? No. Jacqueline Brennan, $5 says, stop the BS. She was close to Charlie Kirk. His wife was way closer, and you all treat her like crap. Now your queen knows she's lying, so she's scared of legal pickle. Yeah, I tried to prove that point was like, if I have to sit here and listen to you go, well, maybe Candace knows because she was so close. Okay, well, you know who was closer? Erica. Yeah, but maybe Erica's in on it. Okay, maybe Candace is in on it. Now what? Jacqueline, $5 says, where's your most important evidence, Harpole? Because that one would rectify your federal lawsuit. Even though you admitted Erica Kirk gave you his FedSlop flight logs. Yep. Jefferson, $2 says, 300K bought a fighting retreat from the conspiracist. Yep. Abby, $10 says, show your Robbie your support. I agree. Thank you, Abby. Jefferson, $2 says, Candace's allies are having to retreat from her. Abby, $10 says, Rob and team are working hard on this for us. Thank you. It's my pleasure. I enjoy this. I'd debate these people all night. I would. I don't care. You know? And look, I don't brag about myself often, but if I'm motivated to hit down hard on a topic, I'm pretty fucking good. And I think even the people that have debated me know that. They really do. And so, if that's how it's going to be, and you know, I wondered. Viva was like, "This guy's going to come on and he wants to discuss the debate." I was like, "Okay, sounds good." I'm always pleased when someone's willing to come debate. I really am, because it's sometimes it's hard for me to get debates. So Jefferson, $2 says, I appreciate that Nate is always fair on points. Yeah, Nate's good. I really like him. Jason Plays, $10 says, ask not what Rob can do for you. Ask what you can do for Rob. Now we're talking. Abby, $10 says, honey and lemon water would help your throat. God bless Rob and chat. I've been drinking a lot of tea with honey in it, is what I've been trying. Crisco, $5 says, Rob, you got crushed again. Take your blood pressure meds, bucko. Nah. I'm going to live on the edge and not take them tonight. Jason Plays, $5 says, first thing I hear, it's always the Jews. Jason Plays again, $10 says, must do my daily Disney whips for the whip. Thank you. Jason Mulgren, $50, thank you, says, everyone should watch Amy Kozak's parody of the debate. It's effing hilarious. It is. I'm glad we watched it there. It was very good. Kyle Rode the Dinosaur, $5 says, a thankless job. I agree. Jefferson, $5. Says, I've heard people complain that Candace's claims weren't hammered and ridiculed by Andrew. You're showing that now is the time for that on tour. Yep. Absolutely. Look, in the moment, it's hard. There was a lot of things going on behind the scenes and everything. You're never going to have a perfect debate. But here's the thing, man. Now you goad these people into talking and you can expose them, just like I did on Viva Frei show. Do you think there's anyone remotely independent or neutral on that subject that thinks that wasn't a complete and total evisceration? Jason Blaze, $10 says, the endless speak that boggles the mind. Candace, they call her. Jacqueline Brennan, $2 says, she said on show yesterday Charlie Kirk would be proud of her. Straight Rippin', $2 says, if Israel did it, why not a Muslim patsy? Don't ask questions. Jacqueline Brennan, $5 says, odds are Tyler Robinson is anti-Israel. So Bibi just tracked him down, left him alive, and now he's like, yeah, I got nothing going on today. I'll do life or worse for you. Sounds reasonable. Jason Mulgren, $10 says, Shlomo Fuentes will become a Zionist because of these people. I hear you. Reverse Massagosaurus. Reverse Massagosaurus. $2 says, Israel maybe not be able to get. It's funny. Jefferson, $2 says, Rob sounds practiced in selling micro machines. Oh, yeah. Not quite that fast. But Jacqueline Brennan, $2 says, Hunter Biden's laptop was her house guest recently. Yeah. Upgrade later, $5 says, wow, Joe Kent just posted about how others knew Charlie would die that day, and that it's important for us to ask questions. Who killed him? Who are you? Who am I? Like compared to Joe Kent? Okay, then why doesn't Joe Kent tell us who those people are? Why is he withholding the information? Everybody, it's like Thomas Massey. He's going to release the names, but then they don't. GG, $2 says the mentions are off the chart today. Brandon Braggs, $2 says thanks. I don't have much, but thanks for everything. Of course, my pleasure. Collector's Digest, unbelievable, $100. Thank you. I really appreciate it, man. It says you deserve this. Happy to see you getting the recognition you deserve. Thank you. I'm getting mentioned at least. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. And then Dartho Moss, $10 says, I had to bolt a little early on the Viva debate, but I just want to point out how you blushed like a little squirrel girl when Nate the lawyer popped in. Did you at least get the I do like Nate. I like Viva too. So I was, you know. $532. A modest goal of $300,000. That's it. It's modest. It's a simple goal, 300,000. Oh, yeah, Candace mentioned. She did mention me positively, kind of. Sort of a backhanded. I don't know, man. You guys ever get tired? You gotta be on your best, you know. You don't want to half-ass it. When people are generous enough to invite you onto their show, you gotta make it a good show. So let's see what Joe Kent's comment was. All right, so basically Dan Bongino came out and was like, he wasn't even in a law enforcement place, Joe Kent. So he didn't have the ability to investigate anything. He wasn't even law enforcement. It's an agency that did like interagency collaboration. So right? So let's see what Joe Kent responds.
I'm going to briefly describe the role of the National Counterterrorism Center in the investigation of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So NCTC analysts are a part of every joint terrorism task force throughout the entire country. The JTTFs are typically led by the FBI. NCTC's role within the JTTF is to determine if there is a foreign nexus. So that would be a...
Hey, Crucible. I'm about to do an interview with... MilkBarTv. You guys' job's to send me money. Yes. But right now we're watching Joe Kent respond to Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino basically said Joe Kent was not in a position that was law enforcement. So Joe Kent's responding.
Foreign country, a foreign government, a foreign individual, a foreign company, if there's any foreign connection or nexus to an act of domestic terrorism like the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So that's what NCTC analysts were doing as part of the JTTF to assist the investigation of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So NCTC analysts were operating at the request of the FBI to determine if there was any kind of foreign connection or foreign nexus to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Okay. So NCTC is a unique organization within the intelligence community. It's part of the intelligence community. It can see all the operational traffic, all the raw reporting coming from the forward-facing intelligence community, the CIA, the DIA, the NSA, etc. But it can also see the raw operational reporting coming from the FBI and other federal law enforcement agencies. And it does this. It has this authority in order to connect the dots. NCTC was formed after 9/11 because of the failures of the CIA and FBI and their inability to communicate prior to 9/11. So NCTC has that unique role. That's why we're part of the JTTF. So at the request of the FBI, we were looking to see if there was any kind of foreign nexus or connection to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. In very short order, we were told that our services were no longer required, that we no longer had access to the repository the FBI had where all the information on the investigation was being kept. And then the FBI said shortly thereafter they were going to hand over the investigation to the Utah law enforcement. I protested. I disagreed. I thought that we still had a lot more work to do. I still believe that to this day, that we had more leads to run down to determine if there was any kind of foreign connection. I'm not saying there definitively was. I am only saying that we still had more work to do to ensure that we actually did our due diligence to ensure there was no foreign nexus to Charlie Kirk's assassination. A big issue that I have, and I think many others have about the assassination, is that, you know, we've been told that there's just, you know, a lone gunman that's involved and responsible, and that process is playing out in court. However, there was people that were posting online ahead of Charlie's assassination that he was going to be killed that day in Utah. So that strongly indicates that there were more people involved in the plot to kill Charlie Kirk. So I think it's critical that we continue to ask who killed Charlie Kirk, how, and why. And I'll just close with the Charlie Kirk quote, that it is critical that we continue to ask questions because it is the...
So he basically said nothing. Right. And look, I can't, I want to plead ignorance a little here. I can't run down all of this, but I did look into some of these supposed claims of people that were predicting Charlie Kirk's death on social media before. And a lot of them, it's actually like there's a dude that said shit like that over and over again. So if you say it 40 times, eventually you might be right. And then there was like someone that was in a band that had a song that was like "Death to Charlie Kirk," and then they like that person had an alibi. I was like, "Hey, it's just a fucking we didn't like Charlie." It was a provocative song title. So I don't know. I'm sure today there's fucking 5 people on social media that said tomorrow John Cena's finally gonna get his, and then God forbid something happens to John Cena, we're supposed to be like, oh shit. So I guess I'll say this. I don't know that Joe Kent has any insider information whatsoever, but assuming he does, I mean, what did he really say there? Well, I'm not saying there was any foreign connections. I just would have liked to have looked more. I felt there was things worth looking at more. Okay? That's what we're using to jump to the conclusion. It's a cover-up. You know? Weatherman, $10 says, hey, Rob, show it to me. You know, I got my camera ready. This shit piddler. Oh, you fuckers. Joseph Romano, $10. Thank you. Welchie, $5 is Roman. Sorry, I said you look like the machine from 8mm. Oh, boo. Yeah, that's a terrible. That's funny, though. The other week on the Crucible Rose, this last week has kept me glued to you guys are crushing. Thank you. Kent B, $5 says, gifted 5 Normal America memberships. Thank you. And Jacqueline, $2 says, so CO only believes he's her Fed slopper best he can. Yeah, Joe can't. By the way, if you guys want to go back and watch something, if you start about 1 hour into this live stream, I debated this guy, Bobby Sauce, on Viva Frei's channel. It didn't go well for Bobby. Did not on the Andrew Wilson debate. Damn it, Bobby. Didn't do so hot. Jefferson, $2. Says Joe Kent synopsis. Investigations must be eternal. Yeah, I don't know. And the Pix Paradox, $10 says still working but listening. Thank you. Now, I will be talking to the great MilkBarTv. He's been doing a lot of content pointing out like Candace Owens' hypocrisy, contradictions from just clips that she said. So I think it's going to be a good interview. That's coming up in 5 minutes. In the meantime, let's put that super chat goal back up. I've only suggested a modest goal of $300,000. That's all I'm trying to raise here tonight. You know, that's modest. That's very modest. So I have to go to the restroom, but I will be right back. So I'm going to play this ad. Please consider donating, please. You know, I'm not trying to live like, you know, of table scraps. $300,000 per stream. That's not unreasonable. Hi, everyone. As you know, my alleged friend has passed away, and I've spent the last months trying my best to honor his memory by monetizing at every moment that I can, to the tune of me making millions of dollars. Yes, that's mean that I've spread wild theories about how his organization and closest loved ones actually murdered him or helped cover it up. But today, it's time to really support the true victims of this terrible tragedy. And that's me and the people around me. The millions of dollars I've made just aren't enough to pay for my livelihood. That's why I'll be charging people hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend the wild theories that I've made. But that's not enough. How can we be expected to exist on this meager subsistence? That's why I'm encouraging you via these ad breaks through the conversation to buy whatever product it is that I'm shilling. The mere $300,000 I'm making for 3 hours of work just can't cut it. What are we, living in some third world hellhole? So please, whatever product it is I'm shilling, please continue to buy it, but only after you send me your hard-earned money so that the real victims of this terrible tragedy can actually be recompensed. And that's me. Thank you so much. It's tough. It's tough, man. I just don't think you guys understand. You know, I'm here to save my friend. I need $300,000 to defend the claims I'm making plus ad breaks. So please get your money in. Sarahside $5 says, good evening, Rob. Good evening. Chop Chop, $10. Thank you. Really appreciating Kyle Hunt. Yeah, 300,000 between friends. Yeah. No big deal. All right, let's see if the interview is ready to go. Come on, Rod. Spice it up, baby. Energy. Gotta be a good guest. We don't fuck around. People invite me on. I'm giving them the full Monty, baby. What's up? Are you there, Milk? There he is. What's up? I'm doing great, man. You don't mind if I stream this, do you? Okay. All right. So I'm streaming right now. So I'm going to go ahead and put the cam up on you. Is that okay? Okay. Give me a second. So we have Andrew's audiences here. They rated over to me. So there's a lot of Andrew Wilson fans here.
Oh, sweet. How'd you go with Gary?
Very good. Gary's great. It was great.
He's such a good dude.
He's very good.
He's a really good dude.
Did you see me on Viva Frei? That Bobby Sauce guy?
No. I think I saw you said that someone in the pro Candace camp, I don't know what you'd call it, was on. So what was the go? Was there some sort of a?
Oh, it was not
was
good.
It a debate
within 15 minutes, he was like, "I didn't think this was going to be a debate. I'm not here to defend Candace's claims." Like, yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, in fairness, that would be my reaction if I had to defend Candace's claims too. I too would be protesting. So
Did he what? I mean, what was he? What was he trying to defend?
Well, he starts off and he's just this. It's like, well, I think Andrew lost because, the dude spent $300,000 and he clearly doesn't care much about this because he couldn't even memorize the charges. And you could tell because Candace knew the charges that she knew more. And I retorted with this. I was like, hey, man, you care about Israel a lot, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, cool. How many people live in Israel? And he was like, And I was like, oh, you don't know? It's 10.2 million. So I must care more about it than you, right? Well, I'm not here to debate Israel. I was like, right. The point is that a little data point like that doesn't prove she messed all this other stuff. Then I got him to understand that she screwed up the charges. And I said, does that prove she doesn't care that much? And he said, no, it's all right. It's all right when she does it. And it was just that the whole time, and the charitable, I'm sure we'll talk, but the charitability that these people want to give Candace. Well, when Candace says, I have 100% confidence that Israel and the French Foreign Legion did it, what she really means is she's just suggesting it's a possibility. It's like she said, full confidence is the word she used.
Let's dive in because
I'm ready. Yeah,
there's plenty to chat about. Yeah. Let me go live. I've got a little short.
Yeah, no problem.
Intro thing, and then we can dig right into it.
Getting close to something, keep going, and we are definitively getting closer to what took place on that day, and we are getting closer. I think we're close. We are definitively getting closer. We're getting close. We're getting low. Very close. We're inching ever closer. We are now, I believe, extremely close to solving this thing. As I get inch closer and closer to discovering the truth, I've got a feeling about that. We're close. We're getting closer to something, and that something is pretty big. I just sense that we're getting close. I sense that we are getting very close, and we are getting closer. We're getting very close to something. We're getting closer because we are getting close. We are definitely getting closer. Very close. We are very close. We are close. We are dangerously close to something. We are dead close to something. And I think every day we are inching closer. Who killed Charlie Kirk? We're getting close. We're inching ever closer. We are inching closer, a little closer to solving the Charlie Kirk murder. And I'm getting very close. And we are getting very close. But I'm getting closer. I'm getting real close. My prayers are with you, Candace. You are close. We are close. And we're getting closer to the truth. We get closer. We are getting close. We are getting very close. Attacks from every possible angle they can think of shows how close you are, but we're getting close to the truth. And we know we're getting close to the truth. Now I'm getting closer. We are getting closer to truth. What are we getting close to? Yeah, that's my question. What are we getting close to? Candace, I feel you are so close to exposing it all. I think we are inching closer because we're getting really close to something very dark, but we're close to it, and I think we all feel it, that all of these lies are going to be revealed regarding Charlie's death, and I sense that we are making progress. It really freaks me out that Andrew said you could just not do what you are doing, seeking the truth and asking questions, and be okay. He said that quote, you could just not do what you're doing and be okay. It's almost as if he is aware or realized on air that you are close to the truth. Positive evidence or not, I sense that we are getting closer to the truth and they are getting panicked.
We're getting closer. I've never been so excited. I could just feel it. We're so close. Like, I don't even know. Like, it's like that old, like when you're a kid, you had this thought. You're like, man, if I walk halfway to the door and then another halfway, I could just infinitely do it. She's always just one more 50% away. The closening. My goodness. That what an edit. My goodness.
So the amazing thing about it is that she's further away than ever before. You know, there was that time after Charlie Kirk died where people were taking her seriously, and she had her tip line, and you know she was getting credit when she had the Dairy Queen photo. You know, so she had these like exclusives that seemed like okay, these are real, like these are actual things. And then I always say that I sighed a massive sigh of relief when the Egyptian planes came into the picture, because then it was like, okay, we're back to just crazy Candace.
Love it.
Because I was covering Candace before the Charlie Kirk assassination, and so right before then, I was seeing her try and connect Brigitte Macron to the Stanford prison experiment, doing all sorts of crazy shit. So then when people were like, hey, Candace seems like she's actually got the finger on the pulse of like what's going on here with Charlie Kirk, it was really like, am I taking crazy pills here? Have we forgotten?
One of my favorite comments, because I had to speed run this, right? So like, one of my favorite comments last week preparing for this, going through hundreds of like clips of videos and dozens of our episodes. I have it somewhere because I saved it for my own personal gratification. She's like, was Charlie Kirk murdered to cover up how close we are to Brigitte Macron? Like she really is trying to put it out there. Like they put this whole ball in motion because I know Brigitte has a penis, so they're like, "Damn it, kill Charlie Kirk!" Like you're just that
was her first theory. That's how she led, and I think that's when she realized like, oh, hold on a second, I've got a bunch of normies who are tuning in now. I need to tone it down. I need to tone it down a little bit, you know. But she could only do that for so long until the Macrons entered back into. I mean, we can get to all of this. Thanks for joining. For everyone who's joining, this is robnoerr. How do I say
yeah, that's it. Noor. Now, are you Australian?
I am.
So it's just Rob No. Right, that's what they tell me. Yeah. that's it. My buddy Jake Rattlesnake, I used to give him shit. Yeah, it's just Noor. But yeah, it's my pleasure to be here. I knew I was getting closer to getting on the show, so it's like the closening has happened. Here we are. So
I saw that you were on Andrew's team, and I saw that you followed me, and so that's always good. It was the same thing when TPUSA people started following me when Candace was going really crazy. It was the same feeling where I was like, oh, good. Like they're on the right track. They're on the right track here.
Well, it's just a wealth of information. And like, it really, it's two things. You're providing a service for two reasons: a serious criticism of the crazy stuff she says, but also just hilarity. Like like that clip there. It's like, it's one of the funniest things I'll see all week. Just watching this lady say every day. So, I mean, it's gotta be mind numbing for you to have to watch through all this stuff, but you're doing great work, and it really is a resource. So,
well, I always say that I'm really, you know, the Charlie Kirk assassination is so horrific, and sometimes that's easy to forget how this all started, you know. But I have to say that it is a relief that now there are so many more people who are covering Candace Owens and who are awake to just how psychotic and how much of a grifter she is. So that, you know, that is a relief, because there wasn't many of us before the Charlie Kirk death. And I think that's one of the things to, you know, all of the people are now aware of just, you know, her investigative skills, you know, and how she carries on these investigations, and what she determines as proof and facts, and how loose she is with all of this. It's exactly the same methodology that she applied to Macron's. She applied to trying to prove that Kamala Harris is not black but was Jewish. I mean, all of these.
I didn't even know that one. Oh.
You know, I think a lot of people were like Candace Owens. They always thought that, oh, she's an articulate conservative, and I think people are awake to now, like, oh no, who is this? Who is this psycho?
Well, she hits the, like, now I haven't looked into this near as much as you, but she hits all the right notes for like a right-wing audience that's thirsty for being distrusting of the government, which is me. I'm in that camp, right? But like for example, the constant appeals to religion. Right, it's very compelling to people. Like, it's sort of weaponizing that emotional appeal. So it's all, I prayed and I'm on the right track. And Charlie told me when I prayed, he answered it. And God is blessing me. God told me. Like, there's a lot of that stuff. There's this constant, like, dramatic, like, I'm getting closer. Or there's always the tune in next week. It's like a soap opera, right? And it's just amazing. It's very compelling. It's like, from a pure, like, if we're looking back 100 years from now, we don't really care about any of the details of this. She's a very compelling figure in that how she's been able to, like, string people along and the little tactics that you see her use. But what's frustrating to me is I could give the devil its due and say, hey man, make your bag, whatever, like, if that's what you want to do. But it's amazing to me to see people that I otherwise thought were reasonably intelligent people just fall hook, line, and sinker for this. And it's eminently frustrating now when you start dealing with these people, to just see, like, they can't follow basic, like, cohesive trains of thought, like from point A to point B to point. They can't do it, and like, you could, and some of them are nice people. You know, a gentleman last night I was talking to, we went from the woods were owned by Palantir to, okay, they're not owned by Palantir, to who cares if it's owned by Palantir, and we're like, but you're the one who said it, but it doesn't matter anyways. But I just wanted them to not pave over for another week. But if they didn't pave over for another week, would you be satisfied? No. And it's like, oh, like,
I want to play this clip from Andrew Wilson from the debate, because I think this is a good way. This is a good way to start, because this was maybe my favorite moment, aside from the debunking and just exposing her. His actual framing of why what she's doing and the other conspiracy theorists is actually should be taken seriously, and is more than just asking questions. I think this is a clip here. Let me play this.
Every point that you've brought up, did you feel like?
I heard the audio, but I didn't see video. There we go. There we go.
Like, this is beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for, that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second, I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe, because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to.
Well, let's see. Let's see if her and Mitch Snow are allowed to do that. Brian Harpole might have something to say about it.
This is the thing. It's like her. I think she understands what he's saying.
Yeah, she does, of course.
And I think that's the. I'm interested to get this, to get your take on this. My take is that Candace Owens is absolutely aware of what she's doing.
Yeah,
and she actively deceives and lies to her audience. And it's a big fat grift. I think she's a compulsive liar, so I think she convinces herself of the lies that she's telling. But I think when it comes down to it, the fact that she doesn't actually stand by what she says a lot of the time, which we can go into because there's a lot of those examples in the debate, tells me that she realizes that what she's saying is actually full of shit and proves that she's bad faith.
I agree. And I think that's the exact, I think there's a mix, but it's basically what you said. I think that part of it, she knows this is the train. I got to keep going. You got to stay. Because there was one point, I think maybe after she talked to Erica, or maybe it was the Egyptian plane thing where she was like, receipts, they're coming. And then they didn't. And I remember seeing back then even some of her chat was pulling away. It was like, cause she overpromised. And so I think she knows. Right? She's learned the lesson. Like, I look at someone like Nick Fuentes. Now, I actually respect Nick. I have serious disagreements, but that's fine. You have disagreements with all sorts of people. But Nick is coming from a position that's way more critical of Israel than me, but he's in the realm of reality. He's like, I'm looking to evidence. And like, I think one of the things Nick sees when he sees people like Dan Blazarian or, Candace and them, it's like, there's nowhere to go but down at that point. You just got to keep it going. And at some point when you say, and Nick said this, he was like, this is absurd. There's no evidence Israel did this. Like, you guys are off your rockers. What are you doing? He got a lot of hate from some of the people in his community because it's like, you got to just keep going. And Candace realizes that. So she convinces herself, though. I think she's probably convinced herself, like, if she really sat down and was honest with herself, she'd say, I know this is shit. But in her head, what she's telling herself every day is, there is something here. We're making progress. Like, I do believe that she's like trying to say that. But what Andrew said there, I think is one of the most important points. Again, this guy just debated, Bobby Sauce. Same claim. Why do you hate me so much for just asking questions? No one hates you for asking questions. No one. There is no one in the world that hates you for asking questions. You can have, in fact, the state hasn't even attempted to claim that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt yet. Hasn't even got to that part. So anyone who has doubt right now, absolutely, totally agree with you. Of course, there's questions. The defense hasn't had the full chance to make their case either. No problem. It's when you start being like, Erica Kirk's complicit, Turning Point's complicit, Israel did it, French Foreign Legion. And, as Andrew said in his opening statement, this is bad for a litany of reasons, not the least of which it's hurting Republicans. All the Hassans out there like, so it's hurting them, and we want them to win in an election season. It's hurting the online right-wing space. We're becoming a laughingstock. We actually put a lot of effort into people leaving this sort of, mainstream media and then coming to us, and now we're a laughingstock. And then it's attacking innocent people like Candace Owens. Or I'm sorry, like Freudian slip there. It's attacking innocent people like Erica Kirk. And it's like, that's fine. No one's saying you can't. Say it with your chest. If you think Erica Kirk murdered her husband, say it. But provide evidence. be willing to back it up, and they're just not.
Yeah.
You had to pay $300,000 to get her in the room to even attempt to answer, and what'd she do? She ran from it all.
Yeah, it's hilarious, and it sounds like you're in a similar camp. The people that attack me, you know, they're the people who say they immediately go to you must be triple vaccinated. You know,
fat slopper.
I lost my job because of vaccine mandates in Australia. I took a stand. I was in Melbourne, like the most hardcore, you know, COVID restrictions, and so I got fired because of that, because I just had enough of it. And then the Butler assassination attempt, I was the first person to put together a real-time timeline where I synced up Donald Trump's speech to when authorities were being warned that they could see crooks on the roof, to then when Trump actually got shot. So I was the first person to show there was at least a 2-minute delay from when authorities were being warned to when Trump got shot. That video went very viral. But my point is that, like you, it's like, I'm the first person. You can provide me, you know, I'm as skeptical as anyone else, but I'm on team reality. I'm on team truth. And if you're providing, you know, if you're providing evidence or proof of alternative theories, then that should be scrutinized as much as the state's evidence, because at the end of the day, we're trying to find the truth. But you see that time and time again, just how defensive, especially Candace Owens, you know, the most, when she tries to, when she begins like she's being interrogated and her claims are becoming interrogated, it becomes very, very personal, and she attacks because she's not someone who's driven by the truth. She's not.
And that's all it is. Like, so for example, it's harmful, as I've already said, but here's the deal. They keep trying this framing device where it's like, well, the burden's on you. We don't have a burden, right? Like, that's not true. The burden's not on me. The burden's on the state when they eventually get to the trial. Then the burden's on them. They aren't to the point where that burden's on them, but eventually it will be. And it may be that I walk away thinking, I think Tyler Robinson most likely did this, but I have reasonable doubt. That may be my conclusion. I don't know. We'll see the trial. I know right now the evidence is, at this point in a hearing like this, we have more evidence than almost any other trial I can think of. Like, now, part of that's because most of the time you have a grand jury, so everything's under seal and you don't see it. And part of it's because there's just a shitload of evidence here because there's a lot of public interest in the case, right? And remember, if you're listening, it was the defense that didn't want so much of these, information released. Anyways, when you're looking at that, like, and you're seeing like it's very compelling, the burden's not on us. The topic of this debate, after painstakingly going through it, was quite simply Andrew's claim, insisted upon by Candace to be defended, the term overwhelming evidence of the state. By the way, when Andrew said that, he meant it's overwhelming at this point. Fine, he'll defend it. Versus her claim that it's overwhelming that he's set up as a patsy and is innocent. The burden of that's equal to each side. We're not a court, like, she keeps using, like, she's like, that's hearsay. Who cares about hearsay as far as what's convincing to you? What's convincing to us, the layman, right? I didn't need a trial to have an opinion on it if I thought O.J. Simpson was guilty. I needed a trial before I'm willing to sentence him to prison. My feeling isn't enough to send him. But and so they conflate this. They're like, no, we don't have a burden. We don't have to defend our claims. We can say whatever bullshit we want. And if it harms people and millions of our fans start calling people murderers and shitheads and flooding the zone, no problem. That's just us having opinions. We don't have to back up our opinions. And if you challenge that, why do you not like us asking questions? And all you have to do is see, like, look at how Candace says, well, I'm under target. I could be under threat now. How do you think Erica Kirk feels? How do you think Andrew Colvin feels? So they know how damaging it could be to an individual reputation, let alone to the Republican Party, to help the Democrats, to the online space, etc. They just don't care. And every time they say, well, the burden's on us, what they're really telling you is, we know we're full of shit. We know we can't defend it, so we're not even going to try. And we're framing it. And it's bad enough that Candace does it, but the real person that I think's the worst with this is Baron Coleman, because he's an attorney and he ought to know better, right? But you know, what can you do? So,
yeah. So I'm interested to hear. I'm interested to hear the background to this debate. How involved you were with it. and then just talk me through the behind the scenes of what it actually looked like. I'm interested to know. Yeah, I think you said that maybe you weren't too involved in the topic beforehand, so you really had to kind of speed run to get into this. So I don't know. I'm just interested just to hear the behind the scenes. So
just real briefly, the first interaction I had with Candace Theories was the planes, the Egyptian planes. I just streamed pretty much every night, and there was a bunch of people that must have been Candace fans that came on. And this is when Andrew said, you can't even make inferences. This is exactly what I mean, because this is how it went. I wasn't treating them like crowd. I was like, oh, cool. What's the theory? Sure, lay it on me. And they were like, well, these planes from Egypt, okay? And they were over the Kirks, particularly Erica, for months. Okay. Okay, and? Well.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's strange?
They're over Charlie Kirk. No,
well, they were over Charlie. Then it was
Erica and Charlie.
Yeah, so they're like, and I'm like, okay. And people in my chat are like, it's not true. It's been debunked. I was like, well, let's say it is true. Okay, now what's the theory? Okay, planes over the Kirks, got it. And they're like, well, we don't know. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? And they're like, well, no one's really said. And it's like, but what even hypothetically could it be? Okay, planes over Kirks, got it. And how do we get to, therefore, maybe Egyptian planes are involved in the murder, right? And I was like, I guess I could try to do the work for you. I guess the best I could come up with is these Egyptian planes were over the sky to spy on the Kirks. And they're like, yeah, maybe that's it. And I was like, but why would you do that? Why would you put planes that the FAA could track? Wouldn't you just I don't know, have a Mossad agent be their driver or something to keep tabs on? But no, you're going to put literal planes in the air? And they're like, well, maybe it's something. I'm like, oh, is it that the planes were to intimidate them? Yeah, that might be it. But the point that I'm trying to make is you guys, they just say things like, well, that's odd. And you're like, sure. And what you find out is it's not true anyways, what they're claiming. But even if it was, it's like, what does that speak to? And you constantly see this. So what I've been saying is I know we'll get to the background here in a second, but what I'm trying to debate, a new tactic I'm taking is, let's assume that what I'm saying is true and what you're saying is true. So let's assume that when I'm like, I think this rifle with Tyler Robinson's DNA was the murder weapon. Hypothetically, assume that's true. Okay. All right. If that was true, is that compelling evidence that Tyler Robinson murdered? And they'll fight. But yes, of course it is. If the confession was really Tyler Robinson's writing, and it was him not coerced, is that compelling evidence he was the murderer? Yeah, that's compelling. Maybe not 100%, but that's very compelling, right? Okay, if your theory is correct, not you, but them, their theory is correct, that Erica Kirk fought with Charlie the night before he was assassinated, so much so he took his wedding ring off and hid his wedding photo. Does that prove that Erica Kirk is complicit in his murder? No. If Jewish donors decided that they were going to stop giving money to Charlie, does that prove that they were complicit in his murder? No. And you could go on and on down the list. And it's like almost every claim they make's like that. They'll just be like, this was owned by Palantir. There was a backpack at a bus stop. I'd like to know more about that backpack. What about I want to know exactly who this family friend is. Maybe he used to work for the FBI. And you're like, but none of this is just interesting asides. You got to have a theory. And so when it comes to brass tacks, you're like, lay it on me, baby. What's the theory? And they can't tell you because the truth is, at the end of the day, they know the truth. Once they start explaining it, everyone will piss their pants laughing. Because the theory might go something like this. Well, he's a patsy. He was set up because Mormon beekeepers in a Masonic ritual working with the French Foreign Legion in Israel all worked together to assassinate, which the Trump administration and Kaj Patel has evidence of, but they're intentionally covering it up. Now, this assassination plot included that we needed several security guards at UVU to be in on it, not to mention pretty much the entire Turning Point USA security team. In addition, we needed 7 patsies walking around in maroon shirts that would be walking around doing this, not to mention another unnamed specific Patsy that would climb on the Losi roof. Then we would need Lance Twiggs to be involved. We'd need the paramedics to be involved. We'd need the medical examiner to be involved. We'd need the litany of police officers that talked about this to be involved, including the ones that saw his plate at the crime scene and later that saw a partial plate when he came back for the rifle. We'd need Tyler Robinson's parents to be involved because they're not speaking up about the obvious lies that are being told. We'd need an entire hospital to be involved because they emptied out a hospital, which means not just doctors, nurses, but also maintenance people, janitors. Everyone who was situated in that hospital as a patient would have to be involved. All of those patients' families that knew that their family was moved, their family member was moved, they would have to be involved. And it goes on and on. Medical examiners, ballistic experts, the judge, the defense. All of these people will end up needing to be involved. And then you have a simple question where you're like, but if Mossad was going to do this, or beekeepers or the French Foreign Legion, why wouldn't they just, like, I don't know, kill him in his sleep in his house? Particularly if Erica's involved, right? They couldn't just poison the dude.
Also,
they have no answer.
Also, all of this, orchestration with however many people, resources, and they use the wrong caliber bullet.
Right.
They use the wrong caliber bullet, and on top of that, the ATF then also can't match the bullet fragment that's
brought that
wrong
up. Yes.
to the rifle.
Why wouldn't you just lie and say, yeah, the bullet matched, case closed. There's the most. Now we have his DNA on the weapon.
It's also that thing of like, we cannot trust any evidence. We cannot trust the defense team. We cannot trust the judge. We cannot trust the criminal court case. But you know what? The bullet doesn't match. We'll use that. We'll use that evidence. That's fine. We'll take that.
Well, and then I had this, a longtime watcher of mine, was calling me a Fed slopper, basically. I believe Fed slop. And I'm like, all right, let's go through this. And so we start going through, and I keep getting accused. I said, let me ask you a question, because this is a right-winger. I said, the feds just successfully convicted like 8 members of Antifa in Texas, right? They shot a law enforcement officer in the neck and ended up charging that person and like 8 others that were in Antifa. You know that story? And this person's like, yeah. I was like, is that Fed slop? Were the feds wrong there, right? You're believing that Fed slop narrative, right? And this person said, no, there's some good people at the Fed. So in other words, you just say, here's my feelings on a particular case. If the feds agree, that's good Fed. If the feds disagree, that's bad Fed. And it's really that simple. And once you start to realize, oh shit, this is all feelings. That's what this is. It's just people, they'll just say shit. And they'll say shit like this. They'll be like, well, my feeling is a bullet wouldn't do that. Oh, you've looked into ballistics? No. My feeling is that a wide-angle lens wouldn't look like that. Oh, you're an AV tech? No. But that's my feeling. So that was it. The Egyptian plates is how I first heard about it. Long story short, I'll try to make this as painless as possible. The background of this was I was down in Texas staying at Andrew's house for a Brandon Strzok walk-away debate. And then after Andrew did Joe Rogan, there was some back and forth between them, and I wake up in the morning to go to the debate, and Andrew's going in the evening to debate, and he's like, I think Candace just accepted the debate. And then we started negotiations. So I was sort of in the background, but basically here were some of the points of contention, though there were many. Candace was both publicly and privately, was very condescending, I'll say to put polite. Publicly, she demanded $500,000 and that Turning Point claim Andrew as their boy. She also demanded that Andrew defend the state's case overwhelming, that he believed it overwhelmingly. He pushed back because his only reason for wanting this debate was to get her to defend her claims, right? So he's like, sure, I guess I'll defend the state's case, but will you defend your claims? She said she would defend her claims were viable. So Andrew had to defend that his were overwhelming, and hers, she could defend viable. Now, to me, viable just means hypothetically could happen. So it's a viable theory that we're all in the matrix. I suppose that could be viable, but there's not overwhelming evidence. So we found a clip of her saying that it's overwhelming that he's a patsy. So she said, fine, whatever, I'll debate that. Then the point of contention became the $300,000. She wanted it up front. And Andrew, rightfully so, was like, no, because what if the debate doesn't happen and now you have the money and now we have to sue or work on that process? But to Candace's position, which I think's fair, she needs to know he has the money. So Andrew's team was like, well, let's put it up like an escrow or put it up a third party to hold. And she, what is this, a real estate deal? Blah, 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 and fought that point. Then she fought the point of the topic wording. She like, it would be things like Andrew would be like, well, I just want like here was something that came up, like just to give you an idea. Okay, if a third party's going to hold the money, right? How do we decide whether or not the terms are when the money gets released, right? Because it's not just enough to be like a debate occurred. It has to have a certain amount of length. It has to be in a certain topic. You can't just walk up and her crack a beer and say what you want. I'm fucking done. That's not the contract. There has to be terms. Well, who decides how do you write the terms? What we wanted was basically a 50-50 shake, 50% on what you want to talk about, 50% on what we are. But you can't really put that. So then you're like, well, we'll put a time limit on it. We'll say like an hour and a half at least. And she's like, I said no limit. And it's like, yeah, but no limit could mean, no time limit could mean 5 hours. It could mean 10 minutes. What does that mean? And this is a serious contract for serious money, right? So you can't just fuck around with this stuff. Yeah. So one idea that Andrew's team had was, well, once we've accepted Patrick Bet-David, I skipped over Joe Rogan offers to do it. She calls Andrew a Joe Rogan fanboy and says she won't do it. Okay, whatever. Then, it's like, well, if PBD is going to be the moderator, how about he decides? We'll simply look at him, have him look at the terms of the contract and say, what we're looking for is a good faith effort on her part to have to defend her claims. Then if PBD at the end of the debate says, I think a reasonable effort was being made, bam, money's released. She's like, how dare you? No, that's ridiculous. That's outrageous. Why would he involve a third party? So it's like she gets to determine, or her team gets to determine. So finally, Andrew, and it's so funny because everyone's like, Andrew's going to back out. He's looking for a reason. He's like, fuck it. Just give her what she wants. I just want to get in the room. Yeah. Putting up $300,000. A big thing was the money had to be there by Wednesday. Like, it literally, Andrew was like sitting there waiting, like, send the bank info. I need to run out because sometimes sending that amount of money, a bank might put like a 72-hour hold. Then the whole thing falls apart. Because she said, yeah. So that was the fucking level of shit you're dealing with. And all the while it's condescending. And then Andrew's team starts to get condescending back. And it's just like this real shit show. So that was it. We get there. The only other thing worth mentioning, I think, is when we get there, for now, I have more to say in this later. But when we get there, we thought, because she brought up the fact checker thing. So my assumption was, well, Andrew will have a tablet or a phone or an earpiece, which we'll be able to communicate to him as his fact checkers, right? And so that's how we prepared. And it turns out that was not the case. They did have earpieces in, but as far as I know, I definitely know we couldn't communicate through that. That was just so they could hear the videos. Now, could Candace's team hypothetically have been piping more stuff in her earpiece? I suppose. But to be fair, in the little control room I was in with members of Candace's team, no one was doing that. Could have been in another room, but I'm not going to speculate in that. It seemed up and up to me. That's all I'll say. But because he didn't have this tablet, we had to communicate through Patrick Bet-David, and it was a big, arduous process to get the fact checks there. And because of that, the way I had prepared with like clips like you do, I had all these clips, like Andrew didn't have access to any of them. So I have hundreds of clips, and it's not like Andrew has a list that could say, pull up clip 6. Because that's what we were going to do. When we got to Israel, I'd be like, okay, here's the 23 clips we have on Israel. Yeah. But we didn't have that. Now, I want to be clear what I'm not saying here. I'm not saying this was a dirty trick employed by Candace's team. I think it was literally a misunderstanding. I think literally I just misunderstood, and that's my fault. I should have planned as if maybe fact check didn't mean that he had a device. And as far as I know, she kept to the same rules as Andrew, so I'm not going to be sour grapes about it. That was basically it. And then with the fact check process, I was doing way more than her team sending the fact checks. And I think one of the things was the big holdup on the fact check was the timing. So I would send something and there's a back and forth. And then by the time PBD puts it up, it's 15 minutes late. And so what am I supposed to do in that time? Oh, and here's another one, and here's another, and here's another, and here's another, and to where he's just going to... So at one point, PBD's like, Rob, can we hold off and let the other side get a fact check in to try to make it a little more even? So that was basically it with the behind the scenes. Her team was incredibly accommodating and nice. None of them were rude or anything like that while I was there. I tried to be very polite to them as well. And that was it. We went out, and it didn't seem like... there was anything. Now I hear that I'm a monster, that I was in her child's safe space and violating.
I went back because I went back and saw that because I saw she was shitting on
Gerald.
on your team.
Yeah.
But I went back and watched it, and she actually made a point to say that she had no problems with you.
Well, good. Well, she said that, but then she said, one, I did film a little video with Gerald in that room. Gerald.
Oh, you filmed as well. Okay.
Well, I did. I just Gerald said, "What do you think of the debate?" And he's holding a phone. It wasn't live stream.
Right.
I was just like, "Oh, he's just for later, whatever." And I talked for like 60 seconds, and there were people around. It didn't seem like it was the entry room where we walked in. Anyways, she also then says that the whole team was there to be pranksters, and by like the opening statement and the clips we were sending, the fact checks we were doing. So she did compliment me, but then like implied that as a member of the fact checking team, the entire team were like a bunch of pranksters. She still seems to think that us providing clips of things she actually said was somehow untoward. That like what are you doing? Just bringing up clips? She said at one point, right? This is so stupid, but I guess it's worth saying. I haven't mentioned this before. She made a claim. It was like, why did that video start in the middle of a sentence? Okay, let me explain why that occurred. My process was I had a phone that I was on a text chain with Patrick Bet David and his team, and then the other team's fact checker, right? That guy was very nice, by the way. But I couldn't pull it up on my computer because it was like some Apple thing, so I couldn't figure it out on my laptop. So if I had something to text them, I'm sending something. Then I had to send it to Candace's guy via email, who would then take that email and put it on a third computer, right? So I'm doing literally, I had videos saved in all these files on a Google Drive, but I don't want to send them to Google Drive because I got a bunch of shit on there I don't necessarily want them to see. Maybe arguments coming later or other shit that it's none of their business, right? So instead, what I'm doing is looking at my timestamp, the number of the video it was, going to her video, pulling up the YouTube video, sharing it to him, and saying timestamp 18 minutes, 14 seconds. So I'm trying to do this shit all on the fly. And he would like literally be manually sliding the bar. And I would say, just slide it a couple seconds before, just so we get the entirety of the clip. And because he slid it slightly before, it happened to be mid-sentence, which somehow became Andrew's team's clipping shit mid-sentence. And it's like, no, I don't think he intentionally did that. This dude was just trying to help me out. But I literally was just like, slide it back a couple seconds so we could get because you don't want it to start like halfway through a word or something like sometimes. Yeah. So she made a point to say that in the debate. And I was like, I mean, I looked at her guy. I was like, come on, man. That's not what I'm doing. He's like, yeah, I know. But that was that. And I'm just,
because I make these compilations. And so even it's the same criticism where it's cherry picking things out of context. And I think even Andrew Wilson, he said like, well, we don't have all the time in the world to play, we can't play your entire episode. And it's the same thing. It's like, if you can show where there's context missing to show that this thing was taken out of context, do it, but yeah, none of the clips you showed were in any way kind of like bad faith misrepresenting anything.
And I tried.
In fact, she was the one who would then misrepresent what was played and add context that wasn't there.
And I'm sure you know this more than me, right? You really do try good faith because it can happen. Like I could say, I'm about to say something that I don't really believe, right? But I could say Andrew Wilson should go to prison, right? Yeah. Now that could be clipped and it'd be like, oh, you said it. And it's like, yeah, but if you just go back 3 seconds, you can see that he's clearly saying this is just an example. You don't want to do that to someone. So if she says like, and who's terrible? The people that are saying, Erica, go straight to jail. And if you just clip Erica, go straight, that's a really scummy thing to do. So when you're looking and you're finding these clips, you're like, okay, I want to go back and try my best to get the context. But what she implies is like, well, the context is everything I've ever said. Only then, everything I've ever said. And so you end up in these situations where she'll say something like, it'll just be blatant. She'll be like, I have full confidence Israel and the French Foreign Legion did this. You play this. And her and all of her fans are like, that's not what that means. And you're like, what do you mean? Well, you don't know the context. What do you mean? What could unless she said, who are stupid people that say, She didn't say that. I went back. I'm not clipping this out of context. That's what she said. And they'll always rely on that. Well, it's just her opinions. And it's just, you don't know the full context of everything she's ever said. And it's an unreasonable bar, to expect.
No, always. It was exactly the same thing with Macron thing, because if you ask, even if you're not paying attention to the Macron thing, you still think like, what is the evidence that Brigitte Macron is a man? Like, is there any? Have you seen any? She's been on this for it feels like years now. Like, has anyone seen any proof? But whenever you try and actually pin her down to say what is the proof, it's the same thing as what Andrew Wilson did trying to pin her down on like the Israelites. Her answer is, well, you haven't watched my show. You have to watch all 10 hours of the Becoming Brigitte, because when it actually boils down, she doesn't have evidence. She has innuendo. She has all these dots that she connects, that her fans, when they're watching all this, they're like, oh, I'm convinced because I've watched 10 hours of just like rubbish that in their brain, they're like, oh, I'm convinced because of that. But when you boil it down and say like, what are the facts? Like, what facts do you have? She actually doesn't have any. And her fans are endlessly charitable of her and have no charitability of anyone else. So for example, it'll be like, I'll give you an easy example, right? I had my grandfather died of cancer, right? And I remember, I was a teenager, but I remember the doctor being like, I've never seen anyone fight like him. Now that's a lie. I don't think my grandfather was stronger than all humans that have gone through cancer and fought it harder, at least at this. But the doctor says that because it's like, it's trying to be comforting, right? You're talking well of, a grieving family. So when a doctor says to Andrew Colvett, like, wow, his spine, it was like Superman, like it prevented this. That's just a doctor just colloquially talking to grieving people like he was strong. He's a very strong man and it was painless and he was strong and, and then Colvett tells that story to kind of be like, he was a strong man. And there's zero charitability. Oh, fuck you! You think that he had a steel spine, you son of a bitch? You're involved in some cover-up. And then okay, that's the game. That's how it's going to play. Then you go to Candace Owens. Straight, go to jail, Erica. Oh, no, she just met in Monopoly. Erica Kirk's complicit. Oh, no, she just met complicit in that she believes Tyler Robinson. And it's like, I've never seen like a fan base be so incredibly to the point of laughability charitable for their person and so incredibly uncharitable to anyone who has any criticism whatsoever. And so it's like, if you're like, I don't know, I think Candace is kind of crazy. It's like, you're a Fed slopper. You're a piece of shit. You probably abuse your children. Rob, you violated her kid's space. It's like, holy shit. I just asked for evidence of claims. That's it. And it's endless. And you just go through it and it doesn't, just in this debate I had with that Bobby Sauce guy today, it's the same shit. It's like, well, what she could have meant was this. Well, could be what happened. Well, it could be that she means this. And then you're like, okay, what's your problem with the case? I don't believe that someone would write a murder confession like that. And it's like, wow. Like you're anything's possible when it comes to Candace and anyone else. No, it has to be the worst possible interpretation. That's the only interpretation. And at some point you're just like, I don't know what to do with that. So it doesn't matter how many clips you could play. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone who's compiled more clips of her contradicting herself than you. You could like Clockwork Orange set someone down on a chair with their eyes open and they'd still be like, I don't know what she means, context, I have to see every video. And you're like, I don't know what more you could do except just play her own words and hope that the cult wakes up and they're like, wow, But this is why it is a cult, because it's got the same, I've been wanting to do a video. I've been trying to figure out how to actually explain how her and her fan base do this. But they do this thing where you watch her show, and it's what we were talking about at the start. It's why she's bad faith. You watch her show, and you see very clearly she is laying the groundwork in the beginning that Erica Kirk is somehow involved and is suspicious, to then outright implying it, to then straightforward accusing her of it, right? And her fan base are like, yes, I'm convinced. Candace has convinced me. But then when she goes on a debate or when she posts publicly on Twitter and she says, I've never accused Erica of killing Charlie Kirk, all her fan base back her up and say, Candace has never said that. but they all believe it. They all believe it, and they've all watched her say it.
That's
They're all
exactly
in on that
it.
theory. It's this inward-outward thing. Inward with the cult, totally. Eric Kirk, absolutely. And then outwardly, well, we have to present it this way, like that we're not actually saying that, you know. And that's why I see it like a cult. It's, you know, it's incredible to actually see.
It's, you know, for me, I think that I'm constantly amazed. It's just the hoops that they'll jump through to like take away from the obvious thing she's saying. And what she does, you know, what I say is this, like, it's not just what she's saying is damaging in all the ways that I've talked about and that Andrew talked about and you and many other people have talked about. That's bad enough. But what's really egregious that just magnifies it is the lack of being willing to debate it, to answer for it, the lack to have it be tested by anyone who's even remotely skeptical. And I've said this, but I think it's worth saying here as well. I would have debated differently than Andrew because I am different than Andrew. I'd have probably did some things better, some things much worse. I don't know, right? I think that a lot of people were confused. Why didn't Andrew go in there like hostile, like he would, like with some other people? And I think, and I talked to Andrew about this afterwards, and we discussed some of it before, but I think one thing that is intentional to a degree, but also serendipitous is this. If Andrew goes in there and he's like, you don't know what evidence means. You don't, with 0%, what are you talking about, you dizzy bitch? Like if he really hits it hard, she's going to just quibble more and it's going to become a mudslinging fest and she's going to shut down and the debate's over, right? And her audience is going to say, well, the reason she didn't provide any evidence is she couldn't get a word in edgewise and it was all this meta conversation. So what if you do it the other way? What if you just say, I'm just going to ask some questions. Did Israel do it? And then watch her talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. She talked, I think, 2-1. She's having conversations with the moderator. But you know what she didn't do? Provide one piece of positive evidence for any of her claims. She didn't, remember, half the debate was Andrew defending the state's case. You could say he could have done it better. True, right? But he at least defended the gun. He defended the DNA. He defended the confession, right? Candace's half was defending that it's overwhelming that Tyler Robinson's set up as a patsy. Now, I've been streaming damn near nonstop since I got home, including over 16 to 17 hours of spaces or call-ins with people that want to, from Candace's crew if they want. Not one person has provided me one piece of evidence that she provided for any of her wild theories. Not one. And they know, and I don't blame them because they can't, because she didn't. And so if I'm her audience, I might say, why did it take $300,000 to have her agree to be able to test these theories, right? Every other time someone asks, no, Ian Carroll, no, Baron Coleman, no. Finally, $300,000 and being, mentioned on Joe Rogan. Fine, I'll do it, right? And then when she gets there, she walks back everything. Well, did Israel do it? Well, Joe Kent or someone told me that there were 12 Israeli phones. I had that clip ready to go. I'm like, here we go. But maybe those were just student phones. Wait a minute. That's not the impression you gave your audience. You didn't say that to your audience. You didn't just say, 12 Israeli phones, but that could mean anything. That could literally just been students that were in Israel at one point. That's nothing. No, she implied it like, and she said, I'm fully convinced that Israel and the French Foreign Legion, right? But then as soon as she's there, she immediately runs it back. That could be anything. Was Tyler Robinson's DNA on the rifle, as you said, August 7th, and said 5 other shows that it was on there more, or that Lance Twiggs was on more than Tyler Robinson? She immediately was like, I misspoke. I misunderstood. I can't say with certainty. But wait a minute. That's not what you're telling your audience. If Andrew wouldn't have paid that money and had that debate, would she be telling her audience today, by the way, I was mistaken. Lance Twiggs' DNA hasn't been confirmed on the... Of course she wouldn't. She'd still be parroting the same bullshit. And so if I could get one message to her audience, it would be this. Shit could sound compelling when you're in a bubble and no one's pushing back. But you have to ask yourself, if you're unwilling to have someone push back and the only time it happens, you basically shit the bed and you can't make any evidence whatsoever, is this really a compelling theory? And I know that it's not going to wake a lot of people up, but what I say to those people is, you're right. Andrew Wilson's the worst debater ever. He was the worst. He's ugly. He smokes. He's a misogynist piece of shit. And his fact checker, Rob Noerr, the fattest, most disgusting, moronic person I've ever seen. And they're rude, and they violated her kid's space. And fuck these guys. They're the worst. What evidence did Candace provide? You're right. We're the worst. Yep. Got us. Nailed us. Dead to rights. Bunch of grifters. What evidence did Candace provide? And they have nothing. They're just like, well, you have bitch tits, Rob. You yell when you talk. Yeah, it's like, yeah, guilty, 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 guilty. Yep, yep. Anyways, what evidence did Candace provide? They can't provide any. She provided none. She basically was like, you have to watch my show. And I can't say anything because I'll get in legal trouble. Well, I'm sorry.
Well, and I have the right to think.
A defamation trap, she said. Defamation is when you're knowingly saying things about people that are incorrect, right? Is Candace really telling you I can't speak because I can't stop myself from lying? Is that what she means by defamation trap? Well, that ought to raise some red flags as well, right? The truth is a defense, Candace. You have the unnamed sources. You know the real story. You're so close to the truth. Why stop now? Don't worry about a little pesky thing. By the way, I thought she welcomed all these lawsuits because now I'm not saying I don't think she said anything, nor I don't give a shit. Like, it's not me. If Turning Point, whoever she accuses, decides to never sue, good for me. You know, I'm not personally benefiting if she gets sued. I don't care. I think litigation sucks most of the time, to be honest. But I'm just interested in the claims you've made. Can you defend them? And there's nothing. If you're so worried about, well, if I answer this, I'll get in trouble, then why are you implying it to people? Right? Like, that's equally bad. So that's the whole debate, you know?
But again, this is where it comes back to it's the same thing with the lawsuits, with the Brian Harper lawsuit, with the Macron lawsuit. It was the same thing where she threw out these outrageous claims. Then when the lawsuits come, of course, she can't help but use it as engagement. And then when she reads out the lawsuits, that's when she walks back her original claims. So, you know, that's where the lawsuits are as close to the debate, because it's about trying to actually establish what objective truth is. And so that's where, like with the debate where you saw her walking back all these claims, like you were saying with Andrew Wilson, you saw that with reading the lawsuits that are against her. You know, she's talking about Macron's. She's like, Macron's mentioned MK Ultra in this. Why are they mentioning MK Ultra? I never mentioned MK Ultra. You go back and look at the Macron episodes. Over and over again, she's inferring that Emmanuel Macron is part of a. She
said it about Erica Kirk, that she was Project Monarch.
Same thing.
And MK, and she's like, the way she stares, like if you look at her eyes, and I'm like, I mean, it's like 3 a.m. I'm listening to this shit. I'm like, what is she going on about? And it's like it's insanity. Like, she's strongly implying that Erica Kirk like trafficked children, maybe for Epstein. I mean, she strongly implies it, and you're just like, man, are you that jealous that he married her? Or are you upset that she's in charge of Turning Point and you think it should be you? What is happening? And like, that's the sort of shit that you're just like, say none of this happened. Like, let's go back to the time machine. Charlie never gets killed, and we're just doing Macron shit, Bridget Macron shit, right? I didn't focus on this much. It sounded like crazy shit to me, but whatever. I don't really care, you know? And all of a sudden this happened with Candace. Tragically, her husband passes away. And everyone's like, Candace did it. And she traffics her children. And I'd be like, man, that's fucked up. Do you guys have evidence? That's a bold claim. That's really scummy to say to a grieving widow. That's what I would have done. I would have been sticking up for Candace in that sense and be like, and by the way, I've done this over and over, like the Pizzagate stuff. This is what I said in it. I was like, if you want to discuss the theory that shadowy, powerful people are doing really crappy things, no problem, right? But once you're like, that guy that owns that pizza shop, okay, you better have some evidence, because that's a real shitty thing to put on a dude, right? You, like, to just make this guy right here, he did it, you know? Or if you're, you know, I hate to say it, even though I'm a fan to a degree, Alex Jones, that parent is lying. His kid didn't die. That's a real scummy thing to say if that guy's kid just died. Now, by the way, it's not that simple with Alex, but you see the point. Once you start specifically accusing people that, especially otherwise you would consider like victims, that's scummy. And if you're going to do it and say, I refuse to answer for it, I'm allowed to think what I want, right? We have the right to be like, well, that's a really shitty thing to do. And we think that's really damaging. And so that's it. You have the right to think what you want. And as long as it doesn't run afoul of defamation or so, whatever, that's on you. I don't give a shit. I ain't suing anyone for defamation, right? But we have the right to think you're a scumbag and to think you're a lunatic and to point out that you can't defend your claims, you know? And if you're in that audience, for me, I would be of the, you know, I believe, here's a conspiracy theory I believe that Hunter Biden was basically sent as a bagman to go to Burisma at the behest of his father, and then his father gave $1 billion of our tax money in a guaranteed loan to the president of Ukraine to force the firing of a prosecutor that was looking into his son. I believe that, right? Now, if I thought someone connected to the Biden family publicly challenged me to a debate on it, on Joe Rogan, I'd be like, sign me up, baby. When's the next free minute you have? Let's do it. I wouldn't be like, no, I'm just asking questions. I refuse. No. And it's not just her, it's everyone. Stu Peters debates Andrew. And Andrew's just like, okay, let's just go one by one. You ask me a question, I ask you a question. All right, some of the claims you've made. We're not here. A 30-06 can't do that. And it's like pulling teeth. It's like, just, you people keep making these claims. Can one of you, just one, millions of people, or at least hundreds of thousands believe this shit. Can just one of you face a little scrutiny? And Andrew Wilson applied the least scrutiny that I've ever seen him apply, which he was just like, did Israel do it? That's it. That's all it took to get the horrible realization she doesn't have a clue. She has no evidence. It's all vibes. It's all whatever makes me the most money. Whatever, tomorrow will be closer. We could just leave them hanging one more day, one more paycheck, one more slander. It doesn't matter. And the audience eats this shit up. And it's both blackpilling, but also, in a way, it's a silver lining that you're like, it's sad that so many people could fall for this shit. But at the other hand, I guess better to know so that you know, like when you're in the foxhole and the next time a COVID comes up, you know, like I was saying earlier, I was like, I just want to take all these Candace fans. I don't want to hurt them. And I just want to mentally be like, here you are here. And like you're right-wing-ish. We're just going to put you over here. And this is the pile of never listen to anything you ever say again. You're over there now. I wish you well. I hope your job's great and your family's great. I really do. I don't want any harm to come to you. But I'm no longer interested in any opinion you have because you're psychotic. You people are morons, and I can't deal with you anymore.
No, that's why I always say I don't really do teams. I don't really do camps. You know, but the closest thing is team reality. I'm on team reality. I'm on team reality where you can actually figure out what is reality. And now I think that's where, you know, that's where my overall feeling about the debate. I think you're right. And from what I've seen of Andrew talk about afterwards, his feeling of the debate was that I think he could have argued the state's case better. I don't know how in depth he's aware of everything. You know, that he handed a lot of things to. Well, he didn't hand them to Candace. He's like, I'll give that. It's fine. It's like, let's move on. You know, let's not get in the weeds on that. But you know, I think that, you know, there's going to be a trial. There's going to be a trial where this is litigated, and ultimately, that's the format for this to determine the truth when it comes to the state's evidence. But you're right. That's why Andrew Wilson paid $300,000, and it became clear to me watching that debate that he was just like, let's get through this first part, and now let's get to your claims. And it's like, this is why I paid $300,000.
That's it. That was the whole strategy. And
it's why I never thought Candace would do the debate. I was surprised that she did the debate. I don't know why she did. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. I mean, it's impossible to trying to understand trying to even. Look, wanting to get inside Candace's head, like who would want to be in there? But there isn't going to be that many formats where Candace will actually be pinned down to be able to actually state what she says. Like you said, she's never actually even delivered a theory. There is no theory. Her audience, you could do a survey of her audience and you'll get 1,000 different answers to like what actually happened. There is no one single theory. So
two things to say that. Why did she take the debate? Money and Rogan. I think the Rogan thing pushed her over. She was embarrassed. I think when Andrew was like, there's a lot of eyeballs there. And so I think she said it and then probably regretted it. that I'll do it. And then I think once, because she was like, this dude doesn't have the money. And then once he did, it was going to be harder. And to me, it felt like she was putting stuff up as a precondition that was likely to get the debate canceled. Like, I want the money up front. I want it by Wednesday. I want
to say that you work for TPUSA.
Yeah. So like all that. And so, and so I think at some point she probably like, well, okay, I guess I could do this. And it's sort of like, her win condition for this, and both of the win, by the way, the win condition for both of them in the immediacy is very low. Andrew's win condition's exposing she can't defend her claims, which he does. He does easily, right? He also wins substantively on the debate quite easily because she did not make one piece of positive evidence to defend her claim. So she loses. It's that simple. Optically, she gets a win at the end there with Andrew. The worst part was him asking to see her phone. I was like, ooh. I went into that. But okay, fair enough. Optically, she gets that. But she looks terrible, that debate, optically as well, if you're honest. But her win condition in the immediacies, take the money, say I did the debate, that was supposed to be the turning point guy, I'm done, and not lose her audience. And she did that. She did. There's probably maybe a couple dozen people that are like, wow, this exposed her. She doesn't have any claims. She doesn't have any evidence. Other than that, it's all good. It's all good in the hood. Now she can say, been there, done that. Don't have to defend my claims ever again. The big man gave me the money. I got the money. Plus I made another tens of thousands of dollars on ad reads and super chats. Yee. And that's it. But the real win for Andrew's not just exposing her in the short term. In the medium term it's the shot across the bow. Where now, I think that not just this, but the real victory for Andrew was even getting the debate. Because what he did was, I think that a lot of people are afraid to take on Candace because her audience is so crazy. And so you see people like Michael Knowles that are like tiptoeing around it. And people accuse Tatum of tiptoeing around it. You don't want the crazies, the wine moms after you, and so I think now that to me, it feels like the high water mark's hit. And it's starting to crest, and people are like, this is crazy. This is some crazy bullshit, and we're going to call it out. So I think that Andrew was sort of like, on Normandy walking up there, and it's like, you're going to get the slings and arrows, but okay. So in the medium term, it allows people like us to get more reach, where we can start attack. You're going to have content for the next 50 years of your life just with this sort of stuff. And so it really brings eyeballs to that. But the long term's the trial. And she's on record now, right? And once we see that the emperor has no clothes, that this was all a load of shit, they're going to desperately try to bury history. It's just like those people that were on there screaming at you about social distancing and masks and lockdowns. They're like, no one ever said that. Well, one of the biggest debates ever that wasn't a presidential debate, we got it all on record, baby. So when they try to rewrite history, it's not just like some piddly debate that happened online. This is a debate that everyone's going to remember, even if they don't think it's important right now. And so a year and a half from now, 2 years from now, when this finally goes to trial, or before that, if he pleads guilty, right? You'll be able to, they're going to keep the grift going. Oh, he was forced. He's a patsy. Oh, blah, 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 blah. But people are going to start to wake up and they're going to be like, this was all bullshit. It was all bullshit. And I think that this laid the groundwork. And it's unfortunate that it cost someone $300,000 to do it. But I tip my cap to Andrew. I think the pressure he was applying plus the money and willing to take on the job, I think that that's the real victory. And, let's not claim he's a saint. I think it's exposure for Andrew as well. And so it may end up recompensing his money. He had to give some go up, and he may end up recompensing it just from, over a year or two of more exposure. I don't know. So, but that's how I feel about it. So,
yeah, look, I think even if Andrew could have done a stronger case arguing the evidence against Tyler Robinson, you cannot question the first section with that debate where they're actually discussing evidence with the second section where it's about discussing the theories. Imagine
if Andrew
completely black and white.
Imagine if she would have said, like, I want to talk about the gun, and Andrew says, I don't claim that gun was it. Okay. Well, then let's go to the confessions. I don't claim those confessions. How quick would that section of the debate been? She'd have just been like, so you don't defend any of the previous things that you talk about? No. Anyways, on to your point. People would have been like, this is outrageous. But that's exactly what she did. So I did a space.
But even in the first section, like what you're saying about how this will age well, even in the first section where it is debating the evidence against Tyler Robinson, what arguments did she make that Tyler Robinson's defense team are actually making?
None.
Like what? Like none. Like none. So all of her arguments are outside of even what Tyler Robinson's defense team is.
Well, for example, in the hearing, one of the first things I remember watching live from the hearing was the defense, and this is smart. This is something that you probably would do if you're the defense. They bring up the point: isn't this a concealed carry campus? Yes. So that means we actually have no idea how many guns were here. True, right? That's true. Now, it's clear what they're doing is trying to line up a reasonable doubt defense that maybe there was someone else with the firearm that pulled the trigger. Now, listen, that's the defense's job, right? They're trying to provide the best possible defense. Great, so it's not immoral for them to be trying to do this. But notice what they're not saying is it wasn't a gun at all. It was an exploding microphone.
Yeah.
They ain't saying that, are they? Because
they're not
that's
saying
crazy.
they're not even saying he wasn't on surveillance footage. They're not even saying that.
No,
they're not even that we're aware of even contesting the confessions.
Now, to be clear, I want to steel man my opponents, unlike they would do to us, right? No, the defense's motion isn't an admission, right? People keep saying they said it was him. That's not it. That sort of falls in line of what we would call a motion to dismiss. And basically that's you saying, even if this is true, the following the enhancement should be taken away. So that's not their, just to be clear, because you don't want to sound misinformed, because the Candace people will bite your head off about this. So to those watching, be clear on that. The other thing worth saying is, because this is a probable cause hearing, basically it's a very low bar. And Nate the lawyer was just putting this more articulately than me, but basically the bar is this. Did a crime take place, and is it somewhat likely that this dude committed it? Well, we know a crime took place. Is it someone? Yeah, okay. That's it. So let's say there's 3 equal theories that you would say 33%, 33%, 33%, right? You would still accept that that's probable cause for the trial. You just would. But that would never pass the bar of reasonable doubt. You'd say, well, there's a 66% chance this wasn't you. So you would say not guilty, reasonable doubt, right? Because of that, in this pretrial hearing, because the bar is so low, the defense knows they're going to lose. So they hypothetically could hold back evidence and say, what's the point anyways? It's not going to help. Like the video evidence alone is enough for probable cause. We're sort of boned here. So why tip our cap or tip our hand? Let's hold. But here's the problem. Although now that's me being good faith, right? I'm trying to defend them a little. The problem is the type of evidence that they wouldn't withhold are that of prosecutorial misconduct. For example, apparently, according to Candace and company, the police are intentionally lying in the prosecution memorandum or whatever that says that Tyler Robinson's parents had this conversation, said we recognize him, then talked to him, and he basically said it was me, I'm going to end my life. That's all made up, says Candace. Why in God's name wouldn't the parents testify then at this hearing? They'd say one of the key people, the police are fabricating lies. That's a crime. That's not just the police are making a mistake. That's the police are literally committing a crime. That's the argument there. Now, you would present that, or the police intentionally manipulated the video evidence. That would be a crime of them intentionally changing images and not disclosing it to try to convict an innocent man. That's a crime, right? Now, the defense brought up, well, they drew a red circle on the camera. You shouldn't be allowed to adjust footage like that. And the judge agreed. Yep, we're not going to allow that. But somehow the defense knows Candace Owens' theory that it was artificially compressed. And they're just like, that's okay. We're not going to. And that's where you get to the point where you're like, are you kidding me? There's no chance that if this was true, what's more likely, that security footage looks like wide-angle lens and they just showed the actual security footage, or that they intentionally manipulated it so easily verifiable that Project Constitution and company found out, right? But the defense sees it and is letting it go because funsies? They're in on it? I don't know.
Well, this is the important point. Like you're saying, they have the chain of custody of this evidence. They've the prosecution have handed over 100% of the materials to the defense. So they have it all. And like you're saying, they're not presenting these arguments. So they're not contesting the validity of this evidence at this point. They're not making the arguments that Candace Owens is making.
They allegedly have a receipt that proves that the entire timeline's bullshit. The feds have that receipt, right? And the defense isn't like, we demand to see that receipt.
Yeah.
I mean, so the defense has his credit card info.
So then it becomes the defense is part of the conspiracy. But this is the thing, right? This is the thing. At no point has Tyler Robinson made any complaints against his defense team, which is absolutely his right. So that means that he's perfectly happy with the defense that's being presented.
It's
so that means that Tyler Robinson is also in on the conspiracy.
I called it as soon as the hearing. I said when the pre-trial hearing happens and they don't provide these theories that Candace and company are saying, it'll quickly switch to, but they're in on it. And it's non-falsifiable. I did this with a guy last night. We went through like all of this. Palantir owned this land and blah, blah, blah. And ultimately he's like, well, I'm not satisfied. More of an investigation needs to happen to the people whose DNA was on the gun. And I was like, but how much investigation already happened? Well, I don't know. Well, the only person they announced that they know, like DNA, by the way, in case you're wondering, DNA is not like this magic thing, right? It's not like you're like, there's 6 persons' DNA in it. Let's put it in our Star Trek machine and it tells us all 6 people. There has to be a database with that DNA in to match to it. Most people aren't in a database like that. And so you might find 3 people. This dude was basically like, now, on one hand, Palantir is the most evil company in the world because they're surveying us. On the other hand, we should all have to be DNA tested so we can find out whose DNA's on this rifle. And you're like, what are you talking about? And then we finally get down to, he's like, what would satisfy me is if there was no DNA other than Tyler Robinson's on the rifle. Then I would accept. And I was like, are you sure about that? What if the killer wore gloves? Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. And so it's like, there is no satisfying. It will always be, no matter what. It's just, if something comes up that proves that Tyler Robinson did it, whoever the agent is that is in part with that evidence, that presented it or is part of it, they're in on the conspiracy. That's it. Any hypothetical you could, literally, any hypothetical you could think of. Tyler Robinson could come out tomorrow and be like, look, I'm guilty. I actually had a GoPro on the whole time. Here is literally everything. It's unedited. I'm holding a newspaper at the time. You can see the date, the time. Here's my GPS. Here's 3 notaries signing. And they would just be like, all of this is in on it. That proves the Jews did it even more.
Like
Only the Jews would do it like that, and it's just like, so
this is the other thing. It's just like, this is just an impossible standard of evidence that I think, as Andrew Wilson made the arguments, like there is no case where there is this standard of evidence where someone's convicted. It doesn't exist. So and I'm sure as hell that if it was your family member that was killed, you wouldn't expect this standard of evidence to convict the killer.
And like, then you listen to the words they say. They'll, if you listen with the right ear, you can hear them saying this. Hey, Candace, what % chance did Tyler Robinson shoot him? 0. Now, 0, you can say what you will about the term overwhelming. 0% is very clear. There's no dispute what that means. That means there is no chance. And then PPD's like, well, could you hypothetically change your mind? And she does something very tricky here. She says, of course, there would have been evidence that could have been presented at the trial, like 4K footage of him actually pulling the trigger, which she knows doesn't exist. So now you're like, oh, I'm not unreasonable. This evidence that we know doesn't and can never exist. If it did exist, that would be enough. But because not, now I can never be convinced. You see how that works, right? I remember, I think it was Ian Carroll said on X, he like almost verbatim said this, like, how could we possibly convict this guy if there's not video of him pulling the trigger? And people had to explain to him, like, most homicide convictions, we don't have video of people pulling a trigger. They actually convicted people of homicide before video cameras. I know that's mind-blowing, but like, you look at these people and you're like, this is insane. And by the way, if tomorrow they're like, you know what? We found someone actually was bird watching on the other tower, and they left a camera up for like a year, and they went back and retrieved. It was like, holy shit, there it is, clear as day. Tyler Robinson, there's the trick. They would just be like, no, that's bullshit. That's Fed slop. Was playing by. So even the high impossible bar they set, if you could meet it, they'll just immediately transition to not enough. That's suspicious. Everything's suspicious. And so it's like,
but that's the thing, right? It's like not enough evidence, conspiracy, too much evidence, conspiracy. It's like what you were saying. It's there is no way. There is no way to get through this. I'm interested. How did you? What was the approach to choosing what clips and what positions to challenge her on? And what were some of the positions that you didn't get to?
So for us, we had to, this is, I'll be honest, Ryan Mullally, which was a part of our team, he's an attorney. He was spearheading more of the defense of the state's case. So I was on more of the absurd Candace claims. So I talked to Andrew, and the first thing he wanted was a clear-cut piece of evidence of her lying, right? And so that's tough. And the reason is she's very careful in how she speaks. I think, I've heard, allegedly, and anything that's prefaced with that, no one will accept it as a lie. They'll just say, oh, no, that's just conjecture. That's not a lie. That's just a guess, right? So you needed some statement. And so it took me a while, but what I found was the Lance Twiggs DNA's on the rifle, which is untrue. It's a lie for it's a lie for 3 reasons, actually, right? So the first reason it's a lie is she says that Twiggs' DNA is on the rifle more than Robinson's, but that's not true because no one's DNA is on the rifle more than Robinson's. To a 1 in a trillion standard, he has the most DNA in the rifle. It is true that it's degraded, but that's a conflation of the idea of the amount of DNA versus the degradation of the DNA.
Let me. I've got that here because I've got her clips, and then I've even got the section where Andrew Wilson challenges her on it. And it's so painful to watch. We can maybe get to that, but I've got to start here.
So that was but that was the first clip that I wanted.
Let me just play this because you're right. This is where she absolutely unequivocally says that Lance Twiggs, not only that his DNA is on the rifle, but this is proof that she even says that there's more evidence that he's somehow in on it than Tyler Robinson.
Notice she didn't defend that claim in the debate, right?
All of the samples that were on there, Tyler's was the most degraded. That is an absolute bombshell. Tyler.
Here we go. This is the one here.
More evidence that Lance Twiggs simply took Tyler Robinson's family heirloom of a gun and helped the feds set him up as a patsy. More of his DNA than Tyler's on the gun. That there is objectively more overwhelming evidence that Lance Twiggs did this crime. Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle. Well, it's Tyler's rifle, but Lance's DNA is more prominent. How does that happen?
I do want to play the Twiggs clip.
Well, let's play this because I want to dig into this one, and then we can get to some of the other examples. Because I think this is actually a really important part of the debate, and I think this actually says a lot about how it shows that Candace's bad faith. Because what you're going to see is I've skipped ahead to where Candace says, I'll always admit when I'm wrong, because Andrew Wilson goes to play one of these clips that you've got lined up. And she's like, don't play
Don't
that.
play it. Don't play it. Right.
Don't play it. And she's like, I'm admitting I'm wrong. I've conceded that point. But I want to actually go back and watch this because she never actually concedes that she's made a mistake.
Correct.
Never. And if this hadn't have been brought up in the debate, then it still would have been standing to her audience that Lance Twiggs' DNA is on the rifle. At no point in her show has she actually acknowledged that she's made a mistake previously. It's only now that when she's being pinned down by Andrew Wilson that she says, I'm wrong.
Yep.
One is important to me, the Twiggs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to...
See, this is where it's not her fault. The testimony is confusing.
It's not confusing, by the way. If you go back and read the transcript or watch it for yourself, it's not. They're clear what they're saying.
But watch how at every point she dodges accountability.
like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that.
So what ends up happening, I'll end up playing the clip that you just played from August 7th. Now, this debate that we're watching here, this was Friday, so it was the 14th. So 7 days prior to this, the Friday previous. Now, what she's trying to imply here is, yeah, I said that several times in my show, but then I went back and watched it. When? When did she go back and watch this? Right? That was the point I got from wanting to play the August 7th clip. It's like, no, this isn't like you watched the trial on the 14th, made this claim, and then in a few days later, you went back and rewatched, said, my mistake, I misspoke. This is 7 days ago. Like a month after, or near a month after the pretrial hearing, you're still repeating the same claim. So this is just bullshit that she's like, oh, no. When I went back, when? When did you go back? If you went back after August 7th, you've certainly streamed many times after August 7th. Why didn't you mention this? I was mistaken. So, like, that's the point I was going to.
Yeah, well, and if this debate hadn't have happened, would she have actually acknowledged this mistake on the show? I point to many of these examples. The most glaring one is the Tyler Robinson that he never said vehicle.
It's terrible. Yeah, that's another clip I had pulled.
There's that body cam footage where she's like, see, he says car, not vehicle in this body cam footage from 2021 to prove that those messages where he refers to his car as vehicle on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination, that it couldn't have been him because it's unnatural that he would say vehicle. But, anyone who then watched that body cam footage in full would see 2 minutes after he says car, he says vehicle. But she doesn't use that. She just cuts it.
And then
pretends like it doesn't exist. But I pointed that out. Other people pointed out that it got plenty of impressions. She would have seen that. Okay, hold on a second. I got that wrong. She never corrected the record.
First off, two things to say this. I'll only say 50% sure. I'll bet she says again, Twig's DNA was on the rifle. I'll bet she says it on her show at some point. I'll bet, right? And secondly, right, like, so you might think if someone makes a claim like that, well, you know what we should do to see if that's a word he would use? Go back to some footage when he's talking about a car or vehicle. He said car. That's somehow evidence. Now, that's not evidence, right? But fair enough. If that's what we're going to do, we're going to agree that somehow this footage matters. Whatever the results are, the results are. Oh, okay, he said vehicle. Nah, that's not important, right? They don't go, oh my goodness, oh, my mistake. It does look like he would say this. Actually, I'm starting to believe this could have been. Of course not. They're like, Ian Carroll, again, I go back to him. He might be the funniest out of all these. One of the greatest X exchanges of all time, right? Where he's like, do you know the one I'm talking about? Where he's like, it was a Full Metal Jacket, blah, blah, blah. Of course it would have went right through. And someone responds, no, it was a soft point. And he goes, that proves my point even more. And that's literally how they look at this. It's like, this is super important evidence. Actually, that evidence says the opposite of what you said. Nonetheless, it proves my point. And you're just like, so that, I don't know if we're going to play more of this, but this is her lying. And
yeah, no,
I think that you have to, there's a little bit of criticism to have to Andrew here that I think he should have called it out like we are here, but she's very disarming. Oh, I don't have to play that. It was a simple misunderstanding and blah, blah, blah. Oh, you played the clip from the 7th. Yeah, I've already said it was just a misunderstanding anyways, and quickly moves on to something else, right? So that was the first clip that I wanted, was to show you're a liar. Oh, the other two reasons she's lying. So not only did Lance Twig's DNA is not on it, Tyler Robinson's is the most DNA. And here's this is sort of a framing one, but this is why I use the word liar. So what's the word I want to use? Vociferously, ready? Because she claims, if me or you would say, actually, Tyler Robinson's DNA was on the rifle, she said at least twice in her videos, that's a lie by omission. Because although it's true that his DNA is on the rifle, you didn't mention that it was the most degraded. So it's a lie by omission. And in one video, it's literally like, comma, And Lance Twig's DNA was on the rifle more. So it's like, now wait a minute. If you just got done saying that it's a lie by omission, then what is it when you literally straight make shit up? That's a lie. But to her and her audience, infinite charitability. Oh, no, that was just misspeaking. That was a simple misunderstanding. But when you said his DNA was on the rifle, you're a dirty liar because you didn't say it was the most degraded. That's the sort of standard that we're looking at with this shit, you know?
Yeah. Well, I want to keep playing because I want to show, because we'll go back now and you can see Andrew trying to pin her down to get her to say whether she believes that Lance Twiggs' DNA is on the rifle or not. And I want to this is a good way of showing just how slippery she is, where she, and again, now we've arrived at the point where she says that she always admits when she makes a mistake. So let's watch this and find the moment where she admits that she's made a mistake.
So I think but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrates.
See, again, this is her trying to justify how she made a mistake because it's so much. She's got so much, so much going on. But like we pointed out, if this was TPUSA or someone else, she would say that they lied, that they're a liar. So again, you're not consistent with how she applies this.
And not only are you a liar, but that lie implies that you're hiding something intentionally, which means that we need more information. We got to look into you more. And that's the constant thing. Like, people are like, well, if Andrew does have this text message from Turning Point, right? Why wouldn't Turning Point just release it? Well, I go back to that comment about the steel neck. Imagine that you're Andrew Colvin, right? Like, Charlie was your friend and you worked with him. And you just make what you think is the most innocent statement in the world. Man, the guy had like a steel neck, like he was a fighter. And that's now being used by people implying you're a murderer. I wouldn't say a damn word after that. I'd be like, holy shit, these people are nuts. So when they're like, show us your text messages. What exactly did you say? Sit down in a room with us, right? And they're going to sit there and grill you. And I'll give you another example. I've told a story on stream about how I met my wife, right? I met my wife at a Halloween party. Her best friend was dating my brother only for like 2 weeks. We're drinking. She's sitting on stairs and I'm talking to her and she's like a little drunk. She's like, I would be a great wife. Maybe someday we'll get married. I would be a good cook and I like cleaning. What would you bring to a marriage? And I said, a good backhand. And she laughed and I was like, ha. And then we, a couple weeks later we're dating or whatever. But the truth is, I actually met her before that, now that I think about it. I didn't say anything to her, but she was at my house once with a group of other people, and then she left. Now, that innocent thing of me saying, this is how I met my wife, 10 years from now, someone could say, Rob's told 2 stories on how he met his wife. Something's wrong here. Was he MK Ultra? Was he sent by Mossad to get into her life? Now, do you see the problem? That is the most innocent, I didn't mean anything duplicitous by, telling, but that's the shit they do. And so it's like, anything that Erica Kirk says or Andrew Colvin says or Andrew Seifert or Blake Neff, these people are going to be like, what the fuck? I think I've heard you on stream say something slightly different. That's a lie. Look into them. These sons of bitches are guilty. They're guilty. And so then when you're
it's like Blake Neff, he couldn't remember the exact hotel that he was staying at.
Liar. He must have did it.
There you go.
He worked with Israel to kill, and you're just like, this is what I'm talking about, charitability. Now with Candace, it's completely different. When she makes mistakes, there's nothing to impugn. That innocent mistake,
So she's making it. She made a mistake because she's working so hard, going through so many legal documents. It's exhaustive. She made a mistake because she's that good an investigator.
Yeah, actually the mistake proves her case even more because it just proves how hard she's working. So actually, if I'm a Candace fan, I'm like, see, that's it. That proves that she's right. Yeah, and
but this is another. this is a point that's really important. The idea about lying, that lying is proof of guilt. That's when you watch investigators. I've watched so many documentaries, true crime docs, where they talk about that idea of, say, a wife is killed, and then they're looking at the husband, and they're like, the husband's lying about this. So they're like, well, that is suspicious, right? But that doesn't ultimately mean guilt. So you have to figure out, well, why is the husband lying? And then you realize, okay, the husband is lying because he was having an affair, right? And he doesn't want that to get out. He doesn't want all the family to know that he was cheating on the dead wife, So the investigators are really careful to make sure just because he's lying about this doesn't mean that he killed her, We need to actually figure out the truth. And let's not blow this up into this huge thing, because it could compromise the actual investigation itself. He might not then answer questions, but it's like, that's not how they do it. They will do reputational damage if they find anything they can use, because it's not about getting to the truth. It's not.
An affair. Maybe why would Camp Hawacha, why would Blake, by the way, they weren't there. It's a bullshit story. But if they were, does that prove anything? Well, maybe they're having an affair. Hell, let's take out them. Let's take out Erica and Colvette and all them. Charlie, great guy, right? But what if like all of us, he was human and he had bad moments? What if the day before he's saying, tell those little bastard kids to shut the hell up, and he texts that? Would you want that released? Was that something you'd be proud to have out there in a chain of text? Probably not. You'd say, we're gonna protect. Maybe he had a weed habit and you don't want people to know he smoked weed. There could be infinite possibilities. Now, am I saying that if you see someone's chronically lying over and over again, that you can't say, okay, this makes me question motivation? Of course not. It's fair game. Lying's bad. It is. You shouldn't lie. And if you're lying to try to cover up some other embarrassment, it could bite you in the ass because you're going to lose credibility. But the uncharitability, like things are lies, like they said he had a steel neck. It's like, get the hell out of here. Everyone who's human knows what's happening here. Or simple things like, well, what's the explanation for Erica lying about the text messages? I don't know if you have this clip. Candace gave you the explanation. Candace, after she talked to Erica, said, I talked to Erica and I said, why did you say to Glenn Beck that these messages didn't exist when I know they did? And she said, well, the reason was those messages were on Signal. And I just looked at his one phone but didn't look at Signal. And Candace is basically like, I accept that. And now, months later, they resurrect the same story that Candace already told you is a nothing burger. But now it's something again.
I'm interested to see that, because I went back to look at her episodes, and she did say in February that they were iMessages. So
who said that, Erica or Candace?
Candace said that.
Let's see if I can find
said, yeah. So from December was when she said, oh, do you know what Erica said? It was Signal, not iMessage. Candace did then come out since then in February, I think it was. And she said, no, these are iMessages. My source is saying they're iMessages. So I saw that as well. So again, this is me being honest.
I see what you're saying. So I got it.
She has since then said that her source has confirmed that they're iMessages. So she is maintaining that Erica is lying. So that's why she's now saying, I hope Andrew produces this, because my sources said that it's iMessages.
It may be. So, fair enough. That's fair. And this is something she does. She oftentimes says, my source is definitive. Here's the claim. And then later contradicts it with the source. And then when you're looking through this, it's like well, the only thing that could debunk Candace's sources are Candace's sources, apparently, when they contradict, but nonetheless, there could be infinite reasons. She didn't feel like it. She forgot. She didn't. Maybe he has multiple phones. Like I know people that have a work phone and a home phone. Maybe she only checked his home phone and didn't see his phone where he was communicating with security. Maybe she thought it was none of their damn business. Maybe that, right? It could be a litany of things. But again, they just jump to, well, this proves some sort of guilt. But they don't have a standard. If it's like, well, I could play the same game. Who had a lot of motive? Who's benefited greatly from Charlie dying? Candace Owens. And so if I could see Candace Owens now lying, ooh, that's really bad, right? She has motive. She's lying about the case. Uh-oh, right? She's wealthy. She's got a lot of people connected at Turning Point. If Turning Point people were in on it, right? You see? And it's like, well, no, I'm going to be charitable and say, even if she lied, I wouldn't go that far to say, well, this somehow proves she's complicit in a murder, because I'm not a psychopath. I'm not going to jump to that conclusion,
No, but you're right. Even when she pulls up her, ridiculous, like, here are the provable lies that TPUSA have told. When you actually go through them, you're like, these aren't, a lot of these aren't even lies. You just straw man constructed this concept to then, fit this into a lie. But you're right. When you actually look into it, you're like, you're not factoring in that people make mistakes. Some people can just make mistakes.
And she
doesn't mean that it's a lie.
Well, and again, by the way, man, we live in a post-truth world, and we're changing definitions of words all the time. One of the big things, Democrats are running, I have a lot to say about Democrats, but they're running on packing the courts and all this stuff. But one of the things they keep saying is, we want the legislative branch, Senate and the House, to have power over the court if they lie. And you're like, you should be like, well, what's a lie? What's disinformation? They want to censor disinformation. Well, disinformation's just whatever they don't like. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. The same's true of a lie. What they're saying is lies is they're interpreting, like when the confirmation hearings are coming and like the justices are asked, would you overturn abortion? And they say like, well, I think precedent matters, which is true. But that's not saying, no, I would never overturn abortion. So when they overturn abortion, they go, that's a lie. Candace says, if you say Tyler Robinson's DNA was on the gun, that's a lie. Because even though it's true, you lied by not then mentioning, but it's the most degraded DNA. So that's a lie. So when she says, if she says, without me looking, if she says, I've caught Turning Point lying 33 times, my guess is a huge portion of those are going to be bullshit that she calls lies that aren't really lies. And so it's like, but that doesn't matter. All they do is tout that, they lied so many times. So again, it goes back to that idea of charitability. I would be willing to give the benefit of the doubt that maybe Candace didn't directly lie about Lance Twiggs' DNA being on the rifle, that maybe she was mistaken, a little motivated reasoning. She rushed to judgment. Fair enough. But I'm not going to do that when she's not charitable. And by the way, even that's not good. Because if the arguments it was just a mistake and not a lie, I thought you were the big queen that knows more about this case than anyone. Oh my God, Andrew thought it was murder and not aggravated murder. And that proves how much you know about the case. Only you don't. You don't know you didn't know Tyler Robinson confessed in his own text messages that it was him on the pictures. You didn't know it. So it's but to answer your question, this was the first thing I wanted because I thought that it proved a lie. And that's what Andrew wanted. Andrew wanted to prove the point that she'll just straight up fucking lie. And
let's keep watching, because she's like, so this is later where he goes to play one of the clips that you found to prove that she's saying something that is wrong. It's just objectively wrong. You cannot say that Lance Twiggs is definitively his DNA is on the gun. So she's saying, you're playing something that I've already admitted that I made a mistake with. So let's go back, because this is now going to go back earlier in the debate, and let's find the moment where she admits that she makes a mistake.
Something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this.
Real quick. I'll just
now she is not saying that I made a mistake.
That's right. And when she says it's not ruled out, just in case you're not following this case so much, this is what happened. They sort of tried to test everyone that they know that was around this. So everyone in the house, they test their DNA, right? So they're going to test Tyler, and they're going to test Lance Twiggs, and they're going to test Tyler's parents, right? And so the gun, or the towel comes back, Tyler, Lance Twiggs. The screwdriver, they're like, Tyler, Lance Twiggs. The gun, they're like, Tyler, his father. Now, you could really infer that means that Lance Twiggs, who they tested, why would they just not say that? And why would the defense allow that? Why wouldn't the defense be like, whoa, your report shows Lance Twiggs' DNA was also on the gun. And why would you try to hide that? You just told us it was on the screwdriver and the towel. Why not tell us here, right? So you could overwhelmingly suggest, his DNA's not on the gun. But she says, quote, we can't roll that out because we can only roll that out if they specifically say, and by the way, Lance Twiggs' DNA was not on the gun. But the problem is the prosecution would have no incentive to say that unless the defense is trying to say Lance Twiggs moved this gun to try to frame Tyler Robinson, which they're not saying, which means the prosecution and the experts are never going to say affirmatively that the DNA was not on the gun. So it's this catch-22. She has a wild theory that the defense isn't presenting. But because the defense isn't presenting, the prosecution never answers the wild theory, which is proof to her that it's possible. That's what she's doing here. So even in this moment, she's like, well, we don't know. We don't know. Even though any reasonable person would infer, wait a minute, if they specifically tested him and said that it was on the screwdriver and the towel, why wouldn't they say that it was on the gun? Doesn't matter unless they absolutely say it. We don't know. It's an equally likely possibility. So I'm well within my rights to say his DNA's on the gun more. It's truly revolting just how duplicitous this shit is and how these people eat it up.
Yeah, let's get watching.
I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all three of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
The prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who.
So this is where he's like, we don't know. We don't have all the information of the DNA. And she's like,
which is true.
We do.
And now she says, we don't know.
Twiggs' DNA. Yeah. And then, her whole argument is like, well, we don't know. But yet the one thing that she has that she uses over and over again is the degraded DNA. That's the one thing that she goes to. It's the one thing that she thinks is proof. But again, it's not even proof that's being used by the defense.
And it's proof of nothing, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing, right? I mean, you're probably more recent on this, but the degraded was that Tyler Robinson's DNA is the most degraded.
Correct.
But so what she's trying to say is that there's no way that he could be the shooter because that would mean that he used the gun last, which would mean that he would have, more DNA and it couldn't be more degraded. But that's not scientifically at all what's being argued by the DNA experts.
Not only
there's many ways that DNA can be degraded. It's not to do with time. It's not degraded because it's been that length of time. It could be degraded simply because of the towel, because he shot in the towel. There's many ways that DNA can be degraded.
Yeah, and I mean, you nail it, right? Like, to be clear, it's not just that they're not making the argument in this case. The medical literature just doesn't support this. Like, it's quite clear. DNA, fingerprints are a different matter altogether, and she's conflating them. But DNA is not ever used to determine the timing of when the DNA got on there, right? So let's say that your DNA's on a rifle because you've owned it for a decade, right? And it's ingrained in there. Like maybe you cut your finger and blood gets on there, right? Now that blood's going to degrade far slower than my sweat. So the day before a crime, I steal your gun and my sweat's on the gun, right? That's DNA as well. But that's going to degrade much faster, particularly if I leave it out in the elements. It's still sort of wet. It degrades faster. So even though my DNA's on the gun more and I was the person that used that gun, your DNA is less degraded because it's blood that ingrained in the rifle. That doesn't mean that I can't be the shooter because your DNA is less degraded. There is no timing that's used to this. They never say, this is more degraded, which means he handled it at an earlier date. That doesn't happen. And she keeps
the DNA expert that she's even referring to with this testimony about being degraded. That DNA expert even specifically says there is no way to mark the timing. Candace doesn't play that. She didn't play that in the episode, just like she didn't play that his DNA, that he was the major contributor. She left those things out.
Because it sounds to the layman, that sounds like a plausible explanation. Oh, more degraded means that it was a long time ago. And so she gets away with it. And now, could Andrew have done a better job? I think so. I think he could have. But it's one of those things, can you blame a human being for not knowing every detail of the case and not knowing like how DNA works? No. But she should know. She's looked into it. And she's intentionally misleading people. She knows that there is no correlation whatsoever to degraded DNA, meaning that this means that he couldn't have handled the rifle recently. She knows that. She absolutely definitively knows it. And yet, if you ask her audience what's the best evidence she had against Andrew's claims, because she has no evidence for her claims, but the best they'll say, well, it's the degraded DNA argument, which proves nothing. And Andrew even starts to get to this. He's like, fine, I'll concede it. It doesn't matter. And they're like, oh, see? No, what he's saying is it doesn't matter. It doesn't prove anything. I actually went through this with a guy. I said, could it be that if his DNA is the most degraded on the gun, that he handled it most recently, or that he didn't handle it most recently? And the guy said, yes. I said, could it be if he had the least degraded DNA, that means he didn't handle it most recently? And the guy says, yes. And it's like, right. So the degradation of the DNA doesn't speak to the timing of holding the gun. And he's like, yeah. I know. And I'm like, but you just got done saying that that's suspicious. And now you're admitting, well, if it was the least degraded, I would say that's suspicious. So it's like the dude had a gun in his clothes where he's all sweaty and then left the gun afterwards in the elements. It makes sense that the DNA would degrade. It also makes sense that there would be a shitload of DNA on there, which there was, the most DNA, right? And like, so it's like, this is a point she makes, and it's this intentional misleading of people knowing that like, they don't understand the details. Here's the best example. I don't know if you want to pull up this clip, but this is, I almost have to applaud at the sliminess of this. This is truly amazing. They're talking about the steakhouse, right? And Andrew's like, do you have any evidence that this receipt's actually his? And she's like, well, you got to talk to Diligent and, the guy that's doing the investigation. But one of the things she says, I'm not like you that just read X post. I called the owner.
Yeah, did the legwork. I did the legwork.
Now, what it sounds like, if I was just watching this and not in the know, I'd be like, oh, the receipt must be accurate because she called the owner. So therefore, we can imply the owner told her. Yeah, that's... But the owner's statement is, no! That's what the owner's publicly saying. The owner's publicly saying, there is no evidence that this was Tyler Robinson. I've told people that have talked to me. I've been polite and answered their questions, and I've cooperated with the police, right? But Candace just says, yeah, but I talked to him. And so therefore, do you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, there's his statement. Now, let's assume that he made a similar statement to Candace if she actually talked to him. Based on the information currently available to us, we have no evidence establishing whether Tyler Robinson was at our restaurant around September 10th. We have responded truthfully to those who have questioned us, Diligent Denizen, Candace probably, based on the information available to us at the time. We have fully cooperated and will continue to cooperate with the authorities conducting the investigation. Because it's an active matter, we will comment no further. Now, that's the statement. But Candace is making you believe by implying, well, I think it's real. I talked to the owner, right? But no one holds her feet to the fire and says, well, what did the owner say? Did he tell you that? He said, I think it's Tyler. No. She leaves that part out. Then she leaves her audience do the legwork. See? It must be true. Candace said it. She talked to the owner. It's true. And then later, if someone like me would ever raise another $300,000 to debate her, and I said, Candace, are you saying that the owner said that? She'd say, I never said that. I didn't say that at all. That's just my audience inferring that I said that. It's so slimy and it's intentional. And you're just like, damn, it's actually very impressive.
No, it is. Yeah. This is the one thing I think Candace Owens I think she's a moron. I don't think she's an intelligent person. But I think she's very, very good at manipulating people. And she's very, very good at doing this verbal jujitsu where she wriggles out of positions once she's cornered.
I mean, it was very disarming what you just saw her do there with the DNA on the rifle clip. Oh, yeah, I already admitted that. And even if you go to the end of that, I don't know if you do, when he keeps asking her at the latter portion, like, basically, will you admit her DNA or his DNA is not in the rifle? And she keeps saying, what's the term she keeps using? Like, we can't confirm that yet. We can't confirm that yet. Instead of just saying, because Andrew's trying to, but you made an affirmative statement. His DNA's there. Will you admit now that's not the case? And she's like, we can't confirm that yet, or something like that. She keeps saying it over and over. Instead of saying, you're right, we have no evidence that it's there, she just keeps saying, we can't confirm it. And she does this thing like, oh, it's so fucking annoying. If she bats her eyes, she's like this fucking like girl boss, like, and it's so annoying. You're like, oh, you motherfucking condescending asshole. Why can't you just admit? And by the way, the whole section, I don't know if you have this clip. This might be worth playing. When Andrew's like, we come back from break and he's like, okay, here's the whole point. I'm going to make this painless. I'm just going to ask you some yes, no questions. If you feel the question's loaded, fair enough. Don't answer, push back. But I'm going to make it simple. Just yes, no questions. All right, you ready? Do you remember this clip? And then she starts, she's like, wait a minute. Let me tell you how this debate, she's got to poison the well. She is so visibly afraid of being asked about the batshit crazy theory she said. She's got to immediately poison the well. Oh, wait a minute. You want to be my dad. This is about interrogating me. Ah, blah, 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 blah. And just rambles on and on and on and on. The dude just said, I want to ask you a couple yes-no questions. You know?
Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So
pretty reasonable.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come.
Pause real quick. One thing Andrew should have done here is say, no, this is germane to you defending that he's a patsy, right? Because her theory, what is the evidence she's a patsy theoretically that she's ever given on her show? Well, maybe Lance Twiggs set him up. Okay, question 1, was Lance Twiggs' DNA on the rifle? Well, maybe Israel did it. Okay, question 2, did Israel do it? Well, maybe the French Foreign Legion did it. Okay, question 3, did the French Foreign... You see what I mean? This is absolutely germane. And so Andrew should have been not let her get away with this reframing like, well, this is outside the scope of the debate. Absolutely not. So I just wanted to point that out.
No, because she, I think, is in this part. She says, like, we're no longer debating.
Correct. She says this
and
is...
He says, no, this is still part of the debate.
Yes.
Because you're right. The whole idea that he's a patsy. So it's now about actually scrutinizing, like, what is he? Who is he a patsy for? What is the logic?
Correct. One part of proving that, now it wouldn't be completely necessary, but one part of proving that he's a patsy could be proving someone else killed. And so it's like, okay, you've made those claims. Israel's involved. France is involved. So where's your proof? That would be strong evidence that he's a patsy, right? Someone else did it.
The crazy thing about this is that if Candace Owens believed that he was a patsy and there was overwhelming evidence that he was, and that if she believed that Israel was behind it and France, as she said that she does believe, she would be the one who's making these arguments. She would be the one who's pointing to this evidence. But it's Andrew who has to pin her down.
Correct.
To try and even understand what her premise is, to then be able to interrogate it. That's how little belief she has in what she's actually saying.
And just before some Candace fan jumps down our throat, no, it is not that the burden is just on Andrew because the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt for 2 reasons. One, albeit true that eventually the state will have to prove that, that is not the phase of the prosecution we're at. They are under no obligation, nor have they pretended to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt at this stage. Eventually, when we get to the trial, that is what they will endeavor to do. Number 2, this debate isn't someone just saying, I have my doubts. It's someone saying there's 0% chance that Tyler Robinson did it, and who has said things like, I'm absolutely certain Israel did it, France did it, Erica's complicit. That's the entire reason Andrew wants this debate. Okay, now defend your claims. If you find yourself defending Candace by saying she can spew whatever bullshit she wants and never has to answer for it because only the state has to answer. Like, one thing they say is this. They're like, well, how could you sentence? You're only 75 to 85% certain, and you're willing to send an innocent man to death for that? No, he's 75 to 85% certain, and he's willing to send an innocent man, or potentially innocent man, to trial. That's what he's willing to do, to send him to trial. Meanwhile, if Candace thinks that Erica Kirk's complicit or that Andrew Colvit's complicit, isn't she in effect saying they should be arrested and face the death penalty? In effect, that's what she's saying, right? Or is she like, I think they're guilty, but they should never face prosecution? That would be ludicrous, right? So then how is she not sentencing people to death without providing evidence? It's the same burden. And what they want to rely on is they act like, well, because she's not the prosecutor, she doesn't have to defend any of their claims. That's absolute bullshit. Even if you were on the defense and you were providing alternative theories as to why Tyler didn't do it, they would still be questioned about those alternative theories. So this entire manufactured framing device of, no, we don't have to defend anything. It's just the state that has to defend. We are in, by the way, this gets to the conversation of hearsay as well. Well, that evidence shouldn't be allowed at trial because it's hearsay. Yeah, but that's not how humans do shit, right? We have different rules for the legal system, and rightfully so. The bar should be very high before convicting people. Totally get it, right? But me and you, right? If we're like, everyone in town, 7 people say to us, dude, I was at a party and saw that babysitter that you're about to leave with your kids. I saw her like assaulting a child, right? We wouldn't be like, hearsay. I'm not even going to evaluate that. I'm not saying you would send her to prison, but you'd be like, that's worth looking into. Like that seems, right? So the whole idea, the whole debate's not over whether or not he's guilty enough to send to prison. The whole debate is Candace's theory that he absolutely could not have done it. And Andrew's theory is that it's most likely he did it. She thinks he's set up. So why shouldn't she have to defend that?
This is where, she and, all her cronies are mocking Andrew asking for positive evidence. But this is where, his claim is there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did it. Now, he points to, DNA, confessions, like evidence. Her claim is there's overwhelming evidence that he's a patsy. What evidence she points to? She points to unknown things. So she's saying that, like, well, we don't know if these messages are real. Oh, maybe the DNA is degrade, but she's not pointing to any actual evidence. He's the one who's trying to drag out any kind of evidence or any other claims from her instead of her being the one who's actually making the argument. And the argument's meant to be there's overwhelming evidence. Where's the overwhelming evidence?
And I know I'm talking a lot, but I have to say this. I did a space with Dan Blazarian, jumped on the other day. You know who that is? Congressional candidate. And he comes on, he's like, oh yeah, man, like Candace won that debate. Like she crushed Andrew, blah, 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 And I'm like, Dan, can I ask you a question? He's like, yeah. I was like, what was the topic of the debate? Oh, I don't know. Oh, you don't know? I don't know. Something about, whether Tyler Robinson's guilty and like some of Candace's claims. And I was like, would it shock you to learn the topic was Andrew had to defend overwhelming evidence of his guilt and Candace had to defend overwhelming evidence that he's innocent and was set up as a patsy. He's like, oh. I was like, now you watched the debate, right? He's like, yeah. And I was like, you're running for Congress. So we expect not just optics from you. We expect someone who's analytic and will look at substance, right? He's like, sure. I was like, okay. Can you name me one argument she made that suggests that Tyler Robinson's a patsy? Well, I guess if you put it like that, no, she sucks and she's just a grifter. That's what Dan Blazarian, it took 2 minutes, 2 minutes of being like explaining this to him. And it's like, I think there are a large portion of Candace's audience that just completely or willfully ignoring that she was supposed to defend that Tyler Robinson was a patsy. They don't give a shit. They're looking at the debate like Andrew was, where Andrew's like, I don't really care to defend the state. I'll do it, but that's not the point of this. They're like, we don't give a shit about her theories whatsoever. We only give a shit about the state,
Yeah. Right.
I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of
See that
depose
eye
me.
flitter?
I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending.
I'm sorry, pause one more time. This is important. She said in the contract negotiations at one point, Andrew uses words like internal critique. I don't really use that phrase. Andrew's team used the words like, so we have a time to cross-examine or interrogate your position. And her response was, those are legal terms. I'm not on trial. That's not how debate works. Yes, it is. You cross-examine. I did policy debate. Cross-examine was part of it. Lincoln Douglas debate. Cross-examine's part, right? But she truly was already setting up before this, and you could hear her making this now. No, that's not a reasonable ask that you get to interrogate my evidence. I get to interrogate your evidence. That's what the whole debate's about. But as soon as it comes to interrogating my evidence, that's outrageous. I'm not being deposed. You should join Bridget McCrone's team if you want to depose me. Do you see the absurdity of this? So she gets to interrogate any of Andrew's claims, but as soon as he's like, finally, my turn. This is outrageous. How dare you? What, are you putting me on trial? You think you're my dad? So I just wanted to make the point. She was already setting this up in the negotiations, that this is somehow not part of debate. It's a legal strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it is because she only wanted to debate the state's case, right? It was that thing of just, she did not want to get to this section, which I think I saw Andrew Wilson saying. He's like, I anticipated that she would filibuster, and that's why the negotiating equal time was important. And that wasn't actually nailed down, right? That's why he was like, I need to get through this first part.
It was expressly, it was a point of contention that expressly this debate would not occur if there was something in the contract that put a time limit on her defending her claims. Expressly said that if part of the negotiation is like, you have to defend your claims for an hour and a half, no deal. Nope, we're not doing that. And so she just kept saying, I said no time limit. But no time limit could mean 20 minutes, right? And so if you're putting up if you're putting up $300,000 to meet Oasis, right? Or, and you're like, all I want's an autograph from them, right? You're going to want that damn autograph, right? That's what you're paying the money for. And they might say, well, you got to go to the meet and greet, and you got to meet these other people, and you got to do this, and you got to ride in a bus. That's fine. That's all shit that you're not really interested in, but you want that autograph. Andrew wanted this. That's why he's paying the money, to get her to answer for these claims, right? And she's basically saying like, no, I'm not going to put in the contract that there's a time limit. No, I won't do it. Outrageous. That's when it was like, well, how about this? We just put something in like, there has to be a reasonable good faith effort, roughly 50-50, of you interrogating my claims and me interrogating yours. And we'll leave Patrick Bet-David saying, it doesn't have to be exactly 50-50, but he would say a reasonable effort was made. No, she won't do that. And it really looked like going into Wednesday, this debate wasn't going to happen, because that was going to be the holdup. And maybe I'm saying shit I shouldn't be. I don't know. But I'll tell you right now, we were out in Andrew's patio and he's just smoking a cigarette. He's like, fuck it. Just agree. I just got to get in the room. That's what happened. So when we're there, and you can see how she is, even here, just saying, can I ask you some yes, no questions? It has to be this 10-minute drawn out bullshit. So he's thinking, if I keep defending the state's case, we're going to be here for 3 hours and she's going to say, contract met, see you later, done. So he's like, I had to rush it. I had to get. And so if I debated Andrew on this tomorrow, he would defend the state's case better because he would have more time, and he knows I'm not bad faith and wouldn't leave him hanging. I did this debate with this streamer, Destiny, and he wanted me to defend the definition of insurrection. And I was like, dude, I don't give a shit at all about this, but I'll do it. As long as you want, as long as you give me near equal time on how it's a double standard and how we use it. That's my issue. If we're going to say this is the definition of insurrection and it's super broad, fine. But when the left insurrects, then we should treat it the same. That's it. And so Destiny's definition was overly broad, was my claim. And that Black Lives Matter basically would be an insurrection almost every time, or ICE riots, always an insurrection. So if we're like, oh, this is super serious, blah, 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 then let's treat this super serious. 4.5 hours I debated Destiny on the definition of insurrection, which I did not give a shit about. Then we got to what I wanted to talk about for 10 minutes and he rage quit. Now here I am like a fucking fool because I didn't get anything in writing or anything like that. That's exactly what you're worried about. That's bad in the context of setting up a debate. That is apocalyptically bad, and you just lost $300,000. So that's why there was such like trying to pin down on this point. We just want you to defend your. That's it. That was the whole thing. We're paying you $300,000 to fucking defend your claims. No, you have to defend the state. No, it has to be at my house. No, it has to be on Friday, right? All of this shit was her. This was her demands to get in the room because she's doing everything fucking possible to run from the fact she can't defend her claims, which is exactly what's happening right here. He just said, can I ask you some yes-no questions? Wait a minute, you're trying to depose me. This isn't part of the debate, blah, blah, blah. She's scared to death that she'll have to provide some sort of evidence and that the emperor will have no clothes and her audience will see, holy shit. That's why, even if you think Andrew should have gone harder, her audience can't have that excuse anymore. Patrick let her talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and she said nothing. It was all meta debate, backtracking. So, I know I'm rambling.
I saw Andrew Wilson even say that he heard her like muttering to herself, saying like, "Only 3 hours, Candace." Like she was talking to herself in third person, and that's when he was like, "All right, I've only got 3 hours, 3.5 hours." He's like, "All right, that's it. Like I now know this, like she's gonna. That's how long I've got, so I got to pin her down." But the crazy thing is that we're talking about nearly a year now that she's been going on and on about these just like, theories, and that she's trying to find the truth, and that she's the one person who's trying to find the truth, and why isn't anyone else taking this seriously, and blah blah. And it's like, and now she has this massive platform. It's like, here's your platform. This is your chance to like show the world what you found out after a year. And he has to try and drag it out of her. Like she does not want to even give anything.
Even like the phrasing of the negotiation about Joe Rogan. Like we even put like, this is where JD Vance just went. This is where Trump went right before the election. This is a huge opportunity for you. And we're excited because we're like, might as well have it on the biggest stage, right? And she's like, you fanboy. She didn't want it on the biggest stage. She wanted it on the smallest stage. She wanted to run out the clock. She wanted to ensure that she didn't have to answer for any of her shit. That's what's going on with not wanting on Rogan, and that's what's going on here. By the way, her entire audience was like, well, of course, because she's pregnant. And then she released, in one of the biggest cell phones I've ever seen, she releases the text she sent to Joe Rogan. And the text, I don't know if I could find it, but the text, she basically says, I would have came out for anyone else but Andrew. So then it didn't have anything to do with being pregnant, right? It's like, so like the whole thing, you're just like, what are you doing? Like it's so pathetic. Again, all I have to say is this. I have some beliefs you might call crazy, some beliefs you might say are very strong. I'm happy to defend them. Especially if someone's my goodness, if someone said, Rob, we heard you saying you want to disband the FBI. We'll pay you $300,000 to defend that position. I'd be like, holy shit, yes, of course. Like, let's not make this negotiation difficult. Holy shit, where do you want me to go? But not Candace. Candace, it was, no. So, that's what you're seeing here. She won't defend these claims. She has to poison the well to even get in the table of talking about the claims. This is a deposition,
let me get to a couple of soup chats, and then I want to hear some more of the clips that you're approaching. Tell Rob the Shapidla is here.
You don't know about the Shapidla? Brian Shapiro. There's a new cartoon where he's after me. It's good.
You see what Jake from Rattlesnake TV did to Project Constitution? Yeah, I mean that's a good example for anyone who didn't see. He claimed to be a whistleblower who had information about Andrew Wilson, and so Project Constitution had him on and started talking about it, and then of course it showed that he did zero due diligence to actually vet.
Jake put a T-shirt over his face, right, and then called himself Mr. Coom, and then
Mr. Coom, that's right.
And then he told the plot of the Bourne Identity. is Andrew's backstory, that he had amnesia and was picked up by an Italian fisherman and had a bunch of passports and somehow had these.
That.
That's what he was saying. And he's like, he had these like martial arts skills and like it was clear. Yeah, it was just literally the plot of The Bourne Identity. And Project Constitution sitting there eating it up like, oh, yeah. Like, yeah, that's what happened.
There's tons of evidence out there that Tyler Robinson did it, but Andrew Wilson didn't bring any of it. There's so much public evidence out there. We've covered this.
And he did. He just to be clear, like if I was to do this, I said I'm defending the state's case. My opening statement says the witnesses, the confessions, the DNA, the gun, right? And then he says, "Okay, Candace, go ahead and attack what you will." And she attacks too. First, she attacks the gun, and then he says when he comes back for break, I think the biggest thing's the confession. And basically, she comes to the conclusion of someone else could have wrote it. That's it. I mean, that's her burden. The case is there. It's outlined. He talked about it. Fair enough. You think he could have done better? I agree. My question is, what did she do to defend her claim?
Yeah,
Andrew said,
that's right.
I have questions about your claim that Twiggs' DNA was on and filibuster. I had questions about your claim that Israel did it and deflect. So at least he made claims. I agree, though, he could have done better, but.
Graham Factor, thank you for all you do. Thank you, Juju. B. March on. I run. All my favorite peeps are here. March on 2027. She makes statements of fact and then backtracks a few moments later. The Piers Morgan interview comes to mind. TPUSA being complicit. I mean, that's a really good one.
It's
literally minutes apart.
And she says something that is really telling, right? Basically, she says like they were complicit, and then Piers is like TPUSA was complicit, and he's like, "Well, you said they were complicit," and she's like, "I never said that." And he's like, "Yes, you did. You just said that minutes apart." But here's the even more important part. She says, "Are we going to talk about what I have said or what I am saying?" In other words, I just make it up as I go. Who gives a shit? 30 seconds ago, that's the ancient past. We're talking about what I believe right now. And if she's willing to do that in the span of 5 minutes, do you think she's going to hold to her position from like last September? You think she's going to hold to her position from February? Of course not. It's all fluid. If she has a theory and it gets debunked, never mind, on to the next theory, you know?
But this is why she's getting... this is why, I believe that she's getting sued and the cases are actually pretty credible against her because she has a big mouth and she is not careful with what she says. She runs it and this is how she gets into trouble.
Agreed.
And she's not willing to back it up. That's the other thing. It's not, because truth is a defense, but even she bails on her claims.
Well, listen. I know I'm not going to do much for the conspiracy theories here, and I want to be clear about this. Nowhere in any conversation of this was there ever an intent for Andrew to try to get her in legal trouble, period. Andrew was very clear. Just wants her to answer for her claims. That's it, right? But I'm no attorney, but sort of being like, I was just joshing. Actually, I didn't really believe those things. That may actually hurt you more in a defamation case. Because if you say, no, I truly believe Erica's involved. Yes, I truly believe it, okay. You can still say, look, you have to prove I know I'm lying. I'm not. Yeah. But when you're like, no, I never said that. I'm just saying she's complicit in Tyler Robinson. If they find clips where she said shit like that, it's going to be hard for her to say, well, I believe that. Because it's like when she was confronted, she was like, I don't really believe that. I just believe she's complicit. So she may have actually hurt herself by backtracking because she's basically saying, nah, I never believed any of that shit. I was just throwing out conjecture. So I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I was like, bold strategy, I guess, but.
We can pull it up at the moment where she's like, he says TPUSA. I think it's TPUSA. I'm not sure if it's Erica as well. And she literally like pleads the fifth where she's like, I don't want to get myself into legal trouble.
Doesn't that sort of imply that she knows there's consequences? So when she's saying that shit the day before in her show, it's like she knows there's potential. So she can't plead ignorance. Like, I didn't know this could get me in trouble. She's literally saying the shit that I say in my show, I can't say because it's defamation. That's basically what she's saying. She's acknowledging it.
Well, that's the thing. It's like she. There's no reason that she wouldn't say something that's not going to get into legal trouble. So I
think she'd have been further off from a legal perspective to just weigh it and be like, yeah, I think she's complicit. I'm allowed to think that. I think that would probably been a better angle for her, but whatever.
Yeah. Look, and I can play I literally before the debate did a compilation where she's very, very clearly implying that Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk. So.
But now, what do you mean when she says she's a Black Widow? She just means in Marvel Rivals, she plays the character Black Widow. Just like when she says go to jail, she means in Monopoly. It's always an explanation for it.
Yeah, but also just when we dedicate an entire episode to looking at this case where a woman killed her husband, and then it was friends and family who helped solve the case, and I'm directly drawing parallels to what I'm doing with Charlie Kirk's death. In no way, and also playing video of the prosecutor calling her a Black Widow, and saying that clearly she wasn't grieving. In no way am I inferring that this has anything to do with Erica Kirk. I mean, it's just like
it's not good. It's horrible. It's really horrible. And I mentioned
it is horrible. It is. This is the thing where it's like Candace Owens is such a absurd character. And she's very easy to mock, but it's like what she's doing is so dark. It's so dark, and always what I come back to is why it's important to highlight it is because of how influential and how sizable her audience is. That's the thing that you need to pay attention to.
It's when I mentioned this earlier on my show, but I imagine in the past you read about assassinations like Martin Luther King or JFK, and we read it in a historical context. It was some big moment politically or culturally, right? This is sort of this for my adult lifetime, Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's easy to look at it like the political ramifications of the culture. But then some redneck like me, some fact nobody, I'm in a room with these people. Like I'm talking to Andrew Colvin. I'm shaking hands with Erica Kirk. And you can't help but realize like, holy shit, this was a real person. This is a guy with a wife, with friends, with kids. And this fucking asshole is out there smearing these motherfucking people that are devastated. They're absolutely but she jumped around in sparklers and stuff. Fuck you. You don't know what she's going through. And all I can think is, I mean, I don't either, I guess, but my gosh, it's not hard for me to have a little sympathy and say, boy, if it was me, I'd be crestfallen. It would be horrible. And to watch that and remind yourself, like, holy shit, this isn't just some abstract historical figures. This is this dude's fucking wife. This is his friend. She has to go home every day and her kids are there. And she has to explain to her kids. Her kids are going to grow up and see thousands of people mocking the death of their fucking dad. Then they got to see people that formerly were friends with their dad saying their mom did it. That's fucking horrific. And when you think about it, it's fun to laugh at this and be like, holy shit. But when you really think of the human cost list, you're like, you motherfucker. It enrages me to know. Yeah. And it's fun. If I'm not saying you can't question Erica Kirk or widows or anything, but if you're going to do it, stand behind your conviction, answer questions, be willing to provide evidence. Don't play these fucking games where you're unwilling to defend it, where you're duplicitous, where you're running from it. It's outrageous. And then I get all these assholes like, well, why do you give a shit? Fuck you, that's why. Because it's horrible. And I'd say the same thing if Candace was going through this. So for me, it's like, I never forget that. I watch a clip every night before I go to bed. It's my closing clip. And there's a section where Charlie's kid comes running up to him. And it just, my God, it's the whole situation. The guy's a fucking meme. They meme him now. And it's horrific. It's fucking horrific. And I didn't have a connection to him, and I didn't know him, right? But my God, you look at this, and to watch her fucking monetizing it and $300,000 to defend it and running ads and all this shit, and then the smug fucking asshole to say, I had a vision. God's telling me I'm on the right way. Oh, you motherfucker. It's infuriating. Yeah. So that's how I really feel. So I'm in there, hi, Candace, nice to meet you. How you doing? Shaking hands with her staff and shit. But it is an outrage. It really is. And
it's it's all that shit. It's also the wine mums and all these people who are drinking this up as entertainment. You know, like at the end of the day, they pour their wine and they watch this shit and they go on the internet and like spread. It's like that's a horrible indictment of where we're at as a society. That this is entertainment and that this is it's the norm to do this shit. It's really horrible. You know, I can't help but think of myself. You know, I've got a wife, I've got a kid.
I have a 5-year-old.
The idea of someone, you know, tormenting my widow, but also actively dismantling and destroying your entire life's legacy as well. Like that's some evil shit. To say that your life was the Truman Show and that, you know, your life's work, Tippy USA, was like rotten to its core, and to make you into some kind of like weak victim of everything.
And then to claim the whole time you're doing it that you're the only one protecting his legacy, not the wife. I mean, I had this guy, the guy just debated earlier today. He's like, you know, I'm like, why should we trust Candace's sources? And he goes on this big monologue. He's like, will you acknowledge that Candace knew Charlie and was best friends with him? I'm like, I don't know if she's best friends, but whatever, for the sake of argument, sure. Will you acknowledge she still knew people at Turning Point? Would you acknowledge they had an intimate relationship? So I leave him go through the whole thing. Well, therefore, we should trust her. And I was like, okay, will you acknowledge Erica had a more intimate relationship? So do we trust her? No, that's different. You see, I had a woman call on the show the other day and said, they owed it to Candace to turn over all the communication. What the fuck are you talking about? She immediately, within days, was accusing them of covering shit up. And they were supposed to be like, oh, we're sorry, Candace, do you have questions? Here's all of our text and communications. Lady who basically we had to drum out of the organization. It has been drummed out of every organization you've been part of. But please, here's open access to everything as you call us killers. It's fucking lunacy. It's absolute batshit craziness.
But also, it's like, do you know what? The authorities, feds, all of them are corrupt. There's no transparency. They're not answering our questions. Meanwhile, I'm going to sit on shit. I'm going to sit on shit for like months and months and months until my ratings are starting to drip a little bit. And then I'm going to like pull out this angle that I've never shown before. Now's a good time to show this, you know. I've just had this in my back pocket. Oh, I'll pull out this little bit of evidence that I can engagement farm off. Just the entire premise that somehow, you know, Andrew Colvert and Erica Kirk and all these people, somehow them carrying on Charlie Kirk's legacy with TPUSA, a not-for-profit, you know, them carrying that on is suspicious and guilty. How dare they? How dare they maintain that and try and attempt to make it successful after his death? But Candace Owens somehow making millions and millions and millions of dollars off this shit isn't suspicious. That's righteous. It's just like how you can possibly do the mental gymnastics to rationalize that is absolutely beyond me.
Well, even Andrew puts up a give, send, go, and they all went apoplectic. Oh my goodness, that's outrageous. It's like the only person definitively at this moment that hasn't profited is the dude that spent $300,000, right? That's not profit. Now, as I said, he might make that back in the back end. His give, send, go could have reached that, you know, theoretically, but the idea that that's somehow untoward, but Candace demanding $300,000 and then running ads, that's all groovy. And like you said, the slow drip stuff, Andrew's like, stay tuned. We'll see you Friday, which is what she says. And they instantly, all the candidates, this is outrageous. If you have evidence, show it. Like they have no self-reflection. It's like, that's exactly what she's done. I mean, your opening clip here, we're getting closer, we're getting closer, we're getting closer every day, almost for, you know, months, 11 months now. And it's just like, they instantly, as soon as you show the mirror to them, they're like, this is disgusting. This is outrageous. How could Andrew do this? And it's like, right, but that's you guys. That's what Candace is doing. What? No, she loved Charlie. God told her she's on a mission. This is the right thing to do. And it's like, I mean, we can sit, and the worst part is, we can sit here as articulately as we want and show you clip after clip after clip, and it won't make a difference to them. They're just going to wipe it up. We're all fed sloppers and, you know, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And
no, look, you know, if I literally can show you 10 minutes of Candace just like contradicting herself side by side. It's like, if that's not going to do it, if like Candace just next to Candace isn't going to do it, there's nothing that can be done.
That's the debate, Candace versus Candace. That's the one we need to set up.
Lily A. PBD was an awful choice for Mod, not for his weakness during debate, but because he was not unbiased. He and his team's political agenda is very close to woke, clearly. Vinny 100, one of them who was there for CEO. I'm not a fan of PBD, but I thought him just sitting back and just letting them go. I thought that was the way to go. I'm kind of glad that he actually there wasn't too much interruption.
Yeah,
and as Andrew Wilson said, the best tactic with Candace is just let her talk. As we've covered, that's how she's going to get herself into trouble. So
I've pointed out some things that I thought were wrong with the moderation, and the most egregious was misstating the prompt. I thought that was not good. But yeah, ultimately, I didn't have a problem with PBD. I think that even if his team was biased, they were professional, and I think no excuses. The debate stands on its own. And do I think that the moderation leaned towards helping her? Yeah, but I don't think it was egregious. So to me, it's not really worth mentioning.
Calagrandi funny. She kept saying her show is not vibes and dreams and insisting she's allowed to think which is vibes. Pick one. The fact that she needs to continually reiterate that it's not vibes and dreams is how much she knows that it is vibes and dreams. March on. Hey Nathan, I just want to acknowledge your work. So many content creators, both big and small, use your comparison clips to help expose the vicious Candace Owens is. I hope you know how much you appreciate it. I do. I appreciated with this debate how many people were referencing the clips. And
my editor was like, "You got to follow him. That's where you're going to find all these clips." I was like, "Okie dokie," and that's how it started. So I probably watched. I watched so many of your clips in the week preparation for that. I was like, I was seeing your clips and then trying to backlog by taking the exact quotes in your clips and finding the actual video, and then making sure to watch the full context and then clipping that myself. So that was a lot of my preparation for real.
I mean, that's why I put the dates down. Yep. I do that for people for it to help in ways like that. Well, there you go. That's a good one. I mean, you watch how many videos with the dates. I hope you can attest that I don't take things out of context.
Yep, true.
Lily A, thank you.
I don't understand the jewels thing. Is it just a different, like you pay money and it's like instead of buying a sticker or a super chat, you buy a gold coin?
Yeah, I think so. Look, I'm new to this. This is like my fourth stream. So
okay, well, yeah. I don't think I have that set up. So 80 jewels. Is that a lot? Someone tell us, is that a lot? Is he a millionaire? Is he outpacing Candace now?
We need to jewels and tell us how much, how many shekels this is.
Yes. Oh, you could usually now you're using stream, so you can tell by the color usually how much it is. If it gets up to red, you're doing good. Send in a red amount of jewels, someone. That's what we want to see.
Xiaomi Plus, you're becoming a member. 10 jewels, gold coin. Root. Is there any evidence that Candace paid Tyler to kill Charlie? Also, is it known if she is a trans woman or trans man?
You
can think these things.
I'll meditate on it.
These things.
Maybe a dream will come to me. Who knows?
Lily AG, 10 gold jewel coins. Thank you very much. So what other clips? What was the other?
So after we wanted, like, what we really wanted was, we wanted that clip of lying, and then we wanted clips of entities or people she has directly accused. Israel, and the French Foreign Legion, Erica Kirk, Turning Point. And so that was where we were going, right? And so we had more. After that, we were going to get to the number 33, which is a great one, right? This was this Masonic ritual, because
that's an underrated one. That's something that people have.
That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut. Yeah,
it's a deep cut.
But the idea was we wanted to get first a clear lie, then a list of all the people that she's claims done it. Then we wanted to get to even more ridiculous stuff like maybe Project Monarch, maybe Project Looking Glass. We had those clips of Charlie being a time traveler. But the strategy was order of importance: get something she lied about, get all the people she's directly accused or entities, then make her look more ridiculous with some. So that was the order we were going. Unfortunately, we didn't have time, and we ended up like sort of ending on the everyone's like, well, you spent so much time on the Erica Kirk thing. That's what a lot of the can is. And the implication, I think, is, let me work through conspiracy brain and see what's going on here. Andrew is Erica Kirk's personal mercenary, I think would be something. So, she sent Andrew on this mission, and you and me, I presume, we're all personally, Erica Kirk's got us like on speed dial, like, okay, guys, here's the plan today. I guess she's simultaneously an idiot, puts mass planning all this shit, I guess. Anyways, so because of that, isn't it suspicious? It's a little suspicious that they played so many clips of Erica Kirk. What was 3? And I can tell you why I chose to play 3. This was not something that Andrew ordered. The reason was because she kept making excuses. One clip would have sufficed if we said, you're saying she was complicit in the murder? And she said, yeah, that is what I'm saying. That would have been it. No more Erica clips. But she said, no. I mean, complicit in saying that Tyler Robinson did it. So it's like, okay, but you said she should go to jail. No. I said go to jail in the context of Monopoly. Okay, but you said that this Terrell guy and her knew that the mic was going to explode and kill him, and they panicked because he bent over in a specific way. And so Terrell called Erica because their evil plot had been foiled to some degree, right? That's why there were 3 clips. It was literally that simple because she kept deny. If we would have made it onto her saying shit all about Israel, it would have been the same thing. No. What I really meant, guess what I'd have done? Brought up another clip of her blaming Israel. So that's the big secret why there were so many Erica Kirk clips. It wasn't because we thought that was, in a sense, it is the most important clip in a human story to play because that's the person I would say we could all reasonably say is the most affected that's still alive, that's going through the claims Candace made. But it wasn't that. That wasn't my intent whatsoever, and I don't think it was Andrew's intent. It literally was just we wanted to get through like the big bolstered claims that she's made. I one of my favorites is, I have the French Foreign Legion and Israel's involved. I have full confidence. It's like, oof, like that's a great clip, right? We wanted to get to that. We wanted to get to the Erica Kirk. We wanted to get maybe to more of the Brian Harpole stuff and the other people at Turning Point. So that's it. That was the strategy. And then to go to the more ridiculous shit later. And I mean, as you know, if they were like, you have 48 hours for this debate, we could have literally played clips for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. She would have never put up with it. She was fighting the limited amount of clips that we were placing. But there's no end to the lunacy,
No, that's the thing. People were saying like, you should have been there to choose clips and things like that. But as you're saying, it's like, it sounds like it was like Chinese whispers. Like it was, so it's like by the time you're trying to get something to respond to it, it's already moved past. And there wasn't that many clips that was actually shown, really.
Yeah, and like, let me give you an example. Some of it's self-inflicted wounds on our part, right? The Terrell clip. Right, where she's like, Terrell, set up this mic and he bent forward and then it didn't go right. And then Andrew didn't understand what that clip was, right? So when I play the clip, what I want Andrew to say, which remember, I can't communicate with him. What I want Andrew to say is like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound like you're saying complicit in saying Tyler Robinson. That sounds like you're implying she's complicit in setting up a microphone to kill her husband. That's a different claim, right? So how do you respond to this, right? Instead, Andrew goes, oh yeah, what about that exploding mic? And then the conversation, now we're on exploding mic. And that happened a lot. And I want to be clear, I can't blame PBD because you got to have an organic flow to the conversation. So if they're like, well, we're talking about degraded DNA, and I put the clip immediately. Nope, that's nothing. Degraded DNA. Now we're over here and we're talking about Erica Kirk. And now we're over here and we're talking about, Israel. And it's like, is Patrick going to be like, let me go back 10 minutes to the degraded DNA point? And I'm being a prick about it. I'm like, hey, play this clip, but he's just not. And I can't be mad because I'm like, I get it. Like, it can't just be stopping every 3 seconds. I get it. And I know a lot of people are pissed off about that because they're like, if she lied that many times, that should be the game. But from a flow of like an entertainment thing, is PBD as a moderator is trying to be fair and also have it be an enjoyable experience for the audience. It just wouldn't have been. And so it is what it is. If put it on Andrew, if Andrew would have said, I call for this clip, we would have probably got it. But the problem was because of my ill preparation, because I assumed I'd be able to have him have a list of the clips, he wasn't able to do that. So it's you put it on Andrew because of me. I will take that. I should have prepped.
No. I think No, I think if I feel like if there was going to be clips, if it was going to be interactive like that, then yeah, it should have been way more incorporated that everyone knew what was going on. People were talking about the earpiece thing and that she'd be able to communicate with people in her team. And I mean, you're saying that she wasn't doing that. I don't think I don't. I see
to be
no
clear, I
evidence that
don't
there was
know. Right, she may have been.
Yeah, I
but
see
I've
no
seen
proof that there was
correct.
some conspiracy where she was getting fed anything. I see no proof of that. You'd be a hypocrite to be making that accusation without any proof.
Correct.
But yeah, that's why I'm just like, look, it's kind of just like, well, like if you're gonna do it, let's do this. Like have the earpieces, have people on the team be able to feed him stuff. She can feed her stuff. You can fact check. Like, let's do it. You
just even have a laptop and they could bring shit up.
Yeah, you're trying to be rigorous. You're trying to find the truth. So let's do it. Let's go for it.
It can't be, and you don't want it to be out of control where it's like, just wait a minute, I'm looking something up. Like it's got to flow with it. But and
that's true.
When it comes to her incorrectly, might I add, reciting the 7 charges, I think Andrew thinks that maybe she was fed that through an earpiece, possibly. I think the explanation's far more simple. We had a break right before that. I think she said, we need some kind of gotcha. And they were like, her team was like, ask him to name a charge. And she's probably smart enough to go like, well, what are the 7 charges? Or what are the charges? Here, they're this, this, and this. And so she's sitting there stalling because she's trying to memorize them. Like she's trying to remember because she just memorized them right before she went out. It means nothing. But optically, I understand. And they had nothing. If that moment doesn't occur, the only clip that you see other than that is her saying, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, which is actually a huge L because what he's trying to do there, he's trying to get her to explain, like, even if you're right about the degraded DNA, how does that prove that he's a patsy? And she just says, I can explain it, but I can't understand it. Oh, well, then I guess every person of reasonable intelligence in the world is a fucking idiot because I would say I'm an average intelligent guy. I don't have any clue. I would say that if he's not the shooter, if they're wrong about the DNA, the most likely outcome is the police were mistaken. Not that they intentionally set him up, right? And like I keep arguing with people again today in that debate I did today. They're like, well, if he's not the killer, then it's obvious he was set up. And I'm like, but we have murder trials all the time where people are found not guilty. And no one's like, aha, that proves that the state intentionally said, we're just like, oh, there was reasonable doubt, or maybe that guy wasn't it. There's a difference. So to jump to her claim is, I can explain it, but I can't understand it to you. What she's implying is it's so obvious if he's not the killer, he had to have been set up by Israel and the Trump administration and Mormon beekeepers. And like, you're like, what? Where's that connection? But that's the girl boss, right? That's what they wanted. They want that. For them, that's it. It's all vibes. And that's why, people said this, it's not just me. If you go online, there are more Candace fans. Absolutely true. When you watch them talking about the debate, they'll be like making insults to Andrew. He's a fucking idiot. He couldn't remember this. He's a moron. She put him in his place. And then when you go to the people saying Andrew won, it's like, because the topic was this, and he substantively said X, Y, Z, and she said nothing. And that's it. The side talking about vibes and feelings, think Candace won. And the side talking about evidence and the actual claims made in the debate, think Andrew won. That's pretty much it,
Yeah, I thought you did. Well, that fact check was you did really well. That fact check with the him admitting that he's on the surveillance footage, Tyler Robinson.
That was a fun one because she requested it. And I was like, yeah, I got it. And it's like, as soon as they said, I was like, sure, I'll put it up. Like, because she's like, I'd like you to fact check. And I was like jumping on my seat, like, of course. Yeah. So yeah, I had it highlighted. I'm like, here we go. And to be clear, when we were on that portion, most of the fact checks were just the state's brief. Like that's all it was. If you watch what is it, like 20-something pages or whatever it is, I can't remember the page. But all the information's there. They fucked up and they put up the wrong section about the bullet entry wound. Andrew should have read a paragraph above. That's where it says it was a bullet. It came in at this angle, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, that's where we were getting. It's a little trade secret here. Turns out if you go to the actual court filings, there's a lot of information in there, and so that's where most of this stuff was on that portion. There's also the state's opposition to their dismissal. There's a lot of good information there. That's where the fact check came from that said they've had everything at the latest on April 1st. They had everything we have by April 1st. And we played that fact check. And then Candace responds, but Nestor said that they didn't have the phone. That's a separate claim. Not having the physical phone doesn't mean that you don't have the data that was on the phone. So the state's saying you have all the data. And the defense attorney's saying, but we don't have the physical phone. Yeah, but who cares? You have the data.
Why would you need the phone?
And like, I suppose they could say, well, we don't believe we have all the data, but they certainly have the data that the prosecution's using. So unless the claim is, but there's potentially other data where they're like, JK, LOL, of course I didn't kill him. This was all an elaborate ruse, and that was just deleted by the state. But again, that's a spectacular claim that requires spectacular evidence. They have none, and so, but those are the sorts of things, the fact check on the 801 D2. She puts rule 1100 whatever about hearsay and reliable hearsay. We counter with rule 801 D2, which I got to tip my cap. That was Ryan Mullally, the attorney with this. What that rule says is, I forget, it's like oppositional statements or something like that. And it says those aren't considered hearsay. What that means is if you make a statement basically admitting guilt, right, that's not hearsay, right? And Ryan explained it to me like this. You ever watch an old mob movie and they'll put a wire in like an old deli and the mobsters are in there like playing cards and doing their deals and like, yeah, whack that son of a bitch. Like, why is that allowed? Isn't that hearsay? Well, no. That's considered like an oppositional statement or whatever. And we say, no, as long as there's like, we could accurately have a chain of custody and point to evidence that that was really that person's voice, that's not considered hearsay. That's allowed in the trial. But the problem is, Andrew doesn't know fucking rule 801 D2, and we can't communicate with them, so he's fumbling through it. Like, what the fuck is oppositional? He fumbles through it a bit, but nonetheless, we put it out there, and hopefully the audience was smart enough to entail. Andrew did say it's not hearsay, which he's right. It's not, because she was pointing to the confession as being hearsay. And and then there's a difference between hearsay and unreliable hearsay and reliable hearsay. Like a police officer testifying under oath is reliable hearsay because there is a punishment mechanism where he could be punished for perjury, for lying under oath. That's reliable hearsay. Unreliable hearsay is what Candace has. Someone told me this. There's no punishment. We don't even know the person's name. An anonymous source told me they heard X. And you're like, what? That's unreliable. We wouldn't allow that because it's like, we can't verify. There's no punishment mechanism. There's no way to ensure the veracity of this. So and again, if you're watching and you're Viva Frei's watching now, or Nate the lawyer, or someone like that, yeah, you guys are attorneys. This is probably shit you'd pick up on like that. But Andrew's a layman. He's not an attorney. I wouldn't have picked up on that shit. You know what I mean? Now I know because the debate happened. And that's the other point of the debate. Now it exposes her. It's like, holy shit, she has no idea what she's talking about on the legal matters. She just has no clue. And so you have all these attorneys coming out like, whoa, you're way off. What are you talking about? So again, the only reason we get to that point where you could have someone like Robert Barnes or Viva Frei or Nate the lawyer or Nick Rakita that's able to say, what are you doing? This is so backwards, is because Andrew paid $300,000 and got her to expose herself. Otherwise, she'd still just be flapping her gums to her audience and it would go unchallenged. So.
No, why? Look, that's where that's where the preliminary hearing was so damaging to her, because it was the first time where people got a window into what the evidence was, and it really just demystified. I think how little credibility the conspiracy side of things really has. And the things that she clung onto from that preliminary hearing are things that we're saying, like the degradation DNA thing, things that even the defense aren't arguing. So that's where you're going to see her just retreat more and more from reality the closer we get to the trial. And this is where okay, Andrew Wilson, whatever, he did a good job, he did a terrible job. It doesn't really matter how well he debated the state's case. It's completely irrelevant, because whether people believe it or not based on a debate has zero consequence on the actual outcome of the trial. Now, whether people believe Candace is bullshit or not actually has real world consequences. It actually does. And that's why this is what the debate was actually about, and this is why it mattered. And this is why she lost, because, you know, like we've said, it's like you're not going to be able to reach Candace's cult. You're just not going to, you know. But what you are going to be able to reach are reasonable people. And like you're saying, so now even legal experts, I mean, if they weren't already aware that Candace is just talking out of her ass, they absolutely are now. You know, so it's going to be interesting to see, because to see where she retreats, the closer we get to the trial. It's still a while away, but we're already seeing that she's retreating to, you know, exploding microphones and all sorts of things that aren't even based in reality.
Well, and the other thing is, I think this is worth saying. Like, I think Andrew did fine. I think this isn't cope. I think Andrew won. I said 7 to 7.5 out of 10. You know, that's what I said. He accomplished his goal, was to expose her for not having evidence for anything. It could have done better on some of the other stuff. Totally true, right? So this isn't cope, like that I'm saying, oh, well, he won even if he lost. I'm not saying that he lost, or that he lost. I'm saying he won. Substantively, I could argue that until I'm blue in the face, right? But Andrew was part of the optic loss of Andrew, and it's just a small part. But when you'd say, here are things he could have optically done better, a big one that, like Baron Coleman's pointing out, was him saying, how confident are you? 85%, 75 to 85. Aha, that's not overwhelming. That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. No one's expected to believe it's beyond a reasonable doubt at this point, because we haven't even had a trial. The state's not even tried to prove it, right? So, but he's being good faith. Andrew's admitting, sure, I'm willing to see new evidence, of course. Remember, PPD asked Candace, what would it take? And she rambles for like 6 minutes. What would you take to think that your opponent's right? Blah, 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 blah. And then he asks Andrew, what would it take? And he says, evidence. That's it. If the evidence points me in that direction, that's where I'll go. And these are seen as optic weaknesses from Candace supporters, because you want hyperbolically confident, 0%. It could never be the case. That's what they find impressive, right? And so there's an example of Andrew being good faith. And here's another one. The whole lead up to that week, there were basically two, like, someone, if you're in the audience, check me to see if your vibes feel that I'm wrong here. There were two big arguments the week of that debate that were coming up, that were sort of new, that was the central focus. One was the picture that Candace put up that was expounded, and everyone was like, proves it's not Tyler, which is laughable. We were ready for them to pull that up. It would have been devastating. You know, we had video after video. Artie Trolls did a great video on it where it's like, no, look, the top would be curved still. They clearly just stretched this out with Microsoft Paint. We're ready to go, right? That doesn't come up in the debate. The other thing was the defense's filing. It came out like a couple days before the debate. A bunch of people on our side were falsely quoting the defense filing, saying that proved that they were admitting that's him on camera. That's him with the gun. That is not what that filing was doing. The purpose of that filing was, even if what the state is saying is true, even if the confession was his, even if he did take that shot, even if that is him in the stairwell, there are still certain mechanisms that should happen. The enhancement shouldn't apply. Even if he took that shot, he didn't know there were kids there. Therefore, the enhancement of kids being there shouldn't apply. So the way it reads to a layman is, oh my God, they're saying he took the shot. Oh my God, they're saying that's him on the pictures. That is not what it was saying. But if we were going for an optic victory, Andrew could have just beat his chest. There it is in black and white. And Candace could say, that's not what it said. Bullshit, it says it blatantly. You're going to tell me that words don't matter? You're going to tell me that it doesn't say right there that it was him in the stairwell? That it was a long gun in his pants? Could have done that, but we didn't. We didn't. We said, we're here on good faith. We're not here just to bullshit and spread optics. We're actually here to do our best to get to the bottom of the matter. And it could well have been, hypothetically, that we could have said, do you think Israel did? I do. And what's your evidence? I got some new evidence to show you. Here. You say, holy shit, it's pretty compelling. You know, I'd have to look into this more, but that could well have happened. It wasn't as if the entire argument is, you're a piece of shit and we don't believe anything you ever say. It was, you've made some outrageous claims, specifically targeting specific people. You're helping the left. You're hurting the online right community, right? Can you back up some of those claims? Can you show us some evidence? And she couldn't. That's the problem.
Let's look at, I want to look at the French Foreign Legion.
This is one of my favorites.
I'm interested, because were you aware of the Egyptian planes?
Yep.
How aware were you of the assassination plot?
I'd heard of this about Brigitte Macron, but once I started to dive in, like she gets into very specific details. For example, I believe she says they sent 2 assassins, an Israeli man and a French Canadian woman. Like, and
I'll pull up the post. We'll pull up the post, and we can see. Let's see what she says during the debate, and then we can see what she actually claimed originally. Because it's she definitely moves the goalposts.
Word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
Let me see if it's exactly the right moment. But yeah, this was because we're going back to November, and she really made a massive deal about this.
She made it about herself. Like, not only did she say that maybe they were doing the assassination to cover up for the Brigitte Macron thing, but I do believe that she may have said at another point, correct me if I'm wrong, that possibly the assassination was because she was coming back to Turning Point, that Charlie was going to bring her back, and that's why they killed Charlie. So it's about her. It was her story with Brigitte Macron. Oh, it's her possibly going back on the road with Turning Point. And so the damn French, they're doing it because of her battle with Macron's, and again, it's such a narcissistic, like, no, maybe it wasn't anything about you, the reason this dude was killed. Nah, that can't be it. I have to be a key player in this,
Yeah, let me see. I can see if I can pull up the video, but I did do one just a few weeks ago on the shifting theories. And yeah, I mean, she keeps going back to Israel, but it's Macron's as well. But yeah, she swaps it out. It's that Macron's wanted to silence me, so they killed Charlie Kirk to distract from my investigation. And then more recently, I think it was in June, it was that Netanyahu wanted to kill me, and Charlie Kirk stood in the way of that.
Yep.
So that's why they then killed. But you're right. It's 70-80% are to do with her. All right. I think this is the
on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
That's about it, right?
Yeah.
It's
and like one of the things it's like you hear how she gets so accusatory there. Like how dare you? How dare you? And like she does like eye flutter stuff. It's very much, what did he say at the beginning? There was something I wanted to address there. I don't remember, but yeah, it's wild, right? Like, I reported it to the appropriate authorities and therefore it must be true. Well, like, I could theoretically, you could be like, send me an anonymous email and be like, someone in the Canadian government's trying to take you out, and you're joking, and I send that to the FBI, and therefore I say, therefore it's true. Well, no. Right. And like, I like to think, just hypothetically, there are some hilarious pranksters in the French government that are like, let's send an email to Candace. It's like, yeah, Brigitte's got a huge wang, man. It's fucking huge. And by the way, they're going to send some polar bears to kill you. Yeah, trust me, dude. And they're going to be wearing funny hats, and Candace is like, oh my God, call Kaj Patel. Polar bears with funny hats are coming to kill me by the French government. So if you're listening and you're in the French government, it's not nice to send death threats, but if you're doing it in a humorous way, don't send death threats. Just send other things like, the French are going to sabotage your bicycle using monkeys with chainsaws or some shit like that. That'd be great to hear her, pontificating that.
Well, I definitely think people have trolled her with tips before.
Get Mr. Coombe on it. He'll get her,
But this is where she's claiming that the only proof she has is that some source in the French government told her. That's when she's pinned down by Andrew Wilson to say, what is your evidence? She says, well, somebody told me this, who's high up in the French government. But this is where, going back to November, 45 million impressions, 217,000 likes.
Crazy.
This is where she really drummed it up, made into this massive thing, and she lays it out with all this information. So, okay, right, maybe she got this from the source, but she claims here, I do not know who in the American government can be trusted since the source claims our leaders are aware, but I have more specific information, which is definitively verifiable, should they care to reach out to me. And she goes on as well. I have evidence to support my claim. I even have names.
Why doesn't she release them? Why not release the evidence?
There's a paper trail. I think there's even here. Look at this. I've informed people in the federal government, the White House, of the France and Israeli assassination plot, and I'm willing to provide full details, as well as the name of the assassins and internal accounts in France and Canada through which money was exchanged.
Do you think that the names were like IP Freely and just like some Bart Simpson-esque jokes? It's so laughable,
Well, yeah, this is where it's like
you have your opportunity. Present your evidence.
This is evidence. You have information. You have the receipts. It's not that you just have some source in the French government. You keep saying that you have verifiable proof. So, why haven't you shared this with your audience?
And even beyond that, even if we steelman it and say, well, she's afraid to because it'll disclose something. When Andrew asked, why not say, well, my evidence is that I was told, plus I have a bunch of evidence that I can't. No, she backs away from that claim. If someone told me some shit and was like, trust me, bro, this shit's going to happen, right? Someone's going to try to take your life. I may be skeptical. I might say, I don't know, that's a claim. I'd probably be apprehensive. I'd probably be on the lookout. But then if I found a verifiable paper trail, that's what I would lead with. I'd say, I have verified evidence, not just someone's claim. Now I have verified evidence. So if someone said, Rob, you said the French is trying to kill you. Where's your proof? I'd say, well, I have verified evidence. Plus a dude called and told me that. Right? But instead, she somehow forgets her bold claim that she has verified evidence. Doesn't come up in the debate somehow.
Yeah, she says she has the names of the assassins. And if that's the thing to Stillman and say, maybe she's terrified for her life. I don't know that Candace Owens doesn't seem like she's someone who would just suddenly go quiet. I mean, she's still talking about everything. So it is this thing where it's just like the only. I struggle to think of it any other way that it's just complete horseshit, and she's aware of it, and that's why she's completely dropped the thread. There is no way that I can look at this and see the fact that she hasn't continued to just make this front page of her show over and over again. It's massive. The idea that the Macrons have hired assassins, to take you out, but this is where it gets to, if this is verifiably true, and if she believes this is true, and if she has proof that this is true, you've got to remember that she's being sued by the Macrons in America. So she's being sued in a court in America, and she's now claiming that those people are trying to kill her, and she has proof of that. You would actually bring that to the judge to say the people that are suing me are also trying to kill me. This is kind of pertinent. You should actually look at this. But she hasn't done this, which tells me that she knows that it's complete rubbish.
I think that, like, when it comes to these sorts of things, right, the fact that she could just keep saying it, and I don't know if this is true, so I hesitate to even say this, but I had people telling me, well, she was like a week or so, within a close amount of time of her first announcing this, she was like going to Dolly World and like theme parks and shit.
It was that weekend, yeah.
And for me, it's like, if I thought the assassins, I had the names of the assassins that were about to come get me, I would think that I wouldn't go to like places where it would be very difficult to secure my safety, right? And it just reeks of just I mean, how hard is it? And by the way, like, this is getting off topic to a degree, but like, Joe Kent is out there, who is at the whatever, some agency, and he's like, we need to investigate more foreign interference or foreign connections to this. Like, what does that really mean? Think about it for a second. Is it just some bullshit like this? Look at our government for a second and look at the wacky people in it, right? Now, anyone in our government, which is this gigantic fucking bureaucracy, we had people like Peter Strzok that was like, we need an insurance policy to stop Trump and blah, blah, blah. These, you sort of have this vision. Like I'm sure there's a term for this. When I ran for Congress, I was a bit intimidated. I'm like, you're going to walk in the room and it's like going to be all these dudes in suits and ties and they're going to be quoting the fucking Constitution and, and then you meet them and they're a bunch of doofuses. They don't know anything. Yeah. And you're like, oh, and I'm always like, you feel like you'd hang out with brain surgeons and they'd be playing beer pong and shit, like they're just regular dudes. They're not, you have this image in your head that these people are like, they're better than you. And it turns out, no, a lot of times it's like, I think we have that feeling with like the intel agencies. Then you see goofs like James Comey writing 8647 in seashells and going, I just found that, right? So it's like, think of that in our government, and the Australian government, and the French government, and the Spanish government, and the Japanese, and the Iranian, and the Israeli, right? And then a tragedy happens. All it takes is one person somewhere in the chain of any government in the world to contact the right person and go, I don't know, man. I think the Jews are in on it. And bam, there it is. Oh, shit. We have evidence that Israel's connected to this. There we go. I don't know, man. I think the Israelis and the French are trying to kill you, Candace. Oh, shit. There it is. And now endlessly. Now it's like, we didn't run it down. We should have ran down it more. Well, who knows? Who knows what that could mean? Right? And it's like, I suppose it's possible that, yeah, that's a real thing and our government shut it down. It's also possible that it was someone bullshitting. It's also possible, by the way, that it's oppositional intelligence. That maybe the fucking Chinese government sent information saying Israel did it to cause a fracture, to harm the Republicans, because people would immediately on the right start fracturing. And they would say, good, we'd rather have Biden's crew back in. Who the fuck knows? But everybody just assumes, I heard something in an intelligence chain and therefore there must be a cover-up if there weren't fruits of that investigation, if it wasn't being investigated still. And so I always wonder, I'm not even, for the sake of argument, I'll say maybe someone did contact Candace and say this, and maybe they were able to prove to Candace that they're somehow connected to the French government. And hell, let's even say that they're high up in. What does it prove? How did this person get this information? Was it, maybe it could literally have been this. Macron's in a room reading what Candace is saying. It's like, man, I'd love to fucking kill that bitch. Maybe it was that simple. And it spirals out of control, right? And it's like, if you could pin, by the way, I have no love for the Macrons, but maybe if you could pin them down, he'd be like, my God, I was just saying that because she's smearing my wife. Of course, I wasn't we didn't assassinate Charlie Kirk to cover up for no one knows, but we just take this. And I don't mind being curious and asking these questions, but it's like, we're literally to the point where, especially with Israel, and again, I would never give another dime to Israel ever again. I'd tell them to kick rocks. I don't care. I don't care at all about Israel. I think they do have too much influence. But we're at the point now where the default assumption is Israel did it. Now prove they didn't. On everything. Lindsey Graham's dead. Jews. Israel did it. Prove it. Prove it wasn't them. And you're like, well, can you give me evidence for your claim? No. You have to prove it's not. I have a debate coming up Monday with a very smart guy who I respect, Tim Gordon. He's going to argue that there's a compelling reason to believe that Israel instigated or was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. His evidence is just going to be like, well, Israel had reason to be pissed. And I'll be like, okay, sure. And he'll be like, Israel in the past has been creative and they've used social media. Okay, well, therefore. And I'll be like, okay, do you have any evidence? Well, Joe Kent said there was a foreign. Did Joe Kent mention Israel specifically? Did he say that there was any sort of proof that he saw? Or did he just say, I wanted to keep investigating, and they said, never mind? But it doesn't matter. The gap is the proof. And you're just like, I don't know where we're going at this point. And again, I say this, I know no one believes me, but I say this as someone who doesn't particularly have a love for Israel. Andrew's argument's to send the Christians in to take over Israel, right? And we just look at it and we're like, we're fans of reality. We're fans of evidence. Sometimes reality doesn't go the way you want it to. And you're like, well, sorry, it's still, we have to engage in reality, but not these people.
That is the point though. That is the difference. If there is going to be sides, that is the difference. And that's where it's just as important. Like you were saying, people who are trying to make the latest motion from the defense say that even they believe that Tyler Robinson killed him. Like any of that kind of those kind of hijinks, it's like, no, it's not good on either side, but that's where you see the bad faith arguments where even Candace said Netanyahu unprompted came out and just immediately started saying, Israel had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's death. That's suspicious, right? Why would he suddenly start saying that? And then of course you see the timeline. And you're like, Ian Carroll was already coming out and
within 24 hours he was saying it.
Of course, right. She knows, like she knows this. She knows this, And if she doesn't, then she should correct the record. But she's not, because she doesn't care to, because she has her agenda, and that's that, Well,
think of how this works. Now, Candace and company, I think there's additional agendas. Maybe there's an axe to grind with Erica because she loved Charlie and couldn't have him. Maybe she's pissed at Turning Point because she's no longer there. Maybe she just wants money, right? And this is a good way to get it. But think of the motivated reason for like maybe some people in her audience. Let's say, like millions of Americans, you don't like the Iran war. I don't care for that. I think it sucks. I think Trump should have spent more time domestically. I don't like this, right? Wouldn't it be convenient for you if Israel did do this? What better way to get Israel's hooks out of the United States that they are properly identified as the one that killed Charlie Kirk? That'd be very helpful for your geopolitical goal of not wanting Israel to have influence in the United States anymore. So there you go. You're like, well, that's what I want the outcome to be. Okay, now let's work backwards. What would that look like for that to have happened? Well, they would have contacted a dude like Lance Twiggs, right? Then maybe they could use their considerable resources to set up a Discord chat. And then they would have contacted him. And they would have been like, you should frame your boyfriend. And they would have had multiple DNAs on the gun and you see what I mean? And now it's like, and you're looking at each. Now from us, we're working the other way. We're saying, we don't know who did it. Let's see where the evidence takes us. And so we're like, but wait a minute, there's not really evidence for that. And they're like, well, sure there is. Plausibly, couldn't Israel have done that? And you're like, well, I suppose, sure, it's in the realm of things that are humanly possible. Well, there's your evidence. And you're like, but no, like that's like, and you can't get this through. They have the conclusion and they work back. And when in their mind, they're thinking, but I know this because Israel's evil and they're the worst. And this is shit they would do. So I know they had to do it. So I'll shoehorn everything to fit that theory. And it doesn't matter. Like that's the way so many people view the world now, where it's like, it's now insert that in everything. Lindsey Graham dies. Okay, Israel did it. Now prove they didn't. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Where's your evidence? Evidence, schmevidence. Prove they didn't. Don't you think Israel's bad? Don't you hate the Iran war? And at some point you're like, but you're not even helping the anti-Israel cause, believe it or not. That's why people like Nick Fuentes are out there like, What are you psychos doing? Because what ends up happening is average people are going to start becoming sympathetic to Israel because they're going to be like, this is batshit crazy. Like there's an Israeli under every bed at this point. It's like everything is Israel. If everything's Israel, the average person's going to think nothing's Israel, right? And the correct answer is some things are Israel. Some are, right? But when we start with that assumption, and so I think there is a lot of motivation. And then there's other motivated reason. There's just the wine mom, infotainment. You know, you used to watch Investigative Discovery, it was here in the United States, with like Forensic Files and all these murder shows. And it's sort of exhilarating. I understand it. I like a good crime mystery, right? Now, here's the hook, though. Imagine instead of watching the crime mystery, you're the investigator. You're involved now. You're no longer passive. It's you. It's the CIA, the Candace Investigative Agency. And every day you tune in to see that you're getting a little bit closer. You and the work of all of the dedicated supporters, you're doing it. You're making a difference. You're changing the world. You're getting justice for Charlie. Not the guy on TV, not the detective, you and everyone like you. And it has to be intoxicating. Like, oh my goodness, I'm part of it. It's like your own personal real life video game with real life consequences. And I don't know how you wake someone up from that spell. That's like, this is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. And it's easily proven bullshit, but I can't convince you because you're so motivated to want to believe. And so there's nothing, you talk yourself hoarse hours and hours every day. And you're like, I'm trying to be polite. I'm trying to look at things through your point of view. And I just, can't you provide any evidence? And they're like, fuck you, Fed slopper. You suck. Like you, and that's it. That's the desperation that you're just like, I don't know what to do with these people other than sequester them and say, I can't deal with you anymore. You have to be out of any group that I associate with. I want to be clear. So I'll say it again so no one misspeaks. I'm not saying put them in prison. I'm not saying even wishing them ill. I'm not saying if they're kids on my kids' soccer team not to engage with them. I'm just saying in the realm of political discourse, I'm like, I can't deal with you anymore. If you believe this, it's no different to me than being like, you believe the Earth's 2 weeks old. It's so batshit crazy that you're like, okay, there's nothing I can do with that. See you later, right? And I don't know. I think I'm a pretty persuasive guy. I'm at a loss. I've spent hours and hours and hours talking to people in just this week alone, and I don't think I'm getting any headway with these people at all. And like the whole chat will be laughing like, oh my goodness, like how can this person not see? And they're staunch, they're steadfast. And I have people that have followed me for a long time. I had someone today, right now, as I'm speaking to you, said, Rob, you need to take me away as your moderator because we're starting to differ politically now. Because Candace fan, right? And it's like, okay, I'll politely, that's it. And you sit there and you're like, these are your friends. These are the people in your communities that chat, that you're mods, that have sent you super chats for 4 or 5 years. These are people like Brett Weinstein that I looked at and said, I respect that guy. I think he's a very analytic, smart guy. These are people like Dave Smith, people like Alex Jones. And you look at these people and, to different degrees, you trusted them, but you looked and you respected. And now you're just like, what is happening? What? And then you start to question yourself. Am I fucking crazy? Is the evidence so obvious? And you try, you're like, I'm going to give it the best chance possible. I'm going to look at the shit they're saying and say, okay, let's give it a shot. And you just keep coming to the same conclusion. There's nothing there. They haven't provided anything. It's just unnamed sources and vibes. And I had a dream and Project Looking Glass and Norman Beekeepers. And you're like, what? This can't be. These people, it can't be that millions of people are falling for this charade. It's a fucking joke. Then you start to ask yourself this. Wait a minute. There was shit that I believed in conspiracies, like maybe JFK. Was that all bullshit too? Was it people that were just fucking insane? And like the people were at the time of JFK are like, what the fuck are you talking about? The evidence is clear. But now history's been rewritten by the crazy motherfuckers. Which, if that's true, does that mean 30 years from now, we're going to look back and say the Candace crew had a point? The whole thing's so fucking depressing. You're like, I don't understand. What happened to analytic thought? What happened to A to B to C? What, I don't get it. What happened to syllogisms? What happened to like having a coherent theory? What happened to having to provide evidence? It's all gone. It's fucking gone. And you just, I don't know. It's infinitely frustrating to me because deep down, as someone who loves debate, I always arrogantly think if I just argue the point good enough, then I can convince people. And I'm starting to realize, no, it's not possible. There are millions of people that it's impossible. There is nothing that will ever change their mind. Nothing. Some will wake up, but most won't. Most will go to their grave right now, no matter what happens in this case, absolutely convinced that Candace Owens was one day away from cracking the case.
I feel like I've been listening to my internal monologue going, because trust me, this is what I think about all the time. I mean, this is mainly what I do is literally like trying to contend with this. And this is why I've found that this format that I'm working with, I think, is the most effective for me, But, the question is, what is the fraction of people that genuinely believe, Egyptian planes, French assassins, exploding mics? What's the fraction of people who genuinely believe this shit? What's the fraction that people who just consume it for entertainment? It's a fun little thought experiment. And what's the fraction of people who are able to actually look at that and say, no, do you know what, that's are you joking? Because that's the thing. That's the thing. Because I think you're dealing with people on the fringes.
I agree.
I think that's where you're dealing with the people who genuinely are like, I'm all on this. I'm all on this. I think the wine moms, a lot of these wine moms, like, I think it's like this. It's something that's their way to wine. It's like what you're saying. It's like it's a true crime. It's a true crime kind of way of consuming this. But I think day to day, it doesn't impact their life in any way. I think I think mostly they're normal people who go about their day to day normally, and it doesn't actually lead to delusions and things like that. But yeah, it's the people on the fringes that's the real issue. But it's also like, for me, it's what you're saying. For me, it really is this thing of just like, does truth even matter anymore? Like, does it even matter, or is it entirely just, engagement is king? Whatever is the most entertaining outcome is the most likely, like Joe Rogan. It's like, I don't know, Joe Rogan. I don't know what my take is on Joe. I don't watch Joe Rogan. I've tuned in from time to time. He's always been a conspiracy theorist. Like he calls himself a conspiracy theorist. But when days before the debate with Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens, he's saying, I'm leaning towards Candace Owens. Like that, and the reason he says that is because she has interesting theories, not evidence, not facts, but interesting theories. That's depressing when you think about how many people are consuming Joe Rogan. Not how many people are consuming Candace Owens, but like Joe Rogan, that's the thing. It's just like, oh my gosh, is what I'm doing completely futile?
Well, you're right about this. We on this online space are dealing with not an accurate slice of reality. It is representative of some reality. It's real. There are bots, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of people that believe this shit. But it's not the majority. You're probably talking 1 out of every 8 people that are aware of the case, 1 out of every 10 that would follow into this Candace thing. They're just very, again, going back to the motivated reasoning and the being a participant. So you're going to be more vocal, right? So the voices are louder, even though there's less of them. They're a minority, I guess is what I'm saying. And so there is comfort in that. And there's other things that you can take comfort in. So I'll never black pill in life, ever. Here's something you can take comfort in. I used to say this. We have this culture where it's like every kid gets a participation trophy. And but if you raise your kid the right way to actually work hard, they're going to be a king, right? Because things are so screwed up in our education systems that your kid, if you do it right, he's going to have a huge advantage, or she, right? Because you're going to instill proper values, and we'll be in a world bereft of that, bereft of hard work, bereft of people that can critically think And so the people that can are going to be much further ahead. And so I view this situation like that as well. It's like, well, okay, it's unfortunate. There's a lot of people that would have identified on my side, quote unquote, like politically, culturally, whatever, somewhere towards me. Not, you're right, the sides thing's dumb, but you get what I'm saying. They're at least tangentially in the direction of me that are batshit crazy. But that also means those of us that aren't have some more importance. We have some more responsibility, and we, you know, it's good to know. It's good to know where you stand. And so it motivates me. It motivates me to say that I'm going to work even harder to prove this stuff. I'm going to work even harder to be evidentiary. I'm going to work even harder to move the country in the direction, or the world in the direction that I think it should go. So I get, the word's not depressed. The word is exhausted. That's the emotion I feel the most. It's, you talk to someone for hours and hours and hours in this stuff, and then when it ends, you're like, ugh. That's the feeling. That's the perpetual feeling of dealing with this. There is a profound value in it, in fighting for the truth, and a profound value in fighting to help illuminate how damaging this is for the political message I want and the online message I want, and how damaging it is to the human cost of people like at Turning Point or Erica Kirk. There's profound value in that. And it's entertainment in it. And there's excitement in coming on and doing it. But there's also exhaustion. And I you know, I'm on day 4 of basically nonstop of this shit, like 8 hours a day, you know, debating everyone I can. And I'm going to keep going. And part of it's striking while the iron's hot. I was the fact checker, so I'm going to do a bunch of interviews and debates and all of that stuff. But I would be bullshitting if I said some of me didn't want to come up here tonight and talk about, you know, the midterms, or talk about, you know, any other political or cultural issues. It's a weird thing that it's somehow exciting and boring at the same time. It's thrilling and exhausting at the same time. And so, I don't know. It's a weird mixed bag. I'm sure you've been experiencing this for a long time. You go through these clips, and part of you has to be like, this is kind of fun, and I feel like you're sorry, but part of you has to be like, I feel like I'm doing the same thing. It's like, I'm putting it out again. Another 30 clips of her contradicting herself. And you put it out, and you're like, at some point, you're like, I don't know, man. You know, it's like I'm running the same race every day. And, you know, I hope, you know, time's on our side. We'll eventually win this thing. But, yeah. So it's a weird thing. But I don't want people to get the impression that I'm, like, depressed about it. It's like, there's a lot of excitement.
Look, I tell you, doing these videos, like with these grifters, you know, and it's like how we started, you know. I'm focusing on alternative media because I actually at some point believed in alternative media.
Me too.
You know, I was like, oh, this is a great alternative, and now I genuinely feel that in many ways, if you want to actually be well informed about, you know, the true events of what's going on around the world, you're probably better to watch most mainstream media than alternative media, you know. And when I look at the worst of the worst, and Candace Owens is probably right up there with alternative media, I think it's probably worse than mainstream media. I don't see anyone in mainstream media doing the shit that Candace is against Erica Kirk.
That's one of the biggest L's here, right? I talk about I isolate, basically there's 4 things. There's fighting for the truth. That of itself has value. Right? Fighting for reality makes it sound like this epic thing. It's really not. It's just like, what are we doing here? You know, but then for me, this is helping the Democrats. And I believe in this country right now that a Democrat win is an existential threat to my way of life. There's a mainstream position of packing the courts, bringing in millions of people, giving them citizenship, preventing their opponents from running for office, keeping them off the ballot, creating a disinformation board that would keep people like me from being online. These are not fringe positions anymore in the Democratic Party. And we have the DSA that's rising, and they want to be even crazier. So for me, I view it as existential at this point, that we have to fight back against this. And that's not to say the Republicans are perfect. I have a lot of criticisms, but we need to work within that framework to fight back against the left. So that's the second reason I have. The most important reason is, as I said Erica Kirk and the people that are being maligned and sticking up for what's right and what's moral, that you don't malign people without evidence that are grieving. That's fucked up, right? But then what you highlight maybe is the most important reason, which is we fought really, on this, we are people on this space, like it or not. We are part of a community. If you are streaming to one person, you're part of this community. That's the way it is. And I think there was a righteous fight to discredit the mainstream media that, to me, are nothing more than propagandists. They pat themselves on the back and they talk about they're the fourth estate and that they hold truth to power and how important the media is. And they're right about how important it is. But it's unfortunate that's not what they are anymore. They're not journalists. They're propagandists. And we fought real hard to righteously diminish public trust, that you shouldn't trust these propagandists. But people are going to go somewhere. And so they went online. And yes, that means you're going to have batshit crazy wacko people. But ultimately, people were more trusting of people online because they trusted there was less of an agenda. It was easier for dudes like us to come on and say, this is how I feel. Right? I'm telling you the truth as I see it. And I think that's being destroyed. I literally think that might end up being the most consequential thing in a political sense. Not even Democrats winning. I think that if we fuck this up, and it goes back to the monopoly of the mainstream media and propagandists having a control over information, we're in a lot of trouble. And even selfishly, as someone, this is my livelihood now. I'm a full-time streamer. It's a very dark possibility. And, I saw Nick Fuentes say this. He's absolutely right. They're making a joke of us. They really are. If I was just a casual viewer of this shit, I'd be like, this is fucking laughable. The mainstream media sucked, but it wasn't this. Holy shit. Like, I'm tuning out. And it's going to be hard to say, no. That's just Candace. That's just Alex Jones. That's just Ian Carroll, right? That's just Joe Rogan kind of giving a little lip service to that. You can trust us. People are going to be like, nah. And I'm afraid that's what's going to happen. And if we want to continue to have credibility, in fact, in any space that you're in, if you want it to be credible, then you must call out the people that are not credible. That's part of gaining trust of people. And so if you're Candace and company and you think you are credible, well, then you should prove that your claims are credible so that you don't lose that trust. And ultimately, Candace has a shelf life. This case will come and go and she'll hang on and there'll be the next thing and this and that. But the game will run afoul eventually. So many claims, so many predictions. You could only say we're one day away for so long before the people finally wake up and they're like, and it'll be a slow trickle and she'll be wealthy and all of that. Don't get me wrong. It's not like she'll be miserable, but that's what'll happen. But this legacy will last long beyond Candace Owens or the rest of the people making these claims. And we have to decide. Do we want people to find us credible? Do we want to fight for reality and truth? Or do we want to just sit back and say, it's all so tedious, let these people grift and do it, and we'll just stay in our little bubble? Because we may wake up in a world where no one wants to listen to us anymore. So, I don't know. I think I have compelling reasons to be in the fight, but then the other reason is because I'm a Zionist, because I'm a Jew, because I got paid, even though none of it's true, but that could be the only reason for this, right? It has to be that I'm working at the behest of Israel or of Turning Point. And it's just not true. It's like, but you can't convince people. So I don't know. It really is. It just, and there is a bit, and maybe you feel this way, it's a bit frustrating in this space. Granted, it's, as we said, a minority of people, but in this space, how popular the message is. And I'm not coming across as sour grapes, like I deserve as many supporters as Candace, because I don't. I don't. Candace's supporters are enormous, and I don't think I'm good enough to draw that much attention. But it is depressing how much support she has, right? That it's like that it's working. You want to think, well, I'm a moral actor and what's right wins and what's truthful wins. And that's not what's happening. It's working in this space. If you just look at this space, some dude like you're going to get traction. Some dude like me is going to get traction, but we ain't getting Candace traction. We ain't getting Baron Coleman traction. It ain't happening. And if we sit here and said, trust me, dude, next week, there's a bombshell coming. You're not going to believe it. You know how close we are? We're this close, man, to cracking the case. Who is it that my audience said? Yeah, it's Israel. Yeah. Who is it this week? Yeah, French foreign lead. Yeah. This close, man. Our views would go through the roof. If I came out tomorrow and said, I'm fact checker for Andrew Wilson, and look, I have to admit, after I heard Candace speaking, I started looking into this shit, and she's absolutely right. I totally concede. My views would go through the fucking roof. I'd be the greatest guy in the world. They'd be like, we knew it. We knew he was the good one on Andrew's team. And then they'd be like, by the way, you're thin and handsome too. Good job, you know? And that's how simple it is. And you would just be like, and I could cash in, and I could go on Candace's show and say, Candace, you're right, man. His team was a bunch of assholes negotiating with you. It was ridiculous. And it was all set up. They were just trying to do gotchas and just talk out my ass. I'd get propelled to the moon, right? But I can't do it. I can't sell out like that. I can't just be a duplicitous liar, you know? And that's the position we find ourselves in, where the ecosystem here is like you're designed to be hyperbolic, to make the most bullshit claims possible, and to be as sensational as possible, and always keep them guessing, always keep them expecting more, always drip, drip, drip. Tomorrow, it's tomorrow. That's why I think it's so funny when Andrew's like, tune in Friday, stay tuned, and they're losing their fucking minds. How could he say that? Well, Andrew's under no time constraints. After all, is Candace Owens going to be here next week? Yep. How about Tyler Robinson? He could get shanked in prison any day. He could plead guilty any day. Why is Candace sitting on the clear evidence that exonerates him? Why is she doing it? Can anybody explain? Why can't she call Diligent Denizen and say, Diligent, you have the receipt that proves it's him. Just release it. Why not? No, it's always stay tuned. Maybe I have the evidence next week. And it's just, I don't know how. Like it's like old carnival barker shit. Like, how can people not see it? It's I can't believe that you have to try to explain it. But Andrew's bad for putting up $300,000 and putting a GoFundMe. Candace really cares about Charlie by charging $300,000 and running ads. And you throw your hands up. You're like, I don't know what to say. You know, at one point, did you play the clip in that debate? At one point, she said, I'm not saying that he's a patsy. That's the whole debate. That's one clip that explains everything. No, I said there's overwhelming evidence he's a patsy, but I'm not saying he's a patsy. Andrew's at least saying, yeah, he did it. And, like, you can show people that. Now, to her defense, she later says, I'm saying there's more evidence of that. But her claim is a bold claim. 0% chance. That means he must be a patsy, according to her. 100%. And she's like, I'm not saying he's a patsy. 0% chance that he's the killer, but here's the evidence I would accept that he's the killer. Contradiction after contradiction within minutes. And none of it matters. Candace might as well, there's someone in my chat right now saying, like, she didn't have to provide evidence. All she had to do was make him look foolish. There you go. That's the fucking caliber of people you're dealing with. You just shake your head. You're like, I don't know how. Like, what do you say to that? You're like, no one gives a fuck who Andrew Wilson is in the Candace sphere other than he's the ops. You guys should care that the person drip feeding you all this shit is full of shit. And she has an opportunity to defend her claims, and she won't. But instead, it's sufficient for you to be like, haha, he said murder instead of aggravated murder. Okay. So
yeah,
I don't know.
But I mean, this is where I get back to. It's like none of it really matters in the court of law, you know. Yep. And luckily, we still have places like that where you can adjudicate objective reality, you know. And that's where, you know, like what you're saying, talking about midterms, talking about things like that are important. These things are still important, you know. It's like all this social media adjudicating things in public, you know. I mean, yeah, it matters. It absolutely matters. You know, it matters. Certainly not making things better for Erica Kirk to be accused of killing her husband or TPUSA. I mean, there's real consequences. But you know, that's where it's just like it's about trying to still find those things that, you know, institutions still matter. You know, I don't think it's a coincidence that Candace Owens and these people who I feel like are bad faith grifters, that these people are actively attempting to tear down every institution, and is saying, don't vote, don't bother. It's all corrupt. None of it matters. The only thing that matters is me. That's partly why that's the larger fight. It's bigger than just exposing podcasters. It's about foundations of the West. It feeds into larger things like that. So that's where the fight does matter. It is about truth, because that's what the West is largely built off. So you try not to get lofty about all those kinds of things. At the end of the day, it's still fun just to put together a montage of Candace not being able to pronounce.
Do you know who you remind me of? Do you know who James Randi is? Have you ever heard of him?
I do. Yeah.
He exposed like all these people that were like soothsayers and like clairvoyants, and he would challenge. He'd be like, "I'll give you." That's what you remind me of. It's like you just put your nose to the grindstone. It's like every day going after the charlatan.
Do the work. It's the work.
And Randy felt this way. He felt just like us. Like, how can you believe this woman can see the future? How many times do I have to prove she can't? And yet, thousands of people are like, "I'm going to her. She can see the future." So it is a bit of that where it's like you're exposing these carnies. You're like, no, that's a carner that's going to take your money.
Like doing this work is like I really it's how I really understood that saying that a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth can put its pants on. It's like you just have to be on social media to see how true that is. The outrageous claim goes nuts, and you're like, well, this is definitively false, and I can prove it. Here it is. And it's like, well, like barely moves the radar, But the point is that people do care. There's enough people that do care, So
I agree, and I think I think we're wrapping up here. I should probably get to bed soon, but I just want to say, not only did I appreciate you coming on, I think it's wise words to end with. That it's like, because it's not just we have a voice at least, right? A lot of these people watching, they have to feel this frustrated. And then it's like, but they don't even really get to talk just by the nature of how things work. So at least we have an outlet. I'd go embarrass someone in a debate, and you could put together clips together that embarrass Candace, So I think that it is, I always I don't want to bum people out on my show. So I think it is a good message that's like, look, the truth will win out. There's financial incentive and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, there is going to be a trial. And in fact, there might not be. He may plead guilty, or something. He might harm himself or something like that. But at the end of the day, what will happen will happen. And all you can say is, did you try to do what was right? Did you try to push for the truth? Did you try to put for what you think was moral? And that's it. Let the chips fall where they may. If you're a good person doing the good things or not. So,
Let me. I'll read some super chats, and then we can close up. Paul, I think we have better chances making Candace looking bad by super chatting her about Tate than on the Charlie case. Her defending Tate will hurt her.
Is she still defending Tate on the charges?
Yeah, she still. I mean, she really didn't. She didn't make any statement after they were arrested in Miami for almost 3 weeks. She only did it because someone directly asked her from an audience. So that to me says that she doesn't really want to talk about it.
Well,
why? I don't know.
I plead ignorance. I don't know enough about the case. On one hand, I have seen people railroaded by like Me Too type accusations, and so you should be innocent until proven guilty. On the other hand, I'm not a red pillar. I think that whole movement's kind of harmful.
Yeah. The backstory. I got onto Candace through Andrew Tate. That's how.
Okay.
So Andrew Tate suing me for defamation.
No shit.
Yeah, it's been over a year now because of videos. Doing the same thing I do with Candace with him. So he didn't like that, so he's dragging me through court.
I also am being sued by a streamer, so how about that?
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
Look, I might be looking at a lawsuit from Candace for this whole filmed in her garage thing.
Oh, really?
It might happen. Yeah. I don't know. I hope not, but whatever. It is what it is,
If you're gonna super chat her and ask her about Keith Fox, ask her if she still defends Keith Fox. That's what I'll say. We got Mike. I'd like to see robnoerr debate Jesse on Fire. I just want to see Jesse on Fire get embarrassed again. Jesse's a complete clown.
I don't know who that is. Sure, I'd happy debate.
Big nuts. 80% is BS. Given 100 cases with that much evidence, how many of them would turn up to have the wrong guy?
You're talking about Andrew saying like 75 to 85% confidence, and maybe that low. Is that maybe what you're saying? All I could say to that is I think that's Andrew being charitable and reasonable in admitting that he deserves his day in court before we say beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah. How do you do? Did you guys see the bind over has been granted for trial? It's posted on Fox News.
I did not. Let's see if I can find that real quick.
Prosecutors hammer Tyler Robinson bid to derail death penalty. Just sit here. 19-page filing urges the judge to send Robinson to trial on murder, witness tampering, and gun charges.
I'll have to check. It's something I'll have to look up and check.
This.
But yeah, thank you for telling us.
All right, a wrap up. Thank you so much, Rob, for doing this, and also, I mean, I got to tell you, just like covering Candace and all of this, the crap that she spews. It was a real relief to see her actually be pinned down and have to either back up or stand by her claims. And as we've covered, she did neither. And also for what I'm doing, it's great to get her on the record with some of this stuff. So I'm sure I'm going to be using it for material for quite a while. But otherwise, we never chatted before. It was great talking.
It was a lot of fun. And can I just ask you, because I have a bunch of people watching my end, do you have normal times you stream? I put your link up, but is there, like, if people are looking to watch you live, is there a time that you have set aside, or is it just random when you live stream?
I'm trying to pin down time. So I think it's 9:30 p.m. Central Time. I've been doing it once a week. The days have been changing because I try and prioritize the video editing, but I'm trying to pin down a time, and I'll do it. I'm starting with once a week. I will be doing a stream tomorrow night. Check back on my account to see when, but tomorrow I'll do a stream covering all the Andrew Tate stuff, and it's me and two other people who are defendants in that lawsuit. We'll be covering the extradition, where they're at, and also their lawsuit against us. So if you're unfamiliar with Andrew Tate and with the actual facts about his case, I'd recommend tuning in to that to actually get a good idea, because there's a lot of, likewise with Candace and all the Charlie Kirk stuff, there's a lot of false information with Andrew Tate and his case, largely put forward by his attorney. So I encourage you to tune in.
Guy seems
to
like a
find out
character. I saw like him do a little press conference. He seems like,
oh man,
like he seems like a Tate fan is what he seemed like to me.
Yes. So yeah, I encourage come back to my page and see when that is. But yeah, if you don't know about the Tate case and you actually want to find out about the facts, like with the Candace stuff, we will always bring receipts, and we're always happy to be challenged on our claims and to be able to to back them up. So, but otherwise, yeah, thanks again, Rob.
Anytime.
Great job with the debate.
Thank you for what you're doing too, man. So I really appreciate it.
All right. Yeah. Well, let's keep chatting. And
absolutely.
All right. See you guys. Thank you very much.
Take it easy, man. All right. I would have stayed and said hi, but it's late. All right. Let's do super. What'd you guys think? Pretty cool, man. Got to talk to Gary over there. At what's the name he goes by? I don't want to screw it up. Over at Paramount Tactical, and then MilkBarTv, and then Viva Frei. It's been 9 hours and 15 minutes. Goodness gracious. Everything's blurring together. Oh boy. It's fun though. Those guys were good. I enjoyed it. I'll read some super chats here, but I hope you guys enjoyed the content. I'm trying my best. Look, part of it's like, it was a huge debate that Andrew did. I was the fact checker, so people are more interested in hearing my opinion now than they will be next week. So makes sense to strike while the iron's hot. But it is a bit exhausting. Over on Rumble, super chats. Let's do it. 9 hours worth of super chats here. Bry, $5 says, add this $5 to your $300,000 goal. We're not even at 1% of the modest goal. Scuzzlebutt, $2 says, you're more valuable than you think, Rob. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. The great Hidakachi says, I thought you would have been tongue-in-cheek if Andrew responded to Candace saying, but your dad gave me permission to talk to you. This would have been funny. And Fonz Z, $10 says, I hear that voice starting to go. Not one step back. Get him, Rob. Yeah, got to rest the voice at some point. Dan Vicious, $2 says, how come no one knows who her people were, but we know Andrew's? I know at least one of their names, but I'm not going to say it. I don't think it's anyone's business. I don't watch Candace's. So maybe she announces her team on her show regularly. I haven't seen that, but don't look. $20 says, you can't reason someone out of a position they weren't reasoned into. It's very good. Dan Fitch is $1. We still have no idea who's on our team. We know for a fact he was there with Andrew. Birdie the dog gives a sub. Thank you. And says the whole debate felt like a big FU from Candace. Well, that's because it was. All right. Did Alex call Tim? I don't know, man. I saw they're fighting. Scopath, $10 says, did you see the trans person in the Discord messages apparently made TikToks insinuating something would happen? Not much a conspiracy to Robinson bragging beforehand, but still kind of crazy. They ain't in cuffs. Yeah, I think some of these I looked into and there were explanations and, like people that say that stuff all the time, people that are on campus and were just set up because he was coming on campus, but there was no proof they did anything. So I don't know. Jason Blaze, $10 says, it's tough talking so slow. You got it. Aaron, $2 says, $300K to see Candy do a live psychiatric evaluation. Catmere, $10 says, good day, Rob. Hope you and the family in the spider farm as well. Your poor fact-checking made Andrew lose that debate. Next time right, one step back. Yeah, I don't think Andrew lost the debate. I didn't think my fact-checking was that bad either. I saw there are people that are literally saying that though, like you sucked as a fact checker. You caused. I mean, I guess there's nothing to be said for. Maybe I could have done better. I don't know. I guess that's a possibility. And if, I'm sorry I let people down if they feel that I sucked as a fact checker. I don't think Andrew lost the debate though. I really don't. I think it's quite clear, and I've illustrated over and over. Jason Mulgren, $20 says, have you seen the polymarket odds of Tyler being convicted of murder from the start of the debate? 36%, day after 43%, and now it's 70. Really? I did not. I don't know what to make of that, though. $100. Look at this guy. Jason Mulgren again says, imagine, mother effer. Thank you, man. Really appreciate the support. Really do. Let's see. And we got McLarge Huge, $20 says, I'd remind Joe of Armed Queers SLC, the only group, if any, I think worth investigating for potential involvement of Charlie Kirk's killing. Much of their ex-accounts made predictions of his death, but it must be Israel, yeah? Weatherman, $10 says, go like and sub to MilkBarTv. Totally agree. I put his X account out there and his YouTube, so make sure you check out both. Jeremiah, $20 says, the real failure of Candace's husband is not keeping the crazy in check. Jacqueline, $2 says, quit pestering me, Andrew. I'm just funning about Erica Kirk. Slowboy Summer, $5 says, Candace Owens less than 1 hour ago reposted a Haiti spy plane over her house during the debate. It also went through Palestine. Care to explain, Fed? Yeah. Old Snipper, $5 says, love you, Rob. If you read this, you like Taco Bell. I do like Taco Bell. Jason Plays, $10 says, whip ourselves into shape we must. Remember, guys. Juice. Vlad the Impala, $20 says, thanks for what you do. You deserve more, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Iron Ballsack, great name. $10 says, Rob's a bad man going this hard in the trenches this many days straight. Good stuff. Thank you. Intel Wild, $5 says, sup chat, Rob dominating as always. Thank you. Intel Wild, $5 says, when Tyler's father and the friend, retired ex-cop, testified that he admitted it to them, what is Candace going to pivot to then? They'll just say it's unimportant. OpGam, $20 says, if I took off work for no reason one day and the store next to my house got robbed, I must have robbed the store. This is how she thinks. She also hears words. How she would phrase them. Yes. I saw Rakita was basically saying this. It's like visual. She doesn't hear, she's looking. It's weird. Intel Wild, $5 says, if Candy loved Charlie so much, why did she leave Turning Point? I believe she was asked to leave. Intel Wild, $2 says, 1.1K in the chat. Yeah, pretty crazy, right? Thank you, Candace. Thanks. I think more thanks Andrew, he rated over, but yeah. And then $5 says, Rob, the behind-the-scenes fact-checker is blowing up. Thank you. Johan Devil Dog, thank you, man, for being a member. The Sucker, $5 says, I'd like to see robnoerr debate Jesse on fire. Jesse would get steamrolled so easily, the guy knows nothing. He's another Brian Shapiro. I'd love to debate him, especially if it's easy. Daniel Craze, $5 says, nah, jewels are like pennies, I think. Oh, okay. Jason Blaze, $5 says, L Candace called us W Rob for the grind. It is a grind. And then Joe on Devil Dog again, $10 says, so her evidence is hearsay. Someone told her. Got it. I saw Barron saying this. He's like, oh, yeah, Candace's evidence is hearsay just like the state. So, and it's like, okay, well, if that's your claim, you think Candace thinks that the state's claim is 0%. So why doesn't she feel her claims are 0%? You know? Tacit Tempo, $5 says, there are multiple people where I work, normie offline people, boomers even, who think that Charlie Kirk was killed by Erica. It's genuinely disgusting. I know. Jason Plays, $10 says, I'm asleep. I've been wiped to my last. Whipped. Sorry. Those of you remember, that's not what Rob can do for you, but what you can do for Rob. Thank you, man. Kyle Hunt, $5 says, join the Noor Nation. Wanted to say, Andrew has never been more right than when he said you're a great debater and a good man. Cheers. Thank you. And thank you, Andrew. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Vlad the Impaler, $20 says, Rob, yeah, you have too many clippable moments, beautiful points, and very logical. I also have a theory that Candace is using the same tactic as Andrew Tate did to flood the internet to get his views out. What do you think? Maybe. I honestly have to plead ignorance on a lot of the Tate stuff. It seemed he came out of nowhere, and I'm not really in that demographic where he was ever impressive to me. You know, I didn't. Mickey Blue Eyes, $2 says, go Max Rob, great job today. Thank you. All right, let's check. Tomorrow, I have some things I have lined up. I have one interview request still to do. I don't know if that's going to be tomorrow or not. I think I'm going to be doing Sitch and Adam show Sunday. Monday, I'm doing the debate with Tim Gordon. And I think maybe I will be on with Crowder soon. I think that might happen. And then also some things I'm trying to line up. Myron Gaines. I think I'll be talking to Myron soon. Maybe. I haven't got a confirmation on that, but I have a suspicion. And then hopefully debating people, you know? So that's the itinerary. Now, let's check. We have this thing in our channel, 100 to... Okay. All right. So all of you that are going to leave, you should leave now. I'm the only person that'll tell my audience when I'm just going to grift for money, and you might as well leave. But we do this stupid thing. There's this song from this old Lord of the Rings cartoon called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. We put it into a bunch of different versions. So every $100 donation plays a song. $150, you could choose a specific song, and for $200, you could create a new one. So In addition, at this point, anytime we get over an even $100 mark, so in this case $1,000, we play another song. So $100 donation right now will be 2 songs, one for getting over 1,000, one for being 100. I owe 2 songs. Let's do it. To my chagrin, let them be simple ones today. Yeah, our Shores Techno. That sounds about right. That's what I needed tonight. That was miserable. One more. Hate this. Ugh, this one doesn't count.
There's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're going to march all day. All day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says, we're going to fight. We're going to march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
All right, yay. Feel like it's bedtime, but no.
There's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, 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 we're gonna march all day, all day, all day, where there's a whip, where there's a whip. There's a way. Where there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. Hey. A crack on the back says, we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
All right, folks. I think it's going to be... Oh, wait, no. Blankfield, 10 New Zealand things. It says, dude, you've really been pulling your weight. Not an easy thing to do. Thanks for the 10, you fucker. Thank you. Big Spare Dog, $10 says, keep up the good work and get some sleep, friend. Not one step back. Thank you. Ugh. All right. Well, guys, we didn't meet our goal. 0%. You rotten bastards. A mere pittance, $300,000. Rotten bastards. Thank you to everyone I talked to today. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you to Viva Frei, Bobby Smalls, Nate the Lawyer, Paramount Tactical, Gary over there, MilkBarTv. Thanks to my editor, Black Elk, all of my mods, everyone who donated, everyone who watched, chatted, liked, subscribed. You guys are the best. Look, at the end of the day, none of this is that important compared to the reality that nothing will change that Charlie Kirk was killed. Nothing will change the people that mocked his death and celebrated it. It's worth fighting for what's right, and all the reasons that I talked to Milk Bar, why it's worth it. But it won't bring him back. It won't bring his kid's father back. And it's depressing what's come about as a result of this, instead of people particularly on the right coming together. But it is reality. So as you listen to all this, and maybe you're laughing at some of the absurd claims, or you're angry, or you're exhausted like me, don't forget that a real man lost his life, and his family's going to pay for that. So if you could just say a prayer for Charlie and his family, and not forget the stakes of what it stood for. So God bless you, Charlie, and your family. Thanks so much, everyone. I'll see you at some point tomorrow. I'll put out a message. As always, guys, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.